Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I forget who, but someone once said that fate is like a madman with an axe waiting for us around the next corner. Which is to say, of course, that however serene our lives, we never know whether the madman is lurking around the next corner we turn, ready to take a vicious swipe at us with that axe. In point of which, consider the case of Lucas Lauder, warden of a certain state prison in a certain western state.
Joan, in heaven's name, will you try to understand? In less than 3 hours, Guy Richards will be executed. Dropped through that trapdoor to his death.
Which will mean the end, I hope, Luke, of this whole insane nightmare you've been going through.
No.
Yes, and putting me through.
You don't believe. You still don't believe.
I have to be mad to believe. Stark raving mad.
If Guy Richards dies, worse than madness may lie ahead for you, Joan. Much worse.
Our mystery drama, The Strange Case of Lucas Lauder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Robert Lansing. As we know, the death penalty is outlawed in many states, but in some it is still enforced. In such special cases as the murder of a policeman, death through kidnapping, and or particularly vicious crimes. Our story begins in just such a state, in the condemned cell of that state's prison.
You sent a message you wanted to see me, Richards?
And, thank you, Warden. Thanks very much for answering it this quickly. Won't you sit down?
What is it, Richards?
I want to discuss my case with you.
There's nothing to discuss. You were legally tried, legally convicted. If you think there's something I can do to save
Oh,
you...
no. There's nothing like that. Warden, I was guilty. I freely admitted murdering those women, all 4 of them, and mutilating them with a butcher knife. No. The name the newspapers gave me was well-deserved. Guy the Ripper.
All right, then what is it you want to see me about?
Warden, hasn't it ever struck you as odd, curious, that someone of my breeding and background could be guilty of 4 such horrible murders? Murders and mutilations identical with those done by Jack the Ripper nearly a century ago?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it has. Me and quite a few others. If you'd been judged insane...
But I wasn't so judged. Nor was I insane. No, I am as sane as the next one. For whatever that's worth.
Richards, I'm a very busy man.
And prefer to spend as little time as possible in the company of anyone as vicious and depraved as Guy Richards. Yes, I know. But that's exactly why I asked you to come and see me. Warden, before very long, you're going to be spending all your time in my company. I don't blame you for looking puzzled. Let me explain.
Yes, do explain.
A little more than a year ago, Warden, I was a professor of parapsychology at the university. I was happily married, successful, and deeply involved in my work. And then suddenly, shockingly, for no apparent reason, I became, well, the embodiment, you might say, of a man who has been dead for many, many years. Jack the Ripper. It began, Warden, it all began one morning in my office at State University. Come in. Well, Eric Nordling. It's good to see you.
Good to be back, Guy.
Good to have you back. I can't tell you how much I've missed you this past month. It's like missing my right arm.
Oh, nonsense.
I'll be frank with you. When you went into the hospital for those tests a month ago, I didn't expect I'd miss you as much at all.
Well, why should you? I'm just an assistant professor.
Ah, but what an assistant. You remember when you left, you and the class were analyzing those strange, gruesome murders that had taken place? The 3 women? Remember?
I remember.
Well, I took over for you, and believe me, the class soon let me know that I just wasn't in it with you. They said no one, not even me, could touch you when it came to explaining the murderer's drives and motivations. In fact, they said you understood and explained them so well, they wouldn't be surprised if you were the murderer. Well, what is it, Eric? Eric?
Guy, I am the murderer.
Well, I can see you're not joking, Eric.
I'm not.
I also know that you haven't been well.
In fact, I'm very sick. Guy, I'm dying. But none of that changes the simple truth that I murdered those women and mutilated them. Guy, I'm Jack the Ripper. No, I'm not crazy. As a professor of parapsychology, you do believe that people can be possessed by the spirits of the dead?
I keep an open mind, or try to.
Well, I can tell you that possession is a fact. For some time now, I have been possessed by the spirit of Jack the Ripper.
Eric, if I didn't know you better, I'd say that you're really possessed of a dose of LSD. But since I...
Guy, believe me. What I'm telling you is the truth. Believe me, because you're about to become Jack the Ripper.
Eric, you're ill. I can tell from looking at you. You're seriously
I
ill.
am. I'm dying. I told you that. They've given me less than 2 months to live.
Oh, Eric.
It's terminal. In less than 2 months, I'll be dead. And the day I die, the instant I die, the Ripper's spirit will leave my body and enter yours. You don't believe me, do you?
Of course not.
Well, then I'll have to prove it. You've taken your penknife out of your pocket, and you're opening the blade.
Well, yes, to clean out my pipe. What's so unusual about that?
Does your pipe need cleaning?
Well, no, but,
You acted on impulse. Sudden, inexplicable desire. Desire to hold a knife in your hand.
Oh, now, of all the senseless...
It isn't senseless. And if you think so, try to put the knife back in your pocket. Well, go ahead. Close the blade. Put the knife back in your pocket.
Well, I haven't done what I intended to do, clean out my pipe.
Is that what you intended to do? Oh, in heaven's name, Guy, be honest with yourself, is it?
No.
Now, what do you intend to do with that knife? What do you want to do with it?
I want to kill with it. To strike and slash. What is this? What?
It's Jack the Ripper. Using your body. You needed proof, and I just gave it to you. I took possession of you for a few moments. But when Eric Nordling dies, I'll become Guy Richards. Till he dies. And after that...
Oh, no, it's madness.
You deny you felt an overwhelming urge to strike and slash?
No, but there's got to be some explanation.
There is. You can pick up your knife and put it away. Or clean your pipe. If you really want to.
Well, Warden, those were Eric Nordling's words. Almost his identical words. Just before he told me what I'm about to tell you.
Mm-hmm. That I'm about to become Jack the Ripper.
The day, the instant, I die. Yes.
Is there anything further you want?
Now, wait, don't go.
Now, look, Richards, your time is short, and
Yours is.
And I want to do everything I can to make the next few days easy for you. But when it comes to listening to the kind of story you just told me, I haven't the time.
You don't believe it either, huh? Even I didn't. With all my knowledge of the occult, the psychic, I couldn't bring myself to believe in anything so impossible. Seemingly impossible.
Nutty is the word.
You think I've gone a little, what do they call it here, stir-crazy?
No, you haven't been in long enough for that. I'm not calling it anything. I'm not thinking anything. Look, you wanted to get something off your chest, you got it off. I'll be going.
No, please.
Richards, I don't
Listen
have time.
for just 1 minute more. At 6 a.m, 2 days from now, I'll be hanged for murders every bit as revolting as those of Jack the Ripper. Because I am Jack the Ripper. This body, you see, is the body of Guy Richards, once respected university professor. But I, the spirit that inhabits this body, well, I am, I assure you, Jack the Ripper. And let me assure you, as Eric Nordling assured Guy Richards, at the very instant the rope snaps my neck, on that instant, Warden, you will become Jack the Ripper.
If there's anything further I can do...
And I'll prove it to you as I made Nordling prove it to Richards. Now, before you go to bed tonight, you will feel that same strong, overpowering urge, need to strike and slash with a knife. Before you go to bed tonight.
That's really one of the strangest stories you've ever brought home with you. More potatoes?
Mm-hmm. Thanks. It's funny, though.
What?
Well, and don't ask me why I did this. I certainly didn't believe a word of Richard's story. Not a word, but I guess curiosity got the better of me.
What?
I checked at the university. Richards did have an assistant named Eric Nordling, and he did die when Richards said he did.
Doesn't mean anything.
And still, that part of Richard's story was true. Joni, what do you think?
What do I think?
Well, you're kind of interested in that stuff, yoga and astrology and the psychic and all
Oh,
that.
not really.
Yeah, but you do have an interest.
And not a serious interest.
Still, what do you think?
I think I'd like another piece of roast beef. That's what I think.
Okay. I'll try not to be so heavy-handed this time.
Oh, you weren't heavy-handed. Just slice it a smidgen thinner, that's all. Just a smidgen.
Smidgen it is, and easily done with a knife as razor sharp as this.
Won't be done at all if you don't stop staring at that knife and cut me a slice. Luke? What?
It's nothing. I was just thinking.
Thinking what?
The way Richards talked this afternoon, you'd have thought I was going to grab at the first chance I got to carve up some likely female. You, for instance.
Don't say things like that, Luke, not even jokingly.
I'm sorry. But can you imagine anyone like me, for instance, starting to cut a slice of roast beef and then changing my mind and deciding to carve a few slices out of you?
No, I can't, and I'd just as soon not.
Up on the table like this, and holding the carving knife in my hand. This razor-sharp carving knife. I'd come around the table toward you.
Luke, please.
And when I got to you, I'd stand over you. I'd look deep into your eyes, and then raise the knife high over my head and plunge it.
Luke! Luke, what's come over you? If this is a joke, it isn't your kind of joke. It was a joke, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Sure. It was a joke. What else?
What else, indeed? What else could it be? It could be what Warden Lucas Lauder knows it was. No joke at all. That for a few moments in time, he was driven by an all but overwhelming urge to strike with that knife, slash with that knife, kill with that knife. I'll return in a moment for Act 2. As I said earlier, fate is sometimes likened to a madman with an axe, and it would surely seem that Lucas Lauder, warden of State's Prison, has run head-on into him. When Guy Richards told Lucas that he was really Jack the Ripper, that his body was possessed by the spirit of the Ripper, Lucas laughed. But his laugh turned to a worried frown when he came dangerously close to stabbing the wife he loves. Now in Lucas' office at State's Prison the following afternoon.
No, Jerry. No. Look, I don't mean to be harsh, but I think Maxwell's privileges should be taken away for a while. Yes. A week at least. All right, goodbye. Yes, Miss Conley?
They brought Guy Richards over, Warden.
All right, tell them to bring him in.
Yes, sir. Bring him in.
All right, boys, you wait outside. Sit down, Richards.
Thank you.
Richards, I want to talk to you about... well, among other things, I want to talk about your personal effects.
Well, we've talked about that. I told you I don't give a damn what you do with them. Warden, you didn't have me brought here to talk about my property. You brought me here to talk about what happened to you last night.
If you're going to start again on that nonsense about being Jack the Ripper...
It isn't nonsense, and you know it. Now, you also know that when I go through the trap less than 48 hours from now, you'll become Jack the Ripper. You know it because I put you through a sort of trial run, you might say, last night. What did happen last night, Warden?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about what your wife, Joan, thought was a sick joke, but was no joke at all. I'm talking about how you stood over her with a carving knife, the knife you'd been using for the roast beef. Right? Oh, look, you're not going to be sick, are you?
How do you know that's what happened?
I was there. How else?
No. No, that's impossible. What you're saying is impossible.
Incredible, yes, but not impossible. I explained to you yesterday, or tried to explain, that I took this body when Eric Nordling died, just as I occupied his body when... oh, well, it doesn't matter who died before him or before him. All that matters to you, or should matter to you, is that you're next on that list to, shall we say, play host to Jack the Ripper.
But why?
Why?
Yes. Look, he must have died... what am I saying? Jack the Ripper must have died many, many years ago.
In 1907, to be exact.
All right, then you've been dead. I mean, damn it, the Ripper has been dead nearly 70 years.
But his spirit, my spirit, has lived on in others.
All right, that's what I'm getting at. Why?
Because I cannot rest.
Why, because of the awful crimes you committed?
No, not because of the crimes, but the reason behind them. The evil in me that drove me to what I did. The hate.
No, I don't understand.
There is nothing to understand. It's quite simple. A spirit, a soul, is given an earthly body and forced to suffer through what you call life. Forced to go through this agony again and again and again until it is cleansed completely of evil, of hate. The evil in me was so great it will take, well, only the Lord knows how many lifetimes to wipe it away. Unless it meets a love as pure as the hate is evil. A soul as tender as the hate is brutal. A spirit as compassionate as the hate is ruthless. And that will never be.
Never?
No such love exists. No such soul, no such spirit. Not on this earth, that's for sure.
You really believe what you're saying, don't you? You really believe that you are actually Jack the Ripper?
Oh, for the love... I'm going to give you another taste of what it's going to be like to be Jack the Ripper.
If you think for 1 minute that
I don't care what you believe. Just do me a favor and send me back to my cell.
Yes, Warden?
Richards will go back to his cell now.
Yes, sir. Richards is going back now.
Remember what I said, Warden. I'm going to give you another taste. Soon. All right, let's go.
Warden?
Yes, Miss Conway?
It's near time for me to go home, and the buses get awful crowded in weather like this, so I was wondering, could I leave now?
Sure, yes, of course. Go ahead. Wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
I was about to leave myself. I'll drive you home.
Oh, no, sir. I couldn't take you out of your way.
No, it's not out of my way. But not much, anyhow.
Well, if you're sure it's no trouble.
It's no trouble at all. It'll be a pleasure.
Warden. Awfully nice of you.
I'll see to your door.
Oh, no need for that.
No, I insist. There have been a lot of muggings in this neighborhood.
Some.
So I want to be sure that you get to your apartment safe and sound.
Well, thanks again. You're awfully kind.
No, that's not at all, Miss Conley. I wonder if I might use your phone.
Oh, sure.
Just call home, let my wife know I'll be a little late. Second thought, there's no sense in calling. I won't be that late.
Oh, only 5 or 10 minutes.
Boy, look at the rain and wind against the window. Chills me to the bone just looking at it.
Why, I couldn't give you a drink, could I, sir?
Oh, Miss Comley, I wasn't hinting, you know.
Oh, I didn't think you were, but, well, if you would like a drink.
Oh, why not? I'd love one.
I keep the liquor in the kitchen. It's scotch, isn't it?
Just a short one.
I won't be a minute.
No, I'll come with you, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not.
Never been in your apartment before. I'd like to see how my secretary lives.
Oh, not very fancy, I'm afraid.
It looks nice. It's comfortable. You live alone?
Yes, I tried living with someone else, but it just didn't work out. Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. That's good scotch.
Glad you like it.
Where'd you get those knives?
Knives?
Yeah, the knife set on the wall.
Oh, those are... I don't know. I've had them so long. Why?
Oh, I like knives. Good ones, that is. Those look good. Do you mind if I...
No. Be my guest.
It's beautiful. Beautiful. Feel that edge. You don't often see knives kept in this good condition. This sharp.
It's no thanks to me. I just use them, never sharpen them.
Razor. Sharp. Fit in the hand perfectly. Those are the most beautiful knives I've seen in over 70 years. Jane.
Get out of my cell, Warden. I don't have to put up with this.
What are you doing to me? You answer me, Richards. What are you doing?
I've told you.
You've told me a lot of nonsense about you being Jack the Ripper and taking possession of me, my body, when you die. I don't buy that.
But you're up to something. You've done something to me. And I'm not leaving this cell till you tell me what it is.
You're scared, Warden? Of what you came dangerously close to doing to your secretary yesterday? And will do not long after you hang me? The urge, the nearly overpowering urge. I stayed your head, not you. To plunge the knife into her? To slash...
Stop it.
See,
stop it! All right, now you listen to me. I'm no fool. Yesterday I nearly murdered that girl. And somehow you know all about it. But I stayed my hand, not you, because I'm not a killer.
Then how do I know what went on in that kitchen?
I don't know how you've devoted your life to parapsychology, and you know all there is to know about things like ESP, thought transference, hypnotism. That's it. Hypnotism. Like Nordling, you're a hypnotist. Somehow or other, I don't know how, you managed to hypnotize me when I was talking to you. You put ideas in my head. Post-hypnotic suggestion, I think it's called.
You cannot give a post-hypnotic command that's contrary to the subject's normal fiber. Warden, it would be impossible for me or anyone to command you to kill. It isn't in you to kill. But that will all change when I am in you. At approximately a second or two after 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, which reminds me, I have a gift for you. Here.
A knife?
A knife.
Where did you get this?
It was made for me in the prison machine shop from a soup ladle. A soup ladle carefully ground down at the edges, skillfully shaped into a knife. expertly sharpened.
How did you manage to have this made?
How did you manage to have this made?
Calm, Warden. You know your prison as well as I, or you should, and obviously don't. Anything can be done in a prison if you know the ropes. Here, the knife. Take it.
Ed. You take that knife from Richards and get rid of it. See me in my office later and you explain how he got it. Oh, no, wait a minute. Here, give it to me. I'll get rid of it.
Not until you've used it. Not till I, the Ripper, have used it. Again. And again. And again.
Ed, I don't want to see this man again until his execution tomorrow morning at 6. If he has any last-minute requests, you handle them. If he has any questions, you answer them. If he wants to see me for any reasons, no. Tomorrow morning, Richards, I'll see you then, and not until then. 6 o'clock. On the scaffold, Richards.
On the scaffold, when the noose will be tightened round the neck of Guy Richards, the trap will be sprung, and he'll plummet to death. Or will it be life? Another life to be lived out in the body of Warden Lucas Lauder. I'll return shortly for Act 3. There's much talk these days about possession, the control of a human being by an evil spirit. Probably such talk has gone on since man can remember. Intense discussion, even violent debate, as to whether possession is a form of schizophrenia or a malignant spirit which has invaded an earthly body. For Lucas Lauder, warden of State's Prison, it isn't a subject for idle debate, but a frightening reality. In the bedroom of his home, a short distance from the prison itself.
Luke?
Go to sleep, Joan.
Oh, I know it's impossible for you to sleep the night before an execution, but this time there's something else.
Yeah. Joan, I'm scared.
Of what, dear?
I haven't just been sitting here in this chair watching you while you slept.
Yes?
I've been fighting an urge. A powerful urge to kill you.
Kill me?
Yeah, with this.
Where did you get that?
Richards gave it to me. Ugly-looking knife, isn't it? Somehow he managed to get it made in the machine shop and have it smuggled to him. He gave it to me as a present.
It's a strange kind of present.
No, it's not a present to me, Joan. It's to himself.
Oh, that nonsense.
Nonsense?
About him being the reincarnation of Jack the Ripper.
Oh, he is. He is. I laughed, too, at first, but he is the Ripper. In possession of Guy Richards' body. And at 6 this morning, less than 3 hours from now, he'll be in possession of mine.
Luke, darling, you can't be serious. You don't really believe that.
After what's happened, I'd be a fool if I didn't.
What has happened?
I had to bring myself to talk about it. He told me he was going to take possession of me temporarily for a short time to prepare me for what's to come after he hangs.
Well, you didn't take that seriously.
No, not then, but within an hour, I nearly stabbed Miss Conley to death.
Your secretary?
I drove her home in that storm day before yesterday. I invited myself in.
Mm-hmm.
Pretended I wanted to use the phone to call you, but I had no intention of using that phone. I just wanted to get into her apartment to...
To kill her?
I didn't know it then. I didn't know why I tricked my way in, but... Well, then I sort of led her into offering me a drink, and I went with her into the kitchen where she keeps the liquor. While she was making the drink, I noticed a set of knives, kitchen knives, on the wall. I pretended to admire them, and I took one to examine it only. Only I wasn't examining it. I was thinking...
Luke, my God.
Now, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't even come near me. It's dangerous.
Dangerous? Luke, what are you saying?
I could do to you right now. What I came close to doing to her. The urge was powerful then, but it's even more powerful now. It's almost as if the closer I get to Richard's hanging, the more the urge grows inside me.
Luke.
I don't have any control. Joan, no control anymore. This knife, I gave it to the guard to get rid of. No. I started to give it to him, and then I changed my mind. I was forced to change it by a power stronger than me, and so I kept it and brought it home. I've been sitting here for hours holding it in my hand, fighting off a terrible obsession to kill you with it.
Oh, my poor darling, to think what you've been going through, and I never knew.
How can you think of me when you're the one who's in danger?
Well, because I don't believe I am in danger, not from you.
John, I just told you.
I don't care what you told me. I care about what I know, and I know you love me.
Oh, yes, I love you, but
He'll be dead in a few hours. Dead! And all this business about his spirit possessing you, I don't believe it.
I came close, that close, to killing Miss Coleman.
And killing me, you say. But you didn't.
But next time...
There won't be a next time, because once Guy Richard dies, his power over you will be ended. Oh, Luke, don't you see what's happened to you?
Yes, I see. He's possessed me.
Nonsense. I can give you... I don't know how many reasons why it is just plain nonsense.
All right, give me just one.
I've read a lot about Richards in the papers, and you've told me a lot about him. He's a skilled hypnotist. I don't know much, if anything, about hypnotism, but it seems to me that he could have brought you under some kind of hypnotic influence.
No, I can't believe it.
Another thing I know about him, his personality is strong, it's overpowering, viciously overpowering. Just talking to someone like that, being near him, could do strange things to a person.
No, I don't care how many reasons you can dress up. I know what I know. I know what I've got to do.
What?
I've got to stop the execution.
Luke, you can't do that.
Well, I can try. It's my only hope. I've got to stop that execution. I've got to save him to save myself.
I know it's only 4 a.m, but this is a matter of life or death. You get the district attorney out of bed. I'll wait.
Luke, try to pull yourself together. Telephoning the district attorney at this hour? What are you going to say to
Hello,
him?
Mr. McGowan? I'm sorry to wake you at this hour, sir. Thank you, yes. It is urgent. I want to stop the execution of Guy Richards at 6 this morning. On what grounds? I have reason to think he's innocent. No, sir, there's no proof. No real proof, but... Look, McGowan, I want you to call the governor if necessary. McGowan, I beg you, right? Yes, I see. Well, in that case, I'll phone the governor myself.
Luke, darling, you can't phone the governor.
Operator, this is Warden Lucas Lauder of State's Prison. I want to put through a call, an urgent call to Governor Morris at the state capitol. And hurry, please hurry.
Well?
He refused.
Well, you couldn't expect.
No, I didn't. I hoped against hope. I'd better get ready. Richards has less than an hour to go. And so have I. It's time, Richards.
Huh. You're telling me.
If you're ready.
Question is, are you?
Come on, let's go.
You look tired, Warden. No sleep, eh? Well, don't worry about it. You'll sleep just fine tonight. The Ripper always sleeps well. Afterward.
After what?
Having killed. Well, I didn't know there'd be an audience to see the end of Guy Richards.
The press. Straight ahead to the scaffold, Richards.
You're sweating, Warden. Calm down. Make you feel any better, there's no pain to this. Over in an instant, you know. I've been through it once before. The man whose body I took before Eric Nordling's. Well, here we are. A moment in destiny. For us both.
All right, Ed.
Oh, do we really need the hood? Well, yes, I guess we do. Spare the feelings of our audience. Go ahead. Just, one thing to say, Warden, before you pull the trap.
Yes?
This isn't goodbye. I'll be with you again. Soon.
Agreement with Red China. That's the latest news from the nation's capital. Guy Richards, the notorious Guy the Ripper, was executed this morning at State's Prison.
That's enough news for one day. I'm for bed. You, Luke? Luke?
What?
It's after 11. Time for bed.
Oh. Yeah, Joan.
Yes, dear?
Where did you put it?
Put what?
The knife. I mean, don't look at me as though you didn't know what I was talking about. The knife Richards gave me.
I know what knife you're talking about, but I don't know why you're asking me where I put it.
You didn't take it? I put it in the top drawer of this table. You saw me put it there. I put it there so you could get rid of it. You didn't?
No.
I can't believe you'd take the chance to... You didn't. The knife is here.
Yes, it is.
Look, I gave you a chance to get rid of it. Why didn't you?
Why didn't you? If you wanted to be rid of it, why didn't you simply throw it away?
I don't know.
I think I do. You were testing me, testing my love for you.
Testing your love?
If I had done what you thought I'd do, it would have shown that my love for you isn't as strong as I said it was. And it's quite possible you really might have tried to kill me. You could always get another knife.
Yeah, but thanks to you, I have this one.
Then use it, if you can.
What?
Luke, we're going to come to this sooner or later. I don't know how Guy Richards persuaded you he was Jack the Ripper, and that he would possess you once he died, but he did. You said last night that the urge to kill was growing stronger in you, and you were convinced once Richard was hanged, it would become so strong you'd never be able to control it.
It's been doing that all day. It's growing in me. Filling me with a need, a lust to take this knife.
I know. And unless this obsession of yours is smashed now, right now, you'll kill. Sooner or later, you will kill. Well, if you're going to do it, do it. Do it. And get it over with.
You're taunting me. You're taunting me because, like all women, you have contempt for me.
I love you.
Oh, you're lying. You don't love. You don't know the meaning of love. Hate? Oh, that's something else again. That's something you know all about. You think I'm not on to you, all of you? Let me tell you something. I've spent months, years watching you and the likes of you.
Luke, what?
Playing your little tricks, luring men, and... Oh, don't think I didn't see you today, this very day in Leicester Square, flaunting your charms.
Leicester Square?
Leicester Square, Piccadilly, Fleet Street, wherever you could sell yourself.
Luke, now snap out of it. Pull yourself together.
Look about you. Take your last long look before you die. You see that gas light at the end of the alley? Well, you see it for the last time.
Gas light?
Listen. You hear the carriages and the coaches, the horses, for the last time. And then feel the point of this knife against your throat. Feel the cold steel against your skin before the Ripper plunges it deep into your dirty little neck. Plunges it now! I can't. I want to. I can't. Why? Why can't I?
Because you're not Jack the Ripper. You're Lucas Lauder, my husband. The Ripper hated. You love me every bit as much as I love you.
God, I do.
Dearest.
He said, Richard said, the spirit of the Ripper would never be free, never find rest until it met a love as strong as his hate. Heaven knows, Joan, there can't be, there never has been a love as strong as yours. Maybe it's crazy, but I feel he has found that rest at last. Thanks to you.
Well, if you're puzzled by this strange happening to Lucas Lauder, you've got nothing on me. Did Guy Richards in some way place Warden Lauder under an hypnotic influence? Did Richards believe he was truly Jack the Ripper? Was he? What do you think? I'll be back shortly. When I told this story to a friend of mine who's a psychic, a sensitive, she said that, of course, Guy Richards was the reincarnate Jack the Ripper. Another friend, a psychiatrist, said, nonsense. A clear case of a split personality. Which is right, I don't know. Maybe the truth lies somewhere in between. Wherever it lies, it makes a good story. I hope you enjoyed it. Our cast included Robert Lansing, Linka Peterson, Ralph Bell, Ira Lewis, and Patricia Pearden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our Hollywood cast tonight is the distinguished American actor, the star of the Broadway suspense drama Angel Street, who has recently returned to this coast to resume his film career, Mr. Vincent Price. Tonight's suspense play, which presents Mr. Price, and which is produced and directed by William Spear, relates an episode of recent years in the unfriendly Nazi capital of Berlin. The strange death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with the strange death of Charles Umberstein, and with the performance of Vincent Price, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I was infuriated to think I had been trapped. The thought that someone had discovered my intentions maddened me to the breaking point. Nothing had slipped. Everything had run smoothly as I had planned. No evidence, not the slightest trace, nothing. And yet, I was trapped. Trapped. But why? How? Let me see. Papers in my briefcase, train ticket, information forwarded safely to my office. And he knew. How? But he did know. I stood quietly in my room, watching him, watching me, waiting for me, standing by the lamppost beneath my window, knowing he had trapped me, waiting for me. I recognized him almost immediately. Captain von Hind. Once before I had seen him briefly in Herr Miller's office. I had been working on some corrections. Herr Miller was escorting him through the plant on an inspection tour. They stopped for a moment outside my office. I glanced up as Herr Miller gestured my way through the partially open door.
Aha, Herr Hauptmann. Das ist unser neuer Architekt. So, ist Ihr neuer Architekt.
Well, here it was. They were talking about me. My heart stopped. He was explaining how I had been recommended by the Führer himself, my qualification. They continued on their tour. Herr Miller explained later when I went to his office.
Aha, Umberstein, there you are.
Herr Miller, you sent for me?
Yes, Umberstein. This morning, when Captain von Hind and myself passed by your office, I knew it was you.
You knew it was me?
Yeah. Captain von Hind is head of Gestapo intelligence in this area. He was conducting a routine inspection this morning, and it was he who suggested that
What?
Well, since your recommendations were by the Führer himself...
Yes?
Your work here has been excellent. I knew you were the man when I passed by today.
My work?
Huh? Oh, no, of course, not that. Why, you have become one of our best men.
Oh, thank you, Herr Miller.
No, this is it.
Yes, Herr Miller.
Through various posts, we are releasing more prints on munitions areas in this country and other countries. Huh? You are to be in complete charge of their release from the war.
I understand, Herr Miller. As a citizen of the Reich, I am greatly honored that I have been given such an opportunity.
An opportunity to show your loyalty.
An honor.
I will give you the combinations. You will see that no other person enters the war.
Of course, Herr Miller.
One moment, Umberstein.
Yes?
I think I should tell you that a few months ago, in one of the neighboring plants, the Gestapo apprehended a spy.
Yes?
He was working for an enemy espionage service, found in possession of certain vital documents which he had access to in his work.
And what did they learn from him?
Oh, many things. He was reluctant to speak at first, but it's difficult to hold out indefinitely. Well, he finally gave them enough information to locate other agents who had filtered in.
It was well he was detected.
Oh, yes. The Gestapo is still on the alert for some of his co-workers, still expected to arrive. Of course, they are ignorant of his confession and his fate. So, Herr Umberstein, I must warn you to take all the necessary steps against the possibility of espionage. We cannot be too careful.
I shall be careful.
In you, Umberstein, is exemplified the efficiency of the Third Reich.
I closed my suitcase and looked down on the street. I watched him standing there. I kept asking myself, how could he know? This Captain von Hind, how could he know? The plan was perfect, the best yet, and yet I was discovered, trapped. It was a late Saturday afternoon, and the silence of the day hung heavy in the room. Outside it was cold, very cold, but in my room it was warm, stuffy. The radiator hissed and spewed as though it were the judge of the events to come. I was almost angry at it. A radiator. It was still light enough that he might see me if I crossed to raise the window. He wasn't aware that I was in the room. I hadn't turned on the lights. Now he stood there, waiting for me to return. I lay down on the bed, smoking, my thoughts troubled by the one question, how? How had he discovered me? Safely, I had avoided all connections with anyone who might have a chance to spy on my work. There was not the least cause for suspicion. An established citizen of the Reich, well-recommended, pure Aryan, employed as an architect in one of the country's largest munitions plants. Certainly there was no reason for him to suspect me. The Gestapo, this Captain von Hind, waiting to take me. Fräulein Keller. Absurd. Oh, of course not. Not she. But could you ever trust a woman? Fräulein Keller. Did I give her any reason at all? Good morning, Fräulein.
Oh, good morning.
My name is Charles Umberstein, and I am to be at the munitions factory near here. I wish to take a room.
Oh?
One facing the outer street, Fräulein, if you can accommodate me.
Oh, I think so. We have one. It is on the second floor. Overlooks the street corner.
Oh, fine. I'm glad. It looks comfortable here. Small and comfortable.
Oh, yes. You will like it, I'm sure. I am the owner and manager here.
Fräulein.
Sign here, please.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you. Otto, would you show Herr Umberstein to his room?
Yes? Yes, who is it?
It's I, Fräulein Keller.
Oh, just a moment. Yes, Fräulein?
I have brought you some extra blankets.
Oh.
You may be cold.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Fräulein.
And Herr Umberstein, down the street, a little cafe. You may find nice meals and a little music, too.
Oh, wonderful. I am indebted to you, Fräulein.
Oh, but you are my charge. I look after my guests. It is my job.
Oh, that is most kind, Fräulein.
Herr Umberstein,
yes.
I also dine at a little cafe often.
Oh. I hope I see you. Here's to you, Fräulein, for your wonderful hospitality.
Oh, to you, Herr Umberstein.
Fräulein, it's growing late. I must be off. I have a great many things to do tomorrow.
Oh, and so do I. Oh, it has been a wonderful evening. Wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. Here's your coat. It's growing colder now, isn't it?
Yes, the winter will be here soon. Too soon.
Yes, but I won't be...
Eh? You won't be?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing.
You will be here long.
Certainly, Fräulein, certainly. I was just wishing.
Wishing? For what?
No, I had done it. I'd started to thinking perhaps she could...
For what?
Oh, nothing, Fräulein, nothing important. Only the hopes of every man. They become so near sometimes. They're almost reality.
So?
What else could I do? I had to lead her thoughts away somehow. She took the lead.
You mean a woman?
Yes. Yes, Fräulein. You.
Oh, but we have known each other for such a short time. Only 2 weeks.
That's true, but I've been aware of you for a longer time, though I've just met you.
Oh, Herr Umberstein,
Charles.
Oh, Charles?
At first I was uneasy about the whole affair. Then after a while, I did grow rather fond of her. She was so accommodating, and we dined together each evening, and I played my role to the letter. Never once did she mention my work.
Oh.
Fräulein Keller, what are you doing in my room?
Well, I was...
You've been looking through my papers. Why?
I was looking for something.
But what right have you? What are you looking for?
I was looking for a letter.
A letter? What letter?
One that you haven't got. I thought perhaps you might have it.
Now, out with it.
A letter from a woman. Very well, Charles, if you must know, I suspect you of nothing filthy.
She was actually looking for a letter from some woman. Any woman. She didn't trust me. She didn't trust her Charles. No, it couldn't have been Fräulein Keller. Who then could it have been? I walked over to the window and looked down at the figure who so patiently kept his vigil there. Captain von Heinz, waiting. Why? If there had been something wrong with the passport, but no, that was perfect, not the passport.
All passengers will report to the trainmaster for passport examination.
Yeah, all in order. You can take your luggage to Berlin. Yeah, this way. Next. Next.
Here you are.
Name?
Charles Umberstein.
Residence?
Berlin.
Nationality?
German.
All in order. Picture, luggage, all in order.
Thank you, trainmaster.
You must be careful, you know.
When may I catch my train for Berlin?
It should be by any moment. Next.
As I stood there in the shadows waiting for my train, I examined my passport again, as I had done 100 times before. No one would have any reason to doubt anything so genuine as that.
All passengers for Berlin! All passengers for Berlin!
Guard, must we stand passport inspection again?
Yeah. The Army intelligence will accommodate you on the train.
Jawohl. At 3 stops, my passport was inspected. A good test? If the passport had been suspected or investigated, it would only prove that I was Charles Umberstein. I had come by the passport through Hans. At the time, Hans was employed as an Austrian customs inspector. This gave him access to many such passports. According to Hans, there had been a person named Charles Umberstein who had suddenly disappeared in 1936. Since there had been no friends or relatives to make an inquest, well, you can see. No, I was Charles Umberstein. Why, I even resembled the badly scarred photograph on the identification card. From the front view, he was evidently a large man, big shoulders, large head, wore a short Prussian haircut. Yes, I certainly looked enough like the photograph. Passport was flawless. He couldn't have discovered me through that, this fun hind. Something else. What else? The plans? No, of course not. They couldn't have discovered that. I merely made copies and left the originals. No, not the plans. Why, Hans and I... Hans. Oh, no, not Hans. Never. We'd worked so well together. Oh, no, not Hans. A strange, silent boy, perhaps, but surely... That night in 1936, when he gave me the passport, he was our man in Austria, but strange things happen even to the most loyal.
All set, Charles.
Then I will not see you again, Hans.
Until
I arrive, eh?
I will be attached to an Army Ordnance Division in the city. You will receive additional information on the first day of each month.
From you?
Yes. There's a hotel not far from the factory. Here is the address. Fräulein Keller runs this hotel. Now, on the second floor in one corner sits a mahogany table. On it are a set of silver candlesticks. 4 of them. Beneath the candlestick nearest the right, you may find your information on the first day of each month.
It will be written in code?
Naturally. Be very careful when you pick it up.
I see.
And make no effort to contact me in any other way.
And can I leave anything I might learn in the same place? Is it safe?
Yes. Now, remember, sooner or later we are bound to be introduced, you and I. My duties with the Ordnance Division will, of course...
So near and yet so far kind of thing, eh?
Yeah, very far. Once inside the city, I'm Oberleutnant Hans Neumann of Army Ordnance, understand?
And I am Herr Charles Umberstein, architect.
Right.
Well, time grows short. I must go. Everything checked.
Your passport?
Perfect. I even resemble the photograph. Look, Hans, don't you think so?
Yes, not bad. Very considerate of Umberstein to have looked this way. Tickets?
Right here, through to Berlin. I report to Franz Miller in the munitions factory, produce my credentials. He's been expecting me. I haggle a little about the salary, then I accept. At first opportunity, become acquainted with MB plans.
And I will see that you are highly recommended from a reliable source.
Just as a matter of curiosity, Hans, who will recommend me?
Oh, you needn't worry, Herr Umberstein. It'll be good, I assure you.
Then goodbye, Hans.
Oberleutnant Neumann, if you please.
Oberleutnant Hans Neumann.
Well, then, my Herr Charles Umberstein, auf Wiedersehen.
Wiedersehen.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Yes, everything Hans had said came about. I picked up my information each month at the little hotel. I left an occasional report for Hans. It was the only way we ever communicated. And then Oberleutnant Hans Neumann began to appear in Franz Müller's office. And eventually Müller introduced us. In fact, Hans was with Müller quite frequently, and they dined together regularly. Hans played his part well. But one day, something was worrying him.
I will wait here for you, Miller.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Ah, Herr Umberstein. It's good to see you again.
Lieutenant Neumann.
Herr Miller speaks very highly of your work here.
Thank you.
Be very careful of this Captain Van Hind. There's something wrong. I don't know what it is. He looks at me very strangely. And there is something I recognize about the man.
The eyes are...
You've met Umberstein.
Yes. We were just chatting a moment.
I've seen Von Hein somewhere before. Be very careful. And don't come with us in case they ask you.
Well, you all ready?
Why, yes, of course.
Umberstein, would you care to join us at luncheon?
No, thank you. I have some work to do.
Always working.
Yes.
Well, then, let's go, Hans, yeah?
Yeah, certainly. Oh, by the way, will Captain Von Hein be joining us today?
Oh, Von Hein sends his regrets. Something is delayed.
Oh, that's too bad.
Von Hein, a remarkable man. No one like him in the service. No one like him.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Von Hein. Such a brief warning. Curt and sinister. Hans was frightened. He would never have taken the chance to speak to me if he had not been frightened. Something that he recognized about Von Hein. Saturday was the first of the month, and there was no information at the hotel. Hans didn't appear again to lunch with Herr Müller. Something was wrong. Something had happened to Hans. Today I found out.
We will enjoy ourselves today, Umberstein.
Yes.
We should lunch together more often, you and I. I like good company when I eat.
Good food, good company, good digestion, Herr Müller.
Now, this is a wonderful restaurant that we are going to. You know, they serve Norwegian smoked salmon that is exquisite. And cheap, too. Nothing like these new foods we are getting from Norway.
I've heard of Norwegian salmon.
And this is the best.
You and Oberleutnant Neumann dine here often, don't you?
Hans Neumann, yeah. We came here often, yeah. Hans Neumann will not come here for a long, long time again, I'm afraid.
I don't understand.
Yeah, you don't. You remember Captain Von Hein?
Oh, yes, the Gestapo man who was inspecting our factory a few weeks ago.
Yeah, a most efficient man. He has apparently been observing Hans Neumann for some time.
Oh?
Oberleutnant Neumann is being detained by Captain Von Hein, no?
Was he...
He was a spy.
Spy? How do you know?
Von Hein arrests only spies. And Von Hein never makes a mistake. The man is incredible.
Was there something suspicious about Hans?
There's something suspicious about everyone to Von Hein. He himself asked me to cultivate Oberleutnant Neumann so that he could better observe his action.
Yes, I noticed that you two lunch together very often.
We lunch together at this very same restaurant you and I are going to now. That made it easy for Von Hein.
Easy?
Well, to study the man in leisure. Von Hein always wants to be certain of his quarry.
And where is Hans now?
Who knows? Who knows what happens when Captain Von Hein takes a man? Don't you admire such efficiency, Umberstein?
Well, of course.
Yeah, well, the captain did indicate that there were others to be rounded up, too. Well, here we are. Oh, look, you see them in the window? Norwegian salmon. Oh, they are beautiful, so red, so delicious. Are you hungry, Umberstein?
What? Oh, yes. Oh, they do look delicious. Captain Von Hein. I looked at him out of the window again. I could see his breath now. It was growing very cold. He was well dressed in a neatly tailored overcoat and dark hat. It was too dark to tell the exact color. The only thing I was sure of were the hands and the gloves on the hands. Heavy, thick, powerfully mounted prongs encased in a gray, tightly fitting material. Style, lines running across the back. I noticed when he lifted them to light a cigarette. What beautiful weapons. His back was to me. I couldn't help but admire the fine breadth of his shoulders and the thick, closely barbered neck. He stood quietly by the lamppost, smoking, watching his breath and the smoke battle for existence in the icy air. Once when he turned to look up at my window, the single eyeglass he wore caught the reflection of the light. I wondered how much he weighed. Carefully, I retraced each step over again in my mind. I couldn't find the flaw that made me a marked man. The absurdly easy way I had gone through Mueller's office carrying an innocent-looking bundle of blueprints, then to the vault, the superstition of copies. No one could suspect what I had done. No one had any reason to. Why? Why, then, was I trapped? Of course he was after me, waiting down there. I wondered why he didn't come up and wait in my room. Surely he didn't know I was in the room. Perhaps he had searched my room one day while I was out. But what could he find? Nothing, absolutely nothing. A passport proving I was Charles Umberstein. A monogrammed suitcase bearing the initials C.U. A few letters and old papers. Nothing at all. I had never talked. I had never known anyone else in service except Hans. Franz Müller was too stupid to suspect anything. Fräulein Keller, no. The passport, perfect. Only one other way. Only one other way could he possibly know. For an instant, the possible answer flashed through my brain. For a full 5 minutes, I watched him very discerningly. Could it be? Could it possibly be? The stillness of the street below was broken from time to time by the blare of an occasional horn and the rattle of armored cars carrying soldiers to different parts of the city. Turning from the window, I groped about in the darkness of my room, searching for the automatic I had concealed in the slit compartment of my traveling bag. When I found it, I tested the chamber. Yes, it was loaded. I jammed it in my coat pocket, and putting on my hat, I stood there by the window, watching him. He seemed very ominous, very assured, waiting for me. He must have been getting anxious with his long vigil. I watched him signal to an accomplice across the street. Walking back and forth under the streetlight, I noticed something familiar. Very familiar. A bolt from off the bed, tied to a piece of cord attached to the light switch. Near the radiator pipe, room enough to pass it through, the weighted end dragging the string to the lobby below. I picked up my suitcase and stepped out of the door. The hall was dark and quiet. I walked down the stairs. The lobby was empty, deserted. At the bottom of the stairs, I placed the suitcase by the door, and I crossed to the desk. Hastily, I jammed a few bills in an envelope and addressed it to Fräulein Keller. Now, as I picked up my suitcase, I could see him very plainly on the corner. He was only a few feet from the entrance. The cord with its weighted end had fallen just short of the door. I stood there quietly. He looked up at my room. I pulled the cord. He was startled when the light went on upstairs, searching the window for a view of the occupant. I walked to the door. As I opened it, he looked at me, looked my way, gazed at me, point blank, seemed surprised. Then, assuring himself, he took a step toward me.
Herr Umberstein. Herr Umberstein.
Oh, you are...
You are Charles Umberstein?
Why, yes,
Charles Umberstein, who entered Germany in 1936 from Austria?
Here's my passport.
Your passport, yes. I have always wanted to meet you, Charles Umberstein. I have always wanted to meet you face to face. You know who I am?
Why, yes, you are.
I wonder. You know, the others I have had my men pick up. But you, I wanted to attend to personally. It's because you are Charles Umberstein. Now we will just...
I'm sorry, my friend. He sat down hard on the curb. He looked up at me, mumbled strangely, then fell over with his head in the gutter. His hat fell off, and I saw that his hair was closely cropped. There were other people on the streets. I ran till I was out of breath. The next day, I picked up a Berlin paper on the railroad station. On the second page, I read the headline, Gestapo official murdered. Saturday, January 25th, Captain Charles von Hind, high-ranking official of the Gestapo intelligence service, was instantly killed last night by the bullets of an unknown assailant whom he was attempting to arrest on charges of espionage. Captain von Hind had been connected with the Gestapo since 1936. Prior to his affiliation with the Gestapo intelligence, he had been known by his real name, Charles Umberstein. His entry into such dangerous work made necessary a complete retirement from all public life. The Reich will long honor the memory of Charles Umberstein. I wired flowers from Geneva with a card marked Sympathy, signed C.U.
And so closes The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein by E. Jack Newman, starring Vincent Price. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Vincent Price will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, Song of Bernadette. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear. Music was composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. This is the Man in Black, who would like to draw your attention to the new day and time for Suspense, beginning next week, when Cary Grant will be our star.
Beginning next week, listeners in the Eastern and Central time zones will hear Suspense on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime and 7 p.m. Central Wartime. Listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones will be brought their next story of suspense on Monday, December the 6th, and each Monday thereafter at 9 p.m. Pacific Wartime. Don't forget Suspense on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, if you live in Eastern and Central time zones, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th, for listeners in the Mountain and Pacific time zones, with Cary Grant, our opening guest star. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 21. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the author of tonight's play and the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thank you, Bob Warren. Good evening, everybody. Although this is not by any means her first appearance on our show, we are very happy indeed to welcome Miss Jan Miner back to Radio City Playhouse. It was this talented young actress who opened our series last July 3rd with a sensational performance in a play called Long Distance. So stirring was the impression created by Miss Miner in this play that we repeated it some weeks later. It is, then, with justifiable pride that we welcome her back tonight in response to many, many requests from all across the country. She plays the part of Janet Wood, a role seldom equaled for the depth and intensity of emotion which it requires. Here is Jan Miner in Strange Identity, Attraction 21, on Radio City Playhouse.
Somehow I got out of that room. I don't know how, but I did. I got down the stairs and across the street and stumbled into the same dull, dirty little hamburger joint. I sat down in one of the booths. That's where I am now. I'm numb. I'm incapable of any thought. My mind refuses to function in the face of anything so fantastic, so incredibly evil. I've just seen something that no man or woman has ever seen before. And I'm stunned. I'm stunned and horrified. I'm so frightened that when the waitress brings my coffee, I'm not going to be able to speak to her. She's coming now. she thinks something's wrong with me because of yesterday.
That's 10 cents, lady. Thanks. Say, weren't you in here yesterday afternoon? Say, honey, are you all right? Listen, sister, you going to faint?
Please go away. I'm not going to faint. I've got to decide what to do.
Yeah? Well, don't do it in here, honey.
It began 4 weeks ago. I was riding in a taxi going north on Fifth Avenue. At 72nd Street, we stopped for a red light, pulling up alongside of a Fifth Avenue bus. We waited for a few seconds, and just as the light changed to green, I happened to look up. He was sitting on the bus. We were so close we could have reached out and touched each other. I looked right into his face. Right square smack into his face. There's no possibility that I made a mistake. I was married to him for 5 years, and I looked directly into his face for at least 5 seconds. That's a long time. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That long. I looked right at him for that long. Then I slid down the leather seat onto the floor of the cab and fainted. The driver was very kind. Kind, nice-looking boy with a gentle voice. He brought me home. He helped me upstairs to the apartment. Then he went next door and got Grace Henderson to come in and stay with me for a little while. Grace was an old friend. I say was because now she thinks I'm not quite all there. And it's hard for friendship to stand up against that sort of thing. She got me undressed, propped me up on the couch, and poured me a stiff shot of brandy. Grace believes that brandy will cure anything.
Drink that, Janet. You'll feel better. Brandy cures anything.
Thanks, Grace.
You scared the living daylights out of me. Fainting in taxis. What's the matter with you anyway?
Grace, hand me Clinton's picture.
What?
His picture on the table there. Hand it to me.
Why, sure, honey. Sure. There.
Thanks. You never knew him, did you?
Nope.
I wish you had.
Well, that's war.
Yes. It's funny that you know me so well, and yet that you've never known Clint.
I don't want to be brutal, Janet, but there's no use brooding over Clint. He's been dead for 5 years, and it's over, and that's that.
He's not dead.
I know, honey, and it's fine to think of him that way,
I saw him in a Fifth Avenue bus this afternoon.
You what?
That's why I fainted. Janet, I took a cab home from shopping. We came to 72nd Street and stopped. We pulled up alongside a bus. I looked up and saw him in the bus. He wasn't more than 3 feet away from me. I looked right into his face. And then I fainted.
Janet, baby, you mustn't talk that way. I know it's been tough getting over Clint. I know you were pretty gone on the guy. But, honey, this isn't healthy. He's been dead for 5 years, and you've just got to face it. You've got to stop brooding about it. Well, you'll start seeing him at every street corner. That's the way people start going nuts.
I saw him.
Janet, stop it. You're behaving like a...
Right into his face.
Janet, stop it.
I did. I saw him. I looked at him for at least 5 seconds.
I'm going to call a doctor.
Well, you can call all the doctors you like. I saw him. I was as calm and cool as could be. I wasn't even thinking about him. I'd been shopping and had my hair done. Then I looked up at the bus, and there he was. You can call all the doctors in New York, but there's nothing neurotic or double-visioned or queer about this.
Janet, baby, it's so easy to be fooled in things like this. You saw somebody that looked like Clint, and just the way the light fell or something, or the shape of his head. I mean, it's so...
He's alive!
Janet, the War Department never makes mistakes like that. Never. They sent you his belongings, his letters. You've made a mistake, baby, and it's upset you.
He was the strongest man I ever knew. He was so big. He taught me so much. He took me up into the mountains, and in 2 weeks I was skiing like an expert. He taught me to shoot, to ride. When he was with me, I could do anything.
Janet.
I began to get part of his mind inside mine. He took up painting one time, and 4 months later he gave a one-man exhibition. More than half the pictures were sold. That's what he's like.
Janet, please
He used to
don't.
say that only geniuses were normal, that the rest of us were subnormal. He didn't think that he was unusual. He just thought that he utilized all of his ability. He He had the most beautiful body I ever saw. On the beach, women and even men would look at him. With all his strength and brilliancy, he was so tender, honey, so tender. I could pick out his hand from every hand in the world. I know it wasn't any optical illusion, Grace, or mistake. He's alive, and I saw him.
I don't know what to say.
After 5 years.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Well, you could check with the War Department.
They wouldn't believe me.
No, they wouldn't.
You don't believe me, do you?
Yes, honey. But it's just that there's no possible way of explaining it.
Do you know anything about private detectives? How do you find one?
Why don't you call, what's his name, your lawyer?
Grange?
And you'd better get some rest or you'll break up. You look terrible.
I called Stuart Grange, my lawyer. He recommended a man named Powell, a private detective company. I made an appointment with Mr. Powell for the next afternoon, and then I tried to get some sleep, but I couldn't. Over and over and over, I asked myself, why? Why would he be alive and in New York and not get in touch with me? Why? There was no answer, no reason. Why would he be alive and let me go on thinking he was dead? That's the first question Mr. Powell would ask me. Why would he be alive and let you go on
thinking he was dead? Why? What reason could there be?
I don't know.
All right. Could he be ill?
I don't know.
I mean mentally ill.
Perhaps. I don't know.
Have you checked with the War Department?
No. 5 years ago, they sent me his belongings and some letters. He's buried in a military cemetery in Cairo. That's what they said. If I went to see them, they'd... Well, you know how far I get.
Have you collected his insurance?
Yes, in a lump sum. I also have a war pension.
What would he be using for money?
I don't know.
Did he leave you reasonably well fixed? I mean, would the money be of no interest to him, or... Now, you understand, I'm not trying to pry.
He left me $35,000 insurance, about $5,000 cash, and the pension.
It's a very baffling thing. You know, you could have the casket sent
Mr.
home.
Powell, I'd like to start with the fact that I saw him alive yesterday.
Well, then we've got to find a reason.
Not yet. We've got to find Clinton first, and then he'll tell me the reason.
I don't think
Now,
I'll
please,
be able to...
Please help me. Can you imagine how I feel? I'll pay anything you ask.
The fee isn't important. It's we've so little to go on.
I brought you his picture. Surely you can...
Mrs. Wood, we often have missing person cases, but usually not one where there's such incontrovertible proof that the person is dead. The War Department never makes mistakes like this. They'd have every widow and mother and wife in the country raising the very devil. They absolutely never declare a man dead until they've absolute and final proof. I think you've made a mistake, Mrs.
Will you
Wood.
stop treating me as if I were feeble-minded? I saw him, I tell you. Stop talking to me about the War Department. I saw him. I'm asking you to find him. I'm not asking for psychiatric help. I'm as sane and as sharp-witted as you are. If you can't be of any...
Please, Mrs. Wood, I'm sorry.
Well, it makes me so furious. We've got to start with the assumption that he's alive. We can't prove he's alive. We've got to believe he is alive. And then we've got to try to find him.
Could there be any sort of secret mission, any reason why the government wishes your husband to be thought dead?
I don't know. It doesn't sound very likely.
Could he be having any sort of affair?
You mean a woman?
Yes.
Well, I suppose he could, but can you imagine a man pretending he's dead just because he's married and wants to live with another woman? Well, he'd come back and ask for a divorce.
I suppose so.
Oh, I've asked myself every possible question as to why there isn't any answer. You've just got to find him.
Well, Mrs. Wood, I'll put some men on it at once, and believe me, we'll do the very best we can. Now go home and write me a list of every place he ever mentioned or ever went to. We'll get busy right away.
How long does this sort of thing usually take?
Oh, 2 days, 2 weeks, maybe 2 years, maybe never.
I see.
We'll keep in touch with you.
All right.
Mrs. Wood.
Yes?
You realize, of course, that if we do find him, there may be something behind his strange behavior that will make you wish you'd never tried to find him at all.
I'm quite prepared for anything. Anything. For 3 weeks, I heard nothing. I'd go to bed at nights, and it would start. Why, over and over. Why should he want me to think he was dead? Why, when we were so in love, so happy, so completely wonderful together? Why would he do this? Then I began to get sick. I couldn't eat. I began to go over our life together, wondering what I could have done that had made Clinton hate me. I exaggerated the silly little differences of opinion which we'd had. I began to manufacture terrible, non-existent crimes which I'd committed always against Clinton. And then I began to think that perhaps I had made a mistake. It couldn't have happened. He was dead, and I'd seen his double. I began to get a funny, twisting feeling in my legs. I'd be walking around the apartment, and I began to feel as though a nerve was loose in my knees. And then one day, Mr. Powell phoned. They'd had some luck. They wanted me down there right away.
One of my men located him in a cheap walk-up on West 50th Street. He's apparently spending a lot of time in St. Patrick's Cathedral.
St. Patrick's Cathedral?
Yes, does that surprise you?
Yes, it does, rather. But I don't think I'd better wait till...
Mrs. Wood, wait a minute. Don't go yet. I'm quite sure there's something sinister about this. I don't know why, but it's not like any case I've ever had before. I was wondering if you'd like me to go and see him first, then let you know what I find.
No, I'll go. Give me the address.
Yeah, it's written down. Here.
Thanks. You've been very kind, Mr. Powell, very understanding.
You look very tired.
I haven't slept.
Try to get calmed down a little before you see him.
I'll be all right. I'll go in somewhere and have some coffee. I'll be all right. That was yesterday. I came into this frowsy little hamburger place yesterday afternoon. Yesterday, it looked exactly the same way it looks now. And it'll look the same way tomorrow. I came in here because it was right across the street from the address that Mr. Powell had given me. That was yesterday. Less than 24 hours ago. I've got to go over everything very carefully in my mind because I don't dare forget. I don't dare forget anything he said. I came in here yesterday afternoon about 4 o'clock. The waitress thought I was behaving strangely. I can hear the suspicion in her voice. I asked her for a check, and she said,
"Why, sure, honey. That's 5 coffees, 50 cents. Listen, dearie, are you sick?
Here's $1. No, I'm all right.
Well, you don't look so good.
I'm all right. Keep the change.
Well, thanks, baby. Thanks a lot. And take care of yourself.
Hey, ladies, you want to get killed? Watch where you're going.
It's so dirty. So horrible. Dear God. Whatever this is, give me the strength to be... Give me the strength to take it. Please, God. Please. I can't go on. What would make him hide in this dirty, horrible house? To be. Oh, there's nobody home. Clint? Clinton! Clint! Let me in! Let me in, I tell you! Clint! Dear God, help me. Help me understand this. Help me. Oh, please.
Janet, don't say anything. Just come in. Please don't say anything.
Is it really you?
Oh, Janet. Janet.
Oh, darling. Darling, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Just so long as you're alive. I don't care. I don't want to hear anything. I just want to hold you like this and not care about why or what's happened. As long as you love me, there's nothing else that matters. Nothing. It's morning, Clint.
Yes.
We've got to talk about it now.
Yes.
You've got to tell me.
I know.
I'm waiting.
Janet. Janet, I can't tell you.
Clint, listen. There's absolutely nothing you can't tell me. I'm your wife. I love you. I love you so much that I'd forgive anything. There isn't anything you could have done that I wouldn't forgive. There's no crime, no wickedness, no nothing that I... But you've got to tell me. If we're ever to have any life together again, you've got to tell me why you let me think you were dead for 5 years.
We're not going to have any life together.
You're sick. That's it. You're sick.
No.
Darling, you've been through something. You need rest. Rest and a good food and a good bed and me. You need me.
No.
And well, is there some sort of secret mission that you're on?
No.
Well, has it something to do with the war?
No. Yes.
Well, then tell me.
I can't tell.
Darling, please don't torture yourself. Whatever it is, I can take it. I'm not afraid. I'll look after you. I want you to come home with me now, away from this dreadful dark apartment.
I'm not going home with you, Janet.
You're what?
This is my last day here. I may have to leave at any minute.
Oh, I just can't understand anything
If I
you
tell
say.
you, it'll be much worse.
Well, nothing could be worse than this. Nothing. Not knowing what's behind this fantastic,
Don't make
incredible
me tell
thing.
you.
I demand that you tell me. You've got to tell me. Can't you understand that if you go on like this, I'll go crazy. I'll lose my mind.
When I saw you that day in the bus, I should have left New York and gone away. I knew you'd try to find me. I knew it would be like
Stop
this.
it.
I knew
Stop
it would only
it.
upset
Stop
you. There's
Stop
nothing in the world.
it. Now, tell me.
It happened in Cairo. I was on leave, 48-hour pass. A taxi I'd hired for the day ran over an old man. He was a funny, tiny, wizened old man. A beggar, an Egyptian. He didn't seem to be hurt very much, but he was so old that I made him come back to my hotel and lie down for a bit. He was very clean, but so old that his bones were like little bits of stick. I made him lie down in my bed for a few minutes. I gave him a sip of wine. Then he closed his eyes for about 10 minutes. Then opened them, looked up at me, and told me he was dying. He seemed glad. His whole face lit up, as though it were the most tremendous relief. He told me not to be worried, not to try to help him, that he was very old and quite ready to die. Then he reached into his clothes and handed me this.
What is it?
It's the Halder.
The what?
The Halder. It's a little wheelbarrow made of the finest gold. A tiny little golden wheelbarrow. And the green stone inside it is an emerald. He said it would be of no use to anybody but me. I didn't understand what he meant. He said I'd been picked.
Picked?
Chosen. I asked him what he meant, but he wouldn't say. He told me the Halder brought good luck and bad luck. He said if I held it over my heart and wished that I'd get my wish. Then he sort of breathed once and I can't go on. I can't. Janet, please don't make me.
Yes, please.
Well, in just a few seconds, there was nothing left. Nothing but a thin, fine, silvery powder. He just disintegrated in front of my very eyes. To dust. Dry, fine, gray. Dust as old as forever. Like pumice powder. I didn't know what to do. I called the manager, but he wouldn't believe that anybody had just died in my bed. There was nothing there. Just half a cupful of dust. Dry, white dust.
And then?
I went on with my leave. I was a little shaken, so I went out and got drunk. The next night, I reported back to camp. I blurted out the story in the mess one night. I passed the halter around, and everybody wished. Some wished for money, some for girls, some for... Of course, nothing happened.
Did you expect something would?
No. Not really. I don't know.
Then what?
Then I took it and wished that you were standing in front of me. Everybody laughed. We knew there was nothing in it. Nobody believed the story. I certainly didn't. I felt sort of sheepish. That night, I went to bed. I got the halter out and looked at it again. It sort of fascinated me. I began to imagine all sorts of wishes I could make. I wished that I could be made invisible, that I could move my body from one place to another instantly. Silly, daydreaming kid stuff.
Clinton, please come home. You're not well. You're
Let
sick.
me finish. Days passed. By January, this was 1943, the advance into Tunisia was stalled. German dive bombers were continuously in action. It was a time of horror and death, and all through those terrible days, the feeling gradually came over me that the halter would, for some time when I was in desperate trouble, that it would help me. This feeling became very strong. I can't describe it, but it was very strong. One night, with 10 men, I was ambushed in a small mountain pass. We knew that it was the end. We knew we would all be killed. It was literally raining death. And I suddenly became terrified. I'd always been nervous in action, but never before had I lost control of myself. There were German planes everywhere. I stood up, screamed at them. Screamed at the world. I wished for just 1 month. I begged for a month. If I have to die, give me a month. Just 1 month. Any time in 5 years and 10 years. But a month. Give me back a month to see my wife again.
Clinton, darling, please come home. You're so sick. You're so terribly sick.
Janet, you may not believe this. I got my wish. I was instantly killed that night. Instantly killed. Yet I'm here with you. In this room. Don't you understand? I got my wish. And I'm leaving. I've got to leave.
Clinton, stop! Where are you going?
Janet, get away from that door, please. I don't want you to see this.
What, Clinton? What is it?
My month is up, Janet. I wished for a month back here again. I've had it. I've followed you in the daytime. I've watched you and seen you. But there was no use my coming back into your life. You'd made the adjustment. You were settled. You were happy.
I've never been happy without you. Never, Clinton. Please come home.
Janet, get away from that door.
This is a nightmare. It isn't happening.
Janet, I...
Clinton! Don't do it, Clinton! Wait! No! Clinton! Dust. Just thin gray. Silvery. Dust. Somehow I got out of that room. Somehow I fought down the hysteria, the terror. I stumbled down the stairs, across the street, back into this horrible little hamburger place. I've got the halter with me. I want to go with Clinton. If it worked for him, perhaps it'll work for me. I'm going to try. I just can't live without him. Oh, our loving Father, God in heaven. If this is a sin, forgive me, please. Please, God, forgive me. But I've got to go with him. I've got to go with Clinton. If I can.
Hey, Joe, did that dame that was acting so queer leave without paying her check?
Always a fancy dress instead of a cheapskate.
Hey, Joe, you deaf? Come here. And bring a rag. There's gray kind of dust stuff all over the floor.
You have just heard Strange Identity, an original radio drama written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. Jan Miner starred in the difficult role of Janet Wood. Clinton was Bernard Grant. Other players were Ethel Everett and Lyle Sudrow. The music was composed by Dr. Roy Shield and conducted by Joseph Gorner. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week, Radio City Playhouse will not be heard. In its place, a special news program called Plans for the New Congress, presented under the auspices of the Democratic National Committee. The week after, Radio City Playhouse will be back as usual, and we very much hope you'll join us. Good night, everybody.
NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. They say Mark Twain was America's greatest humorist. And that's probably true because he was one of the most serious men ever to be born in this country. To Mark Twain, laughter and tragedy were two sides of the same coin. And most of the time, the coin was counterfeit, which in itself is the great joke life plays on most of us. And since life is a jest which ends in a mystery, we are privileged to present one of Mark Twain's greatest mystic fantasies.
You can save him. They all think he stole the money. But it isn't true. You can think of everything. Think of something now. Something. Help me. Call another witness. There are no witnesses. All we have is his own word that he didn't steal the money. You do have a witness. Who? The money. The money? What kind of witness is that? What can money do for him? You know the old saying, money talks.
Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Stranger, was adapted from the Mark Twain classic especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is the winter of the year 1590, and we are in Austria, in a sleepy country village. Here, high in the mountains, there are still demons and evil spirits, and witches are burned at the stake regularly. But for most people, it is a calm place,
A quiet place. A prosperous place. My name is Theodore Fisher. I'm the son of the church organist, who was also the leader of the musicians, teacher of the violin, composer of the hymns, tax collector of the commune, and in many ways, a useful citizen. I am not useful at all. I have been away to the university in Vienna, where I became a lawyer. There isn't much opportunity to practice law here. The priest settles all the religious disputes, and the astrologer, I'll explain more about him later, settles everything else. Well, it was a beautiful day, and my only annoyance was the fact that my pipe had gone out, and I had neglected to bring a flint with me.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning to you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have startled you.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Is there any way I can be of service?
Service? No, I don't believe so.
There's nothing you require?
Require? Oh. Well, I would like a light for my pipe.
A little thing like that must not stand in the way of your happiness. May I?
He took my pipe and you must understand this. How can I say it? He simply blew his breath on it. And the tobacco glowed red, and spirals of blue smoke rose from the bowl. I jumped up.
Please, don't be frightened. But it was just a trick.
A trick?
Of course. What did you think?
Well,
a little conjurer's tricks.
What else can you do?
Anything. Do you remember when you were a child? You had a toy castle. There were knights and ladies in the courtyard and cannoneers along the walls.
I do remember that. How would you know?
Well, it's a trick. And now let us build that castle.
With what?
With this pile of dirt. But what? Everything, everyone was dirt to begin with. Isn't that so, Theodore?
How do you know my name?
What's a trick? And really, there's absolutely nothing to it. All you do is take some dirt.
All he did was take some dirt, and before you knew it, he made a crowd of little men and little women, each no bigger than your little finger, and they all went diligently to work as they cleared a space of a couple of yards and began to build a cunning little castle. 500 of these tiny but living, breathing people, swarming about, laboring diligently, wiping the sweat off their faces. I looked at the stranger and I asked, "Who are you?"
"An angel."
"Of course. An angel. Who else? Do you have a name?"
"Oh, certainly. Satan."
"Satan?"
"Why do you seem so distressed?"
Satan. Well, that's his name, you know.
Yes, I know. He's my uncle.
But you said you were an angel.
Well, surely you remember he was an angel once himself.
Yes, I didn't think of that.
Before the fall. But he was blameless.
Would it be rude if I asked?
No, it wouldn't be rude, and I should forgive you even if it were. Yes, I have. I've seen him millions of times since I was just a little child, hardly 1,000 years old. I was his favorite.
1,000 years old?
I'm about 16,000 years old by now. That is the way you count time.
16,000 years old? You must have seen...
Oh, I've seen it all. I saw Adam created and Abel murdered. I saw Samson surge against the pillars and bring down ruin and death. What haven't I seen? The castle is finished. There. How do you like it?
How could anyone help but like it? It's perfect. These people are actually human. It's another world. Someone fired a pistol.
No, it's thunder.
thunder. But there isn't a cloud in the sky.
Oh, not in yours, but in theirs. See how the sky above the castle becomes dark and terrible. The thunder, the lightning.
People. Poor little people. They're terrified. You're killing them. They'll all be dead. Look. The earth is opening under their feet. They're going. They're gone. The earth has swallowed them up. They're all gone. Oh, those poor people.
Oh, don't weep for them. They're of no value.
But they were living creatures.
It's no matter. We can make plenty more. Shall I?
Oh, no. You'll only destroy them again.
Oh, that's the history of the world, isn't it?
Well, good morning, Theodore. Oh, you startled me, Uncle Peter. How could I startle anyone? I didn't see you coming.
Were you busy with great thoughts?
Oh, no. I was merely talking to this... Well, there was someone here just a moment ago.
Oh, yes, my boy. I know it affects me, too. I keep seeing people who aren't there myself.
What are you doing here, Uncle Peter?
What am I doing here? Well, something brought me here, but I can't seem to remember what. I'm not myself these troubled days. I'm not myself. Well, good day, Master Theodore.
Now, as I was saying, where did you go?
I merely made myself invisible.
Yes, but you should talk to Uncle Peter. He's not dull and ignorant like I am.
And besides, he has a beautiful niece, huh?
Margaret. Satan. Could you help them?
Help them?
Uncle Peter. That's what I called him. But he used to be Father Peter.
I know, a priest.
You know?
Yes, until he was accused of some heresy.
It was the Astrologer.
Why is everyone so afraid of the Astrologer? Now, what was the heresy he accused Uncle Peter of?
It doesn't matter. It was enough to be accused by the Astrologer.
I see.
You see, folks have nothing to do with Uncle Peter these days, and he and Margaret are about to starve.
And you want me to help him?
Please. All he needs is a little money to pay the rent on his cottage. Buy some food.
He might not thank me for it. You might not thank me for it.
I try to help him and Margaret, but they're too proud. Wouldn't it be easy for you to have him find, yes, just find some money?
It could be dangerous.
Why?
Well, because it could change the entire course of his life.
Yes, but that's exactly what he needs, to have the present course of his life changed.
Every man's life consists of links in a chain. Each link is an act. It has its proper place in the chain. Remove one link, and the entire future becomes different.
But I've been trying to tell you, he needs another future.
Oh, you have a great deal to learn. I shall see you again.
Where are you going?
I have an errand to perform.
You won't help, Uncle Peter.
Well, I'm not sure you'll consider it help, but we shall see what we shall see.
And he was gone. As suddenly, as unaccountably as he had appeared. A mysterious stranger had vanished. Was it a dream? My imagination? No. In the first place, I am not a dreamy person. Second, it was too real, too vivid. And while I was still debating the matter in my mind, I became aware of Uncle Peter.
I remember now, Theodore.
What do you remember, Uncle Peter?
Why, I have come here. Yes, I lost my purse. There wasn't much in it, but a very little is a great deal to me, for it was all I had. Have you seen it, my lost purse?
No, Uncle Peter, but I shall be happy to help you look.
That is what I was going to ask you. But
It won't be necessary. Here it is. But...
Yes. But what, Uncle Peter?
It's mine, and yet it isn't mine.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, the purse is mine, yes, clearly mine, but not the contents. This is fat. Mine was flat. This is heavy. Mine was light. Look.
I looked, and I listened. I could hear the jingle of coins, gold coins. And then I saw them, as Uncle Peter knelt on the grass and carefully poured the coins on the ground. There were hundreds of them. I'd never seen so many gold coins in my life. Such bright, shining gold coins. It almost hurt my eyes to look at them. They were so bright, so new, so freshly minted.
Who has been here?
Why?
No, you must not lie to me, Theodore. Has anyone been here?
Not a human being, Uncle Peter.
I don't understand. I know you're telling me the truth. It's the money. It comes to over 1,100 ducats. Oh, dear, if it were only mine.
But it is yours, Uncle Peter. Every single piece.
No. Only 4 ducats are mine. That's all that were in the purse when I lost it. The rest... Yeah, and I do need them so badly. Yeah. No, the fact is this money is not mine.
But the money is in your purse.
Cannot account for it unless some... enemy. Yes, it's a trap.
Oh, but Uncle Peter, with the exception of the Astrologer, you don't have a real enemy in the village. Nor does Margaret.
No, it must be a trap. I must have an enemy.
Do you have an enemy rich enough to chance 1,100 ducats just to do you a mean turn?
Well,
Of course not. It's yours. Every bit of it. Didn't you pray for help?
Yes.
Well, isn't this help?
Yes. I'll take it. And I shall do good things with it. And I'm sure everything will be all right.
Of course, Uncle Peter. Everything will have to be all right.
But you know and I know that it's not going to be all right. People may get to live happily ever after in many of Mark Twain's stories, but getting there is usually quite a problem. Also, we've been chatting here about someone called the Astrologer. He shows up soon to complicate matters. All in all, Act 2 will pose plenty of problems when it arrives here in just a few moments. Theodore Fisher is telling the story of Mark Twain's mysterious stranger. And Theodore is the only one in the small village who has seen him. The mysterious stranger claims to be Satan's nephew. But by now, we can safely assume it's the old boy himself. Mark Twain always likes to use these little tricks. Throw a surprise visitor into a quiet little town and watch the ripples swell into waves. It made immense talk in the village the next day. Father Peter told the entire circumstance just the way it happened. He said the only way he could account for it was, well, it must have been the hand of Providence. Suddenly, Father Peter and Margaret had plenty of friends, or at least visitors. Mothers started sending their daughters to Margaret for piano lessons, and it began to look like the old adage was true. You have no trouble making money once you have money.
Oh, Theodore, how long have you been standing there?
I didn't want to interrupt you, Margaret.
Oh, I don't know when I've been so happy.
I'm glad you have so many friends.
Well, it's the gold that has many friends. I still have the very few who always... Well, you know what I mean.
And how is your uncle?
He's a new man. But I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Well, Uncle Peter says it was the hand of Providence that brought the gold.
And, wasn't it?
Well, I believe it was, but there are tongues wagging in the village. There are those who say it's the hand of Satan.
Satan?
Yes.
Oh, how would they know? I mean, why should Satan want to give your uncle all that money?
Theodore, I don't understand it. One day we're poor, the next day we're rich. One day we're alone in the world, and the next day we have scores, hundreds of friends.
Don't even try to understand it. Everything will be all right.
But one thing troubles me deeply.
What?
The astrologer. We have yet to hear from the astrologer.
Oh, the astrologer. Oh, well, what can he do anyhow? I tried to pass it all off as a joke. But the truth is, the very name of that man sent shivers down my spine. The astrologer. He made it his business to know everything that went on in town, and to become involved in it somehow. A few days later, a note was delivered to me. It contained 5 words. I want to see you. That's all. No please, or if it's convenient, or by your leave. Just an order. As if he had no doubt it would be obeyed.
So kind of you to come, Theodore.
Yes, sir.
You were there when Peter claims he found this money?
Oh, well, it's true, sir. I was there. He came upon the purse, and it was filled with gold ducats.
It was? How many?
Oh, over 1,100.
Exactly how many?
1,107.
But Peter gave out that there were 1,100.
I suppose he gave it a round number.
Oh, that settles it.
Settles what, sir?
Theodore, my lad, that money was stolen.
Oh, but I was there when he found it.
True, but were you there when he stole it?
But who says he stole it?
It's the only way he could have received it. He then hid the purse on the path, waited for a witness to come along. The witness happened to be you. And he pretended to find it.
Oh, but that's not the way it happened.
How else could it have happened?
How else? Could I dare to tell him about the mysterious stranger? Well, that would get me burned at the stake. And besides, how did I even know for sure there was a stranger? Mysterious or otherwise. I didn't know what to say. So I said nothing. I wandered around for hours just trying to think. And then, finally, I decided to go see Uncle Peter. But he wasn't at home. Where is he, Margaret?
In prison.
No.
The money, the gold, is in the hands of the sheriff, and Uncle Peter must wait for trial.
Margaret, he is innocent.
I know, but the astrologer is inflaming the entire town against him.
Why? Why does the astrologer hate him?
I don't know.
How will you live?
Oh, I'll manage somehow.
People will stop sending their children here for music lessons. And, Margaret, you know how I feel.
No. Thank you, Theodore, but I would only bring you misfortune.
I don't care.
You would after a while.
Well, then at least let me help you.
I couldn't take anything from anyone, Theodore. The Lord will help.
With all due respect, it didn't look as if the Lord was going to be of much help. Old Ursula, who was cook, chambermaid, housekeeper, and everything else for Uncle Peter, tried the best she could, but she was unable to create miracles. I tried giving her money, which she accepted after I had told her to tell the proud Margaret that she had found the money in the street. But that couldn't go on indefinitely. There's a limit to how much money one can find lying around and how often. I was walking through the woods feeling very sorry about everything when suddenly he was standing there. Satan himself. Why? Why did you let these things happen to Uncle Peter?
Oh, I didn't let anything happen. I told you, and quite clearly, it would affect the course of the rest of his life. Finding that money would set an entire new chain of events in motion.
All right, but we have to do something to help.
Why? Why do you always feel you have to help people? You see where it can lead.
But I can't just let him go under.
Why not?
Huh. I suppose that's the difference between you and me.
Now, let me tell you the difference between us. Man is made of dirt. Remember, I saw him being made. I am not made of dirt. Man is a museum of diseases, a home of impurities. He comes today, he's gone tomorrow. I am of the aristocracy of the imperishables. Yes. One more thing. It's the smallest thing, but the most important. You know what it is?
No.
Man has the moral sense.
The moral sense?
Do you know what that is? The moral sense.
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, you should find out. You have it. I don't. And that's the difference between us.
I couldn't win an argument with him. We walked along the path, chatting about everything under the sun, when I happened to notice Ursula. Old Ursula sitting underneath a tree. She had a sickly-looking stray kitten in her lap. Satan.
Yes?
Help her.
Why?
She works for Uncle Peter and Marget. She and Marget are starving. Help her to help Marget.
Once again, you want me to help someone.
Just see that they have enough to eat.
You know what I told you about introducing a different link into the chain of someone's life?
But they're starving.
Oh, this moral sense of yours. Very well. Good day, Mother. What have you got there?
Any fool can see a kitten.
I understand you're very poor. Why do you want to add another mouth to feed? Why not give that poor thing to some rich person?
No, the rich wouldn't want this unfortunate creature. It's only the poor that have charity in their hearts. God will provide for this kitten.
Oh? What makes you think so?
I know so. Not a sparrow falls to the ground without his seeing it.
Ah, yes, but it falls just the same, huh? So what good is seeing it fall? What good does it do the sparrow?
No. Go about your business, you blasphemous fool, or I'll take a stick to you.
I was terrified. There was no way to talk to Satan. But he only smiled at her as if a mere mortal were incapable of insulting him. She jumped to her feet, and the kitten leaped from her lap and started running around her. She was amazed.
Why, what's come over it? A while ago, the kitten could hardly walk.
Well, why don't you keep it?
It's such a pretty one. The home is so lonely with the master locked up in jail. Oh, poor Miss Margaret. Oh, she'd be glad of the company.
Besides, you can have an income from that cat.
An income? Are you mad?
This particular kind of cat is called a lucky cat.
And why is it lucky?
Well, the cat isn't particularly lucky. The owner is lucky.
And why is the owner lucky?
Because every morning the owner of this cat finds 4 silver groschen in her pocket.
Have you nothing better to do? You're lying, making a fool of me.
Now look in your pocket.
You'll be punished for that. Groschen. In my pocket, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 silver groschen. Oh, sir. Dear, kind master and benefactor, let me kiss your hand.
I told you it was a lucky cat.
Oh, it is. It is.
The three of us walked back to the house. Ursula said we must stay for supper. Poor Margaret. She didn't mean to be inhospitable, but what on earth was there to eat? She was so embarrassed. But that cat was an enchanted thing. If you put a fish in the frying pan, as soon as you took it off, bang, another one appeared in its place. If you poured wine from a bottle, there was just as much left as before you started. Margaret was absolutely astounded by it all.
More fish? Yes, mistress. Well, where did you get it, Ursula? It's a gift of Providence. And the wine? Providence now, Ursula?
Miss Margaret, don't you believe in Providence?
Well, of course I do, sir.
Well, then why do you question it when you see it?
Well, I don't know. I have chicken and beef. Ursula? Providence, mistress.
I stole a glance at Satan. He had that amused smile on his face. And I looked at Ursula and Margaret. They were so happy. From being faced with actual starvation, they were now living in the midst of plenty. I was convinced that finally everything would be all right. After all, what could go wrong here?
Our friend Theodore. He keeps thinking everything's going to be all right. At times, he forgets he's a character by Mark Twain, who liked to set his heroes up and then knock them down. We have some more ups and downs due in Act 3, which I shall bring to you in just a few moments. Once again, Theodore has asked the mysterious stranger, who is Satan himself or else his nephew, and does it matter, to interfere with what seems to be a natural course of human events. And really, he asked for little enough, just some food to keep them alive. And the stranger certainly has been generous, probably too generous.
You're Gisela Nar, aren't you?
Yes, master.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I work here for Ursula.
You do?
Oh, yes. I scrub the pots and pans and dishes and floors and windows and walls. I scrub everything.
Is Miss Margaret in?
Oh, no, sir. She is not home.
And Ursula?
Oh, yes. She's drinking her tea in the kitchen, sir. Come in. How do you like my servant, Master Theodore?
But is it wise?
Wise? I can afford her. You should know all about my lucky cat. I can have anything I want. And you know what I wanted all my life.
What I'm trying to say is...
A servant. Now, this might not mean anything to you, but if you were a servant and spent all your years serving others, why, you'd want to have...
I'm asking if it's wise to engage Gisela Nar. After all, her grandmother was burned as a witch.
I know, but there's nothing wrong with her.
Oh, I'm not saying there is. I only think...
The truth is, she's the only one I could get to come here and work for me.
Of course, I worry by nature. And since I feel the way I do about Margaret, I worry about any trifle that might seem to threaten her. But this time I tried to dismiss my worries. I almost succeeded. And then I was walking down the street in the village. I was about to turn the corner when I heard voices. I knew those voices. One was Gisela. The other was the voice of the astrologer.
So, Gisela, my good girl, what are you doing these days?
Well, sir, I'm employed by Ursula.
Ursula?
She's the housekeeper for Uncle Peter. She gives me 2 silver groschen a week.
2 silver groschen?
Besides my keep and my clothes.
She must be wealthy.
Oh, they live off the fat of the land, let me tell you.
Thank you, Gisela.
That thank you. That sent cold shivers down my spine. I had to do something. The astrologer. He'd visit the house. He'd see the frying pan that never emptied itself, the wine bottle that was always full. His mind would gladly leap to one conclusion. Witchcraft. And both Margaret and Gisela would be doomed. There was nothing I could do by myself. I needed help.
Are you looking for me?
You have to help.
Again?
Please.
You want me to save them from being charged with witchcraft? Admit it.
Well, no, not exactly. I want you to interfere, but not really interfere. I'm only asking for a return to the status quo. Let it be as if you didn't help.
Oh.
Well, that's very simple, isn't it?
It's so simple you don't even need me. You could have handled the matter yourself.
Me?
Of course. What is the source of all their bounty?
The cat.
Yes, the lucky cat. Therefore, all you have to do is get rid of the cat.
Get rid of the cat?
And kill the cat.
Oh, but I couldn't kill an innocent animal in cold blood. Margaret will never talk to me again.
If she's to be burned at the stake as a witch, she'll never talk to you again either. Are you actually weighing between Margaret on the one hand and that cat on the other? Oh, this moral sense that you humans have. Here, where are you going?
He knew perfectly well where I was going, and I could hear him laughing off in the distance as I raced for Margaret's cottage. I prayed to be on time, to get there before the astrologer did.
Theodore.
Where's the cat?
Why do you want it?
Where is it? Your lives depend on it.
You've taken leave of your senses.
Oh, there she is.
Theodore, put that cat down. What are you doing?
I'm taking her away.
Away? Why?
Do you want me to kill her here in front of your eyes?
Theodore, you can't.
I said get out of my way. There isn't a moment to lose.
Ah, good morning. I knocked, but no one heard, so I came in. Are we having a lover's quarrel?
Oh, Sir Astrologer, I was just leaving.
Theodore, I never want to see you again.
Well, the deed has been done, I see.
Yes, but you'll never speak to me again.
Well, women seldom realize how long never can be. You saved her. The astrologer asked if he could have a bite of food and a drink of wine. And you know, there was nothing in the house. Nothing at all.
I've lost her. I've lost her for good.
He was quite disturbed about it and angry with himself for having listened to the wild story of a stupid young girl. Well. All in all, it was a good day's work for you.
Why did I have to get rid of that cat?
Oh, that cat was wandering alone in the woods and ill just a few weeks ago. It was doomed in any event.
I didn't see my mysterious stranger for a while after that. I didn't see anyone. Margaret would have nothing to do with me. And I didn't care to have anything to do with anyone else. Life was lonely and sorrowful. And I was having all sorts of melancholy thoughts when there was a knock on my door one morning.
Theodore.
Margaret.
May I come in?
Oh, please.
I've come here to ask you a favor.
Anything.
The Duke arrived this morning, and my uncle is to be tried this afternoon.
Oh.
And he needs a lawyer.
You want me to defend your uncle?
Yes.
Oh, but I'm not really very good.
You believe my uncle is innocent? In your heart, you believe it, don't you?
Yes.
Then you'll be better than a smart lawyer who doesn't believe it at all.
Margaret, about the cat.
I can only believe you had a good purpose in mind, although what it was, I'll never understand.
Then you forgive me.
I forgive you.
Up could I possibly get Uncle Peter acquitted? The astrologer was put in the witness box. I did the best I could. Now, Sir Astrologer, you claim these gold coins are yours.
I do, young man.
I, myself, was present when Peter found them.
You mean when he claimed he found them?
If the money is yours, how did you come by it?
I found the bag in the road.
When?
More than 2 years ago.
And what did you do?
I brought it home, hid it in a secret place in my observatory tower, intending to find the owner if I could. I made diligent inquiry, but nothing came of it.
And then?
And then I thought, why not use the money to finish the foundling wing in the orphan asylum? So I took the money out of its hiding place and counted it to make sure it would be enough. And then, I'm sorry to say this, just as I was restoring the bag to its hiding place, I looked up, and there was Peter standing behind me.
Well, how could that be?
He often came to my place unannounced to ask for a little help. He was quite needy.
Proceed, sir.
I became uneasy and decided not to use the money just then, but to wait a bit longer in case the owner might show up.
And then?
When I heard of Peter's find, I was happy for him, naturally.
Naturally.
I had absolutely no suspicion until I discovered my own coins were gone. And I detected 3 suspicious circumstances in Peter's story.
Well, please name them.
A, Peter claimed to have found his money in a path. I found mine in the road. B, his find consisted exclusively of gold ducats. So did mine. C, he found 1,107 ducats. I found exactly the same.
It was telling evidence. I could see it on the faces of all in the court, especially the Duke. Besides, who would be inclined to disbelieve so powerful a person as the astrologer? They would find Peter guilty for sure. And suddenly he was there. Satan, in the back of the room. I turned to the Duke. Your Excellency, may I have a short respite?
Rodney.
Listen to me. We must save him.
You never learn.
The disgrace of the scaffold.
Your moral sense, it will be the death of you one day. Go back there and call a witness.
What witness?
It will occur to you at the right time.
Now, Sir Astrologer, suppose we prove that this money on the table here is not the same money that you found. Then it would belong to Peter.
I would say so.
Your Excellency, may I call another witness? I should say witnesses.
Your Excellency, it's too late in the trial for new witnesses.
But these are not new witnesses. They've already been partially examined. The coins. The coins, Your Excellency, they are witnesses.
But coins cannot speak, young man.
But they can.
Witchcraft.
Be careful, young man.
Look, you see, each coin speaks. Each coin declares it is not the one the astrologer claims he found 2 years ago. By its date, each coin proclaims it. Each coin declares it did not exist 2 years ago. If Your Excellency will examine the dates, he will see that these coins were only minted at the end of this year. They're scarcely 6 months old. There was a great shout of approval. The astrologer had finally been brought to book at last, and the money was restored to Peter, and everyone crowded around him. He had many friends now. I looked around to thank Satan, but he had disappeared. And finally, I made my way over to old Uncle Peter. Sir, what is the moral sense?
The moral sense? Why, that is the faculty that enables us to distinguish good from evil.
Well, that sounds as if it could be considerable trouble.
Oh, yes. But it's the most valuable thing we have.
Valuable?
Good heavens, lad. It's the one and only thing that lifts us above the beasts and makes us certain that one day we shall inherit immortality.
Theodore never saw Satan again. Not in this life, anyhow. But he never forgot him. And he never forgot the moral sense, either. Nor should you. Nor should I. And neither did Mark Twain. Even so, there were times when he insisted the thing was more trouble than it was worth. But there's never any trouble around here. You just wait around for a few seconds, and I'll be back.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Are you looking for a nursing home? Well, here are a few tips. Start by getting a list of the licensed facilities in your area from your local health department. Find out whether they are certified to receive Medicare and Medicaid payments. Also, talk to your friends and talk to your neighbors who've placed a family member in a home. You see, it's important to visit a nursing home to check the facilities and the services. For example, food handling, patient care, in-service staff training, housekeeping, and patient activities. Now, before you sign an admission agreement, you read it carefully, including the fine print, and ask a lot of questions about what's included in the price. A number of nursing homes charge extra for such items as wheelchairs, air mattresses, and personal laundry. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Mark Twain, by far the funniest man our country had ever produced. And yet, underneath, a wisdom and an understanding. For it was Mark Twain who wrote, "What a silly, poor thing is human life. How childish its ambitions. How ridiculous its pomps. How trivial its dignities. How cheap its heroisms. How capricious its course. How brief its flight. How comic its tragedies. How tragic its comedies." And then, having said all this, he proceeded to make it all very funny. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Joe Silver, Marion Seldes, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Intrastar is a fact.
Not to my astronomers.
Well, that means nothing. They are finite. Only their souls are infinite. And a few of them, in a disembodied state, have visited my planet. Dr. Sargent is one of those rare souls. You have told Mr. Dennison.
Yes, everything.
And he thinks you're a lunatic.
That's right.
You sit there and tell me you're from another planet.
And I'm a god.
And that Intrastar... Well, tell me more.
Lord Z is the ruler. I am his aide. Intrastar is the gathering place, a way station, if you will, for all the human souls. They arrive there after death for redistribution in the unborn.
Reincarnation is a fact?
Yes.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Saturday Night Theatre. For the second play in the Edith Evans Festival, we present The Old Ladies by Rodney Ackland, based upon the novel by Hugh Walpole. Edith Evans plays Agatha Payne, Gwen Franken Davis, Lucy Amarist, and Sylvia Coleridge, May Beringer. The Old Ladies.
Quite a number of years ago, there was an old rickety building on the rock above Polchester in an old grass-grown square. And in this house, at one time or another, lived 3 old ladies, Mrs. Lucy Amarist, Miss May Beringer, and Mrs. Agatha Payne. It was a windy, creaky, rain-bitten place. Mrs. Amarist's room was on the ground floor, and she stayed indoors a good deal. Miss Beringer was new to the house. She had come to her room on the first floor only the day before. On the first floor, too, was Mrs. Payne's room. It was a large room, curiously jumbled with odds and ends, and the first things you noticed were a black-haired doll called Miranda in a green dress, and 2 packs of cards scattered on the shabby red tablecloth. There was a cuckoo clock and a large black rocking chair, and in it, Mrs. Payne, a large, stout, shapeless woman with deep black hair and highly colored cheeks. Her hair was tumbled carelessly about her head, and stuck into it askew was a cheap black comb studded with glass diamonds. As the cathedral clock struck, Miss Beringer went nervously downstairs and across the hall, hesitated, and then knocked on Mrs. Amarist's door.
Oh, Miss Beringer, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, yes. I had to come and thank you for being so kind. And to wish you the compliments of the season, of course.
I'm so pleased. I hoped we'd meet before Christmas Day. Do come in for a moment. I was just going to make a cup of tea. I do like a cup of tea between breakfast and lunch.
Oh, thank you so much. I couldn't wait to thank you for being so generous, as I'm sure indeed you have been to a perfect stranger.
Well, after all, I thought to myself when you arrived yesterday, we are going to be such very near neighbors, we must get to know each other a little. You will sit down, won't you? Have you met your other neighbor, Mrs. Payne, yet?
Mrs. Payne? Oh, no. No, she's the lady in the room next to mine, isn't she? Yes, the agent, Mr. Richards, told me. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sure I shall be most comfortable here.
The house is very rickety, of course, and when the old gentleman who had your room previously left, I did feel quite queer sometimes alone in the house with Mrs. Payne. But I'm sure we'll all be very happy now. Well, I'll see to the kettle.
I really could have wept when the char lady came in. It was such a lovely surprise this morning. Oh, it was such a nice thought. I really could. And it must be months since I had a fried sausage for breakfast. Oh, you left enough for yourself, I hope.
Dear me, yes. Did you have far to come yesterday?
Not so very far, no. St. Lennon's. The 3:45 it was, I think. Or was it the 3:40?
I've never been there, but I hear it's very bracing.
Yes, very. The air is wonderful. It agreed with me splendidly. Splendidly.
Were you there long?
Oh, yes, several years. But it had too many associations for me after my last little dog died. And then my friend, Jane, who married and went to India, she lived there, too. There's a very fine view of the cathedral from my window. Is it far away?
Oh, no. Quite a short walk. I always go to the services there.
Oh, do you? I was thinking I'd very much like to attend a service tomorrow. I wonder...
Why don't you come with me?
Oh, may I really? I would like it so much. It's really something to look forward to.
I'm so glad, Miss Beringer. It is for me, too. To tell you the truth, I'd been wondering whether I might have a tiny party this evening.
A party? Dear.
Well, it wouldn't be a real party. There would only be ourselves. Just tea and cakes. But I've got a little surprise. It suddenly came upon me to buy it on my way home this morning. What do you think?
Oh, it sounds wonderful. The other lady will be here, of course.
Mrs. Payne, oh, yes. Though I haven't asked her yet.
Does Mrs. Payne attend at the cathedral also?
No, oh, no. No, she doesn't go about much. She's getting a little past it, I think. She has a weakness in her legs.
Oh, quite.
And I have rather an idea that she's a Roman Catholic.
Oh, you don't say so. Dear. So, of course, she wouldn't go to the cathedral. Quite. Did you go far for your walk this morning?
Well, right over the bridge. And I must admit, by the time I arrived at my cousin's, I did feel rather tired. But then it may have been through carrying the picture, because otherwise I've been very sprightly lately.
Oh?
Oh, there, the kettle's beginning to boil, and I've nothing ready. It's so difficult to know what to give for Christmas, isn't it? Especially to a man like my poor cousin Francis, who is confined to his bed all day and hasn't very long to live. So in the end, I thought a picture would be nice.
Yes, a picture's always nice, isn't it? Yes. Oh, dear. We are cozy in here.
I'd better let it stand a moment.
May I look round your room?
Yes, do, please.
This is your husband's photograph, I suppose.
Yes, that is my husband.
Oh, what a fine face. A fine face. And is this your little boy?
Yes, that's Brand.
Ah, he is a nice little boy. Is he...
he's a grown man now, of course. He lives abroad. I write to him every week.
Every week, yes? And which part is he?
I'm not quite sure. He was in America when I last heard. Milk and sugar?
Oh, if you don't mind, 2.
Do have a biscuit, will you?
I don't really think I could manage one.
Oh, but they're nothing.
Well, perhaps. Do. Oh, thank you. I shouldn't, of course. I'm nothing but a glutton.
Mrs. Payne's the one for sweet biscuits.
She's fond of them, is she?
She has quite a passion for sweet things.
Really? Chocolates?
No, nougat she likes, and sticky things. Queer, isn't it? And raspberry jam.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Mrs. Payne, I expect.
Oh.
She must have knocked something over.
It gave me quite a start.
Mrs. Payne often startles one like that. She sleeps a lot, you know. And then she wakes up suddenly and moves about without being properly awake.
I hate anything giving me a start. There's really nothing I hate more. My heart's not at all good. You've no idea how alarmed I get. I don't know what I should have done sometimes without Pip. No, I don't really.
Was that your little dog?
Yes. Pip. A little fox terrier he was.
Did you have him long?
Oh, yes. He was quite old when he passed away. Just like a human being. Jane, my friend Jane, she gave him to me as a gift. Pip first she gave me. And then the amber.
The amber?
Yes. My most treasured possession. Oh, it's a most beautiful piece of amber.
It's only Mrs. Payne. Come in. Oh, we were just having a cup of tea. Miss Beringer, this is Mrs. Payne, who shares the house with us here.
I'm glad to meet you.
You will have some tea. I'll get another cup. It won't be very fresh, I'm afraid.
Not for me, Lucy.
Are you sure?
You know I don't like tea. There's no richness to it. A nice cup of cocoa with plenty of sugar, that's a different matter.
But I'm afraid I haven't any cocoa.
That's all right. I've had 3 cups this morning. But tea,
I like it about as much as the devil likes dill water.
But do you find cocoa as stimulating as tea when you're tired, Mrs. Penn?
Have you been out this morning, Lucy?
Yes, I got back just before Miss Beringer came down. We've got to know each other in no time.
I heard you laughing. It woke me up. What were you laughing about?
I can't remember now. Can you, Mrs. Amherst? What was it?
Where'd you been, Lucy?
I went and paid a visit to my cousin, just to take him a little present.
Present? I wouldn't give him a present. Rich as he is and does nothing for you. I'm sorry for you, Lucy, with no relations but an old skinflint like him, unless you count your boy. But he might as well be dead for all you see of him.
Oh, no, Agatha.
Well, he's been gone for years now. No one knows where. If he's alive, he doesn't care about you. I'm glad my child died. She'd only have been a grief to me.
He'll come back. Brand, I mean.
Brand? So that's your boy's name, Lucy. Queer name. But isn't he right to tell you what he's doing? Perhaps he is dead.
I know he's not dead. I'm expecting to hear any day now.
You've been expecting to hear any day ever since I've known you. You're a patient woman.
One would never think it was Christmas Eve, would one?
Oh, Agatha, I felt I simply had to do something this Christmas. I bought a little surprise for us all on my way back. I simply couldn't resist it. You will come down tonight, won't you? And I'll have cakes and tea. No, cocoa. I'll remember to get cocoa for you, and we can have quite a little party. But the surprise is the thing. I'm sure you'll like it, dear.
How can you afford a party, Lucy? You've had some good news. The cards last night said there was good news on the way.
Well, in a sense, I have. And yet it's not news exactly. My cousin spoke to me in a very kindly manner this morning.
Did he say leave you something in his will? What did he say he'd leave you?
Well, he said £1,000 a year.
£1,000? £1,000 a year? Why, Lucy, that's a fortune. Was there anyone else there when he said it?
No, there wasn't. We were quite alone. And he was very kind indeed. I've never known him so nice.
So you're going to get £1,000?
It's only what he said.
You can never be sure of anything, can you?
What could you do with £1,000?
Well, Agatha, I could find my boy, and we'd live together again.
Is that all you do?
That's all I'd want.
There'd be plenty over, wouldn't you? What would you do with that? Wouldn't you buy anything? Wouldn't you buy any jewels or trinkets? Any coloured things? Silks and jewels? No, nothing like that you wouldn't buy, would you?
No, I can't say I would, Agatha.
No.
Well, I'm afraid there isn't anybody who's likely to leave me £1,000. I wish there were.
Anyway, he probably won't leave it to me at all. Do let's talk of something else. Shall I take your cup, Miss Beringer?
Oh, yes, thank you. Lovely cup of tea it was.
Oh, I'll be going, Lucy. And you're quite right. Don't count on the money. You come to me and we'll talk it over. There's nothing like a little plan. Nothing.
Oh, don't go yet.
Would you lend me some of the money?
Lend you some? Why, of course.
You're a good creature, Lucy. I'd do the same for you. And after all, you must be pretty sure of it. You wouldn't go spending money on parties and surprises, else you've only £10 in the bank and nothing coming in.
Whatever gave you such an idea? You're quite wrong, Agatha. You are really. What could have put such an idea into your head?
Well, I saw the letter from the bank. It was on the mantelpiece. I didn't mean to read it.
Oh, but you shouldn't have. What were you thinking of? I assure you it's a mistake. The letter was a mistake. You shouldn't have said such a thing.
It was a seasonable Christmas, and the snow was falling. Mrs. Amherst took in the Christmas tree she had ordered, and as she did so, the bells rang out from the cathedral. That evening, after she had decked out the tree, she put on her silk dress, hung her thin gold chain with the locket that held Bran's portrait round her neck, brushed her lovely white hair, and sat down to survey her work. The tree tapered gradually to a point that quivered and flickered like a green flame. Chains of frosted silver hung from bough to bough. Balls of fire, emerald and ruby, amethyst and crystal, shone in the light of the candles, and color blended with color. Upstairs, Miss Beringer put on her orange silk dress, and Mrs. Payne her dark purple and her red slippers. At exactly 8 o'clock, they met outside Mrs. Amherst's door.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Payne.
How are you tonight?
I'm so excited. I don't know when I felt so excited. Come in. Oh, dear. A Christmas tree. Dear me, dear me.
Was it very silly of me? Oh, I hope you don't mind, but I simply had to do it. I do hope you don't mind.
Mind? Oh, why, Mrs. Amherst, it's lovely. It's the loveliest thing. I can't speak. I can't indeed. Words won't come. I can't say anything at all.
Well, sit down, both of you. Dear me, there's quite a draught. I'll shut the door. Oh, do say something, Agatha. I shall begin to feel you don't like the tree.
Don't like it. I can't tell you what I feel about it, Lucy. You wouldn't understand.
Oh, I think I would.
No, you don't love beauty. Nobody loves beauty like I do. It's beauty and color, the tree there. That's why I'm the only one that understands it.
Oh, Mrs. Amherst, I wish I could tell you what I feel. It's wonderful. Simply wonderful.
Oh, I'm forgetting all about the tea. You will have some, won't you, Miss Beringer? And Agatha will have cocoa, I know, with lots of sugar in it. I got the cocoa specially for you.
I remember once when I was a little girl, when we were all children at Exeter, you know, we had one Christmas time a really lovely fairy on top of the tree. Oh, it was lovely. I wish you could have seen it, Mrs. Amherst.
I wish I had. Your cocoa, Agatha.
Thank you, Lucy.
And you must help yourselves to cakes and sweets. I'll put them here where you can both reach them.
Thank you, Lucy.
I've never seen such a beautiful Christmas tree. Never.
All the afternoon I've kept wondering, well, is it silly of me? I couldn't make up my mind. But in the end it looked so lovely that everything seemed to be justified.
Quite. A thing of beauty is a joy forever, as the poet says.
More cocoa, Agatha?
No, but I'll have another sweet, though.
Well, then, now we'll go on to the next part of the program. You mustn't laugh at me, please. They're just little tiny things that I got. The chief part of a present, I always think, is that you be wrapped up in paper, don't you? Oh, it's silly of me, isn't it? But I was certain you'd like a new dress for that little doll of yours, Agatha. And I couldn't resist the blotter because I thought you'd like the color.
Oh, thank you, Lucy. Yes, I did want a new dress for Miranda. That makes 4 she's got now. The green, the purple, the ruby, and now the blue. Yeah, the room will look nice when I put the blue on her. Oh, thank you, Lucy. It is a beautiful tree.
Just what I wanted. Oh, dear me.
I am so glad you like them. It was so difficult to know what you'd like.
The Light of Asia by Sir Edwin Arnold. Well, I've always wanted to read that. Always. Thank you, Mrs. Amherst. This is a nice surprise. I don't know when I've felt so happy. I don't think I felt so happy since Jane gave me the amber.
I feel happy, too. If only I thought my boy were coming home. Oh, I wouldn't mind anything.
Oh, dear. Yes, indeed.
I wrote to him today, but I can't be sure that he gets my letters.
I wish you wouldn't do that.
She's fast asleep.
Is she? Are you sure?
Quite.
Mrs. Amherst, I don't like her at all. Do you like her? Don't you think there's something queer? Oh, there's something very odd about her indeed.
No, I don't think so. She is a little queer, perhaps, but she doesn't mean anything, any harm.
Doesn't she?
No. She's old and all by herself. We ought to be kind to her.
Oh, I don't think I can be kind to her. I don't like her at all. I really don't.
But what should you be alarmed about?
Oh, Mrs. Amherst, you should understand. Her manner to you earlier today about your cousin, I mean, it was most alarming.
Well, poor old thing, she's so much alone. Perhaps she doesn't know what she's saying. And tonight it's so late for her to be up, and she has this passion for colors. The tree fascinated her. I often think she must come from gypsy ancestors, and, well, that would make her a little different.
Very likely. Very likely.
But it's no good your alarming yourself about her, is it?
All right, Mrs. Amherst. I'll try not to.
That's right.
I've been wondering now. May I ask your advice, Mrs. Amherst? I shouldn't think it would be very difficult in Polchester to find some sort of position. Would you?
What kind of a position?
Well, I wondered whether, later perhaps, I couldn't find a position as a companion, perhaps, or where I could arrange the flowers.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think such positions are easy to come by.
Oh, but Mrs. Amherst, well, you don't mind my telling you, do you? And I'm sure you'll understand. You see, I must get a position soon, because at the end of 6 months, I won't have any money left.
They'll kill you if you touch it.
Oh, she's having a nightmare. Here. Agatha, wake up. You're dreaming.
What? What's that? Dreaming? Yes, that's right, Lucy. I was dreaming about that husband of mine. I dreamt I tried to kill him. Well, he's dead now and can't do me any harm. No more than I can do him any. But I could have killed him once. I could have killed him all right when he threw my hat on the fire. A fine hat it was, but too gay for him. Can you believe that, Lucy? I was a young girl then, and prettier than most of them. My gypsy queen, he called me when we were courting. My gypsy queen. But after that, when he'd got me, no life for guilty then, not even a gay hat. No, went to the fire, he threw it. Well, I got my own back. Yes, I can't tell you how, because you and Miss Betty, oh, what's her name? Miss Beringer, it's so ladylike. Yes, and he didn't know how to his dying day. I used to lie awake after he threw my hat in the fire, thinking what I could do to him. And I read a book about China once. Just certain parts of it, though, and I never could read a book right through. But it told you how they'd tie up the prisoners with wire, and then they get a rat.
Don't! I can't bear it. I really can't. Now I shall have to go.
Miss Beringer, you mustn't get in such a state. Agatha, don't go on. Let's talk of something nice.
I'm only telling you what I read in the book.
Please sit down again. It would be such a pity to end this Christmas party like this. And I believe it's nearly 12 o'clock, too. Christmas Day.
Oh, I can't help it. My heart's so bad and my nerves are quite on edge. But I will try. I'd do anything for you, Mrs. Amherst. I'd hate to spoil the party.
That's right. Now, Agatha, why don't you put a new little dress on the doll? I'm quite longing to see what she looks like in it.
I'm too tired, Lucy. If I go upstairs now to get Miranda, I shall stay there and go to bed.
It is late, of course.
Oh, let me get it for you. Do let me, please. I won't take a minute to run upstairs. May I?
Please yourself. I don't mind.
I shouldn't trouble, Miss Beringer.
Oh, but I'd love to. I so want to see Mrs. Payne's doll. But where will I find it, Mrs. Payne?
You can't miss her. She's a big doll. You'll see her all right.
Well, thank you. I'll get her. I'll get her then. Oh, and Mrs. Amherst.
Yes?
Would you like to see my piece of amber that Jane gave me?
Yes, very much.
Oh, well, I'll bring that down too, then. Bye-bye, then. Bye-bye for a second or two.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, idiot.
Why don't you like her, poor old thing?
I don't mind her. She irritates me, that's all. What's she so frightened of everything for?
You must admit, Agatha, you are a little alarming sometimes.
Me alarming? Nonsense. Bye-bye. I like people to have gumption. Wants to see the doll, does she? Wants any excuse to get away from me for a moment because I frighten her. Bye-bye.
I think you're very unkind, Agatha.
Nonsense. She's frightened of everything. You can see that. You and me, Lucy, we're not frightened. I like you for that, Lucy. I respect you. You've got independence. But her... Look at her. She's not worth talking about. You're quite right, poor old thing. She's never known what it is to live. Oh, it's cold. The fire's going out and I'm going to bed. Help me up, Lucy.
Must you go now?
Yes, I must. Bed's all I want. And you'll have to help me up the stairs. My legs are funny tonight.
Oh, dear. Are you going to bed now? Look, Mrs. Amherst. I've brought the amber. It's pretty with the light shining through it. Look.
Oh, what a lovely thing. It's like a piece of fire. And all the colors in it.
That's a beautiful thing you have there.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? It's my most precious possession. I'm so glad you like it.
Oh, I do like it.
I'm so glad. It's been much admired. Everybody likes it. It's worth a lot of money, I believe.
Do you think you'd sell it if you were offered a large sum?
Oh, dear, no. Nothing would induce me. The greatest friend of my life gave it to me.
May I look at it a little closer?
Oh, I certainly do.
May I have it in my hands for a moment?
No. Oh, dear, I feel terribly ill. I'm very sorry. My head, it's bursting.
Oh, Agatha, you frightened her again, poor old thing. You'd better go to bed.
Very well, Lucy. Good night.
Oh, Mrs. Amherst, I'm so sorry to have spoiled the party. I really am. But she frightens me. She really does. the queer way she looked at the amber and the way she looks at me.
But Agatha always looks a little strange. She has those big black eyes.
It wasn't only those eyes. I'm sure she's going to do me a mischief. I'm sure she is.
I've known Mrs. Payne for a long time. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure I don't know. I've always been afraid of something all my life. It just seems to be my destiny. I'm sure I don't like being under the same roof with her. She'll do something to me in my sleep.
Now, don't you worry, dear. Have a good rest, and you will find that you'll have forgotten all about it in the morning. Good night, my dear, and a happy Christmas.
The next evening, Agatha Payne asked Mrs. Amherst if she would again light the candles on the tree which had so fascinated her. But the candles were now very low, and one caught a branch and had to be extinguished. Agatha Payne sat without moving, her dark eyes fixed on the tree, watching its death. It was Christmas night, and all was silent. When the last candle had flickered out, Agatha Payne breathed a husky good night and slowly climbed the stairs to her room. A few days later, she was half asleep upstairs in her rocking chair, eating nougat, when May Bellinger knocked on Mrs. Amherst's half-open door.
May I come in, Mrs. Amherst?
Yes, do. Have you been out?
Did you see this letter?
Oh, thank you. Dear me, it's typewritten. Will you excuse me a moment? Sit down, dear, will you?
Yes, certainly. Thank you so much. Oh, dear. I've had that pain in my knee again today. Oh, I hope it's not bad news.
No. No, it isn't bad news. It's from the lawyer. He wants me to call on him.
Oh, Mrs. Amherst, I do hope it's something nice.
Yes. Oh, dear, it's made me feel quite flustered. I'd better go and see him this morning. Yes, I certainly had. I wonder what's the time? I really think I'll go almost at once.
Is it about your cousin?
Oh, yes, of course, it must be. I had such a curious sensation during Cousin Francis's funeral the other day. I knew, of course, that it wasn't poor Cousin Francis himself there, but I don't know. It somehow seemed that it was, and that he'd be feeling so cold and lonely. Oh, I must have been in a very morbid state. I don't generally feel things like that.
You must have been overwrought. When poor little Pip died, I felt like that. But then, of course, they say that animals don't go to heaven. And nevertheless, I feel certain I shall see him again. I can't help feeling it.
I'm sure you're right.
I never have been able to get really near people. Know them, if you know what I mean. Dogs, yes. I can feel I know them, but people... I remember once, when I was a girl, I found my mother crying in her bedroom. I wanted so much to put my arms round her and comfort her, but I couldn't think what to say. And even now I don't know why she was crying.
Well, I think I'll be getting off now. Was that Agatha's door banging?
Oh, dear. I hope not.
Oh, I believe it was. That means she's coming down. She's always coming down lately. I wonder if I can get out before she arrives.
Oh, let me help you with your coat.
No, listen. She's on the stairs.
Oh, I shan't stay. I shan't stay.
Oh, now you must, dear. You must get over this feeling about her. It's nearly all imagination.
It isn't. You know it isn't. Otherwise, why should you not want to talk to her?
Only because she annoys me by not knocking before she comes in. She's very, very friendly. She's been more friendly than ever since Christmas Eve. And you remember how you felt then. She hasn't done you any harm since, has she? In spite of what you thought.
Oh, but she has, Mrs. Amherst. She has. I never told you before because you think it's silly of me, but she has.
Why, what has she done?
She taps on my wall at night. She won't let me sleep. All night, she taps on my wall.
Agatha, would you mind knocking before you come in? It's pleasanter, don't you think, for both of us?
Why, it's Miss Beringer. How are you today, Mrs. Beringer? You're not looking so well. That's a pity.
I'm very well, thank you. Very well. But I was just going to my room, if you'll excuse me. Have you a book, Mrs. Amherst? I'd like a nice book to read this afternoon.
Why, certainly, dear. Which would you like?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyone will do. I'll take this. Bye-bye. Bye-bye for the present.
Goodbye, dear. I'll see you soon.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh, don't be so stupid, Agatha. I expect you say things just as annoying. Come and sit down for a moment. I'm going out almost at once.
Have you heard anything about the money yet?
No, not exactly. Well, no, I haven't.
Do you think he's left it to you?
Oh, dear, I wish I hadn't told you about it.
Well, you'll be in a fine old hole if he hasn't. What's he going to do if he hasn't?
I don't know, dear. But I'm sure our Lord will care for me in the same way that he has always done.
Care for you? And he's left you all alone.
How can I be alone, dear, when he is with me?
Oh, sir. Do you really believe that?
Of course I do.
You're a fool, Lucy. Have you heard from your boy?
No.
Your cousin did promise you the money, didn't he?
Well, yes.
He said that when he died...
Agatha, don't you think that there's something rather dreadful in our talking about money like this when we're both so old?
We can live 20 years yet. You're strong and I'm strong. I knew a little girl who died when she was 5. What's the good of thinking about it?
We ought to think about it. Not in an unwholesome way, of course, but as though we were going from one country into another. And we must give an account of ourselves. And why shouldn't we think about God's love? It's very nice to think about it.
It's a fine coloured piece of Miss Beringer's, isn't it?
Yes. I've told her how greatly I admire it.
I don't know what an old woman like her's doing with it. She can't appreciate it.
She likes it because her best friend gave it to her, and that's a very good reason. Well, dear, I'm going now, or I shall be late. You will excuse me, won't you?
Where are you going to?
Oh, nowhere much.
Nowhere much? What do you mean?
If you must know, Agatha, I'm going to the lawyer's. I heard from him.
What's the letter? Why didn't you tell me? Why'd you keep it a secret?
Because you will talk about it so much, Agatha, and I don't like it.
What does he say in the letter? About the money?
He simply says that I'm to go and see him. It may not be about the money at all.
Whatever will you do with it all?
Oh, don't, Agatha.
Goodbye, dear, and take care of yourself.
Goodbye. I shan't be long.
Lucy.
Yes?
I should like to know what he says to you.
And then Agatha slowly climbed the stairs, passing Miss Beringer's door on her way to her own room.
Come in and have a little talk with me. Will you, Miss Beringer? Why don't you come in? You'll be warmer in here.
I'm having a cup of tea.
Oh, have it in here. So, Miss Beringer, you're not frightened of me, are you?
No, I'm not.
Well, do sit down, Miss Beringer. Make yourself comfortable. That's right. Are you enjoying your tea?
Thank you. Yes, very much indeed, thank you.
Now, tell me, I don't want to be impertinent, but what are your plans?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know. It's so difficult to say, isn't it? I hope to find some work very shortly.
What kind of work?
companion to some lady, perhaps. Some old lady, you know, can't look after herself. Someone too old to really care for herself.
Such jobs are rather hard to find, you know, and you're not as strong as you were.
No, that's quite true, but I'm very hale and hearty still. Still quite strong, if the work were not too arduous.
Would you sell your piece of red amber if things went badly? I'm expecting to get a bit of money soon.
Oh, no. No, I shouldn't like to sell that. It was given to me by my best friend.
But if you had to sell it...
I would rather starve. I would indeed. I'd rather die of hunger.
It's a beautiful piece.
Yes, isn't it? But it's because my great friend gave it to me that I value it. If she hadn't given it to me, I wouldn't value it so much.
No, I dare say not. You lived in Exeter, didn't you, in your youth?
Yes. Yes, I was very fond of Exeter.
I wouldn't like to live in Exeter. Too sleepy.
Oh, it wasn't sleepy all the time. No, not sleepy at all, no, indeed. There was so much going on. All sorts of things were always happening.
Really? I wouldn't have thought it. What sort of things?
Oh, I don't know. Meeting one's friends and concerts. And in the summer we had picnics.
Picnics?
Yes, beautiful picnics they were, too. We used to have the moors so close to us, you could see for miles on a fine day.
Do you know when you're going to die?
To die? Oh, no.
Do you want to know?
No, I don't. I don't want to think about it.
Ah, you're a coward.
No, I'm not. But I don't want to think of it. It's not a thing you want to think of.
Why not? It's coming sometime, that's certain. It's better for many. Take yourself now. When your money gives out and you don't get a job, what are you going to do?
I don't want to think of it. Indeed, I don't.
But you ought to think of it. You ought to make provision. Who will you leave your things to?
My things?
Yes, your odds and ends. That piece of amber, for instance. If you sold it beforehand, you wouldn't have to bother who to leave it to.
I hadn't thought of it like that.
Haven't you made a will?
No, but it didn't seem worthwhile.
Well, I should make a will at once. You never know what will happen. You better know when you're going to die. Try the cards. They'll tell you.
Oh, no. I shouldn't like that at all. I shouldn't approve of it. I don't think we're meant to know.
Oh, yes, we are. Here, draw up a chair. I'll show you.
I'd really rather not, thank you. I've got rather a headache. If you'll excuse me.
Nonsense, it'll interest you. Come and have a look. You've never seen the cards done the way I do them.
I'd really rather not.
There's nothing to be frightened about. What you looking so frightened for? Miranda can see you. Miranda's never looked so frightened as you do, and she's seen lots in her time. There they are. 6 of clubs, Queen of spades, 4 of diamonds. Shh. This is you. Just as I thought, the 8 of spades.
Why am I the 8 of spades?
It isn't you who are the 8 of spades. It's the combination with the other cards. You're in danger.
Danger?
Yes, they show it quite distinctly. I'll deal some more. 4 of hearts, 5 of diamonds, knave of clubs. Yes, there you are, don't you see? 10 of spades. The 10 with the knave of clubs and the 5 of diamonds. You're threatened with something very serious indeed.
Oh, dear. This isn't right. Really, it isn't. I think I'll go to bed, if you don't mind.
Oh, wait a minute. We're just coming to the exciting part. There you are. Isn't it extraordinary? You're in luck tonight. They're coming out well. Now, let's see. Yes, all black. That settles it.
Settles what?
Of course, there may be nothing in it. Still, it's an odd thing, you know. You're very foolish not to sell the amber. You should certainly make your will. You should indeed. All black.
It's wicked. You shouldn't do such things, Mrs. Payne. They're against religion.
Yes, all black. You must come to tea another time, Miss Beringer, and we'll do the cards again. Makes a nice change for you.
Yes, thank you. I'm afraid, though, I'm not used to these sorts of things. Well, I forget it's only fun.
Well, have a piece of nougat.
Oh, no, thank you, no.
Don't you like nougat?
I just don't fancy it.
Well, there's none here anyway. Now, that's a pity, no nougat. Perhaps I'll go out and get some. Yes, I will. It's a long time since I've been out, and I'm wonderfully light on my feet today. Wonderfully light. Don't know why it is, like a young girl. Yes. Yeah. Shop's nearly next door. Shan't wear my best hat.
I hope you enjoy your little outing, Mrs. Payne. And thank you very much for a pleasant afternoon.
Of course, I don't get out much, but there's nothing that does you more good than a minute's walk when you're feeling light on your feet. Now, tell me, Miss Beringer, which hat you like me in? They don't make hats like this nowadays.
Yes, the modern style is not at all becoming. These girls one sees, so severe.
They won't get the fellas after them like that. A real man, a man who's worth your while, likes a bit of beauty, bit of colour. You can't beat fruit on a hat.
Yes, the old ideas are always right.
Nonsense, of course they're not right. What's the matter with some people is that they've never been young. I get on well enough with the young folk nowadays, given half the chance. I'd a rare old time. Got a cold, Miss Beringer?
A cold? Oh, why?
You look as if you got a cold.
Well, I'm not well, of course. My knee.
Oh, your knee? It was your head just now. You got a headache in your knee. Wouldn't suit you, would it, this hat?
No, it's rather... Well, I wear a different style. Certainly, I would never choose a hat like that.
Oh, grey you'd wear, wouldn't you, grey? Now, hurry up, Miss Beringer. You haven't got your coat on yet. I don't like to keep waiting, you know.
Oh, dear, I didn't say I was coming with you. I couldn't really.
Get some barley sugar and a new pot of raspberry. She hasn't brought me my raspberry lately, that charwoman. That'll give her a surprise in the morning when she finds I've been out and got it myself. What's the matter, Miss Beringer? Why don't you get your coat? Coming without it, I shouldn't. You shiver enough in any case.
I'm sure I don't shiver. Well, it's nerves. I feel a bit nervy sometimes.
Perhaps the cards meant that. Perhaps you'll go out without a coat and catch your death. You can have a piece of nougat on the way back. Now, hurry up, dear.
I really don't...
Now, go along now. That's right. Ready? I'm waiting for you, Miss Beringer. I can't wait much longer. I just have to come in and see how you're getting on. It's a long time you've been. I believe you just sit on the bed without moving.
No, I couldn't think where I'd put my things for the moment.
That's a thin coat for the winter. Well, no one could say we don't dress in different styles. Come along, down the stairs.
Oh, I wonder what it is with my knee.
Best thing in the world for bad knees, a walk.
Is it far to the confectioner's?
About 3 houses. Only a minute when you're in good health and the wind's behind you.
Oh, Mrs. Payne, do you mind? You're leaning so heavily. My shoulder. I can't go another step like it.
Very well. You needn't think I can't move without your help. Not at all. I didn't ask you to come.
I can't stand it. I can't stand it.
Miss Beringer dragged herself into Mrs. Amherst's room and fell sobbing onto the bed. Before long, Mrs. Amherst returned, and Miss Beringer rose quickly.
Mrs. Amherst, I must apologize. A most unpardonable thing. I was lying on your bed.
That's quite all right, dear. You know I don't mind. Do use my room when you like.
I felt so unwell. The stairs.
Yes, of course. Have you been out?
No, I was going with Mrs. Payne, but I didn't.
Has she gone out?
Yes, to buy some sweets or something.
Oh, she's not been out for a long time.
No. Did you see the lawyer?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
One gets very tired walking, doesn't one?
Lucy? Hello, Lucy. Haven't you been? What's happened? Aren't you well?
Well, yes, I'm all right, thank you. I just felt a little tired.
Didn't you see him?
Who?
Well, the lawyer, of course. The lawyer you were going to see.
Oh, yes, I saw him.
Is it all right? The money your cousin left you.
I'm afraid I was wrong about that, Agatha.
He hasn't left you any?
He didn't do what he said he would, that's all. I was silly to believe in it.
He's left you nothing?
Something of his to remember him by. Mr. Agnew, the lawyer, wanted me to go and choose something, but I didn't feel well enough. Tomorrow, perhaps. He says there's a very nice little writing desk I could have.
And that's all?
Yes. Why should he have left me anything else? I was only his cousin. It was very nice of him to think of me.
Then he cheated you?
Oh, no. I cheated myself. It was only one day he was feeling kindly. I happened to be there. He would have said it to anyone else who was kind to him.
I say he cheated you. He said he'd give it to you. You made a solemn promise. May you rot in hell, I say.
It's kind of you to be interested, Agatha, but there's nothing more to be said. There's only... Kind of you to be interested, Agatha, but there's nothing more to be said. It was only an idea that I had that he might leave me something. I shouldn't have spoken to you about it.
No, you should not. Making me believe things that aren't true. It's wicked. A wicked shame. And you'll pay for it. No one's deceived me and not paid for it. You just wait.
And Mrs. Agatha Payne half lurches, half stumbles up the stairs to her own room, where she throws Miranda, the doll, onto the floor and mutters to herself.
Oh, teacher, to take me in like that. Blasted, milk-faced old fool. Oh, teacher, pretending this and pretending that, just to make herself more important. I knew there was no money coming to her. Talk like that to amuse herself, I suppose. Amuse herself. I'll amuse her before I've finished with her. Well, if there's to be no money, I'll get it the other way. The amber. Why did I ever think of buying it? She stole it from me, the Beringer woman. It's always been mine, before she was born or thought of. It was mine. Long, thin fool. Old maid, stealing it from me. You've only got to speak and she's frightened. She'll give it back all right. I'll go and see her. She'll give it back to me whether she wants to or no, if I have to wring her neck to get it. Well, Miss Beddington, it's very disappointing for poor Lucy about the money, isn't it? And how do you find yourself now?
Mrs. Bain, why are you persecuting me like this? Why do you come to my room? Why do you knock on my wall? I haven't done anything to harm you. I haven't hurt you in any way. I never saw you before I came here. I never interfered with you. I know it's silly of me to go on like this, but I haven't been sleeping. Won't you leave me alone? I've done you no harm.
Perhaps I thought you were lonely.
Not lonely. Not at all. I don't want anybody. I want to be alone. But you want to frighten me. And you want something else. You want my piece of amber.
Who says that I want it? You've strange ideas in your head. You should see a doctor. You're ill. The card said you would be.
That's it. Of course, I'm ill. I know I'm silly if you put ideas into my head. I always was as a child. I've been like that ever since I was a child. But I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die. I ask you not to come here. It is my room. I forbid you to come any more.
Well, if you'll give me that piece of amber, I won't come any more.
Nobody shall have it. It's the only thing I've got.
Now, we'll see. We'll see.
Mrs. Agatha Payne returns to her own room, while Miss Beringer, in great agitation, pulls an old Gladstone bag from under her bed and hastily fills it. She steals downstairs and taps quietly on Mrs. Amherst's door.
Yes, come in. Please. Mrs. Amherst.
Why, whatever is it?
Shut the door quickly, please, please.
What are you doing with your bag?
I can't stand it any longer. I really can't. I'm going. But I don't know about the train.
But what's happened? Is it Agatha? What's she been doing? Tell me what's happened.
No, I can't. I couldn't go over it. I'm going to St. Leonard's. I'm going to friends. But please, please, couldn't you get me a timetable? Oh, you must please get me one.
Well, I know about the trains, dear. There's always one at 4:30, and it's 3:15 now.
Oh, I mustn't miss it. I don't know what I should do if I miss it.
Oh, why don't you wait a little, dear, and get the next one? You mustn't go out when you're like this.
It'll be all right when I'm outside. When I'm at St. Leonard's, I shall get better. The pain in my back will get better. I shall buy another little dog like Pip, and everything will be all right again. Oh, here's some money for the charlady. Please give it to her. And thank you for being so good to me.
What is it? Oh, you must take things more quietly. You mustn't excite yourself so much. Is it your heart?
Yes. Yes, it's my heart. It stopped then. Now it's going so fast. I'm ill.
Oh, you're too ill to go out anyway. Certainly too ill to go to St. Leonard's.
Oh, no, I must go. I can't stay here. It's only my heart. It's been like this before. I must go. I hate this house. I hate this town. What was that? She's outside the door. She is. She's listening.
Who, Agatha? Nonsense. Of course she's not. Well, we'll see if you like.
Hello, Lucy. Well, what's the matter? Aren't you well, Miss Beringer? You'll have to stay in bed then, won't you? But never mind. I'll be with you. I'll see that you're all right. You won't be lonely.
A few hours later, dusk has fallen and the lamps are lit. Upstairs in her room, Agatha Payne is playing cards, while downstairs Miss Beringer is propped up in Mrs. Amarist's bed, asleep. She stirs.
Are you awake, dear?
Yes.
Lie still, then. I'll give you some nice beef tea in a minute.
Have I been asleep long?
Quite a long time, dear, yes.
Is it nearly night, then?
Oh, no. The last post hasn't been yet. I always count the beginning of the night from when I hear the postman go by.
You're not going, are you?
No, dear. Don't you worry. I'll get the beef tea.
In the morning, I'll be able to go to St. Helens, won't I?
Yes, dear.
Will you come and visit me at St. Helens? I'll show you the places Jane and I used to go to, and where I used to take Pip for walks.
Oh, yes, I certainly will. Here you are now. Drink it up, and it'll do you a world of good.
Thank you. Sit closer, will you, Mrs. Amherst? Next to the bed. Do you mind?
Certainly. Is the bed fairly comfortable? I always find it so. It makes a great difference, I think, if the mattress is turned every morning. Now, would you like a little bread with the beef tea?
Is that my bag over there?
Yes. Do you want something from it?
My amber. My amber's in it. Will you give me my amber?
Now, dear. Do you want it now?
Yes, please.
But...
Please, give me my amber.
Very well. As long as you don't get excited. Now, where would it be? Underneath the other things?
Yes. It's at the bottom because I put it in first. Can you feel it?
Ah, yes, here it is.
Oh.
What a beautiful thing. There. Now, don't drop it in the bed and fall asleep, or you'll be like the princess and the pea, most uncomfortable.
Thank you.
You're not finished already, have you?
I couldn't drink any more.
Oh, do try. Just a last little drain. There's all the goodness at the bottom.
I don't think I can.
Oh, then you won't be able to go to St. Leonard's tomorrow. Drink it up. That's right. You'll feel a different woman in no time.
Hold my hand, will you? Do you mind holding my hand? Do tell me if you mind.
But of course not. There.
I'll tell you why I decided to go away. May I?
I can guess what happened. Agatha frightened you again, I suppose.
Oh, speak softly. She can hear what we say.
But of course she can't. She's in her room.
But she can.
Now, that's really nonsense. You've had ideas about Mrs. Payne since you first saw her. Of course, she's very odd and alarming, but I'm certain she doesn't really mean any harm. After all, I've lived in this house for months and months with her, and she's never done me any harm.
That's because you haven't got anything she wants.
What do you mean?
It's my piece of amber she wants, and she's not going to have it.
Now, dear, you mustn't imagine things. It's only because you're not well.
She came into my room after you'd come back from the lawyer's and said she wouldn't leave me alone unless I gave it to her.
She must be mad. Mad and wicked. That's as bad as being a thief.
She is a thief. She'd take it at once if I were alone in the house.
Oh, I can't understand anybody wanting anything like that. Of course, I like to have nice things, but it's wicked. And that's only a bit of stone or something. It isn't as though it were alive. What's it made of?
Well, I think the Chinese find it on the seashore or something. But I'm not certain about its not being alive. When you put a lot of feeling into something, don't you give it a sort of life? It may be grateful, you know, for your being so fond of it. Of course, it's very fanciful, and perhaps it isn't very religious. Jane said, when she gave it to me, that it had some of her heart in it. And I think perhaps it has.
Listen. There is the post coming down the street. Can you hear him?
It's the night, then.
Yes.
You're not going, are you?
No, dear, of course not. What would you like? Would you like me to read you something?
Oh, yes, please.
Let's see what there is. Oh, I wonder what that is. We seldom get anything by the last post. A circular, probably.
You're coming back. You're not going, are you?
Of course not, dear. I can't make it out in this light. Seems to be covered in stamps and addresses. What's it say here? Not known, is it? It's from my son, Miss Beringer. At last. After all these months.
Your son. Oh, Mrs. Amherst.
A whole year. Where can it have been? And he sent a photograph. Dear old lady, I can't pretend to have been much of a letter writer during the last year, and I'm ashamed of myself. What I wanted to do was to make my pile turn up unexpectedly in Cheltenham, give you the fright of your young life, and then make you a duchess as you ought to be. Oh, dear. But I've had bad luck over and over again. I was on to a wonderful thing 3 months ago, but then what did I do but go down with diphtheria? Oh, what a terrible thing.
He must be better, or he wouldn't be writing.
But I'm all right now. Yes, you see. And there's some land prospecting down south that promises fine. I'm enclosing a photograph I've had taken here. There he is, Miss Beringer.
Oh, yes. Oh, dear, yes. He's very handsome. Such a nice expression. It's a splendid photograph.
Glad you're stopping at Cheltenham, where you've plenty of company. Don't be lonely, old lady. Your loving son, Bran.
How happy you must feel to get a letter like that.
I didn't want him to think I'd left Cheltenham. It might have fussed him. But I left this address in the post office there. I don't know wherever this letter can have been.
Will you let me meet him when he comes back, Mrs. Amherst? I would love to meet him.
You mustn't get excited. It's nearly time to go to sleep. I'm going to sleep upstairs tonight.
Oh, Mrs. Amherst.
I'll just take my things up, and when I come down, I'll read you something till you go to sleep.
Promise not to be long.
You're not feeling worse, are you? Is your heart bad still?
Yes. My heart. Put your hand here and see how it jumps.
Well, you must let me get a doctor in the morning. I insist on a doctor. Excuse me, Agatha. I want to speak to you a moment. Excuse me, but I must speak to you. It's important.
What is it?
I've been seeing Miss Beringer. You know, of course, that she's ill, but I don't think you realize that she's very seriously ill.
Well, I had to take her into the room, didn't I? I can't help her illness. What have I to do with her?
You've been in there and said something that frightened her. She's easily frightened, and her heart's very bad. She has an idea that you want to steal something of hers. I can't believe that of you, but sick women have strange fancies. She's done you no harm. Why won't you leave her alone?
Leave her alone. Silly old fool. Silly old fools, both of you. A pair of sentimental old women. You with your precious boy. Her with her Jane and her dog.
You leave my son alone. And you leave Miss Beringer alone, too. From what she tells me, you're no better than a thief.
Thief, is it? Now, you leave me alone, Lucy Amherst, to mind your own business, or it'll be the worse for you.
It is my own business. The poor woman's sick and has no one to care for her. If you go and frighten her again, or, in fact, go near her at all, I'll call for the police.
You will you? What are the police to do with it? You'd look fine and silly with the police coming in. You'd have them arrest me, I suppose. And what for? Now, look here, Lucy Amherst, you mind your own business. I've stood you long enough poking your nose in where you're not wanted. I've not interfered with you, have I? Then leave me to myself.
You may say what you like to me. I'm not afraid of you, but that poor woman's old and ill and penniless. Give her another fright, and with her heart as it is, anything can happen. And then you'll be a murderess as well as a thief.
It's as bad as that, is she? Well, what does it matter? We are old and penniless, too. 3 penniless old women. A Beringer woman's always complaining and crying. It'd be a kindness if I were to go and put my hand round her neck and choke her.
How can you talk like that? It's only because she's got something you want. A piece of colored stone that is nothing. Nothing at all.
Speak of what you understand. What do you know of lust or desire for anything? You've never felt passion with your milk and water religion and sentimentality. If I were to know that I'd only half an hour more to live, I would want the sensation of owning that beautiful thing. Beauty. You don't know the meaning of the word.
Mrs. Amherst! Mrs. Amherst!
There, she's calling. Just you leave her alone.
Mrs. Amherst! Mrs. Amherst! Mrs. Amherst! Mrs. Amherst! Oh, please come. I'm so frightened. I'm so frightened.
Why, whatever is it? You'll catch your death of cold getting out of bed like that. Now, get back at once, Miss Beringer. You mustn't be so silly. I'll stay with you.
I couldn't help it. I had such an upsetting dream. I really can't tell you how upsetting it was.
Oh, my dear, you mustn't get so distressed just because you've had a silly dream.
But I couldn't help it. It was a real nightmare, worse than anything I've had for years. My nerves are in such a state I don't know what I'm doing.
Now get back into bed. It won't do any good sitting shivering on the edge like that.
I know how stupid you must think I am. But do you think dreams mean anything?
Just get into bed, dear, and then you can tell me all about it.
It was so vivid, as if it really happened. There was this road stretching a long, long way ahead in the wood to one side. Yes, and there was a wind, a bitter, biting wind blowing. And I had to go on to meet this terrible something. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop myself. And I thought if I can get into the wood, it'll be all right. But I couldn't stop or run away. I just went on faster and faster. As I got nearer, I could see the crossroads in the moonlight. And there was this someone waiting for me. It was so terrible, Mrs. Amherst, and 2 hands seemed to be coming out to take me by the throat.
There's nothing to forgive. Now, pull the clothes up. There, that's right. Now you're nice and comfortable. I gave Agatha a proper talking to. She won't annoy you any more, I'm sure.
You spoke to her. Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, dear, what did she say? Whatever did she do?
I told her that if she went near you again, I should call the police, so you're not to worry about her. And I'll leave the door open upstairs, and then I can hear if anybody moves about. Now, you're sure you're comfortable? Your heart isn't troubling you so much, is it?
No. Oh, but do stay with me a moment longer. I don't want you to go.
Why, of course I will, dear.
You don't think me foolish?
Of course not.
I am foolish and frightened. A silly old woman. But you've been so kind to me. There is one thing I'd like you to do.
What is it, dear?
Would you mind, before you go, saying a prayer? A prayer about the dangers of the night. Being kept safe.
I know. Dear Lord, we pray thee now, when the night comes down over our heads and there is darkness everywhere, that thy might may be before our eyes, and that whether we are sleeping or waking, we may know no fear. So trusting, we fall asleep in thy arms, dear Lord. Amen.
What a nice prayer. I've never heard it before.
Yes, it is nice. Our nurse used to say it to us when we were children. Now you must have a long sleep, and then you'll feel much better in the morning. And no more nightmares. Good night, dear.
Time passes, and Agatha Payne's door opens quietly, and she creeps across the landing and downstairs. She has changed into an old, dirty yellow wrapper and taken the combs from her hair.
Who's that? Good evening, Miss Berenger. I came to see if you wanted anything.
No. No,
Well, I want us to have a little talk. If you're sleepy, I can wait. I'm not at all sleepy myself. Why do you complain about me?
I haven't complained.
Yes, to Mrs. Amarist. She came into my room and was very insulting. I'm sure I've been very kind to you. There are not many who would bother to be so kind.
Oh, go away. Please go away.
Go away? Oh, no, I'm very comfortable here.
I know why you've come.
I came to make you more comfortable, that's why. To smooth your pillows.
Don't touch me. I'll scream. I'll rouse everybody.
Don't be so frightened. You're always frightened, aren't you?
Leave me alone. I want to sleep. I can't stand it.
Why don't you take things more quietly? I'm kind enough, really, but when you tremble like that, it gives me pleasure. And the more you tremble, the more I like to make you. I lift my hand and see you shake all over.
Can't you see that I'm ill? My heart is bad. It's true what you say. I am frightened of you. I can't help it. I always have been.
Oh, well, fancy that. I wonder why. Of course, I'm not very handsome. Sometimes I think I'm not quite right in the head. But you've no spirit. Why, if I were to drag you out of your bed and beat you around the room, You won't object.
What do you want?
Why don't you give it me without all this fuss? Let's look at it. You got it here somewhere?
No.
All right, then. I can wait. Crying? What you do that for? I've never cried in my life. Not even when my lover left me because he was tired of me. You've never had a lover, not with that face of yours. But I had plenty once. I was handsome and didn't care what I did. You snivelling old scarecrow. But to be a fine sort of man that would make love to you.
I beg you to leave me just for tonight. You can do what you like in the morning. I won't tell anyone. But for tonight...
Give me that piece of amber and I'll go.
No, never. Jane gave it to me.
Very well, then. I'll wait. I don't care. I can sit up all night if need be. Ah! So you have it in your hand. I wondered where it was.
Let me go. Please let me go to Mrs. Amherst.
Think not. You'll catch your death. You get back to bed. I'm mistress here now. You want looking after, I can see. You're not safe to be left. So you're holding it under the bedclothes, are you, like a schoolgirl? Give it me for a moment. I'll give it back to you. No, I won't. You won't, won't you? And perhaps I shall have to make you. In spite of my affection for you, I don't think I can sit here all night. Now, come on, give it up. I'm not going to hurt you, but I'm going to have that piece of amber because I said I would. Come now, give it to me. You silly fool, don't aggravate me. I shall hurt you if you don't take care. Now, give it up now. Are you going to let me have it? I shan't ask again. I mean what I say.
Jesus. Jesus.
Agatha pulls at the clenched hand holding the amber. May Beringer falls back against the iron bars of the bed. Her body shakes. Her lips are drawn back. Their faces are almost touching. Then a sudden shock galvanizes May's body. She rises straight up against the wall, stiffly like a rod, her eyes staring. A convulsive movement shudders through her, and with a sigh, she collapses against Agatha Payne's bare breast, then slides down, huddled in a heap, as Agatha takes the amber from her still tightly clenched hand.
Agatha! Agatha!
She's dead, isn't she?
Oh, poor May. Why didn't you call me? I could have fetched a doctor.
So she's dead, Miss Beringer.
Agatha, what's that in your hand?
They say if you killed someone, they stay with you forever.
Agatha. Oh, it isn't true. What have you done?
She'll follow me now. I know it. If I go away, she'll follow me. If I die, she'll be with me just the same.
Oh, why did I leave her? It was my fault. I shouldn't have left her like that.
It's all right, Lucy. You stay with me. She can't come while you're here. As long as you're here, that'll keep her away.
You're mad. You don't know what you're saying.
Well, don't leave me. I'll be all right if you're here. There's two of us against them.
Stop it. Poor May's dead. You've killed her. Let me go.
Listen. What's that?
Nothing. There isn't anything.
Yes, there is. I heard it. She's knocking on the wall. Listen. Can't you hear it?
No. You're mad. Dear God. What is it?
Anyone at home?
Agatha!
Agatha, is my boy out there?
What's that?
His Brand.
Don't tell those lies to me. You can't get out like that.
Let me go, Agatha. It's Brand. My boy's outside. Will you please let me go? I'm going away.
Going away? Oh, no, you're not. But leave me all alone with the Beringer woman. You try it, that's all.
But I am. My boy is there. Brand! Brand!
No good calling. He can't hear. He'll knock a few more times and then he'll go.
Let me go, Agatha. I must go. Please, Agatha. Please.
You stay here.
Let me go. Brand! Brand!
Just wait a little while and he won't knock any more. He won't go on knocking much longer now. Listen, and we'll hear him go away.
If he does go away, Agatha, he'll find me again. But I want to go now because it's such a long time since I've seen him. Now, don't stand there any more, dear, because he's waiting for me. Poor Agatha. If only I could help you. Brand! Don't go! I'm coming! Don't go!
Hello, old lady.
Brand! Oh, Brand!
So it's between you and me, Miss Beringer. And I'll beat you yet.
Edith Evans played Agatha Payne, Gwen Franken-Davis, Lucy Amarist, and Sylvia Coleridge, May Beringer, in that broadcast of The Old Ladies, a play by Rodney Ackland, adapted from the novel by Hugh Walpole. Peter Williams was the narrator, and the play was produced by Charles LaFoe.
Come in. Welcome.
I'm E.G. Marshall. Won't you join me in the exploration of the rich resources of your own imagination? Modern science tells us we live in a world of waves. Beyond the atom, the electron, the ion, substance itself breaks down into waves. My voice is coming to you now on waves. And that, as they say, is the long and short of it. But what about thoughts? Might not they comprise wave patterns, too? Patterns that linger on after the thinkers are dead and buried. Might not that explain the empty footfall in the vacant house? The rattle of chains, now rusted and broken. And even the sound of voices long ago silenced.
They'll overtake me. They'll put me in irons. And this time, they'll hang me.
No, my dear, no. They can't harm you now. They're all gone. They're all turned to dust long ago.
They'd be after me. You'd not want to see me swinging in the wind, would you?
No, I wouldn't want to see that.
I must have a swift, able ship. In mercy's name, help me. Help me.
Our mystery drama, The Strange Voyage of the Lady D, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Mary Jane Higby and stars Paul Hecht and Augusta Dabney. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The curious adventure that befell the Stevens family would never have happened if Ellen had had her way. But Ellen was a realist, her husband Richard a romantic. And when did realism ever hold the line against the subtle persuasions of romance? It all began during a visit to one of those cruise-ridden, sun-drenched islands in the Caribbean. A friendly family disagreement was in progress, an old story. It's been going on now for 6 years.
It's the one at the end of the dock, Ellen. There. Isn't she beautiful?
Mm-hmm. Very nice. But you promised her, Richard, no more boats. Well, not until Susie's at least 16 years old.
We'll never see a buy like this again. They're practically giving it away.
Well, then there's something wrong with it. It's got dry rot.
Not this ship. Come on, step aboard, Ellen.
Richard, why do you start these things? You know we're not in the market for a boat.
Oh, but this is such a jewel. Wait till you see the cabin. Plenty of headroom. A beautiful galley.
Can I go aboard? Can I? I want to see.
Oh, all right. But just one quick look. And be careful of your dress, Susie.
Here, let me help you, Susie. There you are. Now, just look at this afterdeck. She's all white oak and cedar. And she's a motor sailor. You know, a lot better than an auxiliary engine. You can run just as well under power as under sail. There are 2 50-gallon fuel tanks below deck.
Mama, look at this kitchen down here. There's even an oven.
Really? Is there an oven?
Of course. The ship is a real home. Ellen, what do you say if we take a short run? I have the ignition key. The guy in the boatyard office said I could take her out.
No, Richard, I've had it with boats. And anyway, the question's academic. Even if we bought it, we couldn't get it back to the States.
We could sail it.
Are you out of your mind? It's hundreds of miles.
She has an enormous cruising range. What with the engine and sail, we just watch the weather predictions very carefully.
Well, come on, Susie. We're going to get off now. Richard, you take the keys back to the boatyard man. And I'll get the car and bring it down as far as I can. I'll pick you up at the gate.
Daddy?
Yeah?
I want to take a ride in it. Can I tomorrow, Daddy? Can I? Or can I?
Huh? What, dear?
Can we go both for a boat ride tomorrow?
I don't know. Depends on your mother.
Oh, I wish we could buy the boat. Don't you? Daddy? Don't you?
Don't I what?
Wish we could buy the boat.
Yeah, well, that part's all taken care of. I already bought it. The only problem now is how to break the news to your mother. Now, Ellen, you have to admit, this is the life. Look at that sea. It's like glass.
It's too calm. I don't like the gray mistiness that's settling over everything. I won't feel good until we sight land again.
Oh, it won't be long now. We were clipping right along when we had the sails up. See, that's the advantage of a motor sailor. When the wind died, we could switch right over to power and still maintain our speed.
Except for that panicky half hour when you couldn't get the engine started.
Yeah, just a little corrosion around the points. Bit of sandpaper fixed that. Here, Ellen, why don't you take over the wheel, huh? I want to go and look at the chart. Now, the first buoy we pick up is number 12. From there, we'll see a light. If we make it before nightfall, you can take over for a few minutes. Okay, Susie?
I don't like this mist.
You know where we are right now? We are sailing on the Spanish Main.
The Spanish Main?
That's right. These waters were infested with pirates in the old days. Blackbeard or Calico Jack.
Richard, I think there's a fog closing in. Look ahead.
Yeah. Well, just hold a steady course. We'll be sighting that buoy any minute now. Susie, go below and bring up my binoculars. There's a good girl.
The visibility's not any too good.
We can't be far from port.
Oh, Richard, I hope we're not running into one of those awful pea soupers.
Now, don't panic. Don't get Susie frightened.
Here's binoculars.
Thanks.
Can you make out anything?
Well, I don't see it yet. But we will.
Tell me more about the pirate.
Okay. Well, Calico Jack Rackham. They called him that because of the fancy clothes he wore. He sailed with Anne Bonny. There were girl pirates, too, you know.
Girl pirates?
sure. Anne Bonny and Mary Reed. And from all accounts, they were better at it than the men.
Fog's getting awfully thick, Richard. I've never seen one roll in so fast, and the sun's gone.
I'll take over.
No, I can hold her on course. You keep looking for that buoy. We should have been in port long ago.
Well, we lost a little time trying to start the engine.
And we lost.
Of course not.
I think we ought to start sounding our foghorn.
Not yet. Don't you want to hear what happened to Anne Bonny?
What happened to her?
Well, the pirates all went to jail. They hanged poor old Calico Jack. Mary Reed was dying of a fever, and Anne Bonny nursed her. And then, well, nobody knows just what did happen. In the morning, when the jailkeeper opened their cell, he found the body of Mary Reed, but Anne Bonny was gone. She disappeared and was never heard of.
Richard!
What?
Look! Look what you've done, oh, Richard, how could you?
Well, what? Well, what is it?
This monkey wrench is right behind the compass, Richard.
Who put that there?
Who? Who was working on the engine? That wrench will have pulled that compass so far out of line, heaven knows where we are now.
Sorry. I was so glad to get that motor started. Oh, Ellen, I'm sorry.
Oh, if I ever get my feet on dry land again.
Now, let's keep calm. We are not lost.
Oh, no, we're still right here in the Atlantic Ocean.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
How I ever let you talk me into this expedition.
Just try to keep cool.
Daddy?
It's all my fault.
We're probably 50 miles off course.
Daddy, there's a big can floating over there.
What? Where?
There.
The buoy. It is.
Oh, thank heaven.
I'll take the wheel. I want to go right up to it. We got to be sure of that number.
It should be 12, right?
I see it. I see the number.
What is it?
3.
3? No, it can't be.
A 3 and an 8.
Oh, no.
That's what it is.
Ellen?
Susie's right. 38.
That's impossible. Take the wheel again, Al. Just idle here by the buoy. There's no 38 on this chart. We're way off course. I have to go below and get the other charts.
Can you still see the buoy, Susie?
Sure. It's right here.
Well, keep your eye on it. Don't let me drift too far away. Darling?
Yeah?
You're not smoking down there, are you?
Good Lord, no. You know, I haven't smoked in 10 years.
I smell tobacco.
So do I.
What? Oh, well, let me get at the engine. Maybe there's a short in the wire.
No, it's not like that. It's tobacco. Did you hear that?
What?
It sounded like
somebody laughed.
Ahoy!
It's a ship.
Where? I don't see anything.
Ahoy! Ahoy! You don't answer. Blow the horn. Ahoy!
What ship are you?
The Lady D. We're off course. Can you give us our bearings?
You'd best lay over for the night. Steer north by east, a quarter east. You'll run right down the channel.
Thank you.
I still can't see anything.
North by east, a quarter east.
It was a woman.
Bring the ship around. Slowly, Ellen.
That's right.
I hope she knows what she's talking about.
And I still smell tobacco.
So do I. Was she that close? Funny. I didn't see a thing.
I didn't hear any motor.
Maybe she's sailing.
Now, Susie, how could she be? There's no wind.
And she seemed to get away so fast.
Ellen, go as slow as you can. I'm going forward and keep a sharp watch. We don't know what we're heading into.
All right, I've got her throttled way down.
Hey!
Ouch! What are we hitting?
Quick, put her in reverse! Reverse! Quick, put her in reverse. We can back off. Now, here, let me try. That's no use.
Oh, we found it ground.
Yes, we're stuck fast.
One of the most beautiful yet fearful tales that travelers tell is the Lorelei. The siren who sits on a rock, combing her long golden hair and luring unwary boatmen to their doom. But a siren who smokes tobacco? We'll learn more of this unusual temptress when we return shortly with Act 2. There's nothing so eerie as the feel of a ship gone aground. A living, pulsing body beneath your feet goes suddenly dead. Aboard the Lady D, only Susie slept that night. Ellen and Richard kept an anxious vigil, waiting to see what the dawn would bring. Where were they? How great was the damage to their boats? On the last question hung the safety, perhaps the survival, of the ship and her crew.
Ellen, come up on deck. You've got to see this.
What, dear?
Look at that sunrise. Isn't it magnificent?
Oh, darling. You are the one man alive who could run a valuable boat aground in the middle of nowhere and greet the dawn like Shelley.
Some sort of ship is sure to pass by. Meantime, this is a great adventure.
Mm-hmm. Wait till the tide runs out. That'll be an adventure. This boat's going to roll over on her side.
No, she won't. She's built like a sea skip. They used to pull them right up on the beach to unload the catch. So, give us a kiss, Cassandra.
Good morning, darling.
Well, I guess I better go ashore and see if I can find a water supply on our desert island.
Is this really a desert island?
I'm afraid so, sleepyhead. And your father's playing Robinson... Richard, look.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, here comes Friday.
Hello!
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. You early?
What'd he say?
I think he said we're early.
Early for what?
What island is this?
Campbell's Island.
Campbell's Island?
Yes, mistress. I'm Campbell.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Campbell? I'm Richard Stevens. This is my wife.
Good morning, mistress.
My daughter.
Welcome.
Did you say we were early?
Yes, yes. Usually September come before she bring a boat.
Who?
The lady who smoked the pipe.
A pipe?
Yes, a long clay pipe. You did not see her.
No.
We smelled her pipe.
Is Campbell's Island... is there a town here?
Town? Ho, ho, ho. Campbell, the only man here.
Oh, we missed the harbor channel.
Campbell's Island. I have no harbor.
The lady said there was a channel.
Oh, yes. Sometimes she say that.
You mean she lied to us?
Baby, you want your boat. Your boat, she nice.
Oh, well, why don't you come aboard?
Thank you, sir.
Can I give you a cup of coffee?
No, thank you, mistress. Oh, your wheel.
I like a good old-fashioned wheel to steer with.
You pay a lot for that. Oh, the compass.
Oh, the ship's well equipped.
This is the ship's belt.
Brass. West Coast dear. You have a radio?
Just a receiving set. Now, Mr. Campbell, about getting off the beach.
You stuck fast, man.
Well, if you have a boat and a tow line at high tide...
No, man. My motor too small. Just a little outboard. I sail to the other island.
Oh, there are other islands near?
8 hours to sail there.
Could they send out a workboat from another island?
Maybe. We have to fetch them. No wireless on Campbell's Island.
You mean go in your little sailboat?
Oh, no, mistress. You and the child must stay here. My boat is small. If I try to keep a big boat, she take it.
You mean...
The lady with the pipe.
Well, now, she has a boat. She ought to be willing to...
No, man. Mistress Bonnie have no boat. That's the trouble. She look for a boat. All the time she look.
Bonnie? Did you say Bonnie?
And Bonnie?
You know about her?
Yes, but she died 200 years ago.
That's what they say.
Do you mean that we were talking to a...
A ghost?
Of course not, Susie. There's no such thing.
I talked to a ghost. I talked to a
Susie,
ghost.
be sensible. There are no such things as a ghost.
Your boat is stuck fast on Campbell's Island. For true?
Wait. Yes, but...
If the ghost, she don't bring you, how you think you got here?
Mr. Campbell and Susie are certainly getting along together. Look at them striding ahead of us.
He's striding. She's trotting. What a big, powerful man he is. And his skin like ebony.
How old do you think he is?
Well, I don't know. 40?
I'm eager to see his boat.
Listen, I hate to think of your starting out all alone with him.
I have to go for help.
But why can't he go by himself?
I don't know. He doesn't seem willing to do that.
Did you notice the way he examined our boat equipment?
Yeah, like he was taking inventory.
Yeah, but what do they call those people who lure ships to their doom by putting out beacon lights?
Wreckers.
Yeah. You think he's a wrecker?
The thought crossed my mind.
But we did hear a woman's voice.
Now, look, there could be two explanations for that. Either there is a woman on this island in spite of what Campbell says, or he's a ventriloquist. Look, Ellen, look down there.
Why, it's a castle.
A ruin. A burned-out ruin.
How in the world on this desert island?
I know what that is. I've seen those burnt mansions before. This was a plantation in the slave days. When the slaves rebelled, they burned the house to the ground.
Half of it is still standing.
Yeah. And now the house and the island have found a new master.
Welcome. You like a drink before lunch?
Lunch?
Yes, I give you a nice lunch. You like foie gras, caviar, potted shrimp, any kind of wine?
Nothing, thank you.
A vodka Collins would be just fine.
Vodka Collins. Soon come back.
Mama, Mr. Campbell says there's an ice-cold spring behind the house and coconuts and pineapples and...
Hey, look in the corner there. Cast bronze and enormous.
A propeller.
That's worth a lot of money.
And that wheel, it's huge.
Must have come off a schooner.
What does it say on this plate, Mama?
Duchess of the Caribbees.
This one says Rita 2. This one is Morning Star at SS. What's this word?
The SS Odyssey.
Oh, Richard.
Yeah. All of ships.
Don't wreckers usually murder their victims?
Now, Ellen, we don't know that he's a wrecker.
You like my house?
Oh, it's lovely.
I have good life, man, since I learned to get along with Mistress Bonnie.
How did you come here in the first place, Mr. Campbell?
I was fisherman, hard work, no money. One night, she take my boat. I swim to this island. I see all these rich things here on the beach. So I come back in a new boat. She put that one on the Devil's Thumb.
What's the Devil's Thumb?
Big rock. The devil, he put his thumb up at low tide. Then he pull it down at high tide. Then up at low tide. He hide it again, just below the water. Along come a sailorman. Up come the thumb, right through the bottom of the boat. The devil, I think he good friend of Mistress Bonnie.
Mr. Campbell, you say it'll take all day to get to the nearest boatyard?
In my boat. But they have workboat. Much quicker with power. They return here with you in 2-3 hours.
Then can we start tomorrow morning?
Yes, man. 5 o'clock to catch the tide. I have things to sell very dear. Better than fish. Oh, yes, better than fish.
It feels good to stretch out. Ooh, I'm exhausted.
I was certainly glad to get back to our boat.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I'm too nervous to sleep, so I dread the thought of our separating tomorrow. When I think of you, All by yourself on the sea with that giant of a man? I'm so frightened. Why won't he go alone to get help? That would be perfectly normal, wouldn't it? Unless there's a price on his head. Richard? Richard? Oh, Richard, are you... Richard? Oh, dear, I'll never get to sleep.
She's an able ship.
What? Who's that?
Over the side with you, lad. And mind, walk on cat's feet.
Who's there? Tobacco.
Aye, a good seaworthy vessel.
Who's there? Who are you?
Good evening, lady. I'm just admiring your ship. May I come aboard?
There's somebody with you. I heard you talking.
Aye, but they all ran at the sound of your voice. Men, a craven lot. Jack Rackham was the same. But Mary Reed stood beside me. We held off the king's men till our pistols were empty, and they boarded and knocked the cutlasses out of our hands. Mary died in prison, poor soul. She was with child. But that was days ago.
Days? It was more than that.
Perhaps. I've lost count of time. Will you join me in a pipe?
No, thanks.
A fine, soothing thing to sit on a ship's deck and blow rings at the moon.
I've never seen such perfect smoke rings.
Ghosts.
Ghosts?
Aye. The ghosts of wedding rings I should have worn. Calico Jack calls them that. A captivating man was Jack with his black, gypsy wild curls. They hanged him nonetheless. I stayed till Mary breathed her last,
and then? What happened?
Not all the king's men could ever find out. But come, what will you take for your ship?
She's not for sale.
Oh, come. I must have a ship. They'd be after me. You'd not want to see poor Annie swing in the wind like Calico Jack would.
No, I wouldn't want to see that, but they can't harm you now. They're gone. All turned to dust long ago.
Now put me in irons!
No, my dear, no.
I must have a ship. Listen, I have something worth hundreds of ships. I'll trade it now for this miserable little craft.
What is it?
Rackham and I, we sailed with Blackbeard once.
Blackbeard?
The same. Now, come close, lads. I know where Blackbeard buried his treasure.
Blackbeard's treasure?
A great treasure it was. The booty from 3 rich Spanish merchantmen, laden with gold and silver.
You have a map? A chart?
No need. I know where it is. Come with me, lass. We'll slip out of the next time.
Aren't you forgetting that you drove us aground last night?
A good storm will set you afloat.
Campbell says the big storms don't come till September.
Aye, but sometimes they do. We'll see to that. So, it's a bargain. You'll sail with me?
No, I can't.
You'd abandon me then, betray me?
No, but I
must have a fast ship. They'll be after me. They'll overtake me, and this time they'll hang me. In mercy's name, lass, help me.
I can't. There's a great gulf between us, Anne. You're a dream, a figment. And when I wake up, I'll still be here, but you'll be gone. I can't help you because you're nothing. You're nothing but a dream. Anne? Where are you? Come back! Come back!
apparition for you. A whistling, pipe-smoking lady with a cutlass at her belt. But why did she leave so abruptly? Was she offended at being called a nothing, a figment? Well, none of us likes to hear the truth about himself, least of all a ghost. We'll follow Anne Bonny's ruthless quest for a ship when we return shortly with Act 3. A spectral lady bent on seizing a ship, or a laughing West Indian intent only on gathering up the spoils. Helen doesn't know which she fears most as she watches the dawn stretch its rosy fingers across the uncharted island where the cruiser Lady D lies stranded in the sand.
That was a damn good breakfast, Helen.
I had a depressing dream last night.
Oh?
Well, at least I think it was a dream. Anne Bonny boarded the Lady D, and we had a long talk. And I felt sorry for her. She was frightened.
That scared ghost, huh? That's a switch.
Well, she was terrified. Oh, darling. I hate to see you go off with that awful man in that little boat.
Oh, now, Ellen, dearest, you mustn't worry.
I wish we could stay together. The sea, it's so treacherous.
Campbell's been sailing these waters all his life.
Oh, yes. And he's lost 2 boats. He told us so. And besides, you're going out in a tiny boat with a criminal.
He's not. He gathers salvage. That's all we really know about him.
Good morning. Return now. Time to go.
Toss me a line. I'll make you fast to our stern.
Touch.
Got it.
Come up on deck, Susie. Daddy's leaving.
Come on, darling. Take care.
I want to go, too.
So do I, but we can't, darling.
I don't want to stay here.
Morning, Mr. Susie.
Good morning. I want to go with you, Daddy, please.
Now, there isn't room for us all. You and Mommy take care of each other.
Don't go, Daddy.
Mr. Susie, you go to my house. You can look at the books. Pretty pictures.
Now, when I get into the boat with Mr. Campbell, we're going to let you free the line and cast it off. Now, see how quickly you can do it. Here I go. Hurry, cast us off.
There.
Be good now. We'll be back before you know it.
Aren't you going to start the motor?
No, the tide. She take us out. Then I put up the sail.
Oh, darling, you're slicker. A quick shower might come
Not
up.
a chance. Look at that sky.
No stormy weather. Not if Aunt Bonnie, she don't whistle up the wind.
What? What did you say?
No storm. Not if she don't whistle up the wind. She do that sometime. Yes, man. Ooh-wee, she do that.
Too long in Campbell's house, Susie. We should be getting back to the Lady D.
It's still raining.
I thought it was one of those quick little tropical showers, but just look out there.
The water's all ruffled.
White caps.
I'm hungry. Let's go back to the Lady D.
We'll be soaked.
I'll tell you what let's do. Why don't I go back alone and get you raincoat?
No, darling.
It doesn't matter if I get hurt. I'm in my bathing suit.
No, Susie, no.
You always say no. Daddy will let me. It's only a little way. Please.
Well, you promise you'll come straight back?
I promise.
No loitering now.
I won't.
A full great tide is coming. The ship will float free soon.
Oh, I'll go get my mom.
No time for that. The wind's offshore and the tides are making. doctor.
Oh, I'm not scared, but...
You'll have to step smartly to save her.
I don't know how.
Come aboard.
I'm going to get my mama's raincoat. I promise.
See there?
What?
She's floating free. But this great tide will drive her further up on the beach.
Daddy put out an anchor on the beach.
The waves will carry her up over the anchor and dash her to pieces on those rocks up there.
Oh, no.
But you could save her if you weren't afraid.
I'm not scared.
Then, up to the mainsail, lass.
I can't put up the sails. I'm not big enough.
Ah, that's a pity. The ship is lost. Lost.
But I can start the engine.
Can you not?
Sure, anybody could do that. You just turn that little key there. She starts right off.
She's saved. Start her up.
I can't lift that big anchor, though.
Cast it off. Cast it off. Better to lose an anchor than a ship.
Daddy says always start the engine first.
Aye, aye. Captain?
I'm too short to reach the gear shift thing. I know. I'll get something to stand on. Here. Daddy's tool chest will do. Now, let's see. He calls this little thing the choke.
Hurry! She's swinging about.
I've never done this before. Now, I'll turn the key. See? She started right off. Now I put the motor in reverse.
The anchor on the beach.
I forgot. I'll go forward and untie it.
Can you free it?
Yes. Just round this little thing.
Steady there. She's rolling.
I have to throw the rope far away. Daddy says...
Never mind. Do it. Ship's rolling. The trough of the waves.
He sure is.
Hurry. I shall go up on the beach again.
I don't know what to do now.
Back off and turn the wheel hard to starboard. No, this way. That's right. The stern will swing to port and she'll ride clear.
I did it. But she's going too fast.
A fine helmsman you do. She can keep a water now. Straighten her out. Head out to sea. Arm to port.
The wheel's so big. That's better. We're not rolling so much. Where should I go?
Right out to sea.
Oh, no. I don't want to go way out there.
If you don't, you'll go around again.
I don't want to go out the ocean. I'm scared.
Run around the island and drop your anchor on the other side. She can lie in the sea.
I left the anchor on the beach.
Have you run?
No, just a little tiny one for the rowboat.
Ah, pity. Well, go around the island.
I'm trying. I can't. Something's the matter. Look! What's the matter with the wheel? It's just spinning around. It's all loose.
Oh, lass! My gracious dear! Yes, the rudder cable broke. You'll not be able to pilot her now.
What shall I do?
We're caught in a vast current. We'll be swept out to sea. There's nothing for it. The ship is doomed. She's lost. Lost. And I must find another.
There's my mommy on the beach. Mommy! I can't steer it. It's broken. Miss Bonnie, what shall I do? Miss Bonnie, where are you? Mommy, I'm scared.
But a ship can't just disappear like that, can it? Without leaving a trace.
Of course not, darling. Mr. Wyatt here has radioed back to the boatyard. They say the authorities are sending out a helicopter. We'll hear from it soon, and when we do, we'll go right to her. This tug is faster than it looks.
No way. It's terrible.
Isn't there anything else we can do, Mr. Wyatt?
I don't know what to say to you folks. We've been around the island several times. There's no sign of a ship.
My baby. I should never have let her out of my sight. I had no idea she'd try to start the engine.
Ellen, darling, don't. We'll find her.
She was only gone from the house just about 10 minutes. I set out right after her.
I know, dearest.
And then when I got to the beach, the boat was out a little way from the shore. And Susie was standing on the deck crying. And the boat was just drifting away. It went around that point of land out there. And I ran to the other side of the island. But I never saw her again.
Oh, dearest, please, don't cry.
There was just nothing I could do until you came back in the tugboat.
I know. We'll find her.
I wish that man Campbell was here. He knows these waters. Why didn't he come back with you?
He dropped me at the public dock and took off like a shot.
The police have had him in for questioning several times. There have been too many wrecks in the last few years. But they never seem to get anything out of him. So, you ran into him too, huh?
Yeah, he told us. Hey, wait a minute. What did he call it? That rock, the Devil's Thumb.
Yes, the submerged rock.
Yeah, do you know where it is, Mr. Wyatt?
Well, there's only one I know of, a very dangerous spot, right in the path of a swift current. And sometimes it's, there are shoals to very bad places.
Oh, Richard.
Mr. Wyatt?
Yes, of course. I know about where it lies. Now, we'll run down on it. Best to have a look. This is the tugboat Swallow calling Coastal Police Launch. Tug Swallow to Police Launch. Come in, please. Over.
Police Launch to Swallow. I read you. Over.
That's good. I can hardly hear you, but it doesn't matter. We've located the missing cruiser, Lady D. Over.
Is the child okay? Over.
Yeah, it's a miracle. The kid was alone on board. She managed to drop a small anchor onto a submerged sandbar near the Devil's Thumb. I have the boat in tow, and we're heading back to port. Over.
Glad to hear it. Over.
Right. Over and out. Well, Susie, you're quite a sailor. But how did you know that sandbar was there? You couldn't see it.
The lady told me. The lady with the pipe.
A lady?
She's not a real lady. She's a ghost.
A ghost? Well, it's hard to explain.
We don't believe in such things, of course, but...
She went away for a while, but when I started to cry, she came back.
A ghost?
I'm sure there's some perfectly natural explanation.
She said to put out a long, long line so the anchor wouldn't drag.
Well, that was sound advice, but I don't understand.
You see, Mr. Wyatt, I've been telling Susie these pirate stories.
And I'd had a very vivid dream, and she heard us talking about that. You know how impressionable children are.
Excuse me. Do you smell something burning?
Something burning?
Yeah, it smells like tobacco.
Richard.
Mr. Wyatt, don't you think we better get both these boats back into harbor just as fast as we can? Well, those were the known facts of the strange voyage of the Lady D. To this day, Susie insists she talked to a ghost. Ellen believes it was a startling example of the power of the imagination. And Richard has been reading up on the dematerialized nature of modern physics. And he wonders if somewhere in space there exists a vast psychological viewing screen, picking up impressions from other times, and through which it was the fate of the Lady D to pass. I'll be back shortly. And now a brief footnote to the story you've just heard. Among seafaring men, there is a belief, as ancient as the art of navigation itself, that when the wind dies down, a sailor may bring it to life again by the simple act of whistling.
The mystery concerning the fate of Anne Bonny, as well as her life of piracy with Calico Jack, Mary Read, and the nefarious Blackbeard, is not legend. It is thoroughly documented historical fact. Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Paul Hecht, Corinne Orr, Margaret Barker, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Joe.
Yeah, Amy?
Joe, there's something crazy going on in this house. Something real crazy.
Now, Amy, honey.
Joe, listen to me. There's something wrong. Jack says he never saw me before in his life.
What?
And never proposed marriage to me, and then he did. And his wife, she came to my bedroom with an axe in her hand.
For chimney's sake, hold it. Amy, you're not making sense.
Oh, I know I'm not, because what's happening here, what's happened to me, doesn't make sense either.
Will somebody explain this?
A mistake of some kind has been made.
A mistake?
Your sister, well, I haven't wanted to spell this out in so many words, but since you're here now and can take care of her, Joe, I'm afraid your sister is crazy.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Indeed, my sister Martha and I have been talking all the week about your sermon last Sunday.
Oh.
Oh, it is really wonderful, Dr. Harper. In only 2 short years, you've taken on the spirit of Brooklyn.
That's very gratifying, Miss Brewster.
Living here next to the church all our lives, you know, we've seen so many ministers come and go. The spirit of Brooklyn, we always say, is friendliness. And your sermons are not so much sermons as friendly talks.
Personally, I've always enjoyed my talks with Cardinal Gibbons. Or have I met him yet?
No, Teddy dear, not yet. Mm-hmm. Are the biscuits good?
Splendid, Aunt Abby.
Won't you have another biscuit, Dr. Harper?
Oh, no. I'm afraid I'll have no appetite for dinner now. I always eat too many of your biscuits just to taste your lovely jam.
Oh, well, we'll send you over a jar.
No, you keep it here so I can be sure of having your biscuits with it.
Very well. I understand Mortimer's taking Elaine with him to the theatre again tonight. We are so happy it's your daughter he takes with him, Dr. Harper.
It's a new experience for me to wait up until 3 o'clock in the morning for her to be brought home.
Oh, but I do hope you don't disapprove of Mortimer.
Well...
But we'd feel so guilty if you did, Sister Martha and I. I mean, since it was here that your daughter met our nephew.
I believe Mortimer to be quite a worthy gentleman, but I must admit that I've watched the growing intimacy between him and my daughter with some trepidation. For one reason, Miss Abby.
You mean his stomach, Dr. Harper?
Stomach?
Yes, his dyspepsia.
No, Miss Abby. I'll be frank with you. I'm speaking of your nephew's unfortunate connection with the theatre.
The theatre? Oh, no, Dr. Harper. Mortimer writes for a New York newspaper.
I know, Miss Abby, but a dramatic critic is constantly exposed to the theatre. And I don't doubt but some of them develop an interest in it.
No, not Mortimer. He hates the theatre.
Really?
Oh, yes. He writes awful things about it. But you can't blame him, poor boy. He was so happy writing about real estate, which he really knew something about. And then they just make him take this terrible night position.
My.
But as he says, the theatre can't last much longer anyway. And in the meantime, it's a living. Well, now, whoever do you suppose that is? Oh, come in, Mr. Brophy.
Hello, Miss Brewster.
How are you, Mr. Clyde?
Very well, Miss Brewster.
What news have you two police officers brought me?
Colonel, we have nothing to report.
Splendid. Thank you, gentlemen. At ease.
You know Dr. Harper?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Harper.
We've come for the toys for the Christmas fund, Miss Brewster.
Oh, yes.
That's splendid work you men do for the poor children.
Oh, it gives us something to do when we have to sit around the station. You get tired playing cards, then you start cleaning a gun. And the first thing you know, you've shot yourself in the foot.
Oh, dear. Teddy, just go upstairs, dear, and get that big box from your Aunt Martha's room, will you?
Yes, Aunt Abby.
Dear Teddy, always pretending he's in the army. And how is your wife, Mr. Brophy?
Oh, she's better now. A little weak still.
Well, I'm going to get you some beef broth to take to her.
Oh, now, don't bother, Miss Abby. You've done so much for her already.
We made it this morning. Yes, Sister Martha's taking some to poor Mr. Benitsky right now. I won't be a minute. Sit down and be comfortable, all of you.
Well, now, she shouldn't go to all that trouble.
Listen, you just tried to stop her or her sister from doing something nice, and for nothing.
Colonel, you promised not to do that.
But I had to call a cabinet meeting to get the release of those supplies.
He used to do that in the middle of the night. The neighbours raised Cain with us. They're a little bit afraid of him anyway.
Oh, he's quite harmless.
Oh, suppose he does think he's Teddy Roosevelt. There's a lot worse people he could think he was.
It's a shame. A nice family like this hatching a cuckoo like him.
Well, the old girl's father, Teddy's grandfather, he was a little crazy, wasn't he?
Yes, crazy like a fox. He made $1 million.
Really?
Yes, patent medicine. He used the house here as a sort of a clinic. Tried him out on people.
He used to make mistakes occasionally, too.
The department never bothered him much because he was pretty useful on autopsies, especially poison cases.
Well, whatever he did, he left his daughters fixed for life.
Not that they ever spend any of it on themselves.
Yes, I'm well acquainted with their charities.
Oh, you don't know a tenth of it. When I was with the Missing Persons Bureau, I was trying to trace an old man that we never did find. Do you know there's a renting agency that's got this house down on its list for furnished rooms? They don't rent rooms, but anybody who comes here looking for a room goes away with a good meal and a few dollars in their pocket.
Well, now, isn't this nice?
Good afternoon, Miss Brewster.
How do you do, Mr. Brophy? Dr. Harper and Mr. Klein.
How are you, Miss Brewster?
We dropped in to get the Christmas toys.
Oh, yes, of course. I hope Mrs. Brophy's better.
Oh, she's doing fine, ma'am. Your sister's getting some soup for me to take to her.
Oh, yes, we made it this morning. I just took some to a poor man who broke ever so many bones.
Oh, so you're back, Martha. And how was Mr. Benitsky?
Oh, well, dear, it's pretty serious, I'm afraid. The doctor was there. He's going to amputate in the morning.
Oh, can we be present?
No. I asked him, but he says it's against the rules.
Well, here is the broth, Mr. Brophy. And be sure it's good and hot.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Ah, and here's Teddy with the toys.
There they are.
Thank you, dear Teddy.
All checked and correct.
There you are, Mr. Clyde.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am. Well, we'll run along now.
Goodbye, Mr. Clyde.
Goodbye, Mr. Brophy.
Goodbye, ma'am.
And thank you.
I must be getting home, too.
Oh, well, before you go, Dr. Harper...
Charge! Charge the blockhouse!
Have you ever tried to persuade him that he wasn't Teddy Roosevelt?
Oh, no.
Nobody's so happy being Teddy Roosevelt.
Once, a long time ago, do you remember, Martha? We thought if he would be George Washington, it might be a change for him.
But he stayed under his bed for days and just wouldn't be anybody.
And we'd so much rather he'd be Mr. Roosevelt than nobody.
Well, if he's happy. You'll see that he signs these papers.
What are they?
Well, Dr. Harper has made arrangements for Teddy to go to Happy Dale Sanatorium
after we pass on. But why should Teddy sign any papers now?
Oh, it's better to have it all settled. Mr. Witherspoon understands they're to be filed away until the time comes to use them.
Mr. Witherspoon? Who's he?
He's the superintendent of Happy Dale.
And Dr. Harper has arranged for him to drop in tomorrow or the next day to meet Teddy.
Well, I'd better be running along, or Elaine will be over here looking for me.
Well, give our love to Elaine. Oh, and Dr. Harper, please don't think harshly of Mortimer because he's a dramatic critic. Somebody has to do these things.
Well, good day.
Have you only just had tea? Isn't it rather late?
Yes, and dinner's going to be late too.
Why?
Teddy! Teddy!
Yes, Aunt Abby?
Good news for you, dear. You're going to Panama to dig another lock for the canal.
Delighted. I shall prepare for the journey at once.
Abby, while I was out.
Yes, dear. I just couldn't wait for you. I didn't know when you'd be back, and Dr. Harper was coming.
But all by yourself?
Oh, but I got along splendidly.
I'll just run downstairs and see it.
Oh, no. There wasn't time for that, dear, for I was all alone.
Well, where is it then?
Martha, just look in the window seat.
Abby, dear, what a lovely body. And all by yourself, too. Who can that be? Oh, it's Elaine. Come in, dear.
Good afternoon, Miss Martha. Oh, I thought Father was here.
Oh, well, he's just this minute left. Didn't you meet him?
No, I took the shortcut through the cemetery. Hasn't Mortimer come yet?
No, dear.
Oh, he asked me to meet him here. Do you mind if I wait?
No, not at all. He should be here any minute now.
Oh, my goodness, Elaine, what must you think of us not having tea cleared away by this time? I just put the tray in the kitchen.
Don't bother with anything in the kitchen, Abby, until Mortimer comes, and then I'll help you. Oh, there he is now.
Hello, Aunt Martha.
Abby, Mortimer's here.
Hello, Elaine.
Hello, Mort.
Hello, Mortimer.
Hello, Aunt Abby.
How are you, dear?
All right. And you look well. You haven't changed much since yesterday.
Oh, my goodness, it was yesterday, wasn't it? Well, we are seeing a great deal of you lately. Well, sit down, sit down.
Abby, haven't we something to do in the kitchen, Abby?
Huh?
You know, the tea things.
Oh, yes, of course, the tea things. Well, now you two just make yourselves at home. Just
make yourselves at home.
Now, where do you want to go for dinner, Elaine?
I don't care. I'm not very hungry.
Well, I just had breakfast. Suppose we wait till after the show,
Well, that'll make it pretty late, won't it?
Not with the little stinker we're seeing tonight, but what I've heard about it, we'll be at Blake's by 10 o'clock.
You ought to be fair to these plays.
Are these plays fair to me?
You know, I've never seen you walk out on a musical. Somehow they have a humanizing effect on you. It wasn't until after our first musical you told me I had nice legs. And I have, too.
For a minister's daughter, you know a lot about life. Where do you learn it?
In the choir loft.
I'll explain that to you sometime, darling.
What?
The close connection between eroticism and religion.
Religion never gets as high as the choir loft.
You know, I've never been able to rationalize it.
What?
My falling in love with a girl who lives in Brooklyn.
Falling in love? You're not stooping to the articulate, are you?
The only way I can regain my self-respect is to keep you in New York.
Did you say keep?
No. I've come to the conclusion that you're holding out for the legalities. Now, where could we be married in a hurry? Let me say tonight.
I'm afraid Father will insist on officiating.
Your father could make even the marriage service sound pedestrian. All right, formal, everything formal and legal. But not later than next month.
Darling.
Hello, Mortimer.
How are you, Mr. President?
Fine, thank you, just fine. What news have you brought for me?
Just this, Mr. President. The country is squarely behind you.
Yes, I know. Isn't it wonderful? Well, goodbye.
Where are you off to, Teddy?
Panama.
Panama?
Panama's the cellar.
Oh.
He digs locks for the canal down there.
You're very sweet with him, and he's so fond of you.
Well, Teddy was always my favourite brother.
Favourite? Were there more of you?
Well, there's another brother, Jonathan.
I never heard of him.
Well, we don't like to talk about Jonathan. He left Brooklyn very early, by request. He was the kind of boy who liked to cut worms in two with his teeth.
What became of him?
Oh, I don't know. He wanted to become a surgeon like grandfather, but he wouldn't go to medical school first, and his practice got him into trouble.
Aren't you two going to be late for the theatre?
Oh, we're skipping dinner. We don't have to start for half an hour.
Oh, well then, I'll leave you alone together again.
Don't bother, darling. I'm going to run over to speak to Father. Before I go out with you, Mort, he likes to pray over me a little.
Oh, by the way, Aunt Abby, I'm going to marry her.
What? Oh, darling! Martha, come here. I've got the most wonderful news. Mortimer and Elaine are going to be married.
Married? Oh, Mortimer.
Oh, we hoped it would happen like this.
Oh, Elaine must be the happiest girl in the world.
Happy? Just look at her leaping over those gravestones. Oh, by the way, I left a large envelope around here last week. It was one of the chapters of my book on Theodore. Have you seen it?
Well, if you left it here, it must be here somewhere.
Well, when are you going to be married? There must be something more you can tell us about Elaine.
Elaine? Oh, yes, Elaine. Thought it was brilliant.
What was, dear?
My chapter on Theodore.
Oh, well, when Elaine comes back, I think we ought to have a little celebration. We must drink to your happiness. Martha, isn't there some of that Lady Baltimore cake left?
Oh, yes.
And I'll open a bottle of wine.
Oh, and to think that it happened in this room.
Oh, now, where could I have put it?
I do hope the play will be something you can enjoy for once. It may be something romantic. What's the name of it?
Murder Will Out.
Oh, dear.
When the curtain goes up, the first thing you'll see will be a dead body. Now, could it be in the window seat, I wonder? My God! Aunt Abby, you were going to make plans for Teddy to go to that sanatorium, the Happy Dale.
Yes, dear, it's all arranged. Dr. Harper was here today and brought the papers for Teddy to sign. Here they are.
He's got to sign them right away.
Yes, that's what Dr. Harper thinks. Then there won't be any legal difficulties after we pass on.
Here's the cake.
Oh, yes, dear. Put it down there, will you, Martha?
He's got to sign them this minute. He's down in the cellar. Now get him up here right away.
Oh, there's no such hurry as that.
No. When Teddy starts working on the canal, you can't get his mind on anything else.
Teddy's got to go to Happy Dale now. Tonight.
Oh, no, dear. That's not until after we're gone.
Now, listen, darlings. I'm frightfully sorry, but I've got some shocking news for you. You know we've sort of humoured Teddy because we thought he was harmless.
Well, he is harmless.
He was harmless. That's why he has to go to Happy Dale. Why he has to be confined.
Mortimer, why have you suddenly turned against Teddy, your own brother?
Teddy's killed a man.
Nonsense, dear.
There's a body in the window seat.
Yes, dear, we know.
You know?
Well, of course, dear, but it's nothing to do with Teddy.
Now, Mortimer, just forget about it. Forget you ever saw the gentleman.
Forget?
We never dreamed you'd look.
But who is he?
His name is Hoskins, Adam Hoskins. That's really all I know about him, except that he's a Methodist.
That's all you know about him? What's he doing here? I mean, what's happened to him?
He died.
Aunt Martha, men don't just get into window seats and die.
Oh, no, but he died first.
How?
Now, Mortimer, don't be so inquisitive. The gentleman died because he drank some wine with poison in it.
But how did the poison get in the wine?
Well, we put it in wine because it's less noticeable. When it's in tea, it has a distinct odour.
You put it in the wine?
Yes. And I put Mr. Hoskins in the window seat because Dr. Harper was coming.
So you knew what you'd done. You didn't want Dr. Harper to see the body.
Well, not at tea, dear. That wouldn't have been very nice. Now, Mortimer, you know the whole thing. Just forget about it. I do think Martha and I have the right to our own little secrets.
What are we going to do? I mean, what are we going to do?
What are we going to do about what, dear?
There's a body in that window seat.
Yes, dear, Mr. Hoskins.
Well, I can't turn you over to the police, but what am I going to do?
Oh, well, for one thing, dear, stop being so excited.
But Mr. Hotchkiss.
Hoskins, dear.
Well, whatever his name is, you can't leave him there.
Oh, we don't intend to, dear.
No, Teddy's down in the cellar now, digging the lock.
You mean you're going to bury Mr. Hotchkiss in the cellar?
Oh, yes, dear. Well, that's what we did with the others.
You can't bury Mr. Others?
It's the other gentleman.
When you say others, do you mean others? More than one others?
Oh, yes, dear. Now, let me see. This is 11, isn't it, Abby?
Oh, no, dear, this makes 12.
No, I think you're wrong, Abby. This is only 11.
No, dear, because I remember when Mr. Hoskins first came in, it occurred to me that he would make just a round dozen.
Well, you really shouldn't count the first one.
Oh, but I was counting the first one, so that makes it 12. Anyway, they're all down in the cellar.
All right, now, 12. Now tell me, who was the first one?
Mr. Midgley. He was a Baptist.
Of course, I still think we can't claim full credit for him, because he just died.
Martha means without any help from us. You see, Mr. Midgley came here looking for a room.
It was after you moved to New York.
Yes, and it didn't seem right for that lovely room to be going to waste when there were so many people who needed it.
He was such a lonely old man.
All his kith and kin were dead, and it left him so forlorn and unhappy.
And we felt so sorry for him.
And then, when his heart attack came on, and he sat dead in that chair, looking so peaceful, you remember, Martha? We made up our minds then and there that if we could help other lonely old men to that same peace, we would.
Teddy had been digging in Panama, down in the cellar, and he thought Mr. Midgley was a yellow fever victim.
Yes, and that meant he had to be buried immediately.
So we all took him down to Panama and put him in the lock. That's why we told you not to worry now, because we know exactly what has to be done.
And that's how this all started? That man walking in here and dropping dead?
Yes, of course. You see, we realized we couldn't depend on that happening again. So...
you remember those jars of poison that have been up on the shelves in Grandfather's laboratory all these years?
And you know your Aunt Martha's knack for mixing things.
Well, dear, for a gallon of elderberry wine, I take 1 teaspoonful of arsenic, and then add half a teaspoonful of strychnine, and then just a pinch of cyanide.
Should have quite a kick.
Yes, as a matter of fact, one of our gentlemen found time to say, "How delicious."
Well, I'll have to get things started in the kitchen.
Mortimer, I wish you could stay for dinner.
I'm trying out a new recipe.
I couldn't eat a thing.
I'll come and help you, dear. Well, I feel so much better now. Oh, you have to wait for Elaine, haven't you, Mortimer? How happy you must be. Well, dear, I'll leave you alone with your thoughts.
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I... Oh, it's you, Elaine.
Hello.
Now, you run along home, and I'll call you up tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
You know I always call you up every day or two.
But we're going to the theatre tonight.
No, we're not.
Well, why not?
Elaine, some things come up.
What, darling? Mortimer, you've lost your job.
No, I haven't lost my job. I'm just not covering that play tonight. Now, you run along home, Elaine.
I've got to know what's happened. You can tell me.
No, dear, I can't.
But if we're going to be married...
Married?
Have you forgotten?
Oh, yes. Well, as far as I know, that's still on. Now, you run along home, Elaine. I've got to do something.
Listen, you can't propose to me 1 minute and throw me out of the house the next.
Now, look, Elaine, you're a sweet girl, and I love you, but I have something on my mind, and I want you to go home and wait till I call you.
Well, don't try to be masterful.
Look, when we're married and I have problems to face, I hope you're less tedious and uninspired.
And when we're married, if we're married, I hope I find you adequate.
Elaine! Hello.
That's the doorbell, dear, not the telephone.
Oh.
How do you do? Come in.
I understand you have a room to rent.
Yes. Won't you step in?
Are you the lady of the house?
Yes, yes. I am Miss Brewster, and this is my sister, another Miss Brewster.
My name is Gibbs.
Won't you sit down? Let me talk to you.
May I see the room?
Well, why don't you sit down for a minute and let's get acquainted?
Well, that won't do much good if I don't like the room.
Is Brooklyn your home?
Haven't got a home. Live in a hotel. Don't like it.
Are your family Brooklyn people?
Haven't got any family.
All alone in the world?
Yes.
Well, Martha, perhaps some wine. You've come to just the right house, Mr. Gibbs. Now, do sit down.
What church do you go to? There's an Episcopal church practically next door.
I'm Presbyterian. Used to be. Is there always this much noise?
Oh, he doesn't live with us.
Well, I'd really like to see the room.
Well, it's upstairs. Won't you try a glass of our wine before we go up?
Never touch it.
Well, we make this ourselves. It's elderberry wine.
Oh, elderberry wine. Haven't tasted elderberry wine since I was a boy. Thank you. You have your own elderberry bushes?
No, but the cemetery is full of them.
Do you serve meals?
Well, we might. But first, just see whether you like our wine.
There must be somebody.
Just try this, Mr. Gibbs.
Why don't you try Joe? I mean, he's... Stop! That's not... Stop. No, do you want to be poisoned? Get out. Do you want to be killed? Do you want to be murdered? Get out.
Well, now you've spoiled everything.
Oh, you can't do things like that. It's not nice. People wouldn't understand. Well, he wouldn't understand.
Eppie, we shouldn't have told Mortimer.
What I mean is, well, this has developed into a very bad habit.
Now, Mortimer, we don't try to stop you from doing things you like to do, and I don't see why you should interfere with us.
Hello. All right, Al. I'll see the first act and I'll pan the hell out of it. But look, Al, you've got to do something for me. Get hold of O'Brien, our lawyer. Now, get him to meet me at the theatre. Now, don't let me down. Okay? I'm starting now. Look, I've got to go to the theatre. But before I go, will you promise me something?
Well, we'd have to know what it was first.
You know I'd do anything in the world for you, and I want you to do just this little thing for me.
Well, what do you want us to do?
Don't do anything. Don't let anyone in, and leave Mr. Hoskins right where he is in the window seat.
Why?
I want time to think.
Well, we were planning on holding the service before dinner.
Service?
Certainly. You don't think we'd bury Mr. Hoskins without a full Methodist service, do you?
But can't that wait till I get back?
Oh, then you could join us.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mortimer, you will enjoy the service, especially the hymns. Do you remember how beautifully Mortimer used to sing in the choir before his voice changed?
And remember, you're not going to let anyone in while I'm gone. It's a promise?
Well...
Oh, Martha, yes. We can do that now that Mortimer's cooperating with us. Well, all right, Mortimer.
Have you got some paper? Now, I'll get back just as soon as I can.
Well, will this do?
That's fine, yes. It'll save time if I write my review on the way to the theatre. Goodbye.
You know, Mortimer didn't seem quite himself today.
Well, of course, that's only natural. He's just become engaged. That always makes a man nervous.
Abby, if Mortimer's coming back for the service, we shall need another hymnal.
You know, dear, it's really my turn to read the service. But since you weren't here when Mr. Hoskins came, I want you to do it.
Ah, that's very nice of you, dear. But are you sure you want me to?
Well, it's only fair.
Well, I think I'll wear my black bombazine and Mother's old brooch.
I'll go, dear.
Oh, we promised Mortimer we wouldn't let anyone in.
Well, who do you suppose it is?
Wait a minute. I'll look. Oh, It's two men, and I've never seen them before.
Are you sure?
Yes, and there's a car at the curb. They must have come in that.
Well, let me look.
Do you recognize them?
No, they're strangers to me.
We'll just have to pretend we're not home. Oh, hide here behind the screen. Go on, get round.
All right,
quietly.
All right.
Come in, Doctor. This is the home of my youth.
So,
As a boy, I couldn't wait to escape from this place now. I'm glad to escape back into it.
yeah, Charlie. It's a fine hideout.
Yeah, the family must still live here. I hope there's a fatted calf awaiting the return of the prodigal.
Yeah, I'm hungry. Look, Johnny, wine.
As though we were expected.
Oh, who are you? And what are you doing here?
Why, Aunt Abby. Aunt Martha. It's Jonathan.
You get out of here.
But it's Jonathan. Your nephew, Jonathan.
Oh, no, you're not. You're nothing like Jonathan. You get out of here.
But I am Jonathan. And this is Dr. Einstein.
And he's not Dr. Einstein either.
Not Dr. Albert Einstein, Dr. Hermann Einstein.
Well, who are you? You're not our nephew, Jonathan.
I see you're still wearing the lovely garnet ring that Grandma Brewster bought in England.
Oh.
And you, Aunt Martha, still the high collar to hide the scar where Grandfather's acid burned you?
His voice is like Jonathan's, Abby.
Have you been in an accident?
No. My face. Dr. Einstein is responsible for that. He's a plastic surgeon. He changes people's faces.
Don't worry, ladies. The last 5 years, I give Johnny 3 new faces. I give him another one right away. This last face, well, I was intoxicated at the time.
You see, Doctor, you see what you've done to me, even my own family.
Johnny, you're home in this lovely house. How often he tells me about Brooklyn, about this house, about his aunts that he loves so much.
I promised Dr. Einstein that no matter how rushed we were in passing through Brooklyn, I'd take time to bring him here for one of Aunt Martha's home-cooked dinners.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough.
Oh, Abby, it's a pretty good-sized pot roast.
Pot roast?
I think the least we could do
Thank you, Aunt Martha. We'll stay to dinner.
Well, we'll hurry it along.
Oh, yes. And if we had a few more vegetables, and lots of potatoes.
Find something else to have with these.
Well, Johnny, where do we go from here? We got to think fast. The police. The police have got pictures of that face. I got to operate on you right away. We got to find some place for that. And we got to find a place for Mr. Spenalzo.
Oh,
too.
don't waste any worry on that rat.
But, Johnny, we got a hot stiff on our hands.
Forget Mr. Spenalzo.
But you can't leave a dead body in the car. You shouldn't have killed him, Johnny. He's a nice fellow. He gives us a lift, and what happens?
He said I looked like Boris Karloff. You did that to me.
Take it easy, Johnny. Now, look. Your aunts, they don't want us here.
We're here for dinner, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, but after dinner.
Leave it to me, Doctor. I'll handle it. This house will be our headquarters for years.
Oh, that would be beautiful, Johnny. This nice, quiet house. And those aunts of yours, what sweet ladies. I love them already. I get the bags, yeah?
Doctor, we must wait until we're invited.
But you just said that...
We'll be invited.
And if they say no?
Doctor, 2 helpless old women.
Oh, it's like comes through a beautiful dream. Only I hope we're not dreaming. It's so peaceful.
That's what makes this house so perfect for us. It's so peaceful. Yes, aunties, those 5 years in Chicago were amongst the busiest and happiest of my life.
And from Chicago we go to South Bend, Indiana, and there we had a fascinating...
They wouldn't be interested in our experience in Indiana.
Well, Jonathan, you've led a very interesting life, I'm sure.
But we really shouldn't have allowed you to talk so late.
My meeting Dr. Einstein in London, I might say, changed the whole course of my life. You remember, I'd been in South Africa in the diamond business, then Amsterdam, the diamond market. I wanted to go back to South Africa, and Dr. Einstein made it possible for me.
When we take off the bandages, his face looked so different, the nurse had to introduce me.
You know, I think we'll go back to that face, Doctor.
Yeah, it's safe now.
Well, I know you both want to get to where you're going.
My dear aunts, I'm so full of that delicious dinner I'm unable to move a muscle.
Yeah, he's nice here.
Well, after all, it's very late.
I found it! I found it!
What did you find, Teddy?
The story of my life. My biography. Here's the picture I was telling you about, General. Here we are, both of us. President Roosevelt and General Goethals, the Calibra cat. That's me, General, and that's you.
My, how I've changed.
Well, of course you've changed. That picture hasn't been taken yet. We haven't even started work on Calibra cat. We're still digging locks. So, General, we'll both go to Panama and inspect the new lock.
No, Teddy, not to Panama.
No, we go some other time. Panama's a long way off.
Nonsense, it's down in the cellar.
The cellar?
Well, we let him dig the Panama Canal in the cellar.
General Goethals, as President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, and the man who gave you this job, I demand that you accompany me to the inspection of the new lock.
All right, Mr. President. We go to Panama.
Fine. Follow me, General.
Lead on, Mr. President. I am following.
Jonathan, there's a very nice little hotel just 3 blocks down.
Aunt Martha, this is my home.
Oh, but Jonathan, you can't stay here.
Dr. Einstein and I need a place to sleep. You remembered this afternoon that as a boy I could be very disagreeable. It wouldn't be very pleasant for any of us if I had...
Well, perhaps we'd better let them stay here tonight, Abby.
Well, just overnight, Jonathan.
That's settled. Now, if you'll get my room ready...
It only needs airing out.
Yes, well, you see, we keep it ready to show our lodgers.
Hey, Johnny, down in the cellars.
Dr. Einstein, my dear aunts have invited us to live with them.
Oh, you fixed it.
Well, you're sleeping here tonight.
Please get our room ready immediately.
Well, if you insist.
Well, for tonight only, then.
Yes, but it's all very awkward, Abby, isn't it?
No, never mind. You put on the kettle and...
Johnny. Johnny, when I go down in the cellar, what do you think I find?
What?
The Panama Canal.
The Panama Canal.
It just fits, Mr. Spinalzo. It's a hole Teddy dug, 6 feet long and 3 feet wide.
Down there?
You'd think they knew we were bringing Mr. Spinalzo along. That's hospitality.
Rather a good joke on my aunts. They're living in a house with a body buried in the cellar.
How do we get him in?
Yes, we can't just walk him in through the door. I got it. We'll drive the car up between the house and the cemetery. Then, when they've gone to bed, we'll bring Mr. Spinalzo in through that window.
Oh.
Jonathan.
Huh?
Your room is ready.
Oh, then you can go to bed. We're moving the car up behind the house.
Well, it's all right when it is until the morning.
I don't want to leave it in the street. That might be against the law.
Yeah, it is. That's quite right.
Come on, Doctor.
Abby, what are we going to do?
Well, we are not going to let them stay more than one night in this house, for one thing. What would the neighbours think? People coming in with one face and going out with another?
But what are we going to do about Mr. Hoskins?
Oh, Mr. Hoskins. Can't be very comfortable for him in the window seat. And he's been so patient, poor dear. Well, I think Teddy had better get Mr. Hoskins downstairs right away.
Abby, I will not invite Jonathan to the funeral service.
Oh, no, dear. We'll wait until they've gone to bed, and then we'll come down and hold the service.
Yes.
Oh, well, General Goethals was very pleased. He says the canal is just the right size.
Teddy, there's been another yellow fever victim.
Dear me, this will be a shock to the General.
Then we mustn't tell him about it.
But it's his department.
Oh, no, we mustn't tell him, Teddy. It would just spoil his visit.
I'm sorry, Aunt Abby. It's out of my hands. He'll have to be told. Army regulations, you know.
No, Teddy, we must keep it a secret.
Yes.
A state secret?
Yes, a state secret.
Promise?
You have the word of the President of the United States.
Now, Teddy, you go down back into the cellar, and when I call you, you come up and take the poor man down to the canal.
And we'll come down later and hold the service.
Where is the poor devil?
He's in the window seat.
Oh, seems to be spreading. We've never had yellow fever there before.
Martha, when Jonathan and Dr. Einstein come back, let's see if we can get them to go to bed right away.
Oh, yes. And then by the time they're asleep, we'll be dressed for the funeral.
Jonathan, your room is waiting for you. You can go right up.
Oh, well, I'm afraid we don't keep Brooklyn hours, but you two run along to bed.
Oh, no, you must be very tired, both of you. And we don't go to bed this early.
Well, you should. It's time I came back to take care of you.
Well, we weren't planning to go until...
Martha.
Well, come on then, Doctor. We'll go and unpack.
Yeah.
Good night, Aunt Abby. Good night, Aunt Martha.
Good night, Jonathan.
Good night, Doctor.
Good night, ladies.
Now, Teddy.
Everything's ready in the canal.
Good. Now for the yellow fever victim.
Oh, poor fella. It's very sad.
Lift the lid, Martha.
Very well.
That's right.
Oh, he's really very nice looking, considering he's a Methodist.
Now, lift, Teddy. That's right. Away you go.
Oh, poor devil's dropping like flies. It's a heavy one, this one.
Now we'll go and change for the funeral, dear.
Oh, yes, my black bombazine.
Yes, well, come on, dear.
All right, Johnny. They've gone to bed.
Good. I'll get the window open. You go round and hand Mr. Spinalzo through.
No, he's too heavy for me. You go outside and push. I stay here and pull. Then together we get him down to Panama.
All right. I'll take a look round outside the house. You open the window.
Yeah. All right. Oh, who left the window seat open, I wonder? Johnny. Okay, alley-oop. Oh, wait a minute. You lost a leg somewhere. Now I got him. Come on. Oh, shh. Oh, that was me, Johnny. I slipped.
Be more careful.
Well, his shoe came off. Yes. All right, Johnny, I got him. Oh. Johnny, somebody at the door. Go quick.
What about...
No. A manage here. Go quick. Oh. Come in. Where's that shoe? Oh, the other leg. In you go. That's it. Oh.
Miss Abby? Miss Martha? Miss Abby? Miss Martha? Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Elaine Harper. I live next door.
Then what are you doing here?
I think you'd better explain what you're doing here.
We happen to live here.
You don't live here. I'm in this house every day and I've never seen you before. Where are Miss Abby and Miss Martha? What have you done to them?
Perhaps we'd better introduce ourselves. This is Dr. Einstein.
Delighted, happy.
Dr. Einstein?
And I'm Jonathan Brewster.
Oh, you're Jonathan.
I see you've heard of me. Why did you come here at this time of night?
I thought I saw someone prowling round the house. I suppose it was you. Is that your car?
You saw someone at the car?
Yes.
What else did you see?
Just that, that's all.
I think you're lying.
Oh, I think she tells the truth, Johnny. We let her go now.
I think she's lying. I think she's dangerous.
Take your hands off me!
It's going to be a private funeral.
Teddy! Tell these men who I am!
That's my daughter, Alice.
No, Teddy! What's the matter? What's happening?
We caught a burglar, a sneak thief. Go back to your room.
Oh, Mortimer. Mortimer, where have you been?
To the Lauder Theatre, and I should have known better. Good Lord. Who are you?
That is your brother Jonathan, and this is Dr. Einstein.
I've come home, Mortimer.
Who did you say this was, Aunt Abby?
It's your brother, Jonathan. He's had his face changed. Dr. Einstein performed the operation.
Jonathan? Jonathan, you always were a horror, but you have to look like one.
Oh, now, easy, Johnny, easy.
Mortimer, have you forgotten the things I used to do to you when we were boys? Remember the time you were tied to the bedpost?
It is Jonathan. Yes, I remember. I remember you as the most detestable, vicious, venomous form of animal life I ever knew.
What?
But now, don't you two boys start quarrelling again the minute you've seen each other.
There won't be any fighting, Aunt Abby. Jonathan, you're not wanted here. Get out.
Dr. Einstein and I have been invited to stay.
Not in this house.
Well, just for tonight.
I don't want him anywhere near me.
Yes, but we did invite them for tonight, and it wouldn't be very nice to go back on our word.
All right. But the first thing in the morning, out. Now, where are they sleeping?
Well, we've put them in Jonathan's old room.
Well, I'm sleeping in that room. I'm here to stay.
Johnny, we sleep down here.
You bet your life you sleep down here.
You sleep on the sofa, Johnny, and I sleep on the window seat.
Yes, you sleep on the window seat. The window seat? No, now let's not argue about it. I mean, that window seat's good enough for me. Well, I'll sleep on the window seat.
You know, Johnny, all this argument, it makes me think of Mr. Spinalzo.
Spinalzo? Well, now, Mortimer, it isn't really necessary to inconvenience you like this. We'll sleep down here.
Jonathan, your sudden consideration for me is very unconvincing.
Come on, Doctor.
Yeah.
We'll be packed in a few minutes, and then you can have the room, Mortimer.
You're just wasting your time. I told you I'm sleeping down here.
Mortimer.
What's the matter, dear?
I've almost been killed.
You've almost been... Abby? Martha?
No, it was Jonathan. You see, he mistook her for a sneak thief.
No, it was more than that. He's some kind of maniac. Mortimer, I'm afraid of him.
But, my darling, you're trembling. Have you any smelling salts, Auntie?
No, but do you think some hot tea or coffee?
Coffee. Make some for me, too, and some sandwiches. I haven't had any dinner.
Oh, we'll make something for both of you.
Do you know what time it is? I mean, why aren't you in bed? I mean, it's after 12. 12? Elaine, you've got to go home.
What?
No. You wanted some sandwiches. It won't take a minute.
We'll make a nice supper for both of you. Oh, and we'll open a bottle of wine.
Yes, all right. Let's have a bottle of wine. No wine.
Mortimer, what's going on in this house?
What do you mean? What's going on in this house?
You were supposed to take me to dinner in the theatre tonight. You called it off. You asked me to marry you. I said I would, and 5 minutes later you threw me out of the house. And tonight, just after your brother tries to strangle me, you want to chase me home. Now listen, Mr. Brewster, before I go home, I want to know where I stand. Do you love me?
I love you very much, Elaine. In fact, I love you so much, I can't marry you.
Have you gone crazy?
I don't think so. But it's just a matter of time. You see, insanity runs in my family. In fact, it practically gallops. That's why I can't marry you.
Now, wait a minute. You've got to do better than that.
No, dear, there's a taint in the Brewster blood.
Just because Teddy's a little...
No, it goes way back. I mean, the first Brewster, the one who came over on the Mayflower. You know, in those days, the Indians used to scalp the settlers. Well, he used to scalp the Indians.
Mortimer, that's ancient history.
No, the whole family. I mean, take my grandfather. He tried his patent medicines out on dead people to be sure he wouldn't kill them.
Made $1 million.
And then there's Jonathan. You just said he was a maniac. Well, he tried to kill you.
But he's your brother, not you. I'm in love with you.
And there's Teddy, too. I mean, you know Teddy. Well, he thinks he's Roosevelt. No, dear. No Brewster should marry. I realise now that if I'd met my father in time, I'd have stopped him.
Now, darling, all this doesn't prove you're crazy. Look at your aunts. They're Brewsters, aren't they? And they're the sanest, sweetest people I've ever known.
Even they have their peculiarities. My God, there's another one in there.
No, Mortimer, you can't tell me anything about your aunts.
I'm not going to. Elaine, you've got to go home. Something very important has just come up.
If you think you're going to get out of this by pretending you're insane, you're crazy. Maybe you're not going to marry me, but I'm going to marry you. I love you, you don't.
Well, if you love me, will you get the hell out of here?
Take me home, won't you? I'm afraid.
Afraid? A little walk through the cemetery? Well, good night, dear. I'll call you up in a day or two.
You critic!
Aunt Abby, come here.
Yes, dear, what is it? Where is Elaine?
I thought you promised me not to let anyone in this house while I was gone.
Well, Jonathan just walked in.
I don't mean Jonathan.
And Dr. Einstein was with him?
I don't mean Dr. Einstein. Who's that in the window seat?
Well, we told you, Mr. Hoskins.
It is not Mr. Hoskins. Look.
Now, who can that be?
Are you trying to tell me you've never seen this man before?
Certainly. But this is a fine how do you do. It's getting so that anybody thinks he can walk into this house.
Now, Aunt Abby, now, don't you try to get out of this. That's another of your gentlemen.
Mortimer, how can you say such a thing? Well, that man's an impostor. And if he came here to be buried in our cellar, he's mistaken.
Aunt Abby, you admitted that you put Mr. Hoskins in the window seat.
Yes, I did.
Well, this man couldn't have just got the idea from Mr. Hoskins. By the way, where is Mr. Hoskins?
Oh, well, he must have gone to Panama.
Oh, you buried him?
No, not yet. He's just down there waiting for the service, poor dear. We haven't had a minute, what with Jonathan in the house.
Jonathan?
We've always wanted to hold a double funeral, but I will not read a service over a total stranger.
A stranger? Aunt Abby, how can I believe you? I mean, there are 12 men in the cellar, and you admit that you poisoned them.
Yes, I did, dear, but you don't think I'd stoop to telling a fib. Martha?
Oh, Mortimer, I'd like to have a word with you.
A word's about all you'll have time for, Jonathan. You're beginning to bore me.
Yes, dear? What do you want? Martha, just look and see what's in that window seat.
No.
Now, Aunt Abby.
Oh, Jonathan. Jonathan, let Aunt Martha see what's in the window seat. Aunt Abby, I owe you an apology. I have very good news for you. Jonathan is leaving. He's taking Dr. Einstein and their cold companion with him. Jonathan, you're my brother. You're a Brewster. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to get away and take the evidence with you. Now, you can't ask for much more than that, can you? I'll count up to 3. 1, 2, 3. Very well. In that case, I'll have to call the police.
Are you still giving me orders after seeing what happened to Mr. Spinalzo?
Spinalzo? I knew he was a foreigner.
Remember, what happened to Mr. Spinalzo can happen to you, too.
Hello, Miss Abby.
Oh, Officer O'Hara. Is there something we can do for you?
Well, I saw your lights on and I thought there might be sickness in the house. Oh, you've got company. Well, I'm sorry I disturbed you.
No, don't go, officer. Don't go.
No, don't go.
Officer O'Hara, this is our nephew, Mortimer.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
And this is another nephew, Jonathan.
Oh, pleased to make your acquaintance. Well, it must be nice having your nephews visiting you, Miss Brewster. Are they going to stay for a bit?
I'm staying. My brother Jonathan is just leaving.
I've met you before, haven't I, Mr. Jonathan?
I'm afraid not. He hasn't been home for years.
Your face looks familiar to me. Maybe I've seen a picture of you somewhere.
I don't think so.
Yes, Jonathan, I'd hurry if I were you. Your things are all packed, aren't they?
Well, you'll be wanting to say your goodbyes. I'll be running along.
Yeah, but what's the rush? I mean, I'd like to have you around until my brother goes.
Well, I just dropped in to make sure everything was all right.
Oh, well, we're going to have some coffee in a minute. I mean, won't you join us?
Oh,
Oh, I forgot the coffee. Oh, I'd better make some more sandwiches. I ought to know your appetite by this time, Officer O'Hara.
Don't bother. I'm due to clock in a few minutes.
Well, you can have a cup of coffee with us. I mean, my brother will be gone soon. Well, sit down.
Oh, you're not Mortimer Brewster, the dramatic critic, are you?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm certainly glad to meet you, Mr. Brewster. We are in the same line of business.
We are?
Yes. I am a playwright.
Eh?
All this being on the police force is just temporary.
Well, how long have you been on the force?
12 years. I'm collecting material for a play.
I bet it's a honey.
Oh, well, it ought to be. With all the drama I see being a cop, Mr. Brewster, you've got no idea what goes on in Brooklyn.
I think I have.
I got to go and clock in.
Wait a minute, O'Hara. That play of yours, I may be able to help you.
You would? Oh, it was fate my walking in here tonight. Look, I'll tell you the plot.
Ah, you're on your way, Jonathan. Good. You haven't got much time, you know. But haven't you left something in the window seat? You can't go without all of your things. Well, O'Hara, it was nice meeting you. I'll see you again and we'll talk about your play.
Oh, I'm not leaving now, Mr. Brewster.
Why not?
Well, you just offered to help me with my play, didn't you? You and me are going to write my play together.
Well, I can't do that, O'Hara. I'm not a creative writer.
I'll do the creating. You just put the words to it.
But, O'Hara...
No, Mr. Brewster, I'm not leaving this house till I tell you the plot.
In that case, Mortimer, we'll be running along.
You can't go yet. You've got to take everything with you. Now, look, O'Hara, you run along now, eh? I mean, my brother's just going.
I can wait. I've been waiting 12 years.
Here's the coffee. Oh, I'm sorry I was so long.
Don't bring that in here. O'Hara, would you join us for a bite in the kitchen?
Are you sure you don't mind eating in the kitchen, Mr. O'Hara?
And where else would you eat?
Goodbye, Jonathan. Nice to have seen you again. Come on, Mortimer.
I'm glad you came to Brooklyn, Jonathan, because it gives me a chance to throw you out. I'll get going now. All three of you.
Doctor, this affair between my brother and me has got to be settled.
Now, Johnny, we got trouble enough. Your brother gives us a chance to get away. What more could you ask?
You don't understand. This goes back a good many years.
Now, Johnny, let's get going.
We are not going. We're going to sleep right here.
With a cop in the kitchen? And Mr. Spinelzo in the window seat?
Oh, that's all he's got on us. We'll take Mr. Spinelzo, dump him in the sea, and come right back. Yeah.
Now, Johnny.
Doctor, you know when I make up my mind...
Oh, yeah. When you make up your mind, you lose your head. Brooklyn ain't a good place for you.
Doctor.
Oh, okay. We got to stick together.
Right. Hide our bags in the cellar.
Okay.
Oh, move fast. Spinelzo can go out the same way he came in.
Oh, hey, Johnny.
Huh?
Come quick.
Oh, what's the matter?
That hole in the cellar.
Oh, yeah?
We got an ace in the hole. Look.
A stiff.
Jonathan?
Yes. Mortimer?
I thought I told you to get out.
We are not going.
Oh, you're not? Mm-hmm. Well, do you want O'Hara to know what's in that window seat?
We're staying here.
All right. This gets me rid of you and Officer O'Hara at the same time.
If you tell O'Hara what's in the window seat, I'll tell him what's down in the cellar.
The cellar?
There's an elderly gentleman down there who seems to be very dead.
Well, what were you doing in the cellar?
Never mind about that. What's he doing in the cellar?
No, thanks, ma'am. I've had plenty.
Now, what are you going to say to O'Hara?
Mr. Brewster, your aunts want to hear my play too. Shall I get them in here?
No, O'Hara, you can't tell us now. You've got to clock in.
Oh, to hell with clocking in. I'll get your aunts in here and tell you the plot.
No, O'Hara, not in front of all these people. We'll get together alone, someplace later.
How about the back room at Kelly's?
Fine. You go and clock in and I'll meet you at Kelly's.
Well, why don't you two go down to the cellar?
Well, that's all right with me. Where is it?
No. We'll go to Kelly's, but you're going to clock in on the way.
All right. It'll only take me a couple of minutes.
I'll ditch him and be back in 5 minutes. Wait for me.
We'll wait for him, Doctor. I've waited a great many years for a chance like this.
We got him right where we want him. Did he look guilty?
Have they gone? Oh, we thought we heard somebody leave.
Oh, just Mortimer, and he'll be back in a few minutes. Is there any food left in the kitchen? Get something for us to eat while we bury Mr. Spinalzo in the cellar.
Oh, no. Oh, but he can't stay in our cellar. No, Jonathan, you've got to take him with you.
There's a friend of Mortimer's downstairs waiting for him.
A friend of Mortimer?
He and Mr. Spinalzo will get along fine together. They're both dead.
They must mean Mr. Hoskins, dear.
Mr. Hoskins?
You know about what's downstairs?
Well, but of course we do. And he's no friend of Mortimer's, he's one of our gentlemen.
Your gentlemen?
And we won't have any strangers buried in our cellar.
But Mr. Hoskins?
Mr. Hoskins isn't a stranger.
Besides, there's no room for Mr. Spinalzo. The cellar's crowded already.
Crowded? With what?
Well, there are 12 graves down there now.
12 graves?
And that leaves very little room, and we are going to need it.
You mean you and Aunt Martha have murdered...
Murdered? Certainly not. It's one of our charities.
What we've been doing is a mercy.
So you just take your Mr. Spinalzo out of here.
You've done that? Here in this house? And you buried them down below?
Johnny, we've been chased all over the world. They stay right here in Brooklyn and do just as good as you do.
What?
Well, you've got 12 and they've got 12.
I've got 13.
No, Johnny, 12.
13. There's Mr. Spinalzo,
Aye.
then the first one in London, 2 in Johannesburg, 1 in Sydney, 1 in Melbourne, 2 in San Francisco, 1 in Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix.
The filling station.
Oh.
The 3 in Chicago and the 1 in South Bend. That makes 13.
Oh, you can't count the one in South Bend. He died of pneumonia.
He wouldn't have got pneumonia if I hadn't shot him.
No, Johnny, he died of pneumonia. He don't count.
He counts with me. I say 13.
No, Johnny. You got 12, and they got 12. The old ladies are just as good as you are.
Oh, they are they? Well, that's easily taken care of. All I need is one more. That's all, just one more.
Well, here I am.
Ah, Mortimer. Come, in.
Hasn't Mortimer come back yet, Martha?
No.
Oh, it's a terrible thing they're doing downstairs, burying a good Methodist with a foreigner.
I will not have our cellar desecrated. It'll just have to be undone.
Yes, but we promised Mr. Hoskins a full Christian burial.
Right. Now, where's Teddy?
Mortimer, where have you been?
I've been over to Dr. Gilchrist's. I've got his signature on Teddy's commitment papers.
Mortimer, what's the matter with you?
Running round getting papers signed at a time like this.
Do you know what Jonathan's doing?
He's putting Mr. Hoskins and Mr. Spinalzo in together.
Oh, he is he? Well, let him. Is Teddy in his room?
Oh, Teddy won't be any help.
When he signs these commitment papers, I can tackle Jonathan.
But what have they got to do with it?
Well, you had to go and tell Jonathan about those 12 graves. Now, if I can make Teddy responsible for those, I can protect you. Don't you see?
No, I don't see. Come along, Martha. We are going for the police.
The police? You can't go for the police.
Why can't we?
Because if you tell the police about Mr. Spinalzo, they'll find Mr. Hoskins too, and that might make them curious, and they'd find out about the other 12 gentlemen.
Mortimer, we know the police better than you do. I don't think they'd pry into our private affairs if we asked them not to.
But if they found your 12 gentlemen, they'd have to report to headquarters, and you couldn't expect a judge and a jury to understand.
Oh, Judge Coleman would.
Yes, we know him very well.
He always comes to church to pray, just before the elections.
Yes, and he's coming here to tea someday, he promised.
Oh, Abby, we must speak to him again about that. He's so lonely since his wife died.
Yes, poor man, of course. Well, now come along to the police, Martha.
No, you can't. I won't let you. You can't leave this house, and you can't have Judge Coleman to tea.
Well, if you're not going to do something about Mr. Spinalzo, We are.
I am going to do something. Now, we may have to call the police in later, but if we do, I want to be ready for them.
You've got to get Jonathan out of this house.
Yes, and Mr. Spinalzo, too.
Oh, will you please let me do this my own way? I mean, I've got to see Teddy first.
Well, if they're not out of here by the morning, Mortimer, we are going to call the police.
They'll be out. I promise you.
Oh, Labby, that's a relief, isn't it?
Yes, if Mortimer's really going to do something at last. It just means that Jonathan's going to a lot of unnecessary trouble downstairs. Should we better tell him? Oh, Jonathan, you might as well stop what you're doing in the cellar.
It's all done.
Well, it'll just have to be undone. You were all going to be out of this house by morning. Mortimer's promised.
Oh, are we? Oh, well, in that case, you and Aunt Martha can go to bed and have a pleasant night's sleep.
Yes, come, Abby.
Good night, Auntie.
No, not good night, Jonathan. Goodbye. By the time we get up, you'll be out of this house. Mortimer's promised.
And he has a way of doing it, too.
Oh, then Mortimer is back.
Oh, yes, he's up there talking to Teddy.
Goodbye, Jonathan.
Goodbye, Jonathan.
Perhaps you'd better say goodbye to Mortimer.
Oh, you'll see Mortimer.
Yes, I'll see Mortimer.
Well, there now. That's all fixed up smooth like a lake. Nobody'd ever know they were down there. Now, come on, Johnny, let's go up to bed, yes?
You're forgetting, Doctor.
What?
My brother, Mortimer.
Oh, Johnny, tonight? We do that tomorrow or the next day.
No, tonight, now.
Johnny, please, I'm tired. And tomorrow I got to operate.
Yes, you're operating tomorrow, Doctor, but tonight we take care of Mortimer.
Okay, we do it, but the quick way.
No, Doctor, I think this calls for something special. Where are the instruments?
I won't do it, Johnny, I won't do it.
Where are they? Oh, yes, you hid them in the cellar. Where?
I won't tell you.
I'll find them, Doctor.
Oh, dear.
Doctor.
So, you go now. Hey, Mr. Mortimer.
No, Doctor. I'm waiting for something. Something important.
Please, you go now.
Dr. Einstein, I have nothing against you personally. You seem to be a nice fellow. Now, take my advice and get out of this house and get just as far away as possible.
Now, listen. Johnny's in a bad mood. When he's like this, he's a madman. Things happen. Terrible things.
Well, Jonathan doesn't worry me anymore.
Himmel, don't those plays you see teach you anything?
About what?
Well, at least people in plays act like they got sense. That's more than you do.
Oh, you think so, do you? Well, I wish you had to sit through some of the ones I've had to sit through. I mean, take the little opus I saw tonight, for instance. Now, in this play, there's a man, he's supposed to be bright. He knows he's in a house with murderers. I mean, he ought to know he's in danger. Mm-hmm. He's even been warned to get out of the house. But does he go? No. He stays there. I ask you, Doctor, is that what an intelligent person would do?
You're asking me?
He didn't even have enough sense to be frightened or to be on guard. He just sits there, like this, waiting to be trussed up. And what do you think they use to tie him up with?
What?
The curtain cord.
Oh, well, why not? A good idea. Very convenient.
So there he sits, the big dope, just waiting to be trussed up and gagged.
That's it, Doctor. Now, his legs.
Yeah.
That's fixed him.
You're right about that fellow, Mr. Mortimer. He wasn't very bright.
Now, Doctor, we go to work.
Please, Johnny, the quick way.
Doctor, we're performing before a very distinguished critic.
Johnny.
Doctor.
All right, let's get it over.
All ready, Doctor. Now.
Oh, Himmel!
That idiot, Teddy, stop him. He'll wake the neighborhood. He goes next. That's all. He goes next.
No, Johnny, not Teddy. That's where I stop. Not Teddy.
We get to Teddy later.
We don't get to him at all.
We've got to work fast.
Yeah, the quick way. Here, Johnny.
Yes, Doctor. The quick way.
Hey, the Colonel's got to stop blowing that horn.
Oh, it's all right, officer. We're taking the bugle away from
There's
him.
going to be hell to pay in the morning. We promised the neighbours he wouldn't do it anymore.
It won't happen again, officer.
I'd better speak to him myself. Hey, Mr. Mortimer, you stood me up. I waited an hour at Kelly's for you. What's happened to him? Why is he tied up like that?
He was explaining the play he saw tonight. This is what happened to the fella in the play.
Did they have that in the play you saw tonight? They practically stole it from the second act of my play. Why, in my second act, just before the... Well, I'd better begin at the beginning. It opens in the theatre, in my mother's dressing room, where I was born. Only I wasn't born yet. Hey? Yes, well, take the gag out. No, we leave it. You've got to hear the plot without interrupting. Now, when the curtain goes up, my mother's sitting there making up, see? When all of a sudden, through the door, a man with a black moustache walks in, turns to her and says, Miss Latour, will you marry me? There she is, lying unconscious across the table. He's standing over her with a hatchet, and I'm tied up in a chair, just like you are, Mr. Mortimer. The place is on fire, when all of a sudden, through the window, in comes the Mayor of New York. Well, how'd you like me play so far, Doctor?
Well, it put Johnny to sleep.
Well, if he's got no more interest than that, let him sleep.
It's a wonder we're not all asleep.
All right. Well, now, it's 3 days later.
Oh.
I've been transferred, and I'm under charges. That's because somebody stole my badge, all right? I'm walking my beat when a guy I'm following, it turns out, is really following me. Don't let anybody in. So I figure I'll outsmart him. There's a vacant house on the corner. I goes in.
It's cops!
I stands there in the dark, and I see the door handle turn.
Johnny, wake up! It's cops! Oh, let me get out of here.
I pulls me guns, braces myself against the wall, and I says, come in! Hello, boys.
What's going on here, O'Hara?
Hey, Brophy, what do you know? This is Mortimer Brewster. He's going to write me play with me. I'm just telling him the story.
Did you have to tie him up to make him listen and get him undone, Klein?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
O'Hara, you better report at the station. The whole force is out looking for you.
Did they send you here for me?
We didn't know you were here.
We came to warn the old ladies there's hell to pay. The Colonel blew that bugle in the middle of the night and the neighbours are complaining.
The Lieutenant says the Colonel's got to be put away someplace.
Yes.
Mr. Brewster, I got to get away, so I'll just run through the third act quick.
Get away from me!
Do you know what time it is, O'Hara? It's after 8 o'clock in the morning.
It is? Well, Mr. Brewster, them first two acts run a little long, but I don't see what we can leave out.
You can leave it all out.
I'd better let them know we found you, O'Hara. Hey, who's that guy asleep there?
That's my brother.
Well, wake him up, someone.
Here, come on, you.
Hello, this
Wake
is
up.
Brophy.
That's it, come on.
Tell the lieutenant he can call off the big manhunt. We got him in the Brewster house.
Huh?
Do you want us to bring him in? Oh, right. We'll hold him right here. The lieutenant's on his way over.
So, I've been turned in, huh? All right, you've got me. And I suppose you and that stool-pigeon brother of mine there will split the reward.
Reward?
Grab him.
Now, I'll do some turning in. You think my aunts are sweet, charming old ladies, don't you? Well, there are 13 bodies buried in their cellar.
Teddy!
What are you talking about?
You'd better be careful what you're saying about your aunts. They're friends of ours.
13 bodies. I'll show you where they're buried.
Oh, yes.
You don't want to go down and see what's in the cellar?
Oh, go on down in the cellar with him, Klein.
I'm not so sure I want to be down in the cellar with him. Look at that face.
You little...
Brophy, get him off me!
Here, what do you think you're doing? Take that!
Oh, thanks, pal. Well, what do you know about that?
Come in.
What the hell are you men doing here? I told you I was going to handle this.
Well, sir, we were just about to...
What happened to him on the floor there? Did he put up a fight?
Oh, this ain't the guy that blows the bugle. This is his brother. He tried to kill Klein.
Turn him over.
Yeah, right. We kind of think he's wanted somewhere.
Oh, you kind of think he's wanted somewhere, do you? You guys should look at the circulars we hang up in the station sometimes. Certainly he's wanted. In Indiana. Escaped from the prison for the criminal insane. He's a lifer.
Was there a reward mentioned?
Yes, and I'm claiming it.
He was trying to get us down in the cellar.
He said there were 13 bodies buried down there.
13 bodies buried in the cellar? And that didn't tip you off that he came out of a nut house?
I thought all along he talked sort of crazy.
Oh, it's Shakespeare O'Hara. Where have you been all night? And you needn't bother to tell me.
I've been right here, sir, writing a play with Mortimer Brewster.
Oh, yes? Well, you're going to have plenty of time to write that play. Get back and report in. You're suspended!
Can I come over sometime and use the station typewriter, sir?
No! And get out of here! Brophy.
Yes?
Take that guy on the floor somewhere else and bring him to. See what you can find out about his accomplice.
His what?
The guy that helped him to escape. He's wanted too. No wonder Brooklyn's in the shape it's in with a police force full of flatheads like you. Falling for that kind of a story. 13 bodies in the cellar.
But there are 13 bodies in the cellar.
Who are you?
I'm President Roosevelt.
What the hell is this?
Now, he's the fellow that blows the bugle.
Well, Colonel, you've blown your last bugle.
Dear me. Well, who's that on the floor? Another yellow fever victim?
What?
All the bodies in the cellar are yellow fever victims.
Brophy, will you get that guy on the floor out of here?
Yes, sir. Come on, Colonel. You help us.
Delighted to be of assistance.
That's right. Come on.
Captain?
And who are you?
Captain, I'm Mortimer Brewster.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'd like to talk to you about my brother Teddy, the one who blew the bugle.
Mr. Brewster, we are not going to talk about that. He's got to be put away.
I agree. In fact, it's all arranged.
Well, where's he going?
Happydale. But I want you to know that everything that's happened round here, Teddy's responsible for. Now, those 13 bodies in the cellar...
Yes. Those 13 bodies in the cellar. It isn't enough that the neighbours are all afraid of him, and he's disturbing the peace with that bugle. But can you imagine what would happen if that cockeyed story about 13 bodies in the cellar got around? And now he's starting a yellow fever scare. Marvellous, isn't it?
13 bodies. Do you think anybody would believe that story?
Oh, well, you can't tell. Some people are just stupid enough. About a year ago, a crazy guy starts a murder rumour over in Greenpoint, and I had to dig up a half an acre just to prove that...
Good morning, Mortimer.
Oh, good morning, dear.
This is Mr. Witherspoon. He's come to meet Teddy.
To meet Teddy?
Mr. Witherspoon's the superintendent of Happydale.
Oh, how do you do? This is Captain...
Lieutenant Rooney. I'm glad you're here, Super, because you're taking him back with you today.
Today? I didn't know that...
Not today.
Look, Elaine, I've got a lot of business to attend to, so you run along home and I'll call you up.
Nuts.
I'd no idea it was this immediate.
The papers are all signed. He goes today.
How dare you! You men will find out that I'm no mollycoddle. When the President of the United States is treated like that, what's the country coming to?
There's your man, Super.
Just a minute. Mr. President, I have very good news for you. Your term of office is over.
Oh, is this March the 4th?
Practically.
Well, let's see. Oh, now I go on my hunting trip to Africa. I must get started immediately. I'll get my equipment. Goodbye. Goodbye, Aunt Abby. Goodbye, Aunt Martha. I'm on my way to Africa. Isn't it wonderful? Time!
Good morning, darlings.
Oh, we have visitors.
This is Lieutenant Rooney.
Oh, how do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do?
My, you don't look like the fusspot that the policemen say you are.
Oh?
And you haven't met Mr. Witherspoon. He's the superintendent of Happydale.
Oh, Mr. Witherspoon. How do you do?
How do you do?
You've come to meet Teddy?
He's come to take him.
Aunties, the police want Teddy to go there today.
Oh, no!
Not while we're alive.
I'm sorry, Miss Brewster, but it has to be done.
But we won't permit it. We'll promise to take the bugle away from him.
Yes, we won't be separated from Teddy.
I'm sorry, ladies, but the law's the law. He's committed himself and he's going.
Well, if he goes, we are going too.
Yes, you'll have to take us with him.
Well, why not, Mr. Witherspoon?
It's sweet of them to want to, but it's impossible. You see, we can't take sane people at Happydale.
Oh, Mr. Witherspoon, if you let us live there with Teddy, we'll see that Happydale is in our will. Yes, and for a very generous amount.
Oh, heaven knows we could use the money, but I'm afraid it's
Now,
quite...
let's be sensible about this, ladies. I've got serious work to do. You know, there are still murders to be solved in Brooklyn.
Yes. Oh, are there?
It's not only his bugle blowing and the neighbours all afraid of him, but things would just get worse. Sooner or later, we'd be put to the trouble of digging up your cellar.
Our cellar?
Yes. Your nephew's saying that there are 13 bodies buried in your cellar.
But there are 13 bodies in our cellar.
Oh, no.
Well, if you think Teddy invented it, you come down to the cellar with us and we'll prove it to you.
Yes, but there's one, a Mr. Spinalzo, who doesn't belong here and who will have to leave. But the other 12 are our gentlemen.
Well, I don't think the lieutenant wants to go down into the cellar. I mean, well, he was telling me that only last year he had to dig up half an acre. Well, weren't you, Lieutenant?
That's right.
Oh, but you wouldn't have to dig here. The graves are all marked. We put flowers on them every Sunday.
Flower... Superintendent, don't you think you can find room for these ladies?
Well, they'd have to be committed.
Well, Teddy committed himself. I mean, can't they commit themselves? Can't they sign the papers?
Why, certainly.
No, if we can go with Teddy, we'll sign the papers. Where are they?
Yes, where are they?
Here they are.
He's coming round, Lieutenant.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Klein. Are you here too?
Yes, ma'am. Brophy and I have got your other nephew out in the kitchen.
Well, sign 'em up, Superintendent. I want to get this all cleaned up. 13 bodies.
If you'll sign right here, Miss Brewster.
And you on this one, Aunt Abby?
Oh, you know, I'm really looking forward to going. The neighbourhood here has changed so.
Just think, a front lawn again.
Oh, we're overlooking something.
What?
Well, we're going to need the signature of a doctor.
Oh. Ah, Dr. Einstein, you're just in time. Will you come over here? We'd like you to sign some papers.
Oh, no, please. I was just on my way.
Come right over, Doctor. At one time last night, I thought the doctor was going to operate on me. That's right. Just sign here, Doctor.
Oh,
good.
Yeah.
And here.
May I use the phone?
Go ahead.
Are you leaving, Doctor?
Oh, I think I must.
Oh, aren't you going to wait for Jonathan?
I don't think we are going to the same place.
We picked up that guy that's wanted in Indiana. There's a description of his accomplice. Read it to me, will you? Yeah. 44, 5'6", talks with a German accent.
Oh.
Poses as a doctor. Thanks, Max.
It's all right, Lieutenant. The doctor here has just completed the signatures.
Thanks, Doc. You're really doing Brooklyn a service.
You mean I can go?
Sure. Why not?
Oh, thank you. Heaven will reward you for this. Ladies, Gesundheit. Gentlemen, Mazel tov.
Now, Mr. Brewster, you sign as next of kin.
Yes, of course. Right here.
That's fine.
And that makes everything complete? Everything legal?
Oh, yes.
Well, aunties, now you're safe.
When do you think you'll be ready to start, ladies?
Mr. Witherspoon, why don't you go upstairs and tell Teddy just what he can take along with him?
Upstairs?
I'll show you.
No, Mortimer, you stay here. We want to talk to you. Yes, Mr. Witherspoon, just upstairs and turn to the left.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
Well, Mortimer, now that we are moving, this house really is yours.
Yes, dear, we want you to live here now.
No, Aunt Abby. This house is too full of memories.
Oh, but you'll need a house when you and Elaine are married.
Darlings, that's very indefinite.
It is nothing of the kind. We're going to be married right away.
Mortimer, you know, we're really very worried about something.
Now, darlings, you're going to love it at Happydale.
Oh, yes, we're very happy about that. Well, that's just it. We don't want anything to go wrong.
Will they investigate those signatures?
Oh, don't worry. They're not going to look up Dr. Einstein.
No, it's not his signature, dear. It's yours.
You see, you signed as next of kin.
Well, of course. Why not?
Well, dear, it's something we never wanted to tell you. But now you're a man. And it's something Elaine should know, too. You see, dear, you're not really a Brewster.
What?
You see, your mother came to us as a cook, and you were born about 3 months afterwards, and she was such a sweet woman and such a good cook, we didn't want to lose her. So our brother married her.
I'm not really a Brewster?
Oh, now don't feel badly about it, dear.
And Elaine, it won't make any difference to you.
Elaine, did you hear? Do you understand? I'm a bastard.
Yes, isn't that nice?
Darling.
Well, now I really must see about breakfast.
No, Mortimer's coming over to my house. Father's gone to Philadelphia, and Mortimer and I are going to have breakfast together.
Yes, I need some coffee. I've had quite a night. Well, come and see you darlings at Happydale. Goodbye.
Dear boy. Oh, I hope they'll be very happy.
We won't need the wagon. My car's out front.
Oh, are you leaving now, Jonathan?
Yes, he's going back to Indiana. There's some people there who want to take care of him for the rest of his life. Now, come on.
Well, Jonathan, isn't it nice to know you have some place to go to?
We're leaving too.
Yes, we're going to Happydale.
Then this house is seeing the last of the Brewsters.
Unless Mortimer wants to live here.
I have a suggestion to make. Why don't you turn this property over to the church?
Oh, we never thought of that.
After all, it should be part of the cemetery.
All right, get going. I'm a busy man.
Goodbye, aunties. I can't better my record now, but neither can you. At least I have that satisfaction. The score stands even, 12 all. Goodbye.
Oh. Jonathan always was a mean boy. Never could stand seeing anyone get ahead of him.
I wish we could show him he isn't so smart. Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Witherspoon, does your family live with you at Happydale?
I have no family.
Oh, I suppose you consider everyone at Happydale your family.
I'm afraid you don't quite understand. As head of the institution, I have to keep quite aloof.
Oh, but that must make it very lonely for you.
Oh. It does. But my duty is my duty.
Well, Martha, if Mr. Witherspoon won't join us for breakfast, I think at least we should offer him a glass of elderberry wine.
Elderberry wine?
We make it ourselves.
Why, yes, sir. Of course, at Happydale our relationship will be more formal, but here... You don't see much elderberry wine nowadays. I thought I'd had my last glass of it.
Oh, no.
No. This is your last glass, Mr. Witherspoon.
In Arsenic and Old Lace by Joseph Kesselring, Abby Brewster was played by Sybil Thorndike, Teddy Brewster by Desmond Walter Ellis, and Dr. Harper by Louis Stringer. Officer Brophy, David Valler, Officer Klein, John Rye, Martha Brewster, Athene Seiler, Elaine Harper, Prunella Scales, Mortimer Scales, Dinsdale Landon, Mr. Gibbs and Lieutenant Rooney, Edward Kelsey. Jonathan Brewster was played by Heron Carvick, Dr. Einstein by Gerald Cross, Officer O'Hara by Alaric Cotter, and Mr. Witherspoon, Lockwood West. The producer was Graham Gould.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre, of unbearable suspense. Sit back and lend us your imagination for a while. We'll do some remarkable things with it. Imagine, for instance, an elderly woman, Belle Richwood, alone and forgotten, except for her nephew Charles, her only living relative, and the only human being she ever sees. Until one lonely night.
You're back. I can't believe it.
Look, I've had just about enough of this. You people simply have to stop coming into my apartment. This just isn't right. I'm entitled to my privacy. Will you answer me when I speak to you? Now, get out of here and leave me alone. I won't have it. I'm going to tell Charles. He has to do something about this. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Charles.
Hello, Aunt Belle.
Look, will you get over here and get these people out?
Who, Aunt Belle?
That man who was here last week. And this time he has a friend. A lady friend, no less. I'm frightened, Charles.
You mean that guy is back?
He certainly is. With this strange woman. Oh, hurry, Charles. Please.
Our mystery drama, Strange Company, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Great taste in the morning, Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Crawford for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee, less than 240 calories, nutritious, and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Inflation is something that we're really living with today, and State Farm has what we term inflation coverage. And
Agent Gabe Franco, Fort Collins, Colorado, explains the low-cost inflation coverage State Farm offers homeowners in most areas.
what it really amounts to is, as the value of your home increases, the amount of coverage that you have on that home automatically increases. You don't have to call your agent every year and say, look, I think my home's increased in value. Would you raise my insurance? You don't have to do that. It's done automatically. The idea that their home is going to always be protected at all times for the full cost of replacing it is important to a person.
In most areas, State Farm Fire and Casualty offers a homeowner's policy that can increase your coverage automatically as the cost of replacing your home increases. A good reason to see your State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
As we grow older, very often our fears darken, our anxieties deepen, and our thoughts indulge in some strange tricks. Belle Richwood and her sister Julia lived their whole lives together, almost recluses, until the neighborhood around them deteriorated to the point where their nephew Charles was forced to move them from the city to a peaceful apartment in the country. But for Belle and Julia, there was to be no peace.
Hello?
Oh, Charles, it's about time you answered.
What's the matter now, Aunt Belle?
Julia's fallen again. Can you get right over?
All right, Aunt Belle. Cover her up. I'll be right there.
Oh, for heaven's sake, hurry up. She's not moving this time. I think she's unconscious.
Julia's fallen again.
Third time this week.
Charles, Julia simply has got to go to a nursing home. Whether Belle likes it or not, she can't take care of Julia anymore, and we can't go on like this.
I know, Linda, I know. What are we going to use for money? All they've got is their Social Security. And I'm so deep in hock myself, I can't pay for a nursing home.
Well, I'm sick of you running over there at all hours to pick Julia off the floor or get her out of a bathtub. She's too old to be getting into a tub anyway.
I'm fed up, too.
I don't see why you bothered with them after your mother died.
I'm their only blood relative. I had to get involved.
Well, go pick Julia off the floor. And hurry back. Dinner's almost ready. Oh, you took your time.
Where is she?
In the bedroom. Hurry. Okay. Can you get her up?
No, Aunt Belle. Julia's dead.
Oh, no, Charles. She's just unconscious.
No, Aunt Belle, she's gone.
No, I can't believe it.
The fall was just too much for her.
Not my Julie. She can't be. No, Julia, dear. Wake up. Wake up.
Aunt Belle. Please. I'll have to make some phone calls first. I'll take you back to our place.
No. I can't leave Julia.
But they'll be taking her away in a little while. You'll be better off at home with Linda.
It was all because we moved to this apartment. We should have stayed in the city.
Aunt Belle, we've been through all this. I moved you out of the city because you were mugged twice in your own elevator.
This place isn't any better. Julia always hated this apartment. I think it hates us. It's evil. Julia's gone. What am I going to do?
No. You've got to think about yourself.
Myself? I haven't thought about myself for 60 years. It's always been Julia.
But you won't have to worry about her anymore.
What do you mean, Charles? I'm more worried about her. More than ever. It's time to leave, Aunt Belle. Oh, couldn't I stay with her a little while longer? She looks just as though she's asleep.
A few minutes more. We'll wait in the lobby.
Julia, dear, do you want to wake up now? Aunt Belle.
It's all right, Linda.
Perhaps you're better off sleeping, dear. I'll have a nice snack ready for you when you wake.
Come on, Linda.
But Charles...
I said come on.
She shouldn't be alone in there. She doesn't believe Julia's dead.
Yes, she does.
But you heard her say...
Belle's been a sister to Julia for 60 years. And a mother for 10. It'll take her time to get over Julia's death.
Gives me the chills.
Don't worry about it.
I suppose we'd better go now. You'll have to be getting back to work.
I'm not working today, Aunt Belle. I got the day off. You're coming back to the house with us.
Charles, I have to settle with you about the funeral expense. I'll take care of them, of course.
Plenty of time for that later. Now, I want you to watch your head.
Oh,
That's it.
Thank you, Charles. Yes, I'm in.
Well, Linda, would you want her any more rational than that?
I suppose not. What a relief. You didn't have to see me in, Charles. I'll be all right.
Don't be silly, Aunt Belle.
And thanks for having me to dinner. You were right. I wouldn't have wanted to be alone today.
I hate leaving you now, but...
Oh, I'll be all right. I have to get used to it.
I'll stop in tomorrow night after work.
Yes, do. And I'll give you the money for the expenses. Do you know how much they are?
Well, that can wait, Aunt Belle. In fact, I didn't think you'd be able to cover it. I was planning to take out a loan.
Oh, nonsense. I have it, and I'll pay it.
Well, it's $1,500.
All right. I'll have it counted out for you tomorrow.
You mean you have that much in cash here? I don't think that's a wise thing to do.
No, nonsense. I've always had cash on hand.
Well, that's up to you. You'll be all right tonight?
Don't worry about me. Come by tomorrow.
I'll lock the door behind me.
I always do.
Good night, Aunt Belle.
Good night, Charles. I wonder if there's any ginger ale in the refrigerator. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to tell Charles. Charles! Oh, he's gone. Hello, Linda. Yes, I'm all right. Oh, Linda, Charles just left, and I wanted to tell him something. Would you please have him call when he gets in? Yes. Thank you. I may as well start. Oh, you. How did you get in here? Answer me. What do you want? I order you to leave my apartment. Why don't you say something? Stop sitting there smiling. How dare you just come in and sit on my furniture? Tell me what you want. If you don't, I'll get you out of here. I'm calling my nephew. Oh, dear, I remember he isn't home. Please, what do you want? Why won't you answer me? I'll give you whatever you want if you please leave. Please. Oh, thank God, Charles.
I just got in and Linda said you wanted to see
Oh,
me.
Charles, there's a strange man in my apartment.
What?
He's sitting on the sofa. He won't say anything and he won't leave.
Did he threaten you?
No, he isn't doing anything, but he won't go.
I'll be right there. Now, don't do anything to antagonize him.
Aunt Belle!
Oh, Charles, thank you for coming.
Where is he?
Oh, he's gone.
Oh, thank God for that. I called the police. But how did he get in? Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I put the chain on the door after you. Then I called Linda, and when I turned around, there he was.
He must have been in the apartment when we arrived. In the bedroom or the bathroom, maybe.
He must have been. I certainly didn't let him in, but... Oh, he left in a hurry when he heard me talking to you.
Well, I'll check the rest of the apartment just to be sure.
No, I'm more mad than scared. The nerve of him just sitting there smiling, not saying a word.
I'll get it.
Mr. Gordon?
Oh, yes, come in, officer.
You reported a prowler?
Yes. This is my aunt, Miss Richwood.
Just a few questions. You say he was here in the apartment?
Yes, sitting right on that sofa.
I think he was hiding here when we came in, officer. We had just got back from the funeral of Miss Richwood's sister.
What time was that?
About 9.
And you didn't see him then?
No.
Tell me, Miss Richwood, what did he do? Or say? Did he threaten you?
No, he wouldn't say a word. He just sat there smiling.
And when did he leave?
Well, when my nephew called, that must have scared him off, because when I turned back, he was gone.
All right, Miss Richwood. We're searching the rest of the building. We'll put out a bulletin on him. We'll call you if we find a suspect. We'll need an identification.
Yes, of course.
Good night now.
Good night, officer, and thank you. Aunt Belle, now you've got to come home with me. You can't stay here alone tonight.
Oh, I have to stay here, Charles. I don't dare leave the apartment. Not if someone's getting in.
But then I'll have to stay with you.
Oh, no, you don't. No, I'll be all right. Now that we know there's no one here.
Well, I hate...
I'll lock the door. No one will get in. And with the police around, I feel doubly safe.
Okay, Aunt Belle. But I'll call you when I get home, and I'll be in after work tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Do come by, Charles. I'll have the money for you, for Julia's funeral.
Aunt Belle, your money, could this guy have taken it?
Oh, I don't know. He didn't seem to. Oh, dear.
Where'd you have it?
In the bedroom. I always thought this was the safest. Oh, thank heaven. Oh, it's here.
You're sure? All of it?
Well, the suitcase is here. He couldn't have known. Oh, yes. There's no money missing.
Good grief.
Oh, it's all there. Oh, I'm not worried, Charles. That man won't be back.
But, Aunt Belle, all that money...
Oh, don't worry, Charles. I'm going to hide my money in a different place, just in case.
Charles, it's time Belle went into a nursing home, or at least a home for the aging. That man last week could have killed her. She shouldn't be living alone.
She's doing all right.
She's doing all right. And what about us? I'm sick of sharing you with them. Oh, her now. For 2 years, you've been nursemaid to Belle and Julia.
Linda, it had to be that way.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of everything. And if you won't put her in a nursing home, I'll leave you, Charlie.
No, you won't.
You just see.
Belle's not going to a nursing home, Linda. Those homes cost money.
The state takes care of old people who don't have money.
But Belle has money, Linda. Lots of it.
What do you mean, lots of it?
A suitcase so full of hundreds she can hardly close it. I saw it that night the man got in. She opened it in front of my eyes and counted out the $1,500 for the undertaker.
So great, she's got some money. She can afford a nursing home.
Oh, no, Linda, I'm not going to see that money go into a nursing home. That money is going to be ours.
You mean we're in her will?
She hasn't got a will, but she's got a suitcase full of money. And I'm her only next of kin.
So? What good is it to you?
I'm the only one who knows it's there. When she dies, Linda, that money is ours. The way I feel now, every cent she spends is coming out of my pocket.
But she might live for years.
She might. And that's why I want to keep her in her nice little cheap apartment. She doesn't spend more than $15 a week for food. We're going to be extra nice to Aunt Belle, Linda. After all, we're protecting an investment.
You're back. I can't believe it. I've had just about enough of this. You people simply have to stop coming into my apartment. Get out of here and leave us alone. Well, we won't have it. I'm going to tell Charles he has to do something about this. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, Charles.
Hello, Aunt Belle.
Will you get over here and get these people out?
Who, Aunt Belle?
That man who was here last week. And this time he has a friend. A lady friend, no less.
Aunt Belle, you mean that guy is back?
He certainly is, and with a strange woman.
I'll be right over.
Oh, please do. They're upsetting Julia terribly. I think she's afraid of them.
Julia? Aunt Belle, Julia is dead. She can't be there.
Strange company indeed. That suspicious man is back, and with a lady friend. An accomplice, no doubt. It's not easy being alone and old and rich. But Julia, that sort of thing doesn't happen. Belle must be imagining things. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural. Sugar-free diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Orange or glad?
Glad is what happens when you use Dial soap.
Orange or glad?
It starts right out with a clean, fresh scent that's like nothing else.
Orange or glad?
To get you going, clean and fresh.
Orange or glad? 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 Just to be. Orange or glad?
Dial washes away the cause of odor on your skin.
Orange or glad?
You just can't buy a better deodorant soap than Dial.
Orange or glad?
And that's saying something.
Orange or glad? Orange or glad? Do you Dial? Orange or glad? Do you Dial? Orange or glad? Orange or glad? Do you Dial? Orange or glad?
return to the apartment of Belle Richwood, where, so she says, her late sister has spent the day, along with some other questionable companions. Her nephew Charles is with her now, and it seems as though the visitors have left.
Belle, look. There's no one in this chair.
I know. They're not here now.
And this is where you saw Julia, in this chair?
Yes. Yes, and I'm so worried. Where can she be?
Aunt Belle, you know Julia passed away. Julia is dead.
Yes, I know. I feel so terrible about Julia. Do you think we should call the police?
No, they couldn't help.
But they could look for her. I remember one time in the city she wandered away.
Aunt Belle, stop it.
Charles.
We cannot look for Julia because Julia is dead.
I know. Julia's dead.
Then stop saying you saw her in the apartment.
It's all right, Charles. I won't mention Julia again. But I do wish you'd do something about the other two.
The other two?
I told you before. The man who comes in here, and now the woman.
Oh, yes, those.
I simply don't understand how they're getting in.
Doesn't it stand to reason that you're imagining there's a man and woman here?
Charles, I know real people when I see them.
Have you ever touched them?
Oh, heavens, no.
But that might convince you.
Oh, why should I have to touch them? I know they're here.
But they never speak, isn't that right?
Yes, that's true. They don't talk.
Aunt Belle, I don't know who or what they are, but there's nothing I can do about them.
Well, I can. The next time they show up, I'm calling the police.
No, I wouldn't do that, Aunt Belle. You couldn't tell them any more than you already have.
Well, they can certainly put a stop to strange people in my apartment. And another thing, I'm going to find another place to hide my money.
Well, that is a good idea.
Charles, come closer. They might be listening. Now, I want you to know where my money is, just in case. I'm going to hide that suitcase. You know, the one you saw it.
Yes.
I'm going to hide that behind the refrigerator.
Good idea.
But where should I hide the other one?
2 suitcases full of money?
And who knows if that's even all. You see why I want to keep things just as they are?
But Julie, that man that's getting in with all that money
there is no man. Or Julia either. She's imagining that Julia is back. And she imagines she sees those people too. They aren't there. Oh, it's just one of those things that comes with age. Hardening of the arteries or something like that. It does things to the brain.
But if they're so real to her...
Yes, they are real to her. And all that money is real to me. All ours when Belle...
dies?
Yes.
As long as no one else knows the money's there.
No one does.
And you better make sure she doesn't talk to anyone.
Like whom? I'm the only person she ever sees.
She wanted to call the police about Julia.
Don't worry. I see her every night now. I'll keep her under control. Hi, Aunt Belle.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you came by tonight. I know how those people are getting in.
You do?
Yes, through here. They're coming right through this door.
Aunt Belle, that's a closet. It's the clothes closet.
Oh, that explains where they live, then. They always come through this door. In fact, that woman came in today, and nice as you please, she picked up my coat and put it on. I could have smacked her face.
Maybe you should have, Aunt Belle.
Well, I couldn't bring myself to do that.
But you would have found out that woman doesn't exist. She's just in your imagination.
Oh, yes? Well, I'm not imagining. Missing $100.
What?
I had the rent money all counted out. It was in an envelope on the kitchen table, and now it's gone. I reported it to the police.
Aunt Belle, you didn't.
Well, of course. Why shouldn't I?
Because you probably misplaced the money and think it's gone. What do the police say?
Well, that nice young officer who came the other time said they'd send out a search for that woman. She's the one. I know.
Belle, I don't think you ought to keep so much money around.
Well, I had thought of putting it in the bank.
I was thinking maybe you ought to let me take care of it for you. I mean, with one case behind the refrigerator.
Shh. They'll hear you. Don't let them know where it is.
Oh. Yes, you're right, Aunt Belle.
Is anybody watching? No.
No.
Oh, good. Oh, come on. We're going to move the suitcases. Now, you get the one behind the refrigerator, and I'll get the one under the sink.
How did you ever get it back here? I can hardly... There it is.
I'm simply going to put them in the bathroom and keep an eye on them. They say if you really want to hide something, keep it out in the open where no one would think of looking for it.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Well, come on. Bring that case in here to the bathroom.
Right away, Aunt Belle.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, she won't miss it.
Charles, bring the case in here.
Okay, Aunt Belle, I'm coming. There you are.
Oh, put it there in the tub next to the other one. No one's going to look for my money there. Now, how about a nice glass of wine?
Good boy, Charlie. Now you're using your head.
She'll never miss it. But if she does, we know who to blame it on.
A bunch of people who don't even exist.
The only thing that worries me...
What?
They exist for her. They're real to her.
Well, so what? She count her money every day?
She probably will now.
Like you said, Charlie, you're her next of kin. The money's ours anyway when she dies. We're just taking a little advance. I ordered that bracelet I've been wanting at Wilson's Jewelers.
But if she finds any more missing, she might go to the police.
Well, then, why don't you get there before she does?
Oh, hello, Miss Richwood.
Oh, Mr. Geller, I'm sorry to bother you.
That's what superintendents are for, Miss Richwood. And you don't bother me a tenth as much as some of the other people in this building.
Mr. Geller, I wonder if you'd mind coming upstairs and getting rid of those people. I can't seem to make them leave this time.
People? What people?
Why, all those people in my apartment.
Oh, sure. I'll throw them out. Come on.
I really hate to bother you, but my nephew's at work, and I'm afraid to call the police again.
I don't want strange people in my building, much less in one of the apartments. Don't worry. I'll get them out.
Where did they all go?
You're sure there were people here, Miss Richwood?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm not crazy yet. There was that man and woman who always come in, and two little girls.
Well, we didn't pass them on the stairs, and there's no floor above this. How can they get out?
Oh, but now my sister's gone, too. Oh, do you think they took her with them? Oh, this is terrible. How am I going to find Julia?
Mr. Gordon?
Yes? Oh, hello, Mr. Geller.
Mr. Gordon, this isn't my business, really, but I don't think your aunt ought to be living alone.
What happened?
She called me up today to throw some people out of her apartment.
And there wasn't anybody there?
That's right. And then she started looking for her sister.
Yes, she shouldn't be living alone. I'm trying to get another living arrangement for her.
I think that's a good idea. I wouldn't want her to be embarrassed, you know, by other tenants.
I know.
Just thought I'd mention it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Geller. Aunt Belle, it's me.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did I have a day?
Belle, you shouldn't have gone to the superintendent.
Well, I had to get those people out.
I suppose you did. Aunt Belle, how about a glass of wine?
Oh, of course. I have some chilling in the refrigerator.
I'll just wash up in the bathroom, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Do you want an ice cube in yours, Charles?
Sure, fine. Now, let's see. Yeah. There they are. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man.
Charles, what are you doing?
I'll be right there, just drying my hands. I didn't get a chance to wash up at the shop.
Oh, well, sit down and have your wine. I've got something important to tell you.
Yes?
I've been robbed.
What?
$1,000 gone from one of my suitcases.
No.
Now, I had a feeling something was missing, and I counted all the money in that particular case. $1,000 gone.
Are you sure? Maybe you didn't count it right.
Oh, no, I counted it twice. In fact, I'm going to count it again with you here to make sure. We'll count it together, and you'll see. 7,600.
Well, that's right.
But it should be 8,000, even with that 1,000 gone.
You mean there's more missing?
Yes, 400 more. I just don't know what to do. I'm running out of hiding places. Those awful people.
Aunt Belle, why don't you let me take care of it for you?
You?
Yes, I'll keep the suitcases. They'll be safe with me. Those people are stealing from you. You can't keep all that money around anymore.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you're right, Charles. I've never done this before. But on Friday, I'm putting it all in the bank.
Oh, don't let her, Charlie. Keep things just as they are. I need another $2,000 for Wilson's Jewelers by Saturday.
I'll stall her, don't worry. Even if I have to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs.
It's not safe to have cash lying around these days, particularly when you have unscrupulous relatives. Strange how the smell of money can drive people to acts they'd never dream of committing. We'll see just how far Charles Gordon is willing to go when I return shortly with Act 3.
Never heard of beer on the rocks? No? Swell. The people who brew Budweiser never have thought ice in your beer was such a cool idea anyway. If you only knew how ice cuts down the head and waters the taste. Oh, a chilling thought. A downright tragedy with Budweiser especially. Budweiser is the king of beers. The only beer in America that's beechwood aged, naturally carbonated, which means Bud brews its own bubbles, tiny ones, over a dense lattice of beechwood strips. The beer ages the best way, the right way, naturally. But add an ice cube and bloop, there goes all that extra effort. So if you forget to cool enough Bud, skip the cubes and put your Budweiser on ice for a while, on the coldest shelf in your refrigerator. Even if the wait does frost you a little, it'll be worth it. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Growing a lawn and garden is really satisfying. You help create something where there was nothing before. And what you create is good to look at or good to eat or both. Hi, Frank Lieber here for True Value Hardware Stores. They have a wide selection of True Temper tools to help you get those green things to grow. You can take your pick of 4 tools designed for close-in gardening work for just $1.99 each. Get a regular trowel, a 3-time cultivator, a transplanting trowel, or a dandelion digger. All 4 have chrome-plated finishes and finger-molded grips, just $1.99 each. True Value Hardware Stores have True Temper tools for big jobs, too. A round-point shovel with a hollow back blade and a long ash handle, just $5.44. And a lawn rake with 22 spring steel teeth and a 52-inch handle, just $3.99. This spring, you can get help getting things to grow. See the True Temper tools at your participating True Value Hardware store. Check the yellow pages.
Charles Gordon seems to have a good thing going for him. An almost unlimited supply of cash, thanks to his aunt and a few suspicious visitors. But now Belle threatens to spoil all that by putting her money in the bank. And Charles did say he was going to protect his investment.
Charlie, you wouldn't kill her.
I'll find some way to stop her from putting that money in the bank.
That's not what you said. You said kill.
So I said kill. I didn't mean it. Now get off my back.
Look, Charlie, I want that money as much as you do.
Just let me handle it, will you? And shut up.
What are you doing?
Protecting our investment. Hello, Mr. Geller. This is Mr. Gordon. Miss Richwood's nephew. Fine, thanks. I hate to bother you, but I wonder if you'd mind running upstairs and seeing if my aunt is okay. She doesn't answer the phone. No, and she wouldn't be in bed at this hour. Thanks, I'll wait.
Charlie, you've got something going I don't like. That was an outright lie.
A white lie. I want him on my side.
What do you mean, your side?
I've been thinking about this a long time. Now, just leave it to me. Yes. Oh, yes, thanks, Mr. Geller. Was her door bolted with a chain? Good. Oh, thanks again. I wanted to be sure she was okay. She wasn't feeling too well when I left her tonight. Thanks again. Goodbye.
Okay, Charlie. I won't ask any more.
Stop worrying, Linda. Tomorrow I'm going to see Aunt Belle and persuade her not to put her money in the bank. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I thought you weren't coming by tonight.
I just wanted to drop in and talk.
Well, Charles, what are you up to?
What do you mean?
Why did you have the superintendent come up and check on me last night?
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
I was all right, and you knew it. Charles, I know you took the money. The money you said they must have taken.
Aunt Belle, I didn't take your money. Why do you think I did?
They told me.
The little man who wasn't there and his girlfriend?
They saw you take it, and they told me.
Aunt Belle, I can't reason with you. I can't argue with hallucinations. You just think what you want.
Well, I'm getting all the money into the bank, where it will be safe from you. Charles, I'll give you a chance to give it back before I go to the police.
The police?
Well, of course. You stole from me, and I have witnesses.
Such as they are. Anyway, you'll have your money safe in the bank soon, won't you?
You bet I will.
Yes, well, I have to be getting home. You want me to drive you to the bank on Friday?
I'll get a cab, thank you.
I'm sorry you feel this way, Aunt Belle.
You should have thought of that before you took the money.
Aunt Belle, you'll be sure to lock the door behind me.
I always do.
And particularly the chain bolt. That's very important.
I know that.
I'll call you tomorrow.
All right. I'll be waiting for you to return the money.
I'll be sure and put the chain bolt on.
I will. Good night, Charles.
Aunt Belle, it's me. I forgot something.
What?
Open the door, but keep the chain on. I just want to tell you something. Don't take the chain off.
What do you want?
Pleasant dreams, you old witch.
Well, did you persuade her?
She won't be putting her money in the bank. She changed her mind.
How come?
Well, I made her see there wasn't anything to worry about. I finally convinced her the people she was seeing were in her imagination.
Ren, you didn't...
Didn't what?
Hurt her.
Linda, what do you think I am? Would I hurt a frightened old woman, much less my own aunt?
I just can't help thinking what you said about the goose that lays the golden eggs.
Oh, come on, Linda. Belle's all right. You want me to prove it to you? Call her?
No, Charlie, I'll take your word.
Oh, I want to prove it to you. You think I've turned into an ogre or something? Just over a few lousy bucks?
I didn't mean that, Charlie.
Well, I'll show you. Hello, Aunt Belle. Everything all right? Well, Linda and I were just talking about you, and we wanted to be sure everything was okay. Good. Good to see you tomorrow night, Aunt Belle. She's fine.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon. Oh, anything wrong?
I don't know. My aunt doesn't answer the door. Could you come up and open it with your key? I'm worried.
Oh, sure, Mr. Gordon.
Now, she might be asleep. But she hasn't been feeling too well lately, and I'm a little concerned.
Well, like I said before, a lady like your aunt shouldn't be living alone.
Yes, I know. I've got to do something about her.
She's got the chain on.
Aunt Belle?
Mr. Gordon, look. She's on the floor, right by the door.
I'll have to break it in.
Let's go.
Aunt Belle.
I think she's dead, Mr. Gordon.
She is.
Look at her head. She must have hit this table.
We never should have left her alone last night. She was feeling weak.
I'd better call the police.
Yes, please.
I'll go downstairs and call them. I'm sure sorry, Mr. Gordon.
Yes, hurry, please. Well, dear Aunt Belle, I'm sorry, too. Sorry I didn't do this sooner. It's all you deserve for the trouble you've given me for months. Now, I'm going to get what I deserve. I'll try out of the bed first. Yeah, not there. Empty. You clever old bird. I bet you would think of that. Back under the sink. And the other must be behind the refrigerator. Where I'd never think of looking for them, eh? Aunt Belle?
Mr. Gordon, the police are on the way.
Thanks.
They said not to touch anything.
No, we mustn't touch anything.
That hit on the head must have done it. Poor old gal.
Yes, I wish I'd moved her out sooner to a retirement home.
Oh, looks like she was planning to go somewhere with those suitcases ready.
Oh, those. Oh, she always had her memoirs out to look at. They're full of old photos, school programs. She's shown them to me 100 times.
That's all they've got at this age, memories.
Yes. Well, I'm going to take these along with me. They're really all that's left of Aunt Belle. And I'll give the furniture to some charity.
Well, say, my brother just got married, and he sure could use it.
Police! Oh, come in, officer.
You're Mr. Charles Gordon?
Yes.
Any idea how it happened?
She must have fallen. She was alone. She was just like this when we found her.
Well, it happens a lot with older people. Oh, bad bruise on the head.
We think she hit that table when she fell.
Huh? That looks like the answer. I'll call in. They'll send an ambulance. There'll have to be an autopsy. Oh, and I'll need a statement from both of you.
The door was chained from the inside. It had to be an accident.
I didn't say it wasn't. I only said I'd have to get a statement.
She's at peace now.
Charlie, I feel nervous about all that money back at the house.
Why? No one knows it's there. No one knew she had anything. And little by little, I'm going to bank it, invest it, slowly, so nobody gets suspicious.
I'm still nervous about $90,000 in the fireplace chimney.
Oh, come on, Linda. I'll take you home. I'm going to Belle's apartment and pack up her personal things.
Okay. But don't be all afternoon. I don't like being alone with all that money.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gordon.
I've come to start clearing my aunt's things, Mr. Geller. Would you let me in, please?
Oh, sure, Mr. Gordon. I'm sure sorry about your aunt. When's the funeral?
We had it this morning. There wasn't anyone but my wife and me.
Too bad old people have to live alone. If you need any help, I'll be glad to do
Thank
anything.
you. I'm just going to pack her personal things.
Well, all right. Call if you need anything.
Thank you. Now, let's see. I'll start with the bedroom. No use saving any of this stuff. Get it to the cartons and out to the dump. Oh, Linda might want these blankets, though. Ah, poor Aunt Belle. 2 torn slips in an empty drawer. I'll have to... What was that? Someone there? Is that you, Mr. Geller? No, that must have been the people upstairs. Completely empty. I never realized Aunt Belle was... There is someone out there. There's no one here. I'm letting my imagination get me. It is kind of spooky in here, all alone. Oh, that poor old thing, what she must have gone through, alone all the time. No wonder she started seeing things. I'll get all the stuff from the bedroom and... That was something. Who's there? Answer me, who's there? I heard you. I know there's someone here. I heard you. Now, where are you? Why don't you answer me, damn it? What? Hello?
Oh, Charles, thank God you answered.
Linda.
Charles, come home quickly right now.
Linda, what's the matter?
It's this man in the living room.
What man?
I don't know who he is. He just sits there on the couch, smiling at me. He won't leave and he won't answer me. He won't say a word.
Good Lord.
Oh, Charles, I'm scared. Come home now, please. Charles!
Funny how word gets around when there's money hidden somewhere. It looks as though Charles is in for some strange company of his own. But then, that sort of thing doesn't happen. Linda must be imagining things. I'll be back shortly.
People can reach, people can touch, people can help, people so much.
This is Paul Newman speaking. I want to tell you about one of the most courageous actors I know, Bill Gargan. At the height of his very successful career, Bill lost his voice to cancer of the larynx. Naturally, everyone thought Bill was through as a performer. But thanks to his fighting spirit, his determination, and also the American Cancer Society's laryngectomy rehabilitation program, Bill learned to speak again. Now he's giving the finest performances of his career, inspiring others like him to find new voices and renewed confidence there's a full life ahead. When your American Cancer Society volunteer calls, think of Bill Gargan and give generously. Join the people who care about people. We want to wipe out cancer in your lifetime.
The imagination is a curious thing. It can haunt us, help us, even hurt those who cross the line between imagination and reality. Imagination, the stuff of which dreams and radio mystery theater plays are made. We hope we've teased yours with tonight's story, and hope you'll be back for more. Our cast included Bryna Rayburn, Laurie March, George Petrie, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
There are no such things as ghosts. I'm just imagining things. But I see you. I see you. Now, don't hurt me. Whatever you are, please, stay away from me. You want me to leave the house? I will. If that's what you want, I'll go right down the stairs, walk out of the house, and never come back. Is that what you want? Please. No! Don't touch me! Let me out!
Suicide. That's what all the papers say, Mr. Garth. But we know better. It's ghosts. That house is haunted.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams.
For the Easter Bunny, and Sears Candy Shop is ready with brimming baskets of special surprises for little girls and boys. Baskets laden with sweets and super surprises, all filled in the candy shop so they're always fresh. From $2.99 to $29.95. There's a bevy of the Bunny's friends, too. Plush Easter toys from $2.49 to $8.99 in the candy shop at Sears.
You're listening to the sports voice of the Great Southwest. KRLD.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of terrifying imagination. Our story is about a very old man living just outside a tiny village. A very old man whose long life has been lived close to the soil and close to the people he loved. People still living and people long dead.
Lie still. Lie still, girl.
Is it very bad?
I don't know.
She's very dear to me. If I should lose her...
She's trying to raise her head. She knows I want to help her.
Do you think you can?
Young man, I never said I was a doctor.
But I thought... the way
I'm just an old man. A very old man.
Our mystery drama, A Very Old Man, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Santos Ortega. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Look long and carefully at the face of a tiny baby. Look carefully and long into the face of someone who is very old. Do you see the wisdom in both? The very young and the very old have wisdom. In between, there is only accumulated information.
Oh, you're home. Good.
Well, he's done it again.
Who's done what? Are you talking about my father?
You know I am. I warned him. I said, Stephan, if it ever gets around, you'll ruin my medical practice. People won't believe in me. They'll only...
Manfred, come sit down. Now, what's he done?
Well, the same thing. Where is he? Isn't he home?
Not yet. He went to the cemetery as usual. But you still haven't told me what happened.
Well, Anna Brandt came to see me about a month ago. Severe attacks of pain in the upper abdomen. All the symptoms indicated appendicitis. I sent her to Carlweiss for the operation. Of course, he examined her, too, and he agreed with me. No doubt about it, inflamed appendix had to come out. Well, he operated the next day. And that night, that same night, she had another attack.
Well, so it wasn't...
How could she have had another appendicitis attack when he'd just taken her appendix out? Well, he was as flabbergasted as I was.
Yes, but what's it all got to do with my father?
Stephan happened to be in my office the day Anna Brandt first came to see me. You know how he loves to hang around the office. Anna Brandt wasn't 10 feet out of the office when he told me there's nothing wrong with her appendix.
Oh, not again.
I can't have my father-in-law, who's been a farmer all his life, telling me, a doctor with a reputation, that I don't know what's wrong with my own patients.
Of course you can't.
For a minute, I did think back to that boy, the one with the asthma. What seemed to be asthma, anyway.
The Rothberg boy. Father was right about him.
I know. He made a lucky guess.
Father went to see him every day. Talked to him, rubbed his chest, his throat. In 2 weeks, the boy was all right.
The boy was hysterical, over-aspirated, nothing more. But this business with Anna Brandt, the day she came to see me, Stefan was asleep in the waiting room. I was explaining to Anna that I couldn't perform the operation, simple as it is, because of my hands, my arthritis. But I would send her to Carlwise. Well, she accepted that. Everybody knows about my arthritis. And she said something pleasant to Stefan. That was the first I knew that he wasn't asleep. Well, he didn't answer her. He just stared at her as though he'd never seen her before. I reached for the phone to call Carlwise. Stefan got up, came over to the desk, and took the receiver out of my hand.
Manfred.
Stefan, don't.
It's not so. Not so.
Have you had a bad dream, old man?
It's not so what you said to Anna Brandt. There's nothing wrong with Anna Brandt's appendix.
Stefan, don't start diagnosing again. You're not a doctor.
There's nothing wrong.
We had enough trouble after you diagnosed the Rothberg boy.
The Rothberg boy never had asthma.
All right, it turned out that he didn't. But that was a lucky guess. And it didn't do my reputation any good when word went around that you'd been right.
I never told anybody.
Yes, but the boy did. And his mother did. And people started coming to the house, coming here. All of them wanting to see you.
But I told them to go away. It's not always that I can help.
Well, I keep hoping, expecting God knows what miracles. Now are you going to start the whole thing up again with Anna Brandt?
There are 3 of them.
Come on now. Get your coat, Stefan.
They're dark, brown or black, and hard. Hard.
It's getting late.
They're the size of olive pits.
Are you talking about Anna Brandt?
I saw them, close together. They were high in her body. About here. 3 of them.
You saw them,
3 of them. The size of olive pits. Lying here. Above the stomach. About here.
Have you got X-ray eyes, Stefan? Is that it?
No. No, my eyes are like everybody's.
Well, then, what do you mean you saw them?
Her body was transparent. I could see right through it. As though the skin had been removed. I could see everything.
Carlwise was as confident as I was before the operation, and he was as confused as I was after. I swear I don't know what made me say it, but I said it. I said, Carlwise, could it be a stone? A gallstone, perhaps? Well, he was taken aback a little, but he couldn't deny a possibility. Maybe a remote one, but a possibility. I felt like a fool, but I told him I thought he should go ahead. And he did. This morning.
And he found?
Gallstones. 3 of them. The size of olive pits.
Lie still, girl. Is it very bad? I don't know. She's very dear to me. She's trying to raise her head. She's trying to tell you something. She knows I want to help her. Do you think you can, Doctor? Young man, I never said I was a doctor. What? But the way you... I'm just an old man. A very old man. Well, I took it for granted the way you spoke. My son-in-law is a doctor. Manfred Gottlieb. I live with him and my daughter Bertha. Oh, then you know something. You've learned things from him. No, I know nothing. Only what I see, what I feel. When I passed you by the cemetery, what were you doing? My wife is buried there. Did I harm her? No, I even think she's a little better. Her eyes, they look brighter. Not so full of pain. You did nothing but touch her. Stroke her a little and talk to her. Let me look at your hands. No, they're They're just hands.
What should they be?
Now let me... Well, your hands are warm. On a night like this. More than warm. Hot. Very hot, as though they were burning. Burning from inside.
If it should get around about Anna Brandt...
You don't think I'd tell anyone?
Well, these things have a way of leaking out.
Look, you're not going to tell Father, are you, that Carl Weiss found the 3 stones?
You think I shouldn't? He wouldn't tell anyone. He didn't tell anyone about the Rothberg boy. It was the boy's mother who shouted it from the housetops.
And look what happened. People showing up here. When he saw them, he hid in his room. And when they left, he went to the cemetery, sat by my mother's grave.
You think that he's there now?
Oh, I suppose. Sometimes he stays for hours. I wish he'd get home before the rain starts.
Emily, my dear. Come now, Emily, my precious. I need you. You are my strength. I can do nothing without you. Come to me, my darling. Come to me, my darling.
I don't want him to start thinking that any of this is real. He mustn't think that he has some magical power. Listen, if you treat him as though he were possessed in some way, he might begin to believe it, and then his mind... Who knows what might happen?
Bertha, have you thought that perhaps it's already happened?
No.
That he is deranged?
I won't believe that. He's my father. I love him. He's old and childish, and sometimes I'm impatient.
I am too, often.
But only the way I'd be with a child. In many ways, he is my child. The only child I have.
Oh, my dear. I thought you'd stop brooding about that.
Oh, I have. I stopped last year when I turned 40. But that's why. Because I have no child, he's twice as precious to me.
I understand. I do understand. You know that I'm fond of him.
Then let's leave him as he is. Don't let him think he's different from other people.
Whatever you say.
You know, the Widow Halder has been asking for him.
The Widow Halder? Why?
They keep telling me in the village that she has this great swelling on her head, big as an egg.
Yes, I've heard about it.
And she's afraid of doctors.
Bertha, you don't suppose...
The rain, it started.
It's coming down like crazy.
Oh, Father! Oh, thank goodness.
I made it. Just in time.
You shouldn't take such chances. Why weren't you home for dinner?
Where have you been?
I kept something hot for you.
Thank you.
Now, give me your coat. That's it. Oh, where were you all this time?
I didn't Bertha tell you? At the cemetery.
You didn't go to see anybody?
No, I didn't go to see anybody.
No. Here's a plate for you, Father. Nice pot roast and potatoes.
Thank you, Bertha. I'm sorry I wasn't here for dinner. I lost track of the time. I ran into somebody. We talked a little.
Oh. Manfred, let's go up to bed. Father, you'll be all right?
Of course I'll be all right. Go to bed.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, daughter.
Good night, Stella.
Oh, Manfred.
Yeah?
How is Anna Brandt?
Anna Brandt?
I thought about it tonight. In the cemetery. Is she all right?
Yes, she's fine.
I thought she was. I had a feeling...
Good night. Enjoy your dinner.
Good night.
His asking about Anna Brandt? He hasn't even mentioned her since that day in the office. Bertha, could he have heard about Carl Weiss finding the gallstones?
Oh, he'd have said so. He always says precisely what's on his mind.
There are times when I wish he didn't. Listen, he's talking to himself in the kitchen. Sounds as though he's calling someone.
Manfred, he's an old man. Leave him be. Oh, please close the door. Come to bed.
It sounds like Emily.
What? Did you say
Emily?
Wasn't that your mother's name?
No. No, it was my sister's.
Oh, Bertha, I never knew you had a sister. You never told me.
It was so long ago, before I was born. Their first child. She only lived an hour. My mother told me they'd just agreed on a name. Father leaned over the crib to kiss her, and she was dead. But that was 45 years ago. All these years he's never mentioned her.
What was that?
The door opened downstairs.
Well, he's gone out.
In this rain.
Where could he have gone?
There's only one place. He's gone to the cemetery.
When those around us cannot understand, where do we turn? When the world is dark, where do we go? To the unknown? Or to the once familiar, the once well-known, the once well-loved? To those who have left the dark earth and moved into light. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Now come back with me to the story of a very old man and the people who loved him and could not comprehend him, or could not comprehend him because they loved him, or because they tried too hard.
Breakfast on the table, Manfred.
All right, darling.
Oh, well, did you talk to him?
He's still asleep.
Oh, let him sleep. After last night.
Yes, we're lucky if he doesn't come down with pneumonia. He was drenched, Bertha, soaked clear through. Lying across your mother's grave with the rain beating down on him, crying, Amelie, Amelie, as though his heart was broken.
Amelie is buried next to Mother.
Bertha, are you going to ask him about her?
Oh, it's been so long, 45 years. You know, in all that time, I've never heard him say her name. Naturally, I never mentioned it. She died years before I was born.
Your mother never talked about her?
Oh, just that once. When she told me she wanted to be buried near her. And how she died. Manfred, she was only 1 hour old.
Yes, crib deaths, they happen. We don't know why.
They thought of naming me Amelie at first, my mother said.
It's a pretty name. Who's that?
So early in the morning.
Yes.
Is this the Gottlieb house?
Yes, it is.
And you're Manfred Gottlieb, Dr. Gottlieb?
Yes, I am. But I don't see patients at home. My office is...
Oh, no, I'm not a patient. The patient's outside.
Well, bring the patient to my office in about an hour.
No, there's no need. She's quite well. Completely cured.
Well, then what's the point of...
I hoped I could see the old man. Your father-in-law, is he?
Stefan?
What's this about my father?
Madame, good morning. Beautiful morning, isn't it? After last night, all that rain.
You wanted to see my father?
If I may.
Well, what about?
He's asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, when he does wake up, would you tell him the patient recovered and is better than ever? Lively, frisky, enjoying life to the full, romping in the fields.
What patient is this?
You said she's outside?
Yes, right there. Look, the picture of health.
I don't see any...
You don't mean... Well, not the horse.
Yes, my prize mare, my favorite. I thought I might have to have her put away, but your father, madame. Oh, yes, it's all due to him.
Well, when was this? When did you meet Stefan?
Last night. Just before the rain started. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, well, come inside. Huh? Have some coffee with us.
Oh, thank you.
Sit down. Manfred, get another cup.
May I introduce myself? Otto Kraus.
Well, I'm Bertha Gottlieb. This is my husband. Oh, but then my father must have told you. He lives with us.
Your father is quite a man.
Your coffee.
Oh, thank you. Yes. You see, I was returning to the village, and I was passing the cemetery. Suddenly the mare sank to her knees. Her legs seemed to give way completely. And there she lay on her side in the middle of the road. I was frantic. I thought perhaps a stone bruise, but I looked at all 4 hooves. Nothing. And there I was, half a mile from home, my precious horse stretched out on the road and a storm coming up. And then I heard a sound coming from the cemetery. Someone calling a name.
Was it Amelie?
Yes, something like that. I shouted for help. In a minute, an old man appeared.
Stefan. My father.
Yes. I asked him to help me, but I wasn't sure he even heard. He seemed very distraught. He went straight to the mare, knelt down, and took her foreleg in his hands and started rubbing it very gently. He knew which one was hurting her. And after a while, the pain went out of her eyes. Couldn't understand it. It was something about the way he touched her. I asked to see his hands, and he held them out. And even before I touched them, I could feel the heat spreading out from them.
Heat?
What heat?
Haven't you ever noticed the extraordinary heat from his hands?
Oh, I can't say that I have.
Oh, but it's true. His hands give off a warmth. I can't believe you've never noticed it.
Well, it could have been on such a wet, cold night. It only seemed that way to you. You imagined it.
Oh, I suppose that's possible, but I didn't imagine it when the mare got to her feet.
Well, she was all right?
I walked her home. I couldn't quite believe it all. I bedded her down. And this morning, all I could think was I must tell the old man about it.
There are stories going around about him in the village. Perhaps you've heard some of them?
Well, I'm only here on a visit to see my aunt. I don't live here.
Well, he doesn't really do anything. He's just around. And people love him. They like to think because he's such a sweet old man that he can do things doctors can't do.
And because he's such a very old man, we wouldn't want him to start thinking that there was anything miraculous about anything that happened quite naturally.
Well, you think it might affect him? Might affect his mind in some way?
He's a very old man. It could happen.
Well, I suppose it's possible she wasn't really lame.
Of course it's possible.
Only ask him, will you? About his hands, those amazing hands.
Yes, we'll ask him.
I mean, giving off that heat, I felt it, you know. Well, I'll be getting along. My aunt's expecting me.
Well, we'll tell him you stopped by.
Yes, I wish you would. Tell him, and please, tell him thanks.
We'll tell him. Do you think we should wake him?
Come on, it's time.
Yes.
We have to tell him about the young man.
And the horse.
But we won't make anything out of it.
Nothing at all.
Just say that he dropped by.
To say thanks, yes. Father?
Stefan, are you awake?
What time is it?
Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Why aren't you at your office?
Well, it seems that a young man stopped by to see us, Stefan.
Well, actually, Father, he wanted to see you, but we told him you were sleeping.
Why me?
Well, it seems he met you on the road last night.
Had a horse. A mare it was.
That's right.
The horse had a swelling.
Do you feel well enough to get up now, Father?
I think so.
You're sure? After last night?
I'm all right.
All right, now just let me help you out of bed, Stefan.
Yeah, I can manage.
Give me your hand. Come on. That's it.
Yeah.
Here are your slippers.
Yeah, I'll go splash some water on my face.
And then you'll have breakfast.
Bertha, his hands are as cold as mine. Colder.
That young man did imagine it about his hands.
Well, you know how it is. If your hands are cold, anyone's feel warmer, even if they're only a little warmer than your own.
And he'd been riding back from the village on horseback.
Yes, so of course his hands were very cold.
Of course.
My head is clearing a little.
Oh, good. I'll go down and have some coffee ready for you.
Thank you, Manfred.
And 2 eggs. 4 minutes.
Your clothes are on the bed, Father.
Thank you, Bertha.
Father, last night when Manfred and I came up to bed and you were eating your supper, anyway, that's what we thought you were doing.
It's what I was doing.
Well, we heard you talking.
Was I talking?
Well, you kept saying, we heard you say, Amelie.
I said what?
Over and over. Father, were you talking to Amelie?
What do you know about Amelie?
Only what Mother told me.
What did your mother tell you?
That Amelie died. That she only lived an hour.
She was our first child.
45 years ago, Father.
She died in the crib. I remember her so well.
Why do you talk to her now, Father? Why do you call to her?
Because she comes back to me when I call her.
Father, you don't mean that.
She comes back to me. To me. Not to anyone else. Only to me when I call her.
You don't believe in ghosts.
Emily is not a ghost. Her spirit comes back to me when I call.
Father, you can't believe
I
this.
am the only person left on earth she remembers. Her mother is dead. The midwife is dead. When I am dead, there'll be no one for her to come back to. No reason to come back.
You can't believe what you say.
I don't have to believe. Or not believe. I know.
I won't let you.
You have nothing to say about it. Nothing. I will not stay in this house and listen to you tell me that my Emily will not come when I call. I'm going to her now.
Father, wait. Father, come back.
Stefan, what's the matter?
Get out of my way.
Stefan!
Father.
Well, he came tearing down the stairs. He brushed right past me. What's the matter with him?
I talked to him about Emily. I made him angry.
Where's he gone? Do you know?
To her. To Emily.
Emily, I need you, darling. Come be with me, my darling. Your father needs you. I need you, my sweet Emily.
Old man?
Oh, my Emily.
Stefan?
Emily.
Stefan, can I help you, old man?
No.
You remember me, don't you? From last night?
The young man with the mare. She was lame.
Ah, you should see her now.
They told me she's better.
Better than better. Come have a look. Please come. Look there. Look at her.
Oh, very much fine. Not a sign of lameness.
I came to your house a little while ago. You were sleeping.
They told me you were there to say thanks. There was no need for that.
Oh, I'd like to do more than just leave my thanks. I'd like to invite you to my aunt's place.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
No, I'd like you to meet my aunt, please.
Your aunt won't mind?
No, not a bit. Come on, we'll both ride the mare. Here, I'll give you a leg up.
You're sure about your aunt now?
Oh, she'll be delighted. She doesn't get out much these days.
Is she very old?
Well, she's not young, but that's not why she stays home. She has this disfiguring growth on her head. It makes her shy.
Well, she should see a doctor.
No, she won't. Absolutely refuses, won't hear of it, hates them all.
Oh, that's very wrong.
Oh, yes, all the money in the world and won't go to a doctor. So she sits in her parlor and reads her Bible. Ah, there's the house.
Oh, yes, the big stone house.
You know the house?
I've admired it since I was a boy.
My aunt bought it when my uncle died. My uncle was Fritz Halder. You've heard of him, the manufacturer?
I don't think so.
Around here, I understand my aunt is known as the Widow Halder.
Some folks are afraid of one thing, some are afraid of another. Everyone who's afraid wants to run and hide. It's natural. Most natural thing in the world. But what may be hiding in the hiding place? That's the question. It could be something else to be afraid of. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. A very old man is mounting the steps of a big stone house in the company of a very young man whose aunt is known to the village as the Widow Halder. Listen now.
My aunt is in.
Otto?
Ah, there you are, just where I knew you'd be. Come in, Stefan.
Where have you been all morning, Otto? I missed you at breakfast and Oh, you brought someone with you.
Yes, this is the very wonderful man I met near the cemetery last night when my mare went lame. Stefan, this is my aunt, Mrs. Halder.
How good of you to come by.
Madam.
I don't have many visitors, not anymore. And I seldom go out because of this. on my head. I don't like to be seen. I hope it doesn't offend you.
No. Doesn't offend me at all.
Well, it offends me. Perhaps I'm too sensitive, but that's the way I am. So I sit here and read my Bible.
And that Bible's too heavy for you to hold in your lap all day.
But it's the family Bible. It's the one I'm used to. I love this Bible.
All right. Sit down, Stefan.
I'm all right. I'll stand.
Oh, both of you, sit down. And Otto, you tell me where you've been all morning and why you weren't at breakfast.
Now, I told you last night how the mare went lame and how I met Stefan near the cemetery. Well, this morning, I let her out of her stall and she was dancing on her toes. I couldn't believe it. Stefan hadn't done a thing but rub her postern a bit.
Is that really all you did?
I did nothing.
Well, he talked to her, rubbed her foreleg, and talked to her.
How remarkable. You're a remarkable man.
No.
Oh, you're staring at me.
Oh, I apologize.
It's this awful growth. Otto, fetch me my shawl. I'll cover my head.
No. Please.
It's in my bedroom.
I am not offended. I give you my word. Otto, don't go.
No, it's all right. I'll be right back.
Mrs. Lauder, I am not offended. I am sorry I stared so. I will not stare again. Please forgive me.
It's quite all right. Please, be calm. Sit down.
I can't.
Otto mentioned that you live with your daughter. Is that right?
My daughter, Bertha.
And your son-in-law.
Manfred.
They have children.
No children.
How sad. Oh, here comes Otto with my scarf.
Mrs. Lauder, forgive me, but I must take the Bible from you and...
Oh!
Stefan, have you gone mad?
Forgive me. I could not help myself.
Aunt, are you all right?
I think so.
I saw him take the Bible off your lap. Stefan.
He hit me with it. He brought it down on my head with all his strength.
Forgive me, I didn't know what I was doing. I wouldn't hurt you, Mrs. Lauder. I wouldn't hurt anybody. When I feel this way, I see things. I feel things. The Bible seemed to put itself in my hands. I didn't think what I was doing. I could not think. The feeling was so great that I must smash this thing on your head. That's all I wanted to do, Mrs. Lauder, to get rid of it.
And it looks to me as though you'd done that, Stefan. Aunt, go look in the mirror.
I know I'm not always in control of myself. I do things. I don't know why. I see things. I don't know why. But I would never hurt anyone.
It's unbelievable. The growth is gone.
Will you forgive me?
And there's no blood. No blood at all.
All the same, I'm going to get you to a doctor.
No doctors, no.
No, a blow on the head like that.
No, I'm all right. My head is clearing now. It was just a shock. And that awful, ugly thing is gone. I don't need a doctor.
Let me take you to my son-in-law. He's a fine doctor, a nice man. Maybe you've heard of him? Manfred Gottlieb?
Gottlieb?
You will like him.
Manfred Gottlieb is your son-in-law.
A wonderful man. A good doctor.
But you must be Bertha Gottlieb's father. You cured the Rothberg boy. And I've heard talk about Anna Brandt. Look what you did for Otto's mare. Look what you've done for me. Oh. Why, you're the man I've been trying to find. I've been asking for you. It was God's hand let you here.
Let me take you to Manfred's office.
I don't need him. I only need you.
If I've hurt your aunt in any way...
We'll soon know.
Otto, I don't want these spells that I have. I don't ask for them. Only sometimes the pain gets so great.
What pain?
Well, the pain of living. When it seems more than I can bear, I go to the grave of my wife and my baby daughter, my Emily. And I call to her, my little one who only had 1 hour of life. And she comes to me and gives me comfort and courage and belief. I believe that even though I can do nothing about the great pain of living, there are other pains, and I can do something about them. I know I'm not quite myself when I'm like that. I know I'm not really strong or courageous. But when the spell is on me, the people in pain, they become transparent.
You mean you can see through them?
I do see through them.
How do you explain your hands?
Just hands?
Oh, no. The night you massaged the mare, I took hold of your hands and they gave off a glow, a sort of radiating warmth. I know, I felt it. They burned like a steady flame.
Perhaps I grow feverish when Emily is with me.
Now you go home and rest, Mrs. Holder. Come back in a few days and I'll change the bandage, or you can do it yourself.
I'll do it myself.
She's all right, Doctor?
Right as rain.
Well, what was it? I mean, the growth on her head.
It was a wen, a common, ordinary wen, a hardened cyst. If you'd come to see me, Mrs. Holder, I might have recommended that you have it removed by surgery.
Oh, no.
On the other hand, I might have done precisely what my father-in-law did, broken it with some heavy object. Probably not the Bible.
Come, Aunt. I'll take you home.
And thank you, Dr. Gottlieb.
You may get more of these growths, these wens on your head, Mrs. Holder, or someplace else on your body. Now, if you do, call me and
Oh, no. No, thank you. I know whom to call. And you'll come, won't you, Stefan? Of course you will. No offense, Doctor, but I put my faith in Stefan. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Goodbye, Stefan.
No offense, Doctor, but I put my faith in Stefan. Why did I bother to become a doctor at all? Why all those years at school? Why did I take examinations, get my license? What good is it if everyone would rather put their faith in a farmer?
Manfred, I'll never do it again.
Come in, the door's open. Oh, you again?
Doctor, those pains are back.
Well, of course those pains are back, because you've been drunk day and night. What do you expect?
Can't you do something, Doctor?
No, I can't. Only you can. Stop drinking. You've been drinking steadily for 30 years, and you have cirrhosis of the liver.
But the pains are awful.
Stop drinking for a month, and then come back and see me, and don't come back before. Silly old fool. Hasn't been sober for 10 minutes since he was 16. I can't help him if he won't...
Manfred, he has an obstruction of some kind.
He has a diseased liver.
But he has an obstruction in the intestines.
Now, look, you're not starting all over again, are you?
I saw. I could see it.
It's getting to be more than I can take, Stefan. You're interfering.
I saw. He was standing in the doorway, and I saw. His body was transparent. I could see everything. In his intestines, there is an obstruction. And that's what gives him pain.
Stop it, Stefan. I'm warning you.
It's all so clear, I know.
You're going to stop it if I have to.
Manfred, take the hands on my throat.
Stefan. Stefan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do... Stefan.
I'm all right. Give me that down. I'm all right.
Let me loosen your shirt. Oh, Stefan, I don't know what possessed me. I lost control.
It's all right.
Stefan, look. Look at my hands. Look how they move. My fingers. No pain from the arthritis.
What does it mean?
It means... Well, it must mean the arthritis is better. It's gone, perhaps.
Oh, Manfred.
The way I unbuttoned your shirt. So fast. No trouble. No pain.
Is it possible?
It's true. Look. Look how I can move them, Stefan.
The way you used to.
Stefan, I felt the warmth Otto was talking about. The heat from your hands. When you were trying to tear my hands from your throat, I felt it. A warm glow.
You really felt it?
Yes. A glow. A radiance. Stefan, give me your hands. Yes. There it is. It's a fire. A fire. Bertha! Bertha!
Manfred, please. I think you're wrong.
No, how can I be wrong? Look at these fingers. Look how they move. Watch me unbutton my coat. Oh, Stefan, I had to lose my temper. Try to choke you in order to touch you. I might have killed you.
Oh, you wouldn't
Where's
have.
Bertha? Bertha!
Manfred, you're excited.
Excited? I'm delirious. I can go back to surgery. We'll be rich again. Our lives will change. Yours, too.
I don't want my life changed, Manfred. It means my daughter thinks me mad, deranged.
Oh, she won't.
It's only when my Amelie is with me, my little one, that I see him. It's Amelie who gives me the power.
Bertha, where are you? Are you upstairs?
I'm nothing without Amelie. It's her innocent soul that enters into me.
What are you doing home at this hour?
Bertha, where were you?
Oh, I was taking a nap.
Bertha, look. My hands. Look how my fingers move.
What happened?
Your father happened. His wonderful hands. Bertha, you remember the young man with the mare? How Stefan put his hands on the mare's foreleg and the mare got up and walked?
We don't know that.
It's true.
You haven't seen the mare?
It happened to me, believe me.
I can't.
I didn't believe it either, but then Mrs. Holder came to the office.
Mrs. Holder?
Yes, she's the aunt of the young man with the mare. Stefan went to see Mrs. Holder.
He didn't.
Her nephew took him there, Bertha. And Stefan broke the wen on her head with a big Bible.
Oh, no.
He did right, Bertha, right. It was only a wen, and he was right. He didn't know what he was doing, and he was right.
Manfred, you must stop this talk.
Bertha, after Mrs. Holder left, an old patient of mine came in. The man has been a drunk for years. I was sure his liver was enlarged, diseased. But I sent him away. And then your father said, Manfred, you are wrong. The man has an obstruction. His intestines are blocked.
You believed him?
No, I didn't believe him. I was out of my mind with rage that he would dare to tell me that I was wrong. But Bertha, I took him by the throat. He tried to tear my hands away, and it was then. Bertha, it was then that I felt the heat, the blessed heat from his hands entering into mine. And now look.
Bertha, if he can use his hands, be happy.
Father, how long will it last?
How can I know?
Your moods, your spells, they've bewitched us all.
I never meant harm.
Well, they've got to stop. I want you to stay away from the cemetery.
I'll stay away.
I watch you every minute.
If you like.
I won't let you out of my sight. I'll treat you like a child.
As you will.
Because you are a child.
I am a very old man.
From now on, you're my child.
No. From now on, you will have your own child. A real child. Not me.
What?
I can see. The child is growing inside you. Soon you'll know it yourself. Next spring, you will bear your child, and it will be beautiful. A little girl. And you will... I hope you will give her the beautiful name of Amelie.
Father?
Then my Amelie can rest. I won't have to call her anymore. She can rest.
Did you believe our story? For that matter, did I? Now, really, what difference does it make if you believe it or if I do? For the truth is that none of us knows what transpires in the mind and heart of a very old man. I'll be back shortly. Ever happen to look up the word murder in a dictionary? No? Then I'll tell you how the dictionary defines it. to kill with premeditated malice. The wrongful, intentional slaying of one human being by another. But don't let a wee bit of murder upset you, friends. The people on Mystery Theater don't mind being killed. Not a bit. Because every one of them is a deadhead. Our cast included Santos Ortega, Norman Rose, Bryna Rayburn, and Billy Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Wasatch Front weather, cloudy, turning cooler, widely scattered showers and a few...
Sit down, gentlemen, and sit still. I've come to order a coffin for the first one of you who makes a move. Have Gun Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Good evening, Mr. Paladin.
Good evening.
Oh, here the paper, Mr. Paladin.
Oh, thanks, hey boy.
Excuse, please. Must go a lady look for me.
Lady? What lady? Well, I should say it is a lady.
Oh, very sorry. Could not catch tickets to opera. All sold up.
Oh, I had so hoped to see tonight's performance.
And you still can.
Huh?
I couldn't help overhearing your difficulty. I have an opera box, if you would care to be my guest.
Oh, thank you. But we could not presume on your courtesy.
We?
My husband and I, Senor...
Paladin.
Oh.
Now, of course, the invitation extends to him also.
We have been looking for you, my dear.
Oh, Miguel. Senor Paladin, this is my husband, Senor Rojas.
Senor?
And Dr. Mayhew.
Great pleasure, Mr. Paladin.
Dr. Mayhew.
Senor Paladin has kindly offered us his box at the opera tonight. There were no more tickets.
Very kind.
Dr. Mayhew is, of course, included in my invitation.
That's very gracious of you, Mr. Paladin.
The invitation is accepted?
We accept, on the condition that you join us and be our guest for dinner, Mr. Paladin. Is that not correct, my dear?
Quite correct, Mr. Paladin. Until this evening, then, buenos dias. Mr. Paladin?
Oh, yeah, her husband no like you.
I'm afraid you're right. But then, why should he?
No one could be more at home with history than Edward R. Murrow. For more than 20 years now, he's focused his attention on world affairs, broadened his viewpoint with travel, and sharpened his perspective by meeting and getting to know many of the leading statesmen of our time. 5 evenings a week on CBS Radio, Edward R. Murrow shares his experience with you. For a clear, concise report on today's important developments, join us on most of these same stations when it's time for Edward R. Murrow with the news. A fuller understanding of current events is waiting for you, too, on every lively edition of our World News Roundup. 7 mornings a week on CBS Radio, the World News Roundup takes you to the scene of the news for eyewitness reports by CBS News correspondents. Hear what's happening direct from where it's happening. Get the feeling of the news along with the facts as our World News Roundup comes your way at breakfast time tomorrow.
Dr. Mayhew, it's time to wake up. The performance is over.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, Mr. Paladin. Opera is not one of my
special likes. Which one was this?
The Marriage of Figaro by Mozart.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, at any rate, Don Miguel's wife seems to have enjoyed it.
This Doña Maria is a remarkable woman, Doctor. Meant to savor and enjoy beautiful things.
And I might comment for your particular benefit, Mr. Paladin, that Don Miguel is a remarkable man.
Wait a minute.
Huh? Oh, what is it?
Someone behind the curtain.
What?
Don Miguel! Look out!
Senor Paladin, help him. My husband has been hurt.
Please, Doña Maria. Dr. Mayhew will do all he can.
Paladin, he needs treatment at once. We'll have to get him out of here.
It is you, Senor Paladin.
Yes. Any news?
No, not yet. We are still waiting.
I spoke to the police. There'll be no trouble. It was a clear case of self-defense. The man attacked your husband and was shot down. It was lucky Don Miguel was armed.
Yes.
Is he always armed?
I do not know.
Did you see the man who attacked your husband?
Of course I saw him.
Did you know him?
No.
The man looked very surprised at the way things turned out.
Why doesn't Dr. Mayhew hurry?
Doña Maria, has Don Miguel ever been attacked like this before?
No. Yes, he has. There is no need to lie about it. It's an insane blood feud that has cost many lives already. This was bound to happen. They failed tonight. They will not fail another time.
Blood feud? Perhaps I can help?
This is not a tragic opera, senor. In this case, death is very Doctor, how is he?
He's resting quietly. You may go to him now, Doña Maria.
Doña Maria.
Yes.
Give him my card.
This is not time for formal. Have gun, will travel.
Give it to him, please.
See, I will.
Well?
The wound itself isn't too serious, but I don't like the looks of it.
Why, Doctor? What's the problem?
There was poison on the knife blade. Nothing familiar. A plant substance of some sort.
Well, the question is, will Don Miguel live?
Yes. For perhaps a week.
Dr. Mayhew has told me I'm dying. That is why I sent for you after I read your card. My wife has told you of a vendetta.
Yes. Yes, she did. What do you want? Revenge?
No. My task for you is much more personal. I want you to escort my body safely to my home in San Tomasino and deliver it there to my wife.
Doña Maria, isn't she here in San Francisco?
I sent her home this morning. I wish to die unobserved.
Someone once commented you were a remarkable man.
Do not misconstrue my sentimentality. The vendetta against our family includes a threat of mutilation of the body, in which case the bestiality is complete. I would prefer that it did not happen to my body. Will you take the job?
All right.
$1,000 and expenses.
We have a bargain.
Good. You'll be paid by Maria upon safe delivery of my body in San Tomasino. Thank you, Senor Paladin.
Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent filters best. Kent filters best. It makes good sense when you smoke Kent. Kent filters best. Of all of the brands of cigarettes, Kent tastes the best. Kent tastes the best. A richer taste than all the rest. Kent filters best. good sense when you smoke Kent. Of all leading filter cigarettes, Kent's filter's best.
Oh, big robbery in San Francisco.
What did you say, hey boy?
Big robbery in San Francisco. $230,000. Oh, very careless. You read?
No, I was reading something else. Don Miguel Rojas, distinguished visitor from Mexico, died last night of knife wounds, suffered last week when he was attacked by an unidentified assailant while attending the opera.
Mr. Paladin?
Yes?
I am Mr. Wilkins.
Oh, yes, the mortician.
You sent for me. May I be of help to you?
You can turn one of your clients over to me, Mr. Wilkins, the late Don Miguel Rojas. Here, this is a letter of authorization.
The body is to go into Mexico. You'll need a certificate to cross the border, sir.
I have that from Dr. Mayhew.
And how do you propose to transport the body?
I've hired a stagecoach, Mr. Wilkins.
When would you like to start?
As soon as possible.
Don Miguel will be ready. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Oh, how long you be gone, Mr. Paladin?
Oh, 12 days, 2 weeks at the most. Now, why do you look like that?
Hey, dead man. Oh, no good trip carrying dead man.
You know, border stations are all alike, Mr. Paladin.
Anybody here?
You just try to go through without inspection. You'll find out if anybody's here. Where's your destination?
San Tomasino.
Name?
Paladin. My driver's Timmons.
Just the two of you?
3.
John Miguel. Hey, you can't take a dead body across the border.
Yes, I can. There's a statute book. Read Article 8, page 14. You want to inspect the coffin?
Open that thing up? Oh, not me.
All right, then. What's the country like between here and San Tomasino?
Well, empty, except for a water hole called Loma Verde. The rest is rattlers and blow dirt. Oh, go on. Inspection's over.
Let's go, Timmons.
This is the only spot of green we've seen, Mr. Paladin. Loma Verde's hardly a paradise. I don't like it.
Can't say I like it much myself, but we won't be here long. At least we can water the horses.
The sooner we can move on, the...
Hold it.
What?
We have company behind that rock.
¿Lleves a las manos?
Bandits.
Don't move.
Raise your hands, senores.
Do what he says.
Bueno.
He's alone, Mr. Paladin. Him against us.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
We can let him kill us here, or we can fight him here.
You say the word.
Now.
Wise. Very wise after such a foolish thing. Now climb down carefully.
Now what?
You may bury your friend if you wish.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Seems I know you from somewhere.
Quite possibly. If I take off the handkerchief, you might remember where.
Don Miguel.
Of course.
You're not a bad shot for a corpse.
Do not make me prove that point again.
It has the fresh, clean scent of pine. It's new,
It's at your store.
What is it?
It's the best disinfectant anywhere. Kills disease germs on contact.
It's Lysol in a new pine scent.
Right. Now there's a new pine-scented Lysol. Now your home can be pine sweet and Lysol clean with genuine Lysol brand disinfectant. New pine-scented Lysol disinfects, deodorizes, deep cleans kitchen, bathroom, nursery, sick room. Keeps things fresh and sweet with no extra work. Pine-scented Lysol helps guard your home. In laboratory tests, Lysol's anti-germ action kept working for 7 full days. So try this new pine-scented Lysol. Make your home
Pine sweet and Lysol clean.
You can still get regular Lysol, too.
Turn around, please. Your gun? And now we can talk like gentlemen.
Sure.
Now, I would like to satisfy my curiosity about that cargo. Open up my coffin.
Money. A great deal of it.
The shipping payroll robbery. $230,000.
You planned well. Dr. Mayhew was in on this?
He has been paid off along with Mr. Wilkins, our undertaker. They made my debt seem very convincing. But not as convincing as yours will be, Senor Paladin.
What are you waiting for?
First, you must help me with another burial. The money must be hidden until certain arrangements are made. Replace the lid and come down. I warn you, any false move will shorten your life and will assure you a much more unpleasant death than you now contemplate. Pick up the shovel. Now move.
When you staged that attack at the opera, what about the man who was killed?
The man was hired to play a part. I changed the ending of his scene.
No wonder he looked surprised.
You cannot play chess without sacrificing pawns. Now, dig.
All right. You're in check. Miguel. Miguel. Checkmate.
Carrier, come back to the border. Hey, did you deliver that? The coffin's still up there on top.
And the corpse is in the coach. Take a look. You see?
Just sit where you are, mister, and start explaining.
That is the body in the coach. The coffin up here is filled with stolen money.
What are you trying to pull, mister?
You don't think I'm telling the truth?
No.
There's an easy way to prove it. Come on up here and open the coffin.
All right, I will. Here, give me a hand.
Right.
Well, I'll be.
What's your name?
Farley.
Mr. Farley, there's a lady in San Tomasino waiting for the body of her husband, whereupon she will pay me my fee. I need your help.
What's this got to do with me?
I thought you might want to get credit for the lady's arrest if she's a part of the plan.
What about all this money? What do we do with that?
The colonel in command of the 3rd Cavalry at Nogales will sign for it and escort it back to San Francisco.
All right. We'll turn the money over to him and start back. But how do we know if this lady is guilty or not?
Suppose you leave that up to me, Mr. Farley. Surprised to see me?
No, but I thought...
I didn't wish to disturb the servants. You see, my errand is quite personal.
Yes, my husband sent word before he...
Would you like us to bring the coffin in this way?
Very well.
Excuse me. All right, Mr. Farley.
I don't like this, Paladin.
This is Mr. Farley, Doña Maria, Senora Rojas.
How do, ma'am?
How do you do? I will get your money, Senor.
Don't you think you should make certain that I've fulfilled my part of the bargain?
Yes, you are right. Open the coffin.
Farley.
Yeah.
That is my husband. I will get your money.
What do you think, Farley?
Not guilty. No woman could be that calm. She thought her husband was alive and then saw him dead.
And you're satisfied she had nothing to do with him?
Yeah.
All right. Wait for me at the stagecoach.
Yeah. Don't be too long.
Where is your man, senor? There is a drink for him in the kitchen.
You hid your surprise very well. And your grief.
I had no grief for Miguel. I do not know how he died, but I can never thank you enough for giving me my freedom. My life with him was a nightmare.
I can believe you. I saw it in your face. Goodbye, Doña Maria.
Wait. Your money?
No, I'd rather not.
Please, senor. It gives me pleasure to pay for my errors. Especially since this is the last payment.
Very well. Should you come again to San Francisco, I hope you'll come with me to the opera. Dr. Mayhew.
Oh, I got your message, Mr. Paladin, but I'm afraid I can't give you too much time. I'm a very busy man.
All of us are. Here comes another busy man.
Hey?
Mr. Wilkins, the undertaker.
My dear Mr. Paladin, what can I do for you?
Sit down, first of all.
Thank you. Doctor?
Wilkins. Well, Paladin, what is it you want?
I'd like to order a coffin.
A coffin? For whom?
For whichever of you gentlemen makes the first move.
Well,
This is a derringer in case identification escapes you. Hey, boy.
Mr. Paladin?
Get me a policeman. On second thought, get me 2 policemen. 1 apiece.
Oh, big story in papers. Dr. Mayhew and Mr. Wilkins all in jail.
Where they belong, hey, boy. Here we are.
Oh, where are we?
San Francisco Opera premiere tonight. Hey, boy, I want you to take this over to the Opera House. Buy me a box.
Oh.
Now, what's the matter with you?
Last time you go to opera, man get killed, money get stolen. Oh, big trouble. You no learn?
Of course I learn. What would you have me do?
No opera, no lady.
Hey, boy, I'm afraid you have a lot to learn.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, and stars John Dana.
The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce.
Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans?
Oh, hello there. Good morning.
Good morning. I thought that was you driving down the lane, but I wasn't sure.
Oh, well, I got a new truck.
Oh.
Well, it's second-hand.
Oh,
but...
it looks nice. I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Yeah, sure. I'll be right there.
I've got an old chair that I was wondering if you might be interested in.
Well, I might be. Let's have a look at it.
All right, come on in. Well, I haven't seen you go past for some time.
Well, the wife's been sick.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she's better now.
She's better, all right. Telling me how to do everything, so I guess she's good as new again.
Well, come on in the living room. I'll show you the chair. I don't know if you know that we sold the house and we're planning to move.
No, is that so? Is that so?
Yes. Well, we won't be moving until fall when our new house is ready. We're building out by the lake.
Is that so? Is that so?
Yes, uh-huh. Well, that's the chair.
Oh, yeah.
My husband and I were saying that some of the things we wanted to get rid of, what we didn't want in the new house, Well, you hate to just throw things out if you can get a little something for them.
Uh-huh, sure. Well, there's not much resale value on used furniture.
No, I know that.
This chair really looks used.
Yes, I know. And it has been.
Well, springs aren't much good.
No, I know. We've had them fixed several times, but you see, it's the kind of a chair that people just flop into.
Well, it's no good for springs.
No.
However, they can be fixed, I guess. Leather's all shot.
Yes, I know the leathering.
All dried up. Look at the back here. Comes right off in your hands.
Well, yes, I know. I have to keep the back of the chair to the wall. Well, I guess it's really not.
I give you $12 for it.
It's a deal.
Okay. want me to take it today?
Well, you might just as well as long as you have your truck out here.
Anything else you want to get rid of? I mean, that you want me to look at while I'm here?
Oh, well, now let me think. Oh, hello, dear.
Hi.
Dear, I didn't hear you drive in at all.
Oh, well, I did. Drove right in. Oh, boy, hey, something smells good.
Hot roast.
Mm-hmm, good. Got a kiss for your old man?
Oh, I guess there's one left.
Hey, you smell good,
Your
too.
nose is cold. Oh, have I got a surprise for you, dear.
Oh, what?
You know how we were talking about selling some of the old things around here that we didn't want in the new house?
Yeah?
Well, to begin with, I sold that awful old chair, and I got $12 for it.
Oh?
Honey, stay out of the pot roast now, will you, darling?
I'm just smelling it, honey. Maybe just take a little taste, huh? A little taste?
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
Anyhow, about the chair, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. Yeah, I should say. What chair was that, honey?
Let's do that ugly old leather thing we had in the living room with the springs falling out. What's the matter?
What chair did you say?
What are you doing? Wait a minute. Dear, where are you going? Honey.
Where's my easy chair? Where is
dear,
it?
Now look here. I just told you.
You couldn't. You couldn't possibly have sold that beautiful leather chair. That was in perfect shape. It was the only comfortable chair in the whole house.
No, I would never have sold a chair like that. I sold a dreadful old leather chair that was worn and shabby with the dried-up leather falling off the back.
You sold that?
With the springs dragging on the bottom practically, and it had stains and spots that would never come out. That's the chair I sold.
You sold it?
Yes, I did. I got $12 for it, and I was almost ashamed to take it.
$12?
We were lucky to get anything.
The chair was worth $1,200.
Oh, now, don't be silly.
I just can't get over the... How could you possibly...
We talked about getting rid of some of the, junk that we have around here.
Junk?
And I thought naturally...
We never discussed getting... Never discussed it at all.
No, I guess we didn't mention this chair in particular.
A chair like that, it's got to be mellowed like a pipe. It takes years to get it just right.
Dear, that chair had sagged and sagged. You should have seen the springs.
The springs were fine.
But they weren't fine at all. They were dragging on the floor. They were. One spring was just dangling on the floor.
We have fixed the springs before they could be fixed again.
We tried to fix them about 20 times before they'd last about 4 days, and they'd be out again.
That chair would have lasted another 10 years.
Oh,
10 years.
Really. Now, just stop making such a fuss. You've often said yourself that chair was no beauty, and I hated it.
That was a comfortable chair. It was the only really comfortable chair in the whole house.
Why, it is not, dear, and besides...
Who'd you sell it to?
The junk man. Now, dear, it...
$12.
Yes, and I was glad to get it.
Do you realize how much that chair cost new?
Well, that's
$350. $350.
It wasn't new when we got it. It was already 10 years old then.
10 years old?
Yes, it was 10 years old. 10 years old when Bill and Nancy Cartwright moved from here to Texas, and Bill stung you $140 and you were idiotic enough to pay it.
Bill did me a favor. He was crazy about this chair. He wanted to take it with him.
Nancy wasn't crazy about it. Looked pretty shabby then, and she was glad to palm it off on us.
Only comfortable chair in the whole house.
Well, that is not true. That chair, that one right there, that is just as comfortable. Go sit in it. Go on. Go sit in that wing back and see how comfortable it is.
No, thank you.
Try it.
I have tried it. I've tried it hundreds of times. That wing back chair is not comfortable. Never has been comfortable. It isn't right for my legs.
What do you mean it isn't right for your legs?
It isn't. I'll show you. When I sit down, it hits me. It hits me under the legs right here.
Where is it supposed to hit you?
Well, right here, under my knees, of course. The seat part is too shallow for my long legs.
Why, you don't have such long legs. All right, you have long legs. Get up. Let me try it. Why, this chair is very comfortable.
I can't get over it. Just selling it, like.
Even your own mother has asked me why we had that ugly thing in our living room.
Never mind.
Even your friends have made jokes about it. Honey, dear, you know it was awful looking.
I don't care how it looked. It was comfortable. Practically every night as I drive home from work dead tired, I think of walking in and flopping in that chair where I could really relax and read the paper.
But you know it looked terrible.
I don't care how it looked. Looks aren't always the important thing.
Well, they're pretty important in the living room. I mean, if you'd had it in the basement or something where it didn't show.
It never occurred to me that the so-called master of the household, I had to sit by the furnace to read my paper.
Now, you know I didn't mean that.
There's one thing a man likes. It's an easy, comfortable leather chair. Just
right,
one little
dear.
thing in life.
Right, dear. I didn't know it meant so much to you. And when we buy things for the new house, we'll try to arrange our budget so you can have a new leather chair for your den.
A new one isn't the same thing.
Well, I don't know what to do about it, dear. I sold the chair, and I'm sorry you're so upset.
Years.
Now, I've got to drive over to Susan Bodine's and get that.
Break your chair in.
Honey, now don't sit on that spindly little straight-back chair. You can't read the paper there.
I'm quite comfortable, thank you.
Please, come here. Come on over here and try this nice chair.
You sold the only nice chair we had around here.
Oh, now, don't be that way.
I am quite cozy, thank you.
Well, you can't be sitting up like a ramrod on that thing. Oh, I'd rather you lost your temper and yelled at me instead of acting like this. You acted just like this when I threw out those perfectly dreadful bedroom slippers, too. And Eleanor said Fred didn't speak to her for a week when she threw out some horrible old sweater. Why do you men want to hang on to stuff when it looks so awful?
I wish to take this opportunity to remind you, and remind myself, that I love you.
Oh, honey.
But I should also like to take this opportunity to inform you that no matter how dearly a man loves his wife, there are times when every married man wishes he'd stayed a bachelor. And this is one of those times.
Come on, Betsy. Come on, darling. Eat your dinner.
I am. Eat your dinner too, Daddy.
Daddy's not very hungry, dear.
Are you sick, Daddy?
No, I'm not sick. I'm all right. I'm just not hungry.
Mommy sold a chair today, and Daddy feels badly about it.
What chair?
That big leather one we had in the living room. You remember?
Oh, yes. That was an awful old chair.
Yes. Well, Daddy didn't think so, dear.
Oh, it was, Daddy. It looked terrible. It was all coming to pieces in the back. And Mary Lou Kendall saw it, and she said, why did we have such a horrible chair?
Yeah, well, dear. You needn't glare at Betsy. She can't help what her friends say, but you see, even children notice things.
Oh, I didn't like that leather chair, Daddy. Every time I'd sit in it, it was all cold.
Yeah, well, never mind the chair, Betsy. Now you eat your dinner. In fact, you eat your dinner too, Daddy. I will call Mr. Evans right after dinner and see if he will sell the chair back.
Mary, Mary, quite contrary, wouldn't be so highly inconsistent if she made the Amos and Andy Music Hall a regular listening post. Nor would she be contradictory if she got in on the fun and music of Robert Q. Lewis and Rusty Draper. The trouble with Mary is she's too stubborn to enjoy the good things life offers, even when they're served up to her in style. Judging by the rest of the population, however, Mary is just about unique. Most people know good things when they hear them. That accounts for the enormous popularity of CBS Radio's Amos and Andy, Robert Q. Lewis, and Rusty Draper. The lilting songs and the wealth of good humor on each of these shows account in turn for much of the cheer and evidence all around. Unless pleasure is absolutely the last thing in the world you'll countenance, ignore Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Join us here at CBS Radio instead where fun lovers hear Amos and Andy, Robert Q. Lewis, and Rusty Draper 5 or 6 times a week on most of these same stations.
Yes, operator, are you sure? All right, thank you.
You sure you got the right Evans?
Yes, dear, H.T. Evans. I know, on the other side of town, out on Henley Road. Well, I don't know what to do. I called and called. There's no answer. I'll try in the morning again.
Probably resold the chair by this time and made a nice, tidy profit.
Well, I don't think so, Donnie. He'd have to fix the springs first. Who's that out in front? It's a car, it looks like, stopping here.
Daddy, you said you'd come up and read me a story.
Yeah, sure, okay, honey, I will. What would you like me to read, huh?
Oh, goodness, I wonder who's just dropping in. Oh, good evening.
Are you the lady who got $12 out of my husband for that dilapidated old chair?
Oh, well, you must be Mrs. Evans.
I am indeed. And I'll tell you this much. I won't have that thing in my house. Harry, bring that chair right up here. And furthermore, I want that $12 back.
Oh, no, Mabel.
Now, don't Mabel me.
Hey, for heaven's sakes, what's going on? What's the trouble
Your
here?
wife got $12 out of my husband for this mangy old chair.
What?
Well, I've got real nice furniture in my house, and I won't have this dirty old thing cluttering up my living room.
Well, look here, that's a very nice chair.
I don't have it in my house.
Well,
I told Harry, Mr. Evans, I said, we're dropping that thing right back. Charging anybody $12 for that wreck. Well, it's enough to make you lose your faith in human nature when you see the way some people try to take advantage of it.
Hold up, you can have your money back. Bring in my chair. Here, let me help you, Mr. Evans. Here, let me...
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry about this.
No, open the door wider, will you, honey? There we are. Careful now. Don't scratch it. Don't scratch it. Okay. There we are. Bring it right in here. Good.
Come in, Mrs. Evans. I'll get you your $12.
Oh.
There we are.
Thank you. I'm sorry I spoke the way I did.
We got it.
Oh, that's all right.
Well,
I know how you felt.
Put it right down here. Careful. There we are.
Are you going to have that thing in your nice living room?
Yes, I guess I am, Mrs. Evans.
Now, just turn it around. That's it.
Oh, that's a nice chair. They don't make them that way anymore. Sure hated bringing it back.
Oh, you like it?
Say, that's a chair.
Yeah, it's a beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, but hated bringing it back. I thought I got a real bargain.
Chair's worth $1 million.
It is. I know it gets into women. They get all pepped up about making the place pretty. They don't seem to think about making it comfortable.
Yeah, sit down.
Well,
No, sit in it while you're here. Go ahead. Isn't that something now? Now, look, lean against the right arm there. Yeah, put your feet on the footstool. Now, you see it kind of sags nicely in one spot there. So if you kind of hunch down a bit like that, you just fit, you know?
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Wonderful.
Yeah, it took me a long time to get that chair really mellowed, broken in, you know? You see, what women don't understand is that a chair needs
all I
time,
can say is, dearie, you have my sympathy.
Thank you, Mrs. Evans.
The Couple Next Door is written by Peg Lynch and stars Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce with Francie Myers, Doris Rich, and John Shelley, and is produced by Walter Hart.
Escape. Escape tonight to Paris of 500 years ago.
The Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations presents Escape, a new series of programs of which this, the fifth, is The Sire de Maltois d'Or by Robert Louis Stevenson, produced and directed by William N. Robeson. The pen of Robert Louis Stevenson has been an avenue of escape for 3 generations. Our grandparents thrilled to the macabre metamorphosis of Dr. Jekyll, just as we will never forget the nursery menace called Long John Silver. Tonight we escape with Robert Louis Stevenson down another avenue, which leads to Paris in 1429, and the amazing adventure of the Sire de Maltois d'Or.
Dark of the moon, 1429, Paris. House of Burgundy holds the throne of France, and English men-at-arms patrol the narrow streets. Troublous times for any man to be lost, on foot, at night. Psst. You there! Over here by the wall.
What's this? Now the shadows themselves are speaking.
I'm no shadow.
A real live human being.
I've managed to get myself lost in these confounded alleys. Can you tell me where I am?
Well, now, a fine young cavalier, no less. And he's lost.
I'm trying to find the Beaucent Inn. Will this street lead me there?
Lad, one street is as good as another, and none of them will ever lead a man anywhere.
Oh, come now. You must know something about this part of Paris. Think, man, a patrol may pass at any moment.
You're wanted, then.
I've a safe conduct pass from the captain of the garrison.
Safe conduct, he says. And to find what a good that'll do you here in the dark of the night.
Well, you're certainly not helping my chances any.
No, lad. The only safe conduct you have is that sword swinging at your side.
Wait, quiet. A patrol. They're coming this way.
I'm inclined to think you're right.
I've got to run for it. Tell them nothing.
And I should tell what to whom.
Wait, halt! Someone's there. Speak up. Who are you?
Speak up, is it? And you a blundering pack of two-day grenadiers that walk like a herd of cattle, such as me? Speak up. That served with the mad Prince Charlie himself. May he rest in peace.
An old campaigner, eh? Hey, where you from, soldier?
Fontainebleau, from a smarter outfit in bivouac than the likes of you in quarters.
A bit in the scups, eh, man? Seen anybody about, old-timer?
Naught but shadows and tankards of ale. Fine French cavalier who departed hence without a bio leave just now.
Where'd he go?
Oh, who knows? Perhaps he went one way, maybe the other. Though I think it was the other there.
All right, men. Arms. French cavalier, huh? We'll have him like a fowl on a spit. Spread out. Cover the street. Keep an eye out. Don't let him slip away between you. Forward now. Search every corner.
Oh, the fool. The drunken fool. I'm for it now, all right. This cross street. There's a bare chance they'll pass it by. If I can only get through here. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a dead end, unless this leads... No, it's only the door to a house. Caught like a rat in a trap. All right. If it's so written, then so be it. With a bit of luck, there'll be 2 or 3 go with me. Huh? The door. It's unlocked. I can push it open. Black as the mouth of hell inside. Well, what have I got to lose? There.
Come alive now. You have to be here someplace. Open up that door, you dog! Can't you see the crest above it?
He's not here. He's gone.
That he has. Didn't come in here after all. All right, back to the corner. He's a sly one for sure.
That was close. Too close. Now to get out of here, and no one in the house will ever be the wiser. Huh? What's this? The door's locked. Well, it's a trap. But why? Why would such a thing be done? I came in here by chance, 1 chance against 1,000,000. Wait. It's a light. Somewhere inside the house. Well, by all rights, I should be dead at this moment. So...
Come in, young man. I've been expecting you all evening.
I fear you must be mistaken, sir. My visit is quite unexpected for both of us.
That's good. That's very good. For the both of us, you say. Well, no matter. You're here. That's the main point. Take a seat, my boy. Put yourself at ease. We'll arrange our little affairs presently.
There seems to be some misunderstanding. You see, your door was standing...
Oh, the door. That was a little piece of ingenuity, don't you agree?
So you must know that I had no intention of intruding without an invitation.
Without an invitation, is it? Well, we old people are used to such reluctance. When it touches our honor, we cast about until we find some way of overcoming it. And so, my boy, invitation or not, you are, believe me, most welcome.
I hope you'll pardon my saying it, but I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about.
Oh, so that's it, dead to rights but still pretending, eh? You're a clever rogue.
Sir,
all right.
My name is Denis de Beaulieu. I am not a guest in your house by my own choice, and I am not accustomed to being...
Nor is the house of Maltois accustomed to certain things, of which you well know.
Maltois? I should have expected better treatment at the hands of one of the most honored families of France.
Honored indeed, until you, Monsieur de Beaulieu, took it upon yourself to dishonor us.
Sire de Maltois, I have attempted to explain that I took a stand before your door to fight off a patrol which I'd encountered in the street. I assure you I had no slight intention of forcing myself Since it seems impossible for you to converse with any degree of reason, may I bid you good night? Sir, if you have your right wits, then you're insulting me grossly. And if not, I have no desire to spend further time with a lunatic.
You young fool. Thinking to get away so easily.
No power on earth can make me stay here any longer, even if I'm forced to hack that door of yours to pieces.
I me. And now, will you please sit down, my dear nephew?
Nephew? You lie in your teeth.
I said sit down. You think for a minute that I made a little contrivance for the door and stopped short with that? If you want to be bound hand and foot till your bones crack inside of you, then get up. Try to get away. But if you'd rather stay a free young buck, agreeably conversing with an old gentleman, sit where you are in peace.
You mean, then, I am a prisoner here?
I stated the facts. Draw your own conclusion. Ah, Père François, come in, come in.
Thank you, Messiah.
Tell me, how is she? A little better frame of mind, I hope?
She is more resigned, at least, Messiah.
Well, now, isn't she hard to please? A likely stripling such as this, well-born, and her own choice. What more would the jade wolf have,
If you'll pardon, the situation is not usual for a young damsel. It is somewhat trying to her blushes.
Trying, is it? Ha! She should have thought of that before the dance began. She called the turns, and now she'll do the pay.
At the risk of being presumptuous, may I ask who she is?
Ha! You hear that, Père François? Monsieur de Beaulieu wishes to know who she is.
I heard, Messiah.
I am pleased that you find my most casual remark so amusing.
So, you'd like to know who she is. Very well. After all, you really should know, young fella. It's only fitting for you to be introduced properly. Come along, come along. I'll take you into she, all right. Why, that's the reason I planned the whole thing. You stubborn young scoundrelly blackguard. Come along, my boy. Right through this door.
After you, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, it's not that kind of a trap. Here we are. How are you, my dear?
Oh, please, Uncle. Please have some pity on me.
Pity? But I do a great deal more than you've shown for the name of Maltois. Come now, up off your knees and look at the friend I brought you. It's good to be devout, but it is also necessary to be polite.
I have no understanding how you can be so vicious.
Oh, that's very unkind. And now, Monsieur de Beaulieu, since we've decided to keep up this farce, allow me to present my niece, Blanche de Maltois.
For such an inhuman thing, surely heaven itself... He's not the man. My uncle, this is not the man.
Expected you to say as much, my dear. Is it so unfortunate you couldn't remember his name?
But it's true. I swear by the Blessed Virgin, I do not know this man. I've never laid eyes on him before. Please, sir, tell him. Tell him we've never seen each other before.
For myself, at any rate, I've never had that pleasure. Sire, I've not met your lovely niece before this moment.
Oh, now isn't that too bad? But it's never too late to begin. Quite often these impromptu marriages turn out very well in the end.
Marriage? Sire de Maltroit, will you please be kind enough to explain what you mean?
Aha, now, surely you've heard of the custom of marriage. It's quite widely practiced.
At least, sir, I've never heard before of such a maniac as I perceive you to be. And I've no intention of marrying anyone.
Then may I ask what were your intentions, my boy? Oh, well, no matter now. Père Francois is looking forward to performing the nuptial rites. Oh, he's quite properly ordained, you know. So, shall we say, in 2 hours? Meanwhile, I suggest you become better acquainted.
Wait! Uncle, you can't be in earnest. I swear to you I'll kill myself before I'll be forced on this young man.
Forced? Oh, come now, my dear Blanche.
Is it possible that you think I'm lying? That you still believe this is the man?
Frankly, I do.
Well, then you're wrong.
I refuse utterly even to consider
Enough, my
such...
dear. You took it upon yourself to dishonor the name of our family. You forfeited all right whatsoever to question my designs. I consider it a duty to see that you're married with as little delay as possible. Out of the goodness of my heart, I've attempted to find the man of your choice. And I believe I've done so. But if not, then I care not one jackstraw. Is that perfectly clear?
It's clear, sir, that you're a madman.
Perhaps, my dear nephew.
I'm not your nephew, nor will I be.
I'd sooner die 1,000 times.
Oh, such a fury against the inevitable. But at any rate, you'll have 2 hours to compose your differences. Père Francois, bring the clock.
Very well, Messiah.
Thank you. Place it there. This, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is another of my little contrivances, and one that is hardly less ingenious than my door.
Messiah, your accomplishments are of no interest to me whatsoever.
Oh, I think you'll find this one most interesting. You will notice that the upper container is filled with water. In exactly 2 hours, all of the water will have dripped into the lower vessel, and at that time, I shall return. Remove the plug, Père Francois. Clever, isn't it? Well, genius is so rarely appreciated. And now I'm quite sure you'd sooner carry on your interview without an audience.
You'd never met my uncle before? He didn't arrange this with you?
I'd never laid eyes on him. And certainly nothing was arranged with me, else I wouldn't be here.
Oh, then you're as much an unfortunate victim as myself.
But you at least must be more aware of the circumstances. I can understand none of this.
It's not an easy thing for a girl to tell. Whatever you may think of me now, I fear you shall think the worse when I've finished.
Words are but words. But your manner encourages respect.
Thank you, monsieur. I've lived all my life with my uncle, and I've not been happy. 3 months ago, a young captain of the guard began to stand near me in the church. Oh, you must understand. I gave him no encouragement to do so.
Oh, quite so, I understand. He was handsome, of course.
As a matter of fact, very. After a while, he began to pass me notes. He found me pleasing, wanted to meet me, and seemed most interested in me for some reason.
I can believe that.
This morning, he passed me a note urging me to leave the outer door open tonight so that he could speak a few words with me on the stairs. Oh, this is most difficult for me to tell, monsieur. I'm sure he meant no harm. I've no idea how my uncle came to suspect. Sometimes his shrewdness becomes almost diabolical. After church, he took that note from my hand, read it, gave it back to me. I've been kept in my room all day, knowing nothing of what he might be planning.
So that's it. By pure accident, I blundered into a trap set for someone else.
Had my uncle brought the captain himself, the thing still would have been confusing. How should I know that he may not have been trifling with me all along? But to be forced into a situation with you, a perfect stranger...
Your regard for me is quite clear, mademoiselle. I regret appearing as a disappointment to you. I believe you said he was very handsome.
If that were all.
There's more?
I mean, monsieur, that you yourself are quite handsome. But it's so... Oh, no, it's really no use.
Well, please understand me. I'm not urging you in any way.
Urging, monsieur?
I'm accustomed to meeting young ladies upon occasion who are quite ready to accept me as something beside a convenient substitute for some handsome captain of the guard.
I've no doubt of it, monsieur. And to correct a mistaken impression you seem to have, I'm well aware that you're doing no urging. And were you to do so, I should neither listen to nor give it any consideration whatsoever. It's well that we both understand one another.
Quite so. And that being the case, Mademoiselle de Maltroit, I wonder if you'll be good enough to conduct me to your uncle.
With the greatest of pleasure, monsieur.
I've no doubt but what this little matter can be settled very quickly, and with as much honor as possible to everybody concerned.
The full 2 hours weren't necessary. Already harmonious accord rises triumphant.
On the contrary side, de Maltroit, your assumption is entirely false.
Oh, what a pity. Well, Père François, there's nothing to it. We'll simply have to wait a while longer.
As you say, Messiah.
I fear it may be much longer than you think. In fact, forever.
That's a very long time indeed. And you, my dear niece, what are your sentiments in the matter?
I will not marry this man. Do what you may, uncle, I will not marry him.
Right back where we started. Can it be that our young friend is lacking in perception, Père François?
It is possible, Messiah.
I'm not, at any rate, lacking in a sense of honorable conduct. Dragged in here against my will, I've addressed your niece in the manner of a gentleman. I found her charming, lovely, delightful.
Monsieur.
But now I have the honor of declining your offer of her hand. Let that end the matter.
It's not as simple as that. Take a look from my window there, and tell me what you see on the wall beneath it.
What do you mean?
See for yourself.
Whatever it is can have no bearing on the matter. There's an iron ring set in the wall.
Quite so, and fastened to the ring?
A rope.
Right. So we have 2 elements. And to complete our little diagram, we need a third one. That element is, at the moment, firmly attached to your body. I'm referring, sir, to your neck.
Uncle, no.
And may I inquire the purpose of the dogs there in the courtyard below? Are they also a part of your devilish plans?
My dear young man, a body doesn't hang in ropes forever, you know.
You maniac. Even murder doesn't stop you.
Oh, that's such a nasty word. Let us confine ourselves to the bald facts. At the end of your 2 hours, you will prepare yourself either to marry my niece or to kick out your life while you swing at the end of that rope. There's no other alternative.
I think there's one. Between gentlemen, at any rate. Arm yourself, sir.
You fool. You think for a moment that if I'd regarded your sword as a threat, you'd still be wearing it? Père François, will you open that door to the passage, please?
Of course, Messiah. I'll be most happy to.
Gentlemen, show this rash young buck the color of your steel. Whether he likes to admit it or not, Monsieur de Beaulieu, one day a man grows too old to fight his own battles and must hire others to do it for him. Close the door, Père François.
Then you'll not fight?
Do I seem a fool? There'll be no fighting and no haughty refusal to marry my niece. You found her charming, well and good. But I'll tell you this. Were she as common as the Paris road, more hideous than the gargoyle over my door, you'd not spurn the hand of a Maltroit and ever live to tell of it. Alive and married you'll be, or dead and hanging from that window, and soon after, food for the dogs. It's one or the other. So, make up your mind.
Please, Monsieur de Beaulieu, why do you not sit down?
Your concern is most gratifying, mademoiselle. But since I have such a short time to live, I doubt that I'll grow very tired.
If the time be short, then why do we waste it in formal speeches?
As you will. Listen to it. Drip, drip, drip. That devilish clock, like an artery opened and life's blood itself dripping away.
Well, I've sat here and thought until my whole mind's in a great whirl.
Please, you really shouldn't trouble yourself so much.
I can't bear to have you slain for my sake. Monsieur de Beaulieu, I will marry you gladly.
You must think, then, that I stand very much in fear of death.
Oh, no. I've had reason to see that you're no coward.
I've asked for no pity. If a thing has to be, then that's the end of it.
Oh, sir, you misunderstood me. Why, the great nobility with which you faced my uncle should have removed all question about your bravery had such doubts existed.
That is most kind of you to say so.
Not, of course, that anyone could raise such questions once they'd seen you.
Death's another incident. That's all.
Oh, but life's a better one. You'll agree, then?
I'm afraid you underrate the difficulty. What your generosity offers me, my pride prevents accepting. In this moment of noble feeling toward me, aren't you forgetting what you already owe to someone else?
Monsieur! He never really mattered.
Mademoiselle, my very life's the forfeit here. One I'll pay gladly if it be of service to a lady, but to tell me it's for something that never really
Please
mattered.
don't be so cruel.
Cruel, you forget. I'm the one who's going to die, not you.
I've not forgotten, monsieur.
Yes. You'll enjoy tomorrow's sun like any other days. And tomorrow night, perhaps you'll see him again. And of course, I'll be forgotten.
Oh, no, never.
But it's all a man can expect when he's born into the world, death at last. And some piece of ironic misfortune.
Oh, don't say those things. I can't bear it.
Oh, if I've said anything to wound you, I'm sorry. It was for your own sake, not mine.
Thank you.
Please. It's a bitter thing, my dear, to see you in such distress that giving my life itself for you can't help it.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be braver. Is there no way at all in which I can serve you? Either now or afterwards?
Only by letting me think of you as a friend for the brief time that's left to us. By forgetting for the moment that I'm an awkward intruder thrown here by circumstance. That's all.
And afterward?
What does it matter? The closer you come to it, the clearer you see that death's no more than a dark and dusty corner where a man climbs into his tomb and shuts the door after himself.
Oh, monsieur.
I've only a few friends now. And once I'm dead, I've no doubt that I'll have none.
You forget Blanche de Montois.
You're very sweet. Any young man in France would be glad to trade places with me and die for you. You value the small service I do you far beyond its worth.
I'll not have you thinking so meanly of yourself. Look at me. Would you say that I am beautiful?
I think the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
I'm glad of that. Tell me, is there a man in France who can say he's been asked in marriage by a beautiful maiden, asked from her own lips, and refused her to her face?
Oh, no.
I know you're a man and half despise such a triumph. But any woman knows more of what's precious in love.
But remember, you asked me out of the pity of your heart, not for love.
Are you so sure of that? Must I bear my very soul like a merchant showcase?
You're very good. As good as you're beautiful. I'll not forget it for the time that's left me.
Very well. I, too, have a pride of my own. If you'd turn back now from your word, I'd no more marry you than I would any stranger off the street.
It's a small love that shies at a little pride. The dawn's starting to break.
Yes. My uncle and his men will come here any moment. What shall we say to him?
Anything you will.
Oh. All of my life I'll weep for you. And weep the more because it was you.
If I'm wrong, it's a great price I'm paying for it. One I'd not pay if I didn't care for you so dearly.
Care for me? Oh, no, it's you who are being kind.
It was in the moment your uncle brought me into you, and you raised your face to look at me. That's when I knew.
Oh, strange. For it was then I felt it, too.
You've seen already that I'm not afraid to die.
Oh, you're not. I know it.
Blanche, is it really true, not something born of pity?
I swear by all that's holy. I love you, Denny.
Oh, my beloved. And I can tell you now that I love you, too.
Even after all you've heard.
I can remember none of it.
The captain's
no
name.
No matter. I love you.
Oh, my darling.
I love you more than my life and my soul. Blanche, my darling, I love you. I love you, Blanche.
Well,
Uncle.
Well. It's most gratifying to see this little matter settled in such a congenial fashion. Good morning, my dear nephew.
I have nothing to say to you, sir. You're a vicious and unprincipled old man.
Oh, that's most ungracious of you. No. At the very worst, I'm no more than a very wise old man. One who's lived a long time and seen a great many remarkable things. An old man who's learned all about such mysteries as the love of life and love.
The Sire de Maltois Door by Robert Louis Stevenson was adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield and produced and directed by William N. Robeson, with Elliot Lewis as Denis, Peggy Weber as Blanche, and Ramsey Hill as the Sire de Maltois. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Feuer. Escape is presented by the Columbia Broadcasting System and its affiliated stations each week at this time. Next week, we invite you to escape to Egypt of 3,500 years ago with Arthur Conan Doyle's fascinating tale of the Ring of Thoth. And so good night until next week at this time, when again it will be time to escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, the story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, we're inside of Dodge anyway, Chester. There's Ellen Henry's homestead.
Wonder how she'd take to serving up a breakfast, Mr. Dillon. I'm plumb hungry.
I'll settle for water and the horses. I don't imagine Ellen has any extra food.
No, sir. It's gone pretty hard for her since Ethan died, hasn't it?
That's the talk.
Look at her place. 3 lean-tos and not a green thing growing. I don't know how she makes out.
Well, maybe Luther helps more than the folks give him credit for.
For a son, he's not much good to my way of thinking. I don't know when he turns a hand for his mother between stops at the Texas Trail and the Long Branch.
At least not much like his father was. Or Ellen either, for that matter. It's a mite early. Nobody's stirring. Oh. We better just water our horses and ride on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Quiet-like, isn't it?
Whoa.
Hey, where'd you come from, Mr. Dillon?
From the house, I think.
Luther?
I don't know.
You're trespassing. Get off my land.
It's Marshal Dillon, Ellen. We just stopped to water our horses.
I recognize you. The trespassing still goes, Marshal.
You're awful quick to fire, Ellen.
Ethan and me never took to folks arriving unannounced. I still don't take to it.
Well, that's no cause to be firing on us that way, Miss Henry, especially since you recognized us.
Quit whimpering. If I'd aimed to hit you, I'd have hit you.
All right, Ellen.
Get off my land and stay off.
Just don't you get in any trouble with that rifle, Ellen.
I expect you'll hear about it if I do, Marshal. Now get. I don't always aim high.
Come on, Chester.
How old did you say she is, Mr. Dillon?
She can't be over 40, I guess. If that.
She looks like an old woman. 60 or more.
She's dried up. Dead inside.
Remember when Ethan and her and the boy came out here, Mr. Dillon, right after the war? She's an awful pretty little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Luther was a little more than a baby then. No, Mr. Dillon, I was just thinking. Ethan was so proud of his homestead and his boy and Ellen. Now he's 5 years dead, the boy's gone bad. His wife and his homestead, they've just dried up. It's kind of sad, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. Well, come on, Chester, let's get on into Dodge.
Morning, Marshal.
Morning,
Chester.
Mitch.
Oh, Mitch.
Well, what'll it be?
Set up a bottle of rye, will you?
Yes, sir, Marshal Dillon.
Look, there's Luther over there at the table, alone.
Yeah, I saw him. Thanks, Mitch. Wait here, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mitch, could I have a little sugar in here?
Mind if I don't get to my feet, Marshal? I got the feeling if I tried to stand up straight, I'd fall over first thing I knew.
Sit still, Luther.
I just don't have a lot of choice about it, Marshal.
I was out by your place this morning, Luther. I hadn't seen your mother in a long time.
Wish I could say the same.
A woman shouldn't have to run a homestead alone. Not when her son's big enough to be a real help.
Is this a lecture, Marshal? A do-good talk?
Put your own name on it, Luther. I can't make you feel what you don't feel. But in a way, you're responsible for your mother and what she does.
I'm real lucky, Marshal. I can quit listening any time I don't want to hear something. Between the old lady and people like you, I quit listening an awful lot.
Get it straight, Luther. I don't care what happens to you.
I done something wrong? You accusing me of something unlawful, Marshal?
No. But if you have any feeling left for your mother or what happens to her, you'll do something about her. Living out there alone so much, she's gone a little crazy.
She shot at you. Is that all's concerning you, Marshal? Half the time I do go home, she levels off at me. I got a ride in under fire. Or crawl in on my belly. She's crazy, like you said. I swear, she's crazy.
Then you ought to bring her into town. Get a keeper for her.
Maybe I would. If I cared what happened to her. I don't care. I don't care at all.
Well, that's up to you, Luther.
Now, that's just another one of them things I didn't hear you say, Marshal.
Luther's just plain drunk, isn't he, sir?
That and just plain no good.
Well, whatever you said drove him right out of here, Mr. Dillon.
Mm-hmm. Well, we haven't been in the office since early yesterday, Chester.
All right, sir. Only
what?
Well, sir, Mitch has got a catalog in the back room, and he's not busy, and he says it's just full of things you can order straight from St. Louis. I thought well...
You got extra money, have you, Chester?
Oh, no, sir. Well, that is not really extra money, Mr. Dillon. It's just that... Well, Mitch swears you can get underwear from this catalog that don't rub your skin raw, and I'd like to take a look at it.
All right, Chester, I'll wait.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, Marshal.
Oh, hello, Cass. Now, what's on your mind?
Talk I heard, Marshal. It's private, like maybe we'd go to your office.
We can do our talking here.
I thought you was always of a mind to get me inside there, Marshal, where you could turn the key on me.
Maybe I will someday, Cass. Now, come on, speak up.
Yeah, I heard talk at Luther Henry Road cattle off Carnes' place last night. Saw you talking with him just now. Wondered if you'd heard the same.
Haven't heard a thing, Cass.
Odd you wouldn't know.
I was out of Dodge last night, all night.
I wonder if it's so. Luther didn't give himself away when you talked just now.
You're the one who's heard the talk, Cass.
I got my rights. I can ask questions of you, Marshal. If a man's herd ain't safe, he's got a right to know.
Are you worried for Carnes or for you?
If Carnes' cattle can be rode off, mine can.
No? I didn't know you had much of a herd.
What a man has is his own business, Marshal. I'm asking about Luther and the other rider. They say there was two.
If Luther's wrong with the law, I'll get him. Is there anything else on your mind?
Thanks, Mitch, for letting me see the book.
Not a thing, Marshal. But I don't much like your attitude.
I can't see that worrying me too much, Cass. All right, Chester, let's go.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, I was watching him from the back there. He's a sniveling sort, that Cass.
Mm-hmm.
Come to think of it, though, I don't know a single bad thing he's done.
Know any good he's done?
No, sir. Can't say that I do, Mr. Dillon.
How about you? Did you find out about your fancy underwear?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we can tend to business, huh? Come on.
Hello, Marshal. I was waiting for you.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Carnes.
Howdy, Chester.
Well, how do, Mr. Carnes?
You got the key, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't see you in town much, Mr. Carnes.
Only when I got business, Marshal.
No. Well, come on in, won't you?
My, it's close in here. We've been away a day and a night, Mr. Carnes. Sure gets close that way. I'll just open up the back.
Won't you have a chair, Mr. Carnes?
I don't have a long piece to say, Marshal. It don't take long to say some of my cattle were stolen last night.
Yeah, I heard.
So soon?
Yeah, Cass Stetter told me about it a few minutes ago.
Well, I don't know how Cass come by the information, but it's true. This is the second time it's happened in the last few weeks.
You don't keep much cattle, do you?
Hardly any. I suppose 100 head's the most I ever had at one time.
Mm-hmm.
But last night I lost 5 or 6, about the same time before.
Cass was of the mind that Luther Henry did it.
I don't know, Marshal. One of my hands said Luther was out at my place the other day just looking around. I got no real reason to suspect him. Only thing I know is that whoever it was rides a horse that's shot all the way around. You don't see a lot of that on the prairie.
No, you don't. Do you think there was just one rider, Mr. Carnes?
There was 2 from the tracks, but the boys and me lost them in the rain. I thought I'd tell you about it, Marshal. I can't afford to lose the little I got.
No, I'll do what I can, Mr. Carnes.
I kind of hope it isn't Luther. Not for him so much as Ellen. She's had enough trouble.
Yeah. Well, Chester and I'll ride out to the Henry place and look around, Mr. Carnes. If Luther's guilty, maybe some of Ellen's troubles will be over. Or maybe they'll just be beginning.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, in the 17th annual poll of Noted Daily, CBS Radio won 12 first places. The top poll award, Champion of Champions, went to The Jack Benny Show. Best comedian was Eve Arden on Our Miss Brooks. Best comedian, Jack Benny. Best Master of Ceremonies, Bing Crosby. Bing also won the nod as Best Popular Male Vocalist. Doris Day was rated Best Feminine Pop Vocalist. And so it went in all 12 first places. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, I feel like I was riding right into the camp of the enemy, coming back to Ellen this way.
You think we should be flying a white flag as we ride up, Chester?
No, I'd feel a little safer to tell the honest truth.
She's got no reason to fire on us. But I'll agree, that's pretty small comfort.
Oh. Look yonder, Mr. Dillon. I think I saw her peering out.
It's all right, Chester. Come on.
I don't see Luther's horse around.
Maybe he isn't here.
Well?
Afternoon, Ellen. I want to talk a bit about Luther.
I got work to do in the shed. I was going there. You want to talk?
Let me help, Ellen.
I'll get it. He's got a loose shoe. I aim to fix it.
Well, we could be a hand, Ellen. If,
yes, I'm proud to.
I aim to fix it myself.
All right.
He wouldn't have shoes if I waited for a man to shoe him. Easy. Easy now. Easy. Oh. You come to talk, Marshal.
Yeah, about Luther.
Come on. Open. Huh. 2 nails clean out. No wonder it's loose.
Carnes lost some cattle last night. 2 riders got off with 5 or 6 head. One of Carnes' hands thinks Luther was one of them. Is he around, Ellen?
I told you before. He comes and goes, Luther does.
Well, have you seen him since we were here this morning?
Don't recall that I have, Marshal. I got other things to occupy my thought, like trying to get together enough money to go back to my people. What to do with those nails?
Here they are, ma'am.
Oh.
I'd admire to help you, Miss Henry.
I'll do it.
That's a fine horse, Ellen, a real fine horse. Shot all the way around.
Come on, boy. That was Ethan's way.
This your horse or Luther's?
Mine.
What? That was Luther, Mr. Dillon, and he took your horse.
Yeah.
Will I make a run after him, sir?
Not when he's wild, Chester. I don't want you shot or him either. I just want to talk to him. Hell, he just comes and goes, huh, Ellen?
Believe what you want, Marshal. I didn't know he was around. Like I said, I never know. Quit caring. There. Don't worry, Marshal. Luther will get his. He's had it coming to him for a long time.
Well, I guess we ride back double, Chester.
Yes, sir, we sure do. Luther sure cut out quick, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he did run those cattle off Carnes' place last night.
Maybe. He's running away from something.
Wonder where he'll hide. Everybody around here knows your horse.
Oh, he's made a lot of mistakes. He'll make more. Nothing says he's going to turn bright all of a sudden.
You're not worried about your horse then, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester.
What kind of a woman is that, Mr. Dillon?
Ellen?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I'm not much of a hand to understand women, Chester, any woman. I don't know.
You think she knew Luther was home all along?
Maybe.
I just don't understand it, Mr. Dillon. It's not right, somehow, a woman not caring about her own son. You hear her? She said right out, I quit caring. It just don't seem right. Still might close in here. I believe I'll leave them back windows up a spell, Mr. Dillon.
I think I'll go up to Emil's blacksmith shop, Chester, and see if he has a horse to spare.
All right, sir.
There's some paperwork to catch up on if you get the time.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you'll want to write that place in Chicago about your underwear, the first thing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I'll be back, Chester. Well, I may not need that horse after all.
How's that, Mr. Dillon?
Ellen Henry's riding up the street, leading my horse.
Well, bless my soul, it sure is.
There's something thrown across her saddle.
Mr. Dillon, it looks like...
Wait here, Chester. Hello, Ellen.
I brought your horse back, Marshal. He's been running hard.
He looks all right. You found Luther, did you?
He's dead.
You found him dead?
He had it coming a long time.
Here, I'll lift him down. Chester!
Easy. Easy, Darryl. Easy.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, take the body up to Doc's, will you?
Yes, sir. Miss Henry, I'm real sorry.
I'll be going now, Marshal.
Well, I'll take my horse then, Ellen. You got any plans for burying Luther?
Put him in any ground you like, only don't tell me where it is or when you do it.
You know how he died, Ellen?
He was shot
Look, it's near dark, Ellen. You could put up in town for the night if you'd...
Don't put him near Ethan, Marshal. I wouldn't want that. Come on!
Doc's working on Luther now, Mr. Dillon. He's just plumb full of holes.
Yeah, I know.
Poor Miss Henry. Even though she don't act like it, I just know she feels terrible.
Yeah, she's grieving her heart out.
Where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think I expressed my sympathy to poor Miss Henry proper. I followed Ellen Henry west toward her homestead. The sun was down now, but I could see her ahead riding hard. There were clouds to the south and the smell of rain on the easy wind that blew in little circles around me. Ellen bore west, and I lost her past a clump of cottonwoods near Carnes' place, so I rode harder. When I came even with the trees, there was just enough sun ray left to see her head south toward the dark clouds. She wasn't going home. It was dark now. I couldn't see anything. The storm clouds stretched black from the south and fastened over half the sky. And I rode hard against them till I saw the flicker of lantern shine ahead. It was Cass Stetter's place. I left my horse out away from the house and walked in as softly as I could. Cass and Ellen were having their talk in a cattle shed near the house.
You've trusted me before about the money, Ellen. What's the rush this time?
My work's done, Cass. It was done last night when Luther and me drove them last few from Carnes' place over here. I want my share and Luther's.
Him not cold dead yet, and you want his share.
Ain't a mother entitled to whatever her son leaves?
Mother? You never had no mother feel for him, and him no love for you either.
Huh. Ain't you the one to talk about love, though? It takes courage to love with all of you. When the love goes, they take it and bury it in the ground. There's nothing left but hate.
I wouldn't kill my own kin.
You wouldn't be that honest. You won't even steal cattle yourself. You buy it off of them as has the courage to ride in and rustle it.
Yeah, well, how'd it feel, killing your own, Ellen?
Like it'll feel killing you, Cass. If you don't give me the money here and now, like nothing at all. Luther's dead and gone because he tipped his hand, showed his face around Carnes' place, talked big in the saloons. He was no use. No use at all.
There's no woman in you at all.
I've been dead 5 years. And your time's running short, too, Cass. I'm in a hurry.
Too late to hurry, Ellen.
What's he?
Too late to move for guns, Sue.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Marshal.
Are you, Cass?
Oh, I sure am. I guess I called a trick on Luther all right, didn't I?
Yeah, you were a big help. You and Luther stole the cattle, Ellen, and brought them to Cass for pay. Is that it?
Only sometimes, like now, we didn't get paid.
Don't believe her, Marshal. You wouldn't take the word of one as murders your own son, would you?
I don't have to, Cass. Carnes' brand won't be hard to find on any cattle you got here.
Cass was just slow to move 'em on, Marshal. If he'd have gone on toward Abilene with him last night like we planned...
You're lying, Ellen Henry. You're lying.
Now get your horses. Both of you.
Why are you taking me, Marshal?
Well, there's some kind of a law, Cass, about buying and transporting stolen cattle.
Yeah, the Marshal knows his law, Cass.
You know what she did to Luther, don't you, Marshal?
Yeah, I know. Now, come on.
You'd like it better, wouldn't you, Marshal? If one of us made a move, so you could use your gun.
I said come on, Ellen.
I think I'd like it better if you used your gun, Marshal. I ain't going to get back east now anyway.
You'd be taking a coward's way out, Ellen, if you made me kill you. I said get your horse, Cass. Now make your choice, Ellen. But I don't think Ethan would think much of you.
All right, Marshal. I'll go. But mind what I said. Don't put Luther near Ethan. They wasn't the same kind.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Kathleen Height, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, John Daner, Harry Bartell, and Herb Vigran. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Fred? Who's that man?
Huh?
That man in the guest room.
Mary, what are you talking about?
There's a strange man asleep in our guest room.
Theater 5 presents The Stranger.
You nearly dressed, Fred?
Oh, give me another minute or a half an hour or something.
Well, the bathroom's ready for you. I'll go down and make breakfast.
Okay. Say, how about making me some sausage this morning?
All right.
Give me some men who are stout-hearted men who will fight for the right they adore. Shoulder to shoulder and boulder to...
Fred!
Huh? What is it?
Fred? Who's that man?
What?
That man in the guest room.
Mary, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the man in the guest room. Maybe all right, but I should think you would have told me you brought someone home with you last night.
Wait a minute.
When I think of it, I went right past the guest room door, practically undressed.
Mary, will you stop talking and let me get a word in? Are you telling me there's somebody in the guest room?
Yes.
A man?
Yes.
Well, I didn't bring any man home with me last night.
But where did this man come from?
What time did you get in last night?
I don't know, 11:30, I guess.
And the guest room was empty then?
I don't think I looked into it.
Well, I got home about 1:30, and... No, I guess I didn't look into the guest room either. This man in the guest room, what's he doing?
He's lying in bed, apparently fast asleep.
Well, I think we just better wake him up.
What if he has a gun?
Oh, Mary, don't be ridiculous. Come on.
Listen, Fred, I'm afraid.
Honey, look, don't worry. We'll turn this guy out of the house or over to the police or whatever. Now,
Look at him. He's still asleep.
Hey. Hey, you. Come on, wake up. Wake up. The party's over.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, Mary.
Who are you?
Well, don't you know?
Of course he doesn't know, and neither do I. Who are you?
You don't know either?
No, I don't.
Well, this is a pretty situation.
Look, stop stalling and get out of that bed.
I'm not stalling. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
No, I'll just bet you are.
Oh, what the devil? I'm not going to take the rap. I'm going to tell the truth.
We'd like to hear it.
All right. Now, last night was your bridge night, wasn't it, Mary?
How did you know that?
And it was your bowling night, Fred. Isn't that right?
That's right, and I don't know how you knew it, but it's got nothing to do with the fact that you broke
everything to
into
do
our
with
house.
My presence here, and I didn't break into your house. This is a very delicate situation. Mary's bridge night, Fred's bowling night, but, well, let me put it this way. One of you is putting me in a most embarrassing position because, you see, one of you didn't go bowling or bridge playing. And that one brought me home and invited me to stay a week.
What are you talking about?
I was invited to stay here in this house for 1 week by one of you. He or she seems to have changed his or her mind.
I went bowling last night, and I never saw you before in my life.
I played bridge last night, and I never saw you before either.
You see? One of you is lying.
Well, that's impossible.
Uh-huh. It gives us all something to think about, doesn't it?
Look here, if you are suggesting that my
You
wife...
can't tell me that my husband...
One of you was very clever to say what you just said. Still, it's going to be a strain, isn't it, to keep it up? I tell you what, I have a suggestion.
What is it?
Well, it's born of the fact that I'm hungry. Why don't we talk this over at breakfast like sensible, civilized people?
You've got a nerve.
You are going to give me some breakfast, aren't you?
Mary, I think we ought to. It'll give us a little time to think. Now, look there, you go on downstairs. I'll stay here with this character while he gets dressed.
More coffee?
Oh, thank you. I will, yes.
Are you ready to talk now?
Well, I really told you all I have to say. Oh, this is good coffee, Mary.
So glad you like it.
I'm willing to answer questions if you have any.
All right. Now, you say one of us brought you home last night. Which one?
Now, that's the question I'm not going to answer.
Why not?
Well, the person who brought me home doesn't want his or her husband or wife to know where he or she was last night. And you know what? On reflection, I can see why.
This is ridiculous.
Of course it is. You came home about 11:30, right?
Yes.
And I got home about 1:30.
And by that time, Mary was asleep. Now, where does that get either of you?
Well, I've got a question. According to your story, you knew one of us, only one of us. But when you woke up this morning, you called us both by name. Now, how do you account for that?
The person I was with last night talked about the person he or she was married to. As a matter of fact, under the circumstances, it was quite natural to do so.
What circumstances?
One of you knows very well what circumstances, and the other will have to guess.
Fred, were you with your bowling team last night?
Yes. How about you?
I played bridge at Agatha's house.
That's what you say.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, that's what you say. He says differently.
No, he doesn't. He says differently about you.
Oh, this is great. This is. I've been reading for years about the kind of thing that goes on in the suburbs, the discontented wives.
The philandering husband.
And I'll tell you the truth, I honestly didn't think it applied to this suburb, or at least to this house in this suburb.
What are you trying to pretend, Fred? That I've had an affair?
I don't know what has happened, but I know I'm going to find out one thing. What's Agatha's phone number?
SC44099. What do you think you're going to find out?
I am just going to get a couple of things straightened out. Believe me, it's time we got the cards out on the table. We'll just find out. Hello, Agatha. This is Fred Denton. Agatha, Mary has gone out this morning, and I can't find a little black notebook that she was carrying for me last night. I wonder if she left it at your house. Oh, I see. Well, she was there, wasn't she? She was either supposed to go to your house or... Oh, yeah, that's right. It was bridge night. Okay, well, the notebook will probably turn up. Thanks, Agatha. Bye.
Give me that phone.
And what do you think you're doing?
Never you mind. You just never mind. Don't think you're the only one that can go around checking up on things. Well, hello? Harry? Well, this is Mary. Listen, Harry, confidentially, what is the best bowling score my husband ever had? Oh, I see. Well, he hasn't been bragging then. What did he bowl the last time? Oh, that's right. It was last night, wasn't it? No, I just didn't think he was that good, and I've been kidding him. Well, thank you, Harry. Bye.
Mary?
Yes, Fred.
I'm ashamed.
I'm ashamed, too.
Of course, either Agatha or Harry was fixed beforehand.
You shut up.
All right, if you want me to.
I trust my wife implicitly.
That's
And
splendid.
I trust my husband.
Admirable.
What is your game, anyhow?
It doesn't seem to do much good for me to tell the truth to you people.
You're going to tell the truth before I get through with you.
You bet you are coming in here and upsetting us this way.
Now, you've had your breakfast, and you probably think you're going to leave now. Well, you're not. You're going to stay in this house until we get to the bottom of all this.
Of course I am. I've been invited for a week.
May I come in, Fred?
Sure. Where is he?
He's sitting on our sun porch as if he owned it, reading one of our books.
Well, I wouldn't have let it go on this way if it weren't that I run the business from home here.
I should hope not. I wouldn't want to be alone with him.
But in all of these days, what is it, 3 or 4 days, we haven't found out a thing.
Well, he found out his name is Bert,
If it is his name.
and he's just been divorced and has no place to go.
Yeah, if he was ever married, which frankly I doubt.
Hmm.
Or do you find him attractive, Mary?
What do you mean by that?
Hang it all. I just want to know why he is here.
Because you told him he couldn't leave, which fitted in perfectly with his plan.
Oh, this is too much. Look, I'm going to see that guy. You stay here. I want to talk with him alone. No, and it's not what you're thinking.
I didn't say a word, did I?
You looked.
Go ahead. Go and talk to him. Whatever you have to say.
Well, Bert, taking your ease on my sun porch, I see.
Oh, just a moment, Fred. Wait until I finish this paragraph, will you?
Oh, I won't wait.
Well, you're pretty hopped up.
You bet I am. Why are you causing trouble around here?
Am I?
You know you are, and you're enjoying it, too.
Well, why not? I'm a student of human nature.
I've had enough. Now, let's see you smile after that. Or that.
Stop it!
All right. Your husband has a cut on his cheek. You better fix it.
I'll give you more than that.
I said stop it.
What are you doing here anyway, Mary? I told you I wanted to talk to him alone.
If you want to know, I was in the dining room listening.
Oh, you were? Well, then, if you were listening, you now know this character and I never saw each other before.
No, I don't. Anything you said to each other can be taken either way. Either he came home with you that night, or you have no idea who he is. Nothing you said told me a thing.
Think back on the conversation, Fred. She's right. Nobody knows any more now than you did that morning you found me here. Still and all, in view of the fact that we've had this fight, I'll go or I'll stay, just as you please. If I leave now, you'll never see me again. And you'll never know, will you? So, shall I go?
Stay.
Stay. Come in. Oh, hi, Mary. Everything under control?
Everything's under control, including dinner.
Oh, is it really that late?
Mm-hmm.
I've been catching up on some work I should have done earlier this week.
Well, dinner's ready.
And our guest?
Upstairs.
Do you know, Mary, we haven't said a single thing about why Bert is here or that fantastic story he gave us or anything at all since he and I had that fight.
I know.
Of course, I don't know what you're saying to him while I'm here in the office.
Now, Fred, I thought we agreed we would just forget those suspicions.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, honey. What I mean is it's actually been kind of pleasant since the fight.
Well, I hate to agree, but that's true.
It's been as if you were, I don't know.
One of the family.
That's right.
It's all wrong, of course.
I know. The truth of the matter is that since the fight, we've all been getting along beautifully, and we haven't found out a thing.
Well, it's just been easier for us to be pleasant because we're pleasant suburban people.
That's what I mean.
And you know something, Fred?
What?
This is our last chance.
What do you mean?
He was going to stay a week. At 1:30 tomorrow night. That week is over.
At 11:30 tomorrow
Oh, now,
night.
please, Fred.
Well, sometime tomorrow night. All right. We've got a little more than 24 hours to find out all about this man and what he's been up to. All right? Now, is dinner ready?
Yes.
Okay, come on. And let's make it a pretty tough dinner for him.
Mary, you couldn't have pleased me more. I love goulash.
Well, I'm glad.
Look here, my friend. You have been here now almost a week.
You know, I was thinking of that myself. I'm going to miss you two people.
Well, we are not going to miss you.
Oh, now, I take offense at that. I really believed you, Fred.
I think tonight would be an excellent time for you to explain yourself, Bert.
You mean speak right out in public and tell you who brought me here last week?
Either that or what joke you're playing.
Oh, now, I couldn't be that cruel to you. It would be better, wouldn't it? For you to think in the years to come that possibly I was just kidding.
What we want from you right now, Bert, is the truth.
I've never told you anything else.
The whole truth.
How long do you cook the noodles?
The whole truth, and now.
My week is up tomorrow night. I suppose I can see your point of view, but, well, it isn't always wise to insist on knowing things that might hurt you.
Will you stop all that nonsense and just tell us what you have to tell us?
I was going to say it isn't always wise, but if people insist on knowing, they usually can find out.
So?
We have more than 24 hours. Now, I don't want to ruin an excellent meal, but I can give you a promise.
What is it?
Well, I arrived in this house sometime between 11:30 and 1:30 a week ago tomorrow night. By tomorrow night, at that time, you, Fred, and you, Mary, won't have any further doubt.
Look, I want an answer from you, and I want it now.
Well, you're not going to get it.
Stand up.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, what do you tell us what's going on here?
Stop him!
Are you going to tell me?
Fred, stop it! Don't hit him!
All right, Mary.
Now, look, I've said all I've had to say. And you listen to me, you two. Tomorrow night, both of you will be quite certain that you know the truth.
Fred, have you seen Bert?
Well, no, I've been here in the office since 7 a.m. Why?
Well, I went to call him for breakfast, and Freddie's gone.
What do you mean?
He's nowhere in this house.
Let me look.
I tell you, I've looked everywhere.
I don't doubt it.
And I've called him and called him. I tell you, he's gone.
I'm sure he's gone, but what I want to see
Perhaps
is...
we ought to see if his clothes are there.
It's not his clothes I'm interested in. Mary, where's my watch?
Well, how should I know?
I left it here on this bureau.
Well, then it...
Exactly.
Where are you going?
To check on other things.
What other things?
The silverware, for one thing.
Fred!
Gone.
Oh, this is awful.
We have been the prize suckers, the prize fools.
Fred!
What?
Look, the Ming vase is gone.
Sit down. Let's not look any further. I'm sure every small object we've got that's worth anything is gone.
Oh, it was just awful.
Oh.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, darling, you know it's not awful at all. Don't you see? It's over.
Over? Oh, yes. Yes, Fred, you're right. Yes, it's over.
Ah, darling, if I could only tell you the suspicions I had of you.
Well, I had the same suspicions of you.
Ah, darling, it's just wonderful. Let him have the stuff.
It was nothing but a burglar.
A confidence man, a racketeer.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Mary, my love. Hey, you think we ought to report this to the police?
Well, I hadn't thought about it. What do you think?
Oh, I don't suppose they could get any of that stuff back for us.
No. Still. No. Maybe you're right. It wouldn't be wise to report it.
Well, I didn't say we shouldn't report it.
Well, of course you did. Mercy, do you think I have anything to fear from reporting this?
Well, does that mean you think I have?
Now, Fred, let's not quarrel.
Well, you said that... No. Let's not quarrel. Well, Will we report it to the police?
Well, I'll leave it to you. It might make us a laughing stock.
That's true. Yeah, that. Oh, look, we don't have to spar around this way as if we were still suspicious of one another.
No.
Why don't we just decide not to report it and agree that this is the decision of both of us?
That's much the best way.
Let's just put aside all doubts of one another.
Yes.
Just say, I love you.
I love you.
And I love you.
And we can prove it, too, Fred, this very night. No doubts, no suspicions. This is your bowling night and my bridge night.
Hey, that's right. You go to your bridge, and I'll go to my bowling. And we'll just forget the whole ridiculous business. I love you, Mary.
And I love you, Fred. But I'm not going to my bridge party. There's a drugstore across from the bowling alley, and I'm going to be there in the window with an ice cream soda, seeing whether he goes bowling or not. And if he checks me, it will be easy to get the girls to say that I was playing bridge.
No bowling for me. I'll be in the bushes opposite Agatha's house. The guys will cover for me in case she checks. I'm going to find out about her for certain, one way or the
Love Fred, but he's not going to make a fool of me.
She is the greatest girl in the world, but if she's putting anything over on me, I'm going to find out.
Theater 5 has presented The Stranger, written by Robert Senadella and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Elliot Reed, Elspeth Eric, and James Monks. Audio engineer Bill Sandreuter. Sound technician M.C. Brock. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a man who was blind and ended when he saw his blindness went deeper than his eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was after 11 when I turned into that section of North Clark that begins to wake up then. Tonight it was jumping no more than usual. It just seemed that way. I threaded my way through the visiting playboys from Keokuk and St. Louis and the whining panhandlers and the sad-eyed gals. Then I stopped for a minute to watch old Pop. There he stood as I'd seen him stand night after night before the little burlesque theater, sawing away at the same old tune and the same old battered fiddle. I walked up to him, listened for a moment, and then...
Thank you, thank you.
Business good tonight, Pop?
Randy.
Uh-huh. You never miss, do you?
Not my regulars. How have you been?
Oh, good, good. You?
All right.
Business good?
Lousy.
Well, still early. Midnight shows ought to bring in some tariff.
Uh-huh. What's it look like tonight, Randy?
Well, I don't have to tell you, Pop. I think you can see more than I can.
Yeah, that's the trouble with being blind. It's not what you miss without eyes, but what you do see. I can feel them, Randy. The cheap sports. The ones who drop a penny in my cup. Drop it in from way up because it sounds heavier when it hits. Big shots. The ones who drop $50 when they're with a girl and pass me up when they're alone.
Where do I fit in, Pop?
You never change. Always a quarter. Night you drop in something else, I'll know something's wrong.
Well, the show's breaking. Here come the girls.
Dancers, they call themselves. Dancers, cheap, shoddy.
Careful, Pop.
Well, if it ain't Horace Greasy.
Greeley. It's Horace Greeley. How are you, Pearl?
Feet are killing me.
From what? Standing in one spot
So I should move around? Here.
Thank you.
For nothing. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, Randy.
Hey, you have to wait your turn.
See the show?
No, should I have?
Nah, new one's moving in tomorrow. Bigger and better.
And bearer.
When I'm paid to wear more, I'll know I'm washed up.
How's it going?
Same old grind. Ha, get it?
Every night the same lousy joke.
So what? Every night you play the same lousy tune.
Oh, who asked for hyphen?
Long time ago, I played better.
Yeah, I played fiddle for the Tsar, so comes the revolution. Honest, Pop, you know anything else?
Who'd recognize it around here if I did?
So where's your hi-hat?
Oh, shut up.
Now, listen.
Cheap burlesque dancer.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a...
You, all of
Hey,
you.
Pop, now, Pop, take it easy. What's the matter with you?
Now, let me alone. Just let me alone, that's all.
Hey, wait a sec. Well, what's eating on him?
He blew up like a boiler.
Yeah. He ain't never done that before. And calling me a cheap dancer. Who does he think he is? Plays for nickels and sops himself in cheap wine when he's got the price. Hey, Randy.
What?
No wonder. He was sober.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
First time I ever seen him come out from under that cloud. He's sick.
Well, maybe there's something else, Pearl.
Nah, he'll take his nickels and dimes, buy a bottle, and soak in it. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Pop that a wet cork won't cure.
I don't know. There was something else.
Honest, you give me the willies.
Okay, Pearl, I'll throw in a cup of coffee. Come on. So we had coffee and we talked about Pop. No one knew where he'd come from. He just showed up one night with a battered fiddle under his arm and started playing. It was a half hour or so after I left Pearl. I moseyed through the street, found myself back at the same place I started, but Pop wasn't there. I told myself he was well in the middle of the pickling process. Nothing to get excited about. He'd show up tomorrow night. But that ever-loving curiosity rang up a tilt inside me. I went hunting. I didn't find Pop. And when I passed an all-night hock shop, something in the window sent me inside.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you see something you like?
Yeah, that violin in the window.
Oh, the violin? Oh, sure. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to.
Sure. It ain't often I get a piece like this. No, sir. It ain't often I get a chance to offer something like this. Horowitz himself couldn't want one any better.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gives up the piano.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you get this?
From a collection. It's a fine old violin, maybe 100 years. A few scratches.
How much did you give him for it?
Give who?
The blind man who brought it in.
Yeah, how come you know where I got it? Huh? How come?
I'd know this violin in 100. Now, come on. How much do you want for it?
$20.
15.
I paid that.
Okay, 20. Give me the receipt.
Just take it. Give me the money and take it.
The receipt, Buster. I need it for my expense account.
You a copper?
Why ask that?
If you ain't, why you asking all the questions? Why
What's bothering you? If you got this violin legitimately, you'll sell it without all this ping pong.
I got it legitimately.
Okay, then. The receipt. Neither of us is getting any younger.
Well, yeah, I ain't got a receipt.
Oh? Why not?
Look, the guy comes in. He wants to hock this fiddle. I can't give him no dough on it, not like he wants anyway.
So?
We make a deal of swap.
For what?
I'm only telling you this because I don't want no trouble. But he wants a rod, a heater.
You let him have a gun?
Yeah, but...
Was it loaded?
Maybe a couple of shells in it, but...
Got anything on paper? His address, maybe?
No.
But you let him have a gun?
He was blind. I ain't gonna give anybody a rod if they look like they're going out for a heist. I got a legitimate business. What could a blind guy do with a gun?
Figure it out.
Look, I'm trying to tell you that I'm clean. I tell you I'm clean.
I had no idea where to look for Pop, but I thought maybe one person might know. Pearl. I found her backstage just about ready for her last turn.
You like it, boys? Hey, Randy, grab yourself a fan and cut in any place.
Pearl, this has got to be quick. You know where Pop lives?
Pop?
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong?
He traded his violin for a gun.
What for?
I'd like to know. Now, come on, you got any idea where he lives?
No. But I walked a couple of blocks with him one night. He was too stiff to do it alone.
Yeah?
Then he turned off in some street. I didn't go no further. Feet were killing me.
Which street?
I never look at street signs. There was a candy store on the corner.
So you know the street?
I guess so.
All right, then let's go.
But my aunt...
Forget it for now. Pop's liable to do something with that gun.
Okay, I'll fix it. Don't make no difference anyhow. New show opening tomorrow. Hey, Gracie! Gracie!
Yeah?
Come here.
Sure.
Oh, pleased to meet you.
You ain't. And you ain't gonna.
Now, listen, you gotta go on in my place.
Me?
You've been yammering how good you are. Now's your chance, honey.
I don't know nothing.
It ain't education they want out there. Here, take my balloon. Blow it up a little bigger. You need it.
Oh, but I can't.
All you gotta do is be careful of the guy in the first box. He's got a rubber band and some bent pins. Let's go, Randy.
We tore out of the theater before she had much more than just time to throw on a coat. I'll say this for Pearl. She didn't catch cold easily, but if there was a wind blowing, she'd have been a sensation. Anyway, she found the street and a few questions and answers sent us to what is politely known as a theatrical boarding house. And then outside Pop's door.
Bust it in, Randy.
Pop! Hey, Pop, it's Randy. Open up.
Bust it in.
Okay, look out.
Wait. Pop.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What do you want?
We're coming in, Pop.
No.
We're coming in.
Yo, Sponge, what's the idea of throwing a scare in
Wait a
there?
minute, take it easy, Pearl. All right, let's have the gun, Pop.
There it is, Randy.
Give it to me.
You look better in a fiddle.
Crying Jack, that's what it is, a crying Jack.
No, he's sober.
And for this, I let Gracie do my act. I'm ruined.
Get out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Now, just a minute.
Randy, don't point that.
You couldn't fire this in a million years. The firing pin's filed off.
He cheated me.
No wonder he let you have it. Okay, Pop, what's the idea?
I thought I could kill myself.
Okay, you thought you could kill yourself. Why?
I wanted to stop living this way. I wanted to stop lying to myself.
So all of a sudden you don't like the way you've been living?
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pop, you want to talk about it?
Well, he already did. He already said
No. That's not the whole story.
You know, don't you, Randy?
I know there's something else. What is it?
Yes, there is. There's 9 years of lies and cheating. 9 years of running away from something I want to face but can't. Tonight, I want to stop it.
Stop what?
Stop the whole thing from coming down. Coming down and killing me. And her.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on The Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. The stories presented on Cavalcade of America feature Hollywood and Broadway stars who portray the many men and women responsible for the building of our country. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For a moment after Pop said that, he stared into space. His sightless eyes seemed to be seeing something neither Pearl nor I could sense. And then...
Over on the dresser, Randy. Picture, face down. Get it?
Okay. You mean this one of a girl?
Yes, bring it here.
Gee, nice.
Here, Pop.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. Since my eyes...
She's a beautiful girl, Pop.
Hey, that's Vicky, my daughter.
This classy-looking dame?
Yes.
You know, I've seen her someplace.
She's famous.
What about it, Pop?
I'm a great old man for a kid like that. Busted, broken down, blind, playing for nickels and dimes.
Look, if she's the right kind, what difference does it make what you did?
I lied to her. For 9 years, I've lied.
Well, what about? And when did it start?
Well, when she was a kid. I was playing in a vaudeville house. She was going to school. That and learning to dance.
And her mother?
Left. Ran out. But I didn't care. I had Vicky. On days when I didn't have to be at the theater, we had big dreams. Great big dreams. I'd play for her. She'd dance. You're not allowed to get tired. Now, Come on. Once more. Just right, Vicky.
That's enough, Dad.
Okay, Lazy. Come here. What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Now, come on. Let's have it.
I can't dance as good as the rest of the kids.
Who said so?
Me?
What's your teacher say?
Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Hang flowers on you? Now, listen. Listen. What do we always say?
We'll go all over the world together.
That's right. And you'll be the greatest ballerina in the world. I'll lead the orchestra for Vicky. France, Italy, England. Great big oysters full of pearls. You wouldn't let me down now, would you, honey?
I don't want to.
Besides, we've always got each other, Vicky. No matter what happens, we've always got each other.
I don't ever want to leave you.
You won't, honey. Never. Now, come on. Let's try it again. Better. Better. Yeah, she got where I said she would, Randy. Famous.
But you, what happened between the two of you?
Things got bad. I had to take a job with a cheap band. Traveled. I kept her in school, and then...
Go on, Pop. Then?
I hit a grease toboggan.
Bottoms up, huh?
Yeah. And my eyes. But I kept writing to her, telling her I was doing all right. I sent her money, all I could. I lied to her. Told her I was playing with a big orchestra. 1,000 times I tried to pull myself together. I didn't.
Where is she now?
Coming here. To Chicago.
How do you know that?
Randy, on the table there, a copy of the billboard. Get it? Turn to the personals.
Mm-hmm.
I get it every week. No matter where we were, we'd keep in touch that way. I pretended to keep moving around. I mailed in fake addresses so she wouldn't know.
What's in this one, Pop?
I always had somebody read the column to me, and this morning, you'll see it, Randy.
Oh? Dad from Vicky. That it, Pop?
Yes.
Dad from Vicky. We'll be in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me Washington Boulevard and State under the clock at 10 in the morning. Please be there.
But I can't.
How did she know you were here?
It was my last address. She just put it in, hoping.
Well, look, what's so tough? Just meet her. Like I said, if she's any good at all, she won't care what
No, I won't.
Pop, you've been running away for 9 years. You can't keep on doing it.
Let her see me? No, don't you see, Randy? She's famous. She's Mivanya.
Wow, she is famous.
And it's still 10 to 1. She's got legs like a piano.
Oh, come on, hold it, Prue. The ballet's here in Chicago, huh?
Yes, I heard their first American tour in 10 years. Randy, I want to meet her. Talk with her. Touch her face again, but I can't. Not now.
Pop, you're going to meet her tomorrow.
No.
She'll be here for only 3 days. During that time, you'll be what she thinks you are. She doesn't have to find out anything else.
I never told her I was blind.
Well, is that a crime?
Oh, Randy.
Pop, you're going to be under the clock tomorrow morning at 10. It was easy to say, just like that. But I wondered what would happen. Playing with other people's lives is like splitting an atom and including yourself in the chain reaction. But I wanted Pop to meet Vicky. I stayed with him that night, got him into a clean press suit, made him shave and stay out of striking distance of anything that looked like a bottle. And then it was 10 in the morning.
That's 10, Randy. That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Give her time, Pop.
Let's go, Randy, before it's too late. Let's go. Take me away from here.
You look all right. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
She's bound to find out.
Not from me or you.
She'll want to know what I've been doing, where I've been. Randy, I've told so many lies.
I'll have a few more on me.
Do you see her?
Not yet.
I hope she doesn't come. I hope she does.
She will.
What'll I say? Randy, tell me what to say.
You'll know, Pop. Nobody will have to tell you. Now stand still. Take it easy.
Help me. Help me tell one more lie.
He didn't have to tell one more. Vicky didn't show up. Not at 10, not at 10:30, or not at 12 when we finally left the corner. I didn't want to leave Pop alone, so I took him to my apartment. I left him there in the lobby with the clerk keeping an eye on him while I went calling. Calling on a lady named Vanya. My press card works magic, especially backstage. I got in to see him, Vanya, all right.
It is so charming, Monsieur Stone.
Yes, of course, charming. I expected to meet you earlier.
Oh, so? I'm glad you did not. I'm afraid I do not look my best before noon or later.
Maybe that's why you didn't show up.
Pardon? Show up?
Hello, Vicky.
You called me what?
Just Vicky, for the present. I may think of something else later.
I do not understand.
Look, baby, I got a hunch you were there this morning. You saw him and decided not to stop. Is that it?
Well, if this is a joke, Monsieur Stone, I do not appreciate it.
Oh, please, let's stop the polite tennis.
But you're insane. How it is tennis?
He was blind. You saw that. He wasn't what you expected after all these years. Or maybe, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you didn't recognize him.
You will please to excuse me one moment. Igor, please come here. You would like maybe a drink?
No, thank you. Look, Vicky, you can drop the Iron Curtain disguise. You see,
Oh, Igor, please come in.
A pleasure.
Igor, this man is crazy. He says he's from a newspaper.
Oh, that is very nice.
And who are you?
I am the ballet master. What else?
We'll leave that unanswered for the time. To get back to you, Vicky.
He calls me Vicky.
Hmm? Why?
Well, that's her name. Now, look, don't give me any more of this now.
Yes?
Well, you're a brunette.
A little gray, perhaps, but understand.
Wait a minute. Let me get a closer look.
Igor, keep him away.
I will go for help.
No, never mind. You're not Vicky, are you?
Please, Monsieur, I am Mivanya.
Ludmila Mivanya Krochenko.
One of those is enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all a mistake. I thought you were someone else.
But that is impossible.
I know. I apologize again. I made a very bad mistake. Please forgive me.
Oh, it is nothing. Please do come again.
Sure. Invite some fawns over. We'll spend another afternoon. She wasn't Vicky, but she was Mivanya. I felt a little like the guy who opened the wrong door in a Turkish bath. I hurried back to Pop, took him up to my apartment, sat him down, and told him what had happened.
I'm not lying, Randy. I'm not.
I saw Vicky's picture. I saw Mivanya. At first, a guy could make a mistake, but not with a good second look.
Randy, I swear to you.
Come on, Pop. Give it to me straight. What's the deal?
Why should I make up such a story?
That's what I'd like to know. Brother, I bid. Hook, line, and sinker. I took the bait. Why'd you throw it?
For the last time, Randy, I didn't lie to you.
A gun with no firing pin, a fine, long story about a daughter. Great builder.
I'm going, Randy.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
You still think I...
Excuse me, won't you? Yeah. Pearl. Oh, sure, we were there. We had a... What's that? Oh, now, look, honey, if you... Give me that again. Now, hold on a minute. Pop!
What?
Pop!
What?
Sit down, wait a minute.
I'm going.
You're going to sit down and you're going to wait. Now, come on.
Oh, what's the matter, Randy? Is that...
No. Okay, Pearl, give me the rest. Yeah? What's the address? I got it. Now, look. I'm going to bring Pop to you. Hold on to him like a mink coat. Don't let him out of your sight, and then I'm going to go to that address.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star. Here's my press card, Social Security.
What do you want?
May I come in?
What?
Thank you.
Hey, you got a nerve.
Yeah, today I've got to have. May I sit down?
And if I say no?
Well, I'll have to stand. I can say what I want standing up.
All right, what do you want?
I want to know why you weren't under the clock at 10 this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dad, from Vicky, in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me.
Where'd you find that out?
Billboard magazine, personal column.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. And so does your dad.
Where is he? How is he?
Well, first tell me why you didn't show up this morning.
Is he all right?
I guess so.
You guess. Don't you know? Answer me.
Vicky, you are Vicky, aren't you?
Yes, what about Dad?
You want to see him, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
I thought so. Now, how about tonight?
Tonight? But
I'll fix it.
you know who I am.
As far as I'm concerned, you're Vicky. That's all I care about. That's all he cares
I
about.
want to believe that.
Well, you can. Now, how about tonight?
What'll I say?
Vicky, you'll know what to say when you see him.
I wanted to be there this morning.
Now, look, don't give me the excuses or reasons. Just meet me tonight.
Where?
I'll pick you up. A date?
Why are you doing this?
Human interest stuff. Let it go at that, huh?
But...
Tonight, and Vicky.
What?
Maybe you'll be a little shocked.
I will?
Yes, maybe you will. Well, I'll see you tonight. And this time, show up. I stayed with Pop all the rest of the day. I had a story now, right up to the final paragraph. What the tag would be, I didn't know. I wouldn't know until that night. All depended on how things turned out, and I wasn't at all sure. When you play Mr. Fix-It with people's lives and emotions, you're cooking up a surprise party. Anyway, I had to try it. And so that night...
Randy, what are you doing?
Now, take it easy, Pop. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Well, why did you bring me back here?
Well, this is where you always stand, isn't it? Right in front of the burlesque theater?
Yes, but I can't...
Pop, you've got to trust me. Do you?
I guess I have to, Randy.
Okay. Here, take this.
What is it?
You'll know what it is.
What? My violin?
Yeah, it was lonesome in that hock shop. It needs a chin to cuddle up to. Try yours on for size.
No, I don't want it. Randy, take me away from here.
Now, look, Pop. Today I stood under a clock for 2 hours. I made an idiot of myself in front of two people I never saw before in my life, and all for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Now you get ready to play that violin.
Randy?
Yeah, hiya, Pro.
Come here. Hugh's his Pop.
Randy.
I will be a second, Pop. Well?
Yeah. It's all set.
Good. How long?
Just a few seconds. Randy?
What?
You got your fingers crossed?
All 12 of them.
Run for your lives, boys. The dam is burst. Here they come. The gals of the chorus. 8 luscious beauties. Count 'em, boys. 8.
All right, stand over there.
Randy.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pop. I'm right next to you. Now, listen. Remember that piece you used to play for Vicky when she was a kid, learning to dance?
This one?
That's it. Play it, Pop, huh? Now?
Why?
Oh, Pop, play it. Now, go on.
But...
Play it. Play it for me, huh, Pop? Hello there.
You...
Recognize the tune?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Randy, who's that?
Ask her.
No, it's... Dad.
Vicky.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Pop. Vicky.
Here. No.
Yeah. Here, Pop. She's a big star, all right, but not quite in the same line you figured. But it's still dancing.
Dad, forgive me. I've been wanting to write to tell you, but I've been lying all these years. I pretended
You
that
lied. You pretended.
I was tired of lying, running away. I knew you'd find out I wasn't with the ballet when it came over here. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not dead.
You're not.
Why should she be, Pop? Now, how about you?
Vicky, my baby.
Pearl.
Huh?
Come on.
Oh, we waited for this.
We didn't wait 9 years, Pearl. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later, Pop.
He didn't even hear you. Come on.
Worked, didn't it?
Could have gone haywire.
Oh, I don't know. The odds were with us.
Yeah. I gotta apologize to her.
Hmm? What for?
No muscles in those legs.
So there's the finish. It's funny. Two people lying to each other, dodging, pretending, and all it took was a couple of words to end years of fear and doubt. Well, it just goes to show you. Blood's thicker than water. And pride is a lot thinner than love. Oh. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Pop was played by Charles Seal. Others in tonight's cast were Lou Krugman, Charlotte Lawrence, Betty Moran, Veronica Pataki, and Ann Whitfield. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs, get your programs here. More action-packed adventure mystery programs are yours for the listening Wednesday night on NBC. Hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, and Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. For stellar suspense-filled radio drama, tune here Wednesday for great adventure mystery shows. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Adventures by Morse. Carlton E. Morse presents The City of the Dead, featuring Captain Friday.
If you like high adventure, come with me. If you like the stealth of intrigue, come with me. If you like blood and thunder, come with me.
First, a message from our sponsor. Eight o'clock on Sunday morning, the second day in the City of the Dead. 8 o'clock in the morning after a night of unearthly events and sudden death. And it all seems to be centered about the caretaker's cottage at the gate of the old abandoned cemetery. Those present include the caretaker himself, better known as Mayor Joshua Friday, Dr. Tuner, retired, all his patients are laid away in the City of the Dead, Captain Friday, son of the mayor, and private investigator from San Francisco, who has come down to the City of the Dead to help his father fight grave robbers. The only persons caught in the net so far are Jimmy Parker, a nice-looking college boy, and his girlfriend, Phyllis Carroll. At 2 o'clock this fog-choked winter morning, Captain Friday was roused from sleep to find a phantom-like white-robed figure, its face covered with long, white flowing hair, patrolling about the caretaker's cottage.
Yes, I awakened Jimmy Parker, and the two of us slipped out of the house and around the corner just in time to see the phantom creature leap on the figure of a man, who at the moment was attempting to break into the cottage. The man died instantly under the gleaming knife in the creature's clawed hand. Before Parker or I could stop it, the thing had gone.
Yeah, Captain Friday and I rushed to the scene, but the housebreaker was dead. Captain Friday sent me back into the house for Dr. Tuner. I wasn't gone more than a couple of minutes, but when we got back, not only was the murdered man gone, but Captain Friday was lying on the ground, unconscious. And a peculiar thing, all the time this was happening, Mayor Friday's been missing from the cottage. But now it's 8 o'clock the next morning, and Phyllis is telling what she saw.
I tell you, I saw it all from my window.
You were awake, Miss Carroll?
The scream of that man outside my window awakened me.
You mean the man that was murdered?
Yes. Who was he, Captain Friday?
I don't know. He was trying to break into Parker's room when the family ghost jumped him.
It sprang on his back like an animal and was gone quicker than a flash.
Stabbed him in the back. He was dead when I reached him.
That's what I heard. I jumped out of bed and I looked out through the bars of my window. You were just bending over the body, Captain Friday.
Well?
I didn't know what had happened. It was too dark to tell who you were. Then all at once I saw 2 shadows creeping up on you from behind.
2?
Yes, there were 2. Suddenly I heard myself scream.
I heard you. That's what brought me to my feet just in time to get that crack on the side of the head.
That's funny. Dr. Tuner and I didn't hear a scream, did we, Doctor? Where did Dr. Tuner go?
Said he was going to walk around while he smoked his after-breakfast cigar.
Well, anyway, we didn't hear Phyllis scream.
Well, I did. I must have frightened the men. They didn't wait to examine Captain Friday. They just grabbed the body of the murdered man and ran.
Did you see the face of either of my attackers, Miss Carroll?
No, I was too frightened to notice.
Captain Friday, did you find out where the mayor was all this time last night?
What difference does it make, Parker?
What? Nothing, only... Well, Dr. Tuner thought it rather peculiar.
Did, huh? Well, there seem to be a lot of peculiar things going on around here.
Do you think that ghoulish killer we saw last night was a man in disguise?
At least it was human.
You didn't really think anything could actually look like that, do you?
Oh, Jimmy, let's not keep still any longer. I'd rather go to jail right now than spend another night here.
Phyllis, keep still.
If you're part of this gang of cutthroats...
Oh, we're not. We're not.
Look here, Captain Friday. If we tell you everything, will you let us go?
I can't promise that.
Well, will you take us away from the city of the dead?
You indicated last night that the presence of you and Miss Carroll was aggravating the situation. That it was due to your being in the city of the dead that all these murders are taking place.
No.
Oh, we're only part of the cause.
I see. Well, you see how it is. If I let you 2 slip through my fingers, my only tangible clue to the whole business would be gone. No, you've got to stay here.
You can't keep us here. We'll be killed. You saw what happened last night. That fella cut through the bars of my window. They'll try again, and next time they'll get me. I know they will.
You needn't worry about that. I'll fix the windows so they'll be murder-proof. Now, you're going to tell me what it's all about?
Oh, Jimmy, let's tell him. Please, Jimmy. We can't be any worse off than we are now.
Well, then, I'll tell you. I'm going with Dr. Tuner and the mayor over to Lammy Fink's cabin this morning. After that, we're going down to the old church. I'll lock you 2 up together, and you can thrash the thing out. But mind you, I expect an explanation tonight.
Oh, yes, but put us together. I couldn't bear to be alone in this horrible place again.
You understand, don't you, Parker?
I'm not promising anything.
So much the worse for you if you don't come through.
Oh, Captain Friday.
Oh, now what's up?
Hey, Captain Friday. Now, what in Tucket you suppose has happened?
Find another corpse, Dr. Tuner?
No, I didn't. But that grave we opened last night has all been filled up and the sod put back on it. Don't look as though it had ever been touched.
Filled up, huh? Now, there's an idea. Graves automatically opened and closed while you wait.
I tell you, Captain, this is no laughing matter. Something bigger than the mayor and I ever figured on has broken loose. Hey, where is the mayor, anyhow?
Catching up on the sleep he lost last night.
Where was the mayor last night, Captain?
Don't you know?
I swear I don't.
Oh. You were supposed to be sleeping with him. If you don't know, how should I?
I didn't even know he'd left the bed until Parker came in and woke me up. I swear I didn't. You don't think old Doc Tuner and your own dad would hold out on you, do you, boy?
Something's funny somewhere. Now I want you and Dad to go over to Lammy Fink's place with me.
I don't see what good that'll do.
After that, we'll run down to the old church ruins and see if we can find out who took a shot at Dad night before last.
Yeah, I've told you all I know.
Maybe.
Well, you don't suppose we'd have brought you down here in the first place if we'd had anything to hold back, do you?
I'm not supposing anything. I'm putting facts together. Doc, go right out the mayor and we'll be starting. How far is Lammy Fink's house from the city of the dead, Mayor?
Just a hop and a jump. But it ain't a house, son. Just a shack. Look here. You can see it yonder among the trees. Built it himself at odd times.
Gloomy place for a house. Looks more like a hunted animal's hole.
He acts like a hunted animal most of the time, don't he, Mayor?
Yeah, he's a little off, all right.
I'd rather sleep in the city of the dead than down in this hovel.
Not Lammy. He's graveyard shy after dark.
Oh, this is it. Lammy Fink's residence. One room, one door, and no windows.
And a cellar.
Cellar? I didn't know about that. Never even thought of a cellar when I was over the other day.
Well, then that's the first place we'll look. Go ahead, Dad. You know the way. Lean on.
Well, there's no need to lead. The sheer path leads around the house to the cellar steps.
All right, keep going. Here's the steps. Seem to get down under the house. I'll lead off with my flashlight. When I get to the bottom of the cellar steps, one of you follow, then the other. And take it easy. Those steps don't look any too solid.
They ain't.
It's dark and murky down there. There I go.
Watch out you don't break your neck.
Well, these steps won't hold much weight.
Hey, Captain! Captain!
What a rat trap this turned out to be.
Son, are you hurt?
Hello. Hello down there. Captain, are you still alive?
Yes, of course I am. I've lost my flashlight, and it's blacker than an old maid's future down here.
Light a match.
Give a man a chance to pull himself together, Doc. Still got 2 or 3 steps around my neck.
Can we help?
As soon as I unscramble myself. Hey, what's that? Hey, Doc Tuner, Mayor. I'm holed up down here with a body.
Who is it, Captain?
How do I know? We just met here in the dark.
Well, why don't you light a match and find out? We can't get down to the cellar without a rope now that the stairs are busted. How'd you happen to find it?
It just reached out and laid hold of me.
Jiminy crickets.
There. I'm on my feet again. Now for a light. Well, Hey, there are 3. Doc, Mayor. There are 3 bodies down here in this cellar.
What's that?
What did he say?
Did you hear me? There are 3 bodies down here. There. That ladder will hold any of us. Now, Dr. Tuner, I want you and Dad to come on down into the cellar with me and examine those bodies. One of them is Lammy Fink, all right enough. One of them is the strangled fellow we dug up, and the other is the man who was stabbed to death last night.
Yeah, if you know so much about him, why should we get down and look at him?
I want to see if you know either of the unidentified bodies.
I'd bet money I don't, but come along, son.
What makes you think you don't, Mayor?
Trying to get something on your father, boy?
Never mind. Come along. Careful on the ladder. There you are. Now, over this way. Look out for those boxes. All right, I'll hold the torch for you. There they are. 3 bodies laid out side by side.
Yes. It says Lammy. Poor old fella. How do you suppose he died, son?
I can't find a mark on him anywhere, Dad. Look at that look of terror on his face.
You mean he was scared to death?
Take a look for yourself. How long's Lammy been dead, Doctor?
Well, at least 36 hours.
You certain of that?
Well, that's fairly accurate.
Then Lammy Fink couldn't possibly have filled up the grave we opened last night.
He could not.
And who did do it? Dad, you said that you and Lammy were the only ones capable of doing an expert job of replacing turf on a grave.
Yeah, I said it all right.
Well, Dad?
Must have been wrong.
You mean there's someone else around the city of the dead who's capable of such work?
Looks like it, don't it?
Well, never mind. Mayor, did you or Dr. Tuner ever see either of these other 2 bodies before? I mean, while they were alive?
Not me, Captain.
I don't know nothing about them, boy.
That's darn funny. I've been through their clothes. Not a thing to identify them. Listen.
Footsteps. There's someone in the shack overhead.
Shh. Just a moment.
Who's that, you suppose?
There's somebody up there, all right. Come on. We'll go up after him. Take it easy. We don't want to frighten him off. Up you go, Doc. You next, Dad.
Yeah.
Come on up, Captain. Everything's clear.
Yep. There. Here, I'll pull the ladder up, and then no one's likely to bother the bodies while we're away.
Captain, I smell smoke.
That's it, smoke. I knew I smelled something.
Look, the cabin's on fire. Quick, we gotta stop it. Come on around the house, quick, get water from the creek. Look there, holy mackerel, what a blaze.
Hey, somebody set that fire. The house has been saturated with oil. Look at that black smoke.
But where's the fellow we heard walking around?
He's probably a mile away by this time.
Of all the cockeyed, lunk-headed fools. Now we've lost those bodies.
But couldn't we still get him out?
That cellar was a furnace 30 seconds after that fire was set. There goes that can of kerosene I saw in the cellar. That ends that.
But why in tarnation did anyone want to burn down Lammy's shack?
Ask me a hard one, Doc. Somebody doesn't want us to know who's being murdered.
Dead men can't talk, especially after they've been cremated. But there is still the contents of Ernie Morton's grave and old Clawfoot down in the abandoned church. But more of that in a moment.
We've been dawdling, Captain Friday. It's almost 1 o'clock already, and we promised the mayor we'd meet him at the cottage at 2.
Well, there's the old church just ahead.
Yeah, gloomy as ever.
You know, Doctor, this place has always given me the creeps. Even when I was a kid. The mayor never brought me here unless it was to arrange for a funeral.
Well, that's about all it was ever used for, as far as back as I can remember. Funerals and now and again a country wedding.
This is the first time I've been near the place since it was abandoned. But I remember the day they found the old bell ringer hanging by the neck in the study.
Well, I always did think the place was infested with...
With what?
With something ghoulish.
That's a nice thought.
And our visit night before last only went to confirm my opinion.
You mean the claw-footed man?
Oh, he was only the climax of the whole business. I tell you, the place absolutely reeks of something unhealthy.
Oh, that's probably the bats.
There are plenty of them here.
Well, shall we go in? From the slant of that roof, I'd say the whole place would be tumbling in another year.
Careful. The mayor went through the floor the other night.
Gloomy as the inside of a grave in here.
There. Don't you feel it?
Feel what, Doc?
The moment I stepped in here out of the sunshine, I felt something come over me like a slimy, wet cloak. Don't you get it, Captain?
You give yourself the creeps if you keep that up. All I get is an unpleasant smell of mustiness and decay. The place is rotten to the foundation.
Yeah, there's something more than a physical rottenness here, Captain. I smell something else.
Yeah?
I tell you, I do.
Well, shall we go back and have a look at the old study? That's where the mayor was shot, wasn't it?
That's right. That's where we ran into the claw-footed man or beast or whatever he is.
Did you leave the doors shut when you carried the mayor out the other night?
I did not. I was too scared. I just picked up the mayor and dashed through. The door was still open.
Well, it's shut now.
By jingo, that's right. Do you suppose that thing's in there now?
I got my gun handy to pot him if he is.
You better not stand in front of the door. You'll know what happened to me last night.
You stand at the side of the door. I'm going to block the way.
Don't be a fool, son. You're liable to get hurt.
Not while I've got this little plaything in my hand.
Yeah, I warned you.
You ready?
Go on. Open the door and get it over with. Captain, are you hurt?
What in the Sam Hill kind of a thing is that? I'm a bald-headed liar if that jack-in-the-box didn't kick me in the face.
Are you hurt, Captain? Are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
Of course I'm all right. Why shouldn't I be all right?
That was a nasty fall.
Fall? That claw-footed old boy with his white beard knocked me down and walked the full length of me. Look at me. It's dusty footprints all over my front. Oh. I say I was going to block his path.
I got one good look at him, an ugly critter. Flowing white hair, a face that looked like a death mask.
I've seen him before. He's the chap that murdered the housebreaker last night. I wonder who he thinks he is in those long white robes.
He's crazy as a gooey duck. Say, we'll need some kind of a light in this study.
I still got my flashlight.
Yeah, turn her on.
Yeah. How's that?
Good. Yep. Great jumping Jehoshaphat. Captain, look there on the floor behind you.
Skeleton.
Human bones. All laid out in order.
Laid out is right. Looks like old Clawfoot was in here reconstructing a skeleton.
Where do you think they came from?
The bones? Probably out of one of the graves in the City of the Dead. Nice person, old Clawfoot. I don't care for the company he keeps.
He's crazier than I thought. Imagine a guy shutting himself up in a dark room to play with a human skeleton.
Looks like we're going to have to do some close inspection on the mayor's graves out yonder. This seems to indicate that grave robbing has sort of become a practice down here.
I told you something unhealthy was going on in this place.
Old Clawfoot never lacked for company. Whenever he got lonesome or downhearted, he just up and digs himself a skeleton to amuse him.
Look here, Captain. Where do you suppose this old fool lives?
Offhand, I'd say he'd been making this his headquarters.
There's no sign of a place to sleep here, and there's no food.
That's something we'll have to look into. Oh, now, Doc, where's this bell rope the mayor was pulling on the night he was shot?
Right there, Red. Oh, it's gone.
Gone? Where was it?
Well, it hung right down there where you're standing.
Mm-hmm. Look at the ceiling. No hole in the ceiling for it to come through.
Well, there was a rope. What's more, he just pulled it and he was shot.
And you're certain the door was shut at the time?
It certainly was. Anyway, the shot came from across the room.
Well, there are no windows. Are you certain there was no one else in the room with you, too?
Well, of course there wasn't.
Where'd the shot come from, then?
The same place the bell rope's gone to. What in Tunket does he do that for? Going around making noises like a sick cat.
Well, we'd seen the last of him today. Did we try to grab him?
Don't you think we'd better finish looking over these ruins?
What more is there to see?
Well, you haven't been up in the belfry yet.
What, climb that rotten ladder? Not me, Doc.
Well, the mayor and I did it, and in the dark, too.
Well, that was your own funeral. You can see with half an eye that you two are the only ones who've been up there in the last 10 years. Look at the dust and dirt and the cobwebs. Come on, we spent an hour in here. That's enough. I want to get my hands on that fella. Come on, it's 1 o'clock. We told the mayor we'd be back by 2.
All right, anything's better in this place.
Well, come on out in the sunshine and get it out of your system. Hello, where is our sunshine?
Fog, if that ain't the luck. First afternoon fog we've had this season.
That puts an end to hunting old Clawfoot.
Yeah, miserable stuff, fog. Gets in your nostrils, wets your clothes, hides murders.
Come on out of it, Doc. You'll feel better when you had your lunch. Let's go back to the cottage.
You gonna leave that skeleton in there?
Why, yes. You don't want to pack it around with us, do you?
Jackass.
As well off there as anywhere until we can find the grave it was taken from. Perhaps that's old Ernie Morton's skeleton. We'll dig in his grave this afternoon.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Oh, thank goodness you've come at last. Captain, come in the house quick. Come in here.
What is it, Dad?
Mayor, you're as white as a ghost.
Well, if I'd have had a gun handy, I'd have shot that fellow where he stood.
Shot who? What are you talking about?
Come on in. Hurry up. You too, Doc. You'll have to tend to the girl.
Girl? You mean Miss Carroll?
Here, shut the door, Doc. That Parker feller stabbed the girl. He'd killed her, too, if I hadn't arrived just when I did.
Stabbed Phyllis Carroll?
So he did.
Wait a minute, Dad. Did you see him stab her?
Just as I come in the house, I heard her scream. I rushed in and unlocked the door. And there she was, lying on her face on the floor. Parker was standing over her with this bloody knife in his hand.
Where is the girl?
In her room. Go on in and see what you can do for her, Doc. She's unconscious.
Go ahead, Doc. Tell me how she is as soon as you can.
All right.
Now then, Dad, where's Parker?
He's locked in this closet. The bars on the window to his room's cut. And I wasn't taking any chance of losing him.
I'll let him out. Let's see what he has to say.
Parker said he didn't do it.
Catch him!
What in blazes? Is he dead?
Dad, you've smothered him in that closet. Get me some water. Hi, Doc, come here.
What's the matter?
Get a move on.
Oh, what's the matter? Hello. What's happened to Parker?
Smothered in that little closet. Well, his heart's still going.
Yeah, he's going to be all right. Just a faint. Mayor, throw a little water in his face. There he comes. Here you are, boy. Drink a little of this water. He's going to be fit in a jiffy. Girl's not in any danger either. Flesh wound and a little blood, that's all.
Air. Let me out of here. Give me air.
He's all right now. I'll go back to the girl. She'll be around in a few minutes, too.
Yes. But where am I?
You're all right now, Parker. Here, can you sit up? Give me a hand, Mayor.
Yes.
We'll get him in the chair.
All right.
Yeah, how's that?
Rotten. What do you want to do, smother me? Well, you had it coming. What do you mean, stabbing a girl?
I didn't. I told you that before.
I saw you.
You saw me stab Phyllis?
I saw you with a bloody knife in your hands, bending over her. You'd have finished her off if I hadn't rushed into the room.
You old fool.
That talk won't do you any good, Parker. Now, what's your version of this affair?
Well, Phyllis and I had been talking for about an hour.
Talking about what?
Whether we should tell you all we know.
Did you decide to talk?
No.
Did you quarrel?
Well, she turned her back on me and called me pig-headed.
She was insistent on talking and you refused, huh?
Yes.
You know that what she could tell might get you in serious trouble, is that right?
I suppose so.
So you decided to stab her to death to prevent her talking?
No, it isn't so.
Not so. Then what did happen?
You won't believe me.
You bet I won't.
Hold it, will you, Dad?
Well...
Go on, Parker.
Well, when she turned her back on me, I walked away. Went over to the dresser and put out my cigarette in the ashtray.
Your back was to her.
Yes. Suddenly she screamed. I turned just in time to see her fall with a knife in her back.
Likely story.
I told you wouldn't believe me.
Go on. I haven't said I didn't believe you, Parker. Then what happened?
I was so confused, I don't hardly know what I did. I guess I dashed over to Phyllis and bent over her. I don't remember pulling the knife out of her back, but I suppose I did. Because I know I had it in my hand wondering where it came from when Mayor Friday rushed in and grabbed it away from me.
Wondered where it came from.
Well, I didn't have any knife. How could I have done it?
The knife might have been in the room. You recognize it, Dan?
No. Parker could have smuggled it in with him. He's had every opportunity.
Well, I didn't.
How was the girl standing?
Facing the door.
I would have put her back to the window, wouldn't I?
Yes.
If you were at the bureau, you couldn't have seen a window, I don't suppose.
No.
With the shade and window raised?
Well, the shade was. I don't know about the window.
Hey, Doc.
Huh?
Is the window up in there?
Yeah. Clear up.
Well, there's a possible out for you, Parker. A good knife thrower could have sent a knife through the bars of the window without any trouble.
You think that's what happened?
I'm not thinking anything. I really say it's a possibility.
Well, I didn't do it. Think I'd hurt the girl I'm engaged to?
People will do strange things to save their own skins. So you're engaged to Miss Carroll?
Well, practically.
What does that mean?
Well, we've kind of got an understanding.
You asked her to marry you?
No. That is,
In other words, you said that about the engagement because you thought it would be a point in your favor. Look, Parker, you better stick to facts or you're going to get yourself in one fine mess.
Well, I intend to ask her.
I don't know whether you do or not.
Hi, Captain. Come in here. The girl's coming, too. Come in and give me a hand.
Come on, Parker.
Go on in here, Captain. Help me with her. I've got her all bandaged.
Oh.
Ain't you ashamed of yourself, Parker?
You let me alone.
Keep still, both of you.
There. You mustn't cry. Just lie perfectly still.
Oh, Phyllis. Are you all right?
Jimmy.
Yes, Phyllis, I'm here.
Oh, Jimmy, why did you stab me? Why did you do it?
In the midst of the desperate happenings in the city of the dead, has Jimmy Parker turned on his own companion, Phyllis Carroll? And what about the phantom claw-footed killer and the desecrated graves? Who is disturbing the dead? And what do they expect to find, save moldering bones? Listen next week to the 5th episode of Carlton E. Morse's City of the Dead, entitled The Skeleton Walks In.